CH1 useless. Failure. A joke. Announcement. Hello y'all. First of all, the Cassian you will be seeing in the first 2 chapters is not the main character of this FIC. Get past the 3rd chapter before judging. Thank you. Secondly, I was sitting on this one for a while now, and I think it is finally time to share. This is my latest and honestly, I think best FIC so far. I don't want to overhype it, but I really enjoyed writing this one. Cassian turned out to be such a fun, chaotic character to work with, and I hope you will all enjoy him just as much as I have. Without further ado, let's get to it. Cassian sat at the grand dining table of the Rosier family, surrounded by relatives who barely tolerated his presence. The long, polished table gleamed under the enchanted chandelier, set with fine silver and delicate crystal, but he could feel their disdain on his skin. They all knew what he was, an embarrassment, a near-Squib with nothing to offer except a surname. And yet, his father insisted on keeping him at the table, forcing everyone to acknowledge his existence. A house elf scurried up, hands trembling as it placed a plate of pastries in front of him. Cassian didn't bother looking as his boot connected with the elf's ribs. The sharp crack of impact made the creature yelp and skid across the marble floor like spilled wine. What the hell is this? He sneered, flicking a piece of pastry off the plate with disgust. Did I ask for a pile of pastries or a serving of smeared turd? The elf, Towel, whimpered, scrambling to its feet, but before it could stammer an apology, Cassian's uncle, Armand Rosier, let out a mocking laugh. Such refined taste for someone who can't cast a proper Lumos, Armand drawled, reaching for his wine. You should be grateful the elves even bother serving you. A few chuckles rippled down the table. Cassian's grip tightened on his fork, but he forced a smirk. Right, because you lot are such culinary experts, he shot back, leaning back in his chair. Half of you wouldn't know the difference between wine and vinegar if the bottle didn't have a fancy label. His aunt, Viola, wrinkled her nose. At least we know the difference between a proper wizard and a... She waved her hand vaguely in his direction. Well, whatever it is you are supposed to be. Cassian's father, Regulus Rosier, cleared his throat sharply. Enough. His tone wasn't sharp or loud, but it was enough to quiet them. Cassian is still my son and still a Rosier. He will have his place. Viola gave a delicate sniff and returned to her meal. The rest followed suit, though the occasional smirk and sidelong glance made it clear they weren't done enjoying the moment. Cassian stabbed at his food with unnecessary force, appetite ruined. He knew exactly why his father insisted on dragging him to these gatherings. It wasn't out of affection, it was because Regulus couldn't stomach the idea of his son being a complete failure. No matter how much Cassian botched every lesson, every spell, every single thing he tried, his father refused to give up on the ridiculous notion that he could still be useful. And if there was one thing Cassian despised more than his family's mockery, it was pity. The conversation drifted to more pressing matters, the ministry, bloodline politics, recent dealings with the other sacred 28 families. Cassian ignored most of it, sipping his wine and watching the way his relatives spoke. His cousin, Damien, was discussing something with his father, Alistair, something about a new law being pushed through the Wisengamot. Mulciber is backing it, but he is an idiot if he thinks it won't come back to bite him, Damien said, swirling his glass. He is pushing too hard. The Bones girl is making a fuss, and for once, the half-bloods are paying attention. Let them whine, Viola murmured. It won't change anything. It does if they start looking into old records, Damien countered. We've been careful, but not careful enough. If they dig, they will find things. Cassian arched a brow. And what, exactly, are they looking for? Damien shot him a look, half amused, half dismissive. Nothing you need to worry about. Right, of course, Cassian muttered, tipping his chair back slightly. Cursing under his breath. Glad you understand, Armand said, smirking over his wine glass. Cassian clenched his jaw but forced out a laugh. This was how it always went. Every meal, every gathering, every moment spent in this house was just another opportunity for them to remind him of what he wasn't. He finished his wine and stood, pushing his chair back with an obnoxious scrape against the floor. As riveting as this has been, I have far more important things to do than listen to you all prattle on about your latest political schemes. Yes, running off to, what is it you do all day? Viola mused. Certainly not practicing magic. Cassian's grin was all teeth, cold and wolfish, wouldn't you like to know? He didn't wait for a response. He turned on his heel and strode out of the dining room, ignoring the murmurs and the chuckles behind him. The halls of the Rosier estate were as cold as the people in it. Ornate, grand, dripping with wealth, but utterly lifeless. Cassian hated it. He made his way to the small study, his father's, technically, but Regulus rarely used it. He was always in the main study. The fireplace crackled dimly, casting long shadows against the bookshelves. Cassian poured himself another glass of wine from the decanter on the desk and dropped into the leather chair, stretching his legs out. He barely rested for 10 minutes, before a low pop signaled the arrival of a house elf after. Master Cassian, your father wishes to speak with you. Of course he does. Cassian exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders before standing. Fine. He followed the elf back down the hall to Regulus's private office. The door was already open. His father sat behind a heavy wooden desk, fingers steepled, eyes sharp. Sit. Cassian did, not bothering to hide his boredom. What is it now? Another lecture on how I am failing the family name. Regulus ignored the jab. You need a place in this family. I am tired of watching you waste time. You can't duel. You have no talent for business. Politics. He gave a short, humorless laugh. Well, you would be eaten alive. Cassian raised his glass in mock agreement. Excellent summary. So what is the point of this conversation? His father leaned forward, fingers still steepled. I will give you one last chance, Cassian. Cassian sighed, swirling the wine in his glass. Lucky me. Regulus ignored him. In a week, during the summer festival, our family is hosting a public lecture for mudbloods and worse. Your cousin Damien was supposed to handle it, but I need you to get something right for once. He exhaled sharply. I don't expect much anymore, but do it for your brother. He has the best chance at inheriting the patriarch seat. Don't embarrass us. Cassian smirked. Ah yes, the sacred Rosier reputation. Merlin forbid I stain it any worse than your side ventures already have. Regulus's jaw tightened. You think this is a joke? I think it is a pathetic waste of time, Cassian said, setting his glass down with a dull clink. So you expect me to stand there, wagging my wand and spoon-feeding spells to filthy mudbloods? Is this a lecture or a circus act for your amusement? But fine. I will stand up there and say whatever you want, if it means you will stop whining about me ruining the family name. You already have, Regulus said coolly. This is about whether you will sink further or at least try to claw your way up. Cassian slumped in the chair. Oh, now that is a heartwarming sentiment. So, what do I actually have to do? Recite some nonsense about blood purity? Throw in a few threats? Maybe hex a mudblood for dramatic effect. You will conduct yourself properly, Regulus snapped. You are a disgrace, but you are still a Rosier. Try not to drag our name further into the muck. And you can't hex anyone even if you wanted to. He took breath to calm himself. This time, you will be teaching. Cassian arched a brow, swirling his wine lazily, ignoring the insult. Oh? And what exactly am I supposed to teach? Regulus exhaled through his nose, clearly unamused. Advanced magic. Defensive spells. Things that reinforce our position. He cut himself off, studying Cassian for a long moment before sighing. But seeing as you can't manage even the basics, we will settle for something simpler. Lumos will do. As long as you don't make a mess of that, at least. Cassian set his glass down, shooting up to his feet. You are joking. His father's expression didn't shift. Do I look like I am joking? Regulus leaned back, voice cold. This is your last chance, Cassian. Do this, or you are out. I won't have a failure staining this family's name any longer. If you embarrass us, you will be disowned. Cassian scoffed, but the weight of it settled deep in his chest. Regulus wasn't bluffing. Not this time. Scoffing to show his displeasure, Cassian left the office and returned to his room, irritation thrumming under his skin. Towel. Get the hell in here. He barked, barely inside before the house elf appeared with a crack, bowing so low its long ears nearly swept the floor. Yes, Master Cassian, it squeaked. Wine, he snapped, slumping into the armchair near the fireplace. And don't take all day about it. The elf vanished, reappearing a second later with a fresh glass. Cassian snatched it without so much as a glance, downing half of it in one go. Lumos. That was what his father expected of him. Lumos. His fingers tightened around the glass. He could barely manage a bloody spark. Regulus knew that, and yet here he was, being paraded around like some trained krupp expected to jump on command. He sank deeper into the cushions, watching the fire crackle. The Rosiers weren't known for their patience, and his father had finally run out of it. This was the last chance before they cut him off entirely. No inheritance, no name, nothing. Not that his name had done him any good. The only thing worse than being looked down on was knowing they weren't wrong. The thought soured his drink, and he shoved the glass onto the side table, almost spilling it. A knock rattled the door. What? It swung open, and Damien stepped inside, looking as smug as ever. So, I hear you've been given a grand opportunity, he drawled, shutting the door behind him. Cassian didn't bother to sit up. Must be a slow night if you've come all the way here just to gloat. Damien's grin sharpened, eyes glittering, he leaned against the doorframe. I don't need to gloat, Cassian. You do all the work for me. A lecture? On magic? You. He laughed, shaking his head. I am almost impressed. Almost. Cassian rolled his eyes. It is called delegating, cousin. I will stand up there, say a few words, and then make one of the elves do the demonstration. No one actually expects me to teach anything. Damien's grin stretched wide, all teeth and amusement. Oh, Cassie. If it were that easy, do you think Uncle would have sent you? He stepped further into the room, lazily dragging a finger along the edge of the desk, eyes flicking over the clutter as if Cassian's very existence was some kind of personal joke. Dear Uncle wants Lucian to take over the family, and to do that, he needs some backing. But, how fate is cruel. His youngest son is a squib. He fought grandfather over this, you know? Took away my public appearance just to shove you onto the stage. Cassian tried to brush it off, but his jaw clenched hard. Touching. Really? Must have been a hard blow to your ego. Damien chuckled, shaking his head. Oh, I am magnanimous, cousin. If you screw this up, when I take over the family, I might spare you a room. Maybe even feed you 3 times a day, if I am feeling generous. What do you say? Because let's be honest, I doubt Lucian would even offer that much. Cassian reached for his glass and took a sip. Sour as it was, he would rather drown in it than listen to Damien sober. You've really thought this through. Should I be flattered or concerned? Damien laughed, slow and cold, the kind that came from someone who knew they were winning. He pushed off the desk and crossed the room in a few lazy strides, plucking up a book from the shelf. I don't need to think it through, Cassian. It is obvious. You are a failure. Uncle is desperate, and this is his last gamble. And you? He turned the book over in his hands, flipping through the pages carelessly before tossing it onto the chair opposite Cassian. Well, you will mess it up. That is what you do. Cassian's knuckles widened on his glass before he forced his lips into a lazy curve. Your faith in me is truly heartwarming. Damien watched him with that same irritating amusement. Oh, it is not lack of faith. It is just a pattern. You've spent your whole life failing. Why should this be any different? Cassian exhaled through his nose, setting his glass down. Are you done, or did you come here just to hear yourself talk? Damien's smirk didn't waver. Just making sure you know what is at stake. Uncle might be keeping you around for now, but if you embarrass him at the lecture, you will be out for good. No inheritance, no name, nothing. You will be a nobody. Cassian let out a derisive huff. Oh, the horror. Whatever will I do without my adoring family? Damien shrugged. That is the thing, isn't it? You've got nothing else. No skill, no allies, not even a shred of magic worth a damn. The moment they cut you loose, you are done. He turned and strolled toward the door. Enjoy your wine, cousin. It might be the last good thing you will ever have. And do remember, my offer stands. If you manage to botch this harder than even I expect, and drag poor Lucian down with you, I will give you a cupboard to sleep in and toss you scraps from the table. Out of pity, of course. Think it over. With that, he left, shutting the door behind him. Cassian sat there, fingers drumming against the armrest. Useless. A failure. A joke. Useless. A failure. A joke. They'd been calling him that for years. Since childhood, since his first failed spell, since it became painfully obvious he wasn't like the rest of them. The only thing he'd ever been good at was running his mouth, and even that wasn't enough to keep him in their good graces. He reached for his wine, only to find the glass empty. Lumos. That was what his father expected of him. A simple bloody light spell, something even first years could manage in their sleep. His teeth ground so hard, it made his jaw ache. He could do this. He had to. Or he was out. And no matter how much he hated them, no matter how much he sneered at the whole twisted, self-important mess that was his family, he wasn't ready to be nothing. The next few days were spent locked in his room, staring at his wand like it was some kind of puzzle he couldn't quite solve. Come on, you useless twig, he muttered under his breath, flicking it sharply. Lumos. A pathetic flicker of light sparked at the tip, then fizzled out almost immediately. Cassian gritted his teeth. Again. Lumos. Nothing. He sighed through his nose and began stalking the room like a caged animal. This was ridiculous. He wasn't an actual squib. He had magic. He just wasn't good at it. That wasn't the same thing. Another flick. Another failure. The next flick sent the wand clattering against the wall. Arg. Cassian raked a hand through his hair and paced harder. Fine. If magic wouldn't work, he would do what he did best. Bullshitting. The day of the lecture arrived faster than he would have liked. Cassian stood in front of the gathered crowd. Mudbloods, half-bloods, a few lower-ranked purebloods looking to climb their way up. His father sat in the front row, watching with sharp, expectant eyes. Damien lounged beside him, smirking. Cassian paced the back room, sweat prickling at the back of his neck. His collar strangled him, his robes weighed a ton, and his gut churned like a cauldron ready to boil over. He was fucked. Absolutely, royally, irreversibly fucked. The festival hall buzzed on the other side of the door, the walls vibrated with voices, shifting chairs, clinking glasses. His father was out there. Uncles and aunts, too. Probably grinning like an easel waiting to watch a rat drown. Any minute now, they would call his name, and he would have to step onto that stage and pretend he had even a fraction of the skill expected of him. He gripped his wand so tightly his knuckles went white. Lumos, he muttered. Not even a flicker. His jaw clenched. He shook out his wrist, tried again. Lumos. A flicker of light sparked at the tip before sputtering out. Cassian let out a sharp breath, resisting the urge to fling the useless twig across the room again. This was a joke. A bad one. Regulus had thrown him into this knowing damn well he couldn't pull it off. This wasn't a second chance, it was a test, a last-ditch effort to prove whether he had even the slightest worth. And if he failed, that was it. No more dinners at the family table, no more inheritance, no more anything. He would be cut off completely, left to rot in some dingy back alley with nothing but his name, and even that would mean fuck all once they disowned him. Cassian smacked his thigh, hissing under his breath, hoping the pain would jolt his drowning mind clear. Should I just run? I got some gold. Could live in the Muggle world or something. The thought was stupid. He would be dead in a month, probably less. He knew jack shit about Muggles, besides what little they taught at Hogwarts to mock them, and he was about as capable of surviving on his own as a flobberworm in a drought. But staying here meant walking onto that stage, holding up his wand, and proving, again, just how much of a failure he was. I would sooner hex myself into oblivion than grovel with those filthy muggles. His fingers curled around the useless bit of wood in his hand. Lumos, he muttered. Nothing. His eyes pulsed, hot and tight in their sockets, his breath coming short and shallow. He'd never actually panicked about magic before. He'd been angry, humiliated, pissed off at the universe for making him a Rosier with all the magical talent of a sack of potatoes, but he'd never felt like this. Like something inside him was clawing at his ribs, trying to get out. A sudden, splitting pain tore through his skull. His vision blurred, the world tilting, collapsing inward. Then, silence. For a moment, there was nothing. No stress, no fear, no sneering relatives waiting for him to humiliate himself. Just a hollow void, stretching endlessly. Then, a jolt, felt being yanked forward by invisible hands. Cassian's eyes flew open as if someone had doused him in ice water, but the wary focus behind them was unmistakably different. The first thing he noticed was the floor. Black marble, polished to a high shine, reflecting the dim glow of candlelight. The second thing was his own hands. Pale. Thin. Unfamiliar. What the fuck? Cassian, or whoever the hell he was now, stared at them, flexing his fingers, feeling the odd disconnect between thought and movement. He reached up, running a hand through his hair, finding it longer than he was used to. His heart pounded against his ribs, confusion surging like a tidal wave. Then the memories hit. A flood of thoughts, images, emotions that weren't his, except they were. A grand dining hall. Mocking laughter. A father's cold disappointment. A wand that barely sparked. Like pieces of a puzzle he had no interest in solving, memories filled his vision. Cassian Rosier. That was his name. His life. His problem now. The realization slammed into him like a brick wall. He wasn't supposed to be here. He was, where? Back on Earth? A teacher? A normal fucking person? He was alive, living his completely unremarkable life, and now. Magic. He was in a fucking magical world. A sharp knock rattled the door. Master Cassian. A voice called. It is time. His stomach twisted. Time for what? He scrambled through the borrowed memories, trying to piece together what the hell was happening. A lecture. Magic. Lumos. Oh, fuck. He didn't know how to do magic. He just learned magic was real. Panic clawed up his throat. The old Cassian was barely capable, but at least he knew how to try. He didn't even have that. He had no clue how wands worked, no idea if he was supposed to feel something or channel something or... The knock came again, more panicked, urgent this time. Cassian, no, he had to stop thinking like that, he was Cassian now, whether he liked it or not. He took a shaky breath and forced his legs to move. One step, then another, until he reached the door. His hand hovered over the handle. Breathe. Just fake it. You are good at that. He opened the door. A house elf stood there, hunched and wringing its hands, shivering like it expected a kick at any moment. It didn't even dare to meet his eyes. Cassian yelped, taking a quick step back. The poor creature flinched so hard it nearly toppled over. Cassian blinked, his mind scrambling. Right. House elves. He recognized this thing now, memories that weren't his still slotting into place. But that wasn't what rattled him. It was the sheer familiarity of the term. House elf. He knew that from... Oh, for fuck's sake. The Harry Potter discussion. His mates back home had gone on about it now and then, something about books, films, a world full of magic. But he'd never read the damn things. Never seen the films either. Just nodded along, maybe made a joke or two about broomsticks up the arse. And now he was in it. He swallowed the rising panic and crouched slightly, eyeing the elf. Sorry about that, Cassian blurted, his words awkward. The apology felt strange in his mouth, like wearing someone else's skin. Didn't mean to startle you. You all right? The creature gasped like he just split reality in half. Wide, bulging eyes locked onto his face, pure disbelief written across every wrinkle. Cassian frowned. What? The elf opened its mouth, closed it, then gave a shaky bow. Master Cassian. Master Cassian is. It shook its head violently. Master Cassian must come now. Master Regulus is waiting. Right. That. He took a slow breath and straightened up. No time to deal with whatever the hell that reaction was. He had bigger problems. Like stepping onto a stage and pretending he had a single clue about magic. The walk through the hall felt longer than it should have. His mind kept drifting, like he could somehow think his way out of this mess. He needed a plan. A way to fake it. But his thoughts were a mess, fragments of his own and Cassian's memories colliding. He froze mid-step. Wait. Lumos. That was a phone command in his old life, wasn't it? Something about turning on the flashlight. And Lumos sounded a hell of a lot like lumen, which meant light. That was it. A light spell. He sighed, adjusting his robes. All right. He could work with that. He might not know magic, but he knew light. He could bullshit his way through a lecture about it. The magical world was stuck in the bloody dark ages anyway, half these people probably didn't even know what electricity was. He could rant about wavelengths, refraction, candle power, whatever. As long as he looked confident, they would eat it up. The corridor stretched ahead, leading to the stage. His father's voice echoed faintly beyond the door, probably introducing him. He picked up the pace, ignoring the way his palms felt a little too clammy. Then something shifted. Not in the room. Not around him. Inside. It wasn't a voice. No dramatic whisper in his ear, no deep, ancient presence. Just a feeling, like something in his head had opened. A book. No, not a book. A scroll, endless, unfurling in his mind. A list. Ballot box with checkmark Lumos, first year spell, insufficient mastery. Ballot box with checkmark Nox, first year spell, insufficient mastery. Ballot box with checkmark Alohomora, first year spell, insufficient mastery. Ballot box with checkmark Wingardium Leviosa, first year spell, insufficient mastery. Ballot box with checkmark Flippendu, first year spell, insufficient mastery. What the hell does first year spell mean? Cassian frowned, scanning his borrowed memories. A vague recollection surfaced, something about learning them in his first year at that oversized medieval castle they called a school. Hogwarts. Right. He sighed sharply, eyeing the strange floating list in his head. Lumos, first year spell, insufficient mastery. A whole menu, just hanging there in his mind like some ridiculous game interface. His mouth twitched. Well, that is bloody weird. He focused on Lumos. As soon as he did, more details unspooled in his head, like flipping through a book. Various descriptions unfurled in his mind, as if he were leafing through a guide, reading neatly organized explanations of the spell. Lumos, first year spell. A basic light-producing charm. Primarily used to illuminate dark areas. Commonly taught in the first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Incantation, Lumos. Required wand movement, a small upward flick. Then, another layer, like hearing a professor drone on about it. Lumos is the most elementary of illumination charms. A simple spell, requiring minimal magical effort. Proper pronunciation and wand movement are key. Any competent wizard should be able to perform it with ease. Cassian nearly laughed. Any competent wizard. Yeah, well, that ruled him out, didn't it? More descriptions filled his mind as he stepped onto the stage, hundreds of eyes settling on him. Cassian's instincts kicked in. He straightened, letting a grin stretch across his face, scanning the crowd like he wasn't standing on the edge of disaster. He'd taught before, granted, that had been in a past life, and his students hadn't expected him to perform actual magic, but the principle was the same. Confidence was half the game. Good evening, he said smoothly, projecting his voice across the hall. I am sure you are all eager to learn something useful tonight. Luckily for you, I am in a generous mood. Some in the crowd perked up at that. Others shifted uncomfortably, likely expecting another Rosier lecture about blood superiority. Cassian let the tension stretch for a second before continuing. He glanced at the floating text still lingering in his mind. Clear mental image and intent ease spell casting. Right. That made sense. Same principle as muscle memory, visualize, focus, execute. Cassian turned slightly, holding up his wand between fingers like it was the most natural thing in the world. Let's start with something simple. Lumos, the basic illumination charm. Everyone here has heard of it, I assume. The audience chuckled, a few outright laughing. Someone muttered, he can't be serious. Lumos? At a lecture? They expected theory on high-level dueling, dark magic countermeasures, maybe some ancient Rosier spell work, something that justified sitting through a speech from the family's embarrassment. But Cassian just stood there, completely unfazed, twirling his wand lazily in the air like he hadn't just insulted their intelligence. This is a joke, right? Someone near the back whispered. Cassian let the laughter settle before speaking again, perfectly at ease. I get it. What is the point of talking about Lumos? It is the first spell every magical child learns. You could teach a donkey to do it with enough treats. He tilted his head. But here is the thing, most of you don't actually know what you are casting. You memorize the words, wave your wand, and assume it works because that is just how magic is. His wand flicked up, pointed loosely at the ceiling. Lumos. Nothing happened. Cassian took it in stride, not so much as blinking. He hummed, glancing at his wand as if appraising a faulty product. Well, that is embarrassing. He snapped his gaze back to the crowd, then, with a slight tilt of his head, he asked, or did I fail because I didn't intend to cast magic? His wand spun lazily. Tell me, if you accidentally said Lumos mid-conversation, would your wand light up? Murmurs rippled through the audience. A few exchanged glances, unsure whether he was making a point or just covering his own failure. Cassian let them stew for a moment, then leaned against the podium. Magic isn't just words and wand waving. Otherwise, we would be seeing accidents every time someone swore in Latin. He tapped his temple with the tip of his wand. It is about intent. Thought. Understanding. He scanned the room. The richer purebloods looked bored, unimpressed. The half-bloods and lower-rank attendees, though, were listening. Good. He could work with that. Now, humor me for a second, he went on, pushing off the podium and pacing a few steps. What is light? Brows furrowed as whispers spread. Cassian exhaled, shaking his head. You see? That is the problem. You cast a spell to create light, but you don't even know what light is. He pointed at a random wizard in the crowd, some older man with thinning hair and an expensive robe. You, sir. What is light? The man blinked. It is, brightness. Wow, Cassian deadpanned. Truly, you've cracked the mysteries of the universe. That earned a few chuckles, and he pushed forward before anyone could interrupt. Light is waves. Particles. Pure energy ripping through space so fast it could lap the Earth 7 times before you even blink. It bends, it refracts, it changes depending on what it hits. And you think a 2-syllable word and a wand flick makes that happen? Magic follows rules. Just because we don't always understand them doesn't mean they don't exist. And if you do understand them. He whipped the wand skyward. Lumos. A small, steady glow sparked at the tip. Cassian resisted the urge to heave a sigh of relief. Clear mental image and intent ease spell casting. Right. That. He was going to have to remember that. He lifted the wand higher, letting the light wash over his face. Now, some of you might think, well, that is just magic doing its thing, who cares? But here is the fun part, spells change depending on the caster. And not just in strength. The more you know about something, the more it shapes what you are doing. He let the light flicker out and turned back to the audience. Ever noticed how different wizards cast the same spell slightly differently? Maybe someone's Lumos is brighter, someone else's is dimmer. Some glow golden, some bluish. Why? Because magic isn't just memorization, it is interpretation. He leaned forward, lowering his voice so that the audience had to strain to hear. Lean forward. What happens when someone truly understands light? When they grasp not just the incantation, but the nature of it. He raised his wand again, this time focusing, not on just light but on everything he'd ever known about it. The speed, the wavelengths, the way it bent through glass, the way it could be blinding or soft, warm, or harsh. The mental image sharpened in his head. Lumos. The light flared up, brighter than before, not just a simple glow but a near-blinding white radiance. A few in the front row squinted, shielding their eyes. Cassian tilted his wrist, and the light softened, shifting from sharp white to a golden hue, warm and soft. The floating text in his mind shifted, Lumos, slightly improved. Interesting. He let the glow linger a moment longer before flicking his wand, letting it die out. See? Same spell, different results. He paced the stage, pulling more from the old Cassian's memories. These changes? They are called spell variations. Lumos Solemn, Lumos Duo, Lumos Maxima. Different names, but the core spell is the same. Lumos. Light. He pointed at the back wall. The suffix just sets intent. Gives it structure. But the real magic? That is all in how you imagine it. He flicked his wand. Lumos Solemn. A bright, golden glow burst from the tip, spreading in a warm, sun-like radiance. The audience squinted, some shielding their eyes. Cassian let it hold for a few seconds before cutting it off. Whispers spread across the rows. That wasn't just a stronger Lumos, it felt different. More intense. Now, he said, rolling his shoulders, watch this. He raised his wand again, this time with nothing but the single word. Lumos. The same golden light flared to life. Murmurs got louder. This time, he let the light shift, softening the intensity, then brightening again before he let it fade. You lot have been taught to think magic is rigid, he continued, stepping forward, gaze sweeping the room. That spells are these locked little boxes where if you don't get the word exactly right, it all falls apart. But it is not that fragile. Spells work because we make them work. The difference between a standard Lumos and a spell like Lumos Solemn isn't just the extra word, it is what you want it to be. The room had quieted, people actually paying attention now. A sly smile tugged at one corner of his mouth. Now circle back, why is one magic's Lumos a beacon while another is barely a candle? Wand work and pronunciation help, but comprehension is king. Facing the far wall, he drove the wand forward. Lumos. This time, the light that appeared wasn't a general glow, it was focused. Sharper. A near-perfect beam, cutting straight ahead instead of spilling everywhere. I didn't change the incantation, he said, letting it linger for a moment before extinguishing it. Didn't add a suffix. Didn't do anything different on the surface. So what happened? A pause. Then, from somewhere in the middle of the crowd, a hesitant voice, you thought about it differently. Cassian snapped his fingers, pointing toward her. Exactly. I pictured a beam, not just light in general. And magic listened. Cassian carried on, talking about light, how the sun wasn't just a giant ball of it, how it moved through space, how it could bend, scatter, and shift. He threw in a few more spell variations, managing to cast them without making a complete fool of himself. Lumos Maxima flared brighter than expected, nearly blinding the front row. Lumos Duo split into twin orbs, hovering briefly before flickering out. Every time he spoke, he kept it sharp, confident, like this was all part of the plan. An hour passed. The room hadn't emptied. No one had come expecting a bloody lecture on Lumos. If they had, they wouldn't have bothered showing up. And yet, there they were, silent, actually listening. Cassian could see it in their faces. Interest. A few taking notes. A couple of smug purebloods who started out sneering but now looked vaguely impressed, like they weren't sure how this had happened. His father sat in the front row, arms crossed, face unreadable. Damien, the smug bastard, still had that amused smirk, but it wasn't quite as sharp as before. Like he was waiting for Cassian to fuck up, but it hadn't happened yet. By the time Cassian wrapped up, he knew he pulled it off. No disaster. No humiliation. He set his wand down on the podium, looking over the crowd. That is all for tonight. You are welcome. A few laughed quietly. Someone started an awkward applause, but it sputtered and died before it could spread. The second he stepped off the stage, the noise picked up, conversations, murmurs. Some sounded impressed. Others just confused. As he made his way towards the back, Damien fell into step beside him. Well, that was unexpected. Cassian rolled his eyes. Don't strain yourself with the compliments, cousin. Oh, I am not complimenting you, Damien said, trying to sound as arrogant as ever. Just surprised you didn't burst into flames from all that effort. Cassian ignored him, pushing open the door to the back room. He needed a drink. Maybe an entire bottle. He barely made it to the side table before something shifted. Not in the room. Not in the air. In his head. The floating spell list flickered. Right below Lumos, something new appeared. Lumos, successfully taught to 563 individuals. 2 ancient variations awakened. And below that, 2 new entries. Lumos Noctis, an ancient variation used by night crawlers to snuff out all light in an area, allowing them to hunt unseen. Lumos Spectaculum, an ancient variation used to manipulate light to form moving illusions, creating lifelike images or recreating historical scenes in glowing detail. Cassian's breath hitched. The moment he focused on the name, something cracked open in his mind. Not memories, at least, not his. Something older, alien. Images stabbed through his mind, cold and jagged, as if glass splintering behind his eyes. A dark forest, thick with mist that clung to his skin like cold sweat. Shapes shifted between the trees, too fast to follow, too silent to be alive. Blackened, elongated limbs moved with unnatural grace. Eyes like endless pits stared back, not glowing, but drinking in light, swallowing it until nothing remained. Around them, the air itself seemed to shudder. Shadows spilled outward, pooling like oil, suffocating the faintest glimmer of light. Stars winked out one by one above the treetops, and even the moon grew dim, its pale glow strangled as if unseen hands were snuffing it from the heavens. The magic here wasn't mere darkness. It wasn't night or shadow or anything natural. It was deeper, wrong. It pressed in, heavy and absolute, an endless suffocation. Each breath came harder, thinner, as though the air itself had been bled dry. And beneath it all came sounds, bones snapping like brittle twigs, the wet tear of flesh, and something else, a low hum, almost inaudible, vibrating in his teeth. Cassian's heart slammed against his ribs. It felt like death approaching, not the clean inevitability of time, but something hungrier, a devouring force that would leave no trace of him behind. Cassian flinched, yanking himself out of it. The room spun for a second before settling. He let out a slow breath, gripping the edge of the table. All right. That was horrifying. Also new, but mostly horrifying. His fingers twitched. He glanced at his wand. He knew better than to try it here. Whatever the hell Lumos Noctis was, it wasn't a party trick. Still, a cold feeling curled at the base of his spine. Not fear. Just the sharp awareness that something had shifted. Something had changed. And he wasn't sure if it could be undone. Cassian took a slow breath. What the hell was that? No answer, obviously. The room was as quiet as it had been a moment ago, the only sound was the faint crackle of the fireplace. He rolled his shoulders, trying to shake the lingering unease from whatever the hell that was. The second spell was still there. Lumos Spectaculum. He focused on it, expecting another weird vision. Instead, images formed in his mind, smooth and clear, like flipping through a book he hadn't realized he'd read. Scholars, illusionists, teachers, people weaving light into shapes, using it to tell stories, record history, even recreate battles in shimmering detail. No creeping dread this time. No black-eyed creatures lurking in the dark. Cassian pressed his fingers against his temples, softly rubbing. All right. So apparently, he could now pull ancient magic out of thin air. Lovely. That wasn't concerning at all. Someone knocked on his door again. Not hesitant this time or impatient, just the usual get your arse moving sort of knock. Cassian straightened. What? His father entered first, his mother following close behind. Regulus clapped a firm hand on Cassian's shoulder, his expression a rare approval and relief. That was well done, son. He said, nodding. I knew you wouldn't humiliate us. Cassian arched a brow. Not exactly a glowing review, but from Regulus Rosier, it might as well have been a standing ovation. Son. The word landed heavier than it should have. The man in front of him was technically his father now, but it was like hearing a stranger claim him. He fought the instinct to flinch, instead leaning into the performance. Didn't have much of a choice, did I? He said, shaking off Regulus's grip with a casual roll of his shoulder. If I tanked that, I would be out on my arse before the ink dried on my disownment papers. Regulus chuckled, but there was a glint in his grey eyes. He wasn't just pleased Cassian hadn't embarrassed him, he was thinking. Planning. Brilliant. That was probably worse. Perhaps you are not as entirely useless as you've spent your life proving, Regulus mused, stepping past him to pour himself a drink. You managed to hold the room. Even the purebloods were listening. That is a rare talent, Cassian. Persuasion. Cassian chuckled coldly. More like they were too shocked to leave. Thought they were tricked into a remedial class. Regardless, it worked. Regulus took a slow sip. Your ability to explain magic, even something as simple as Lumos, held their attention. That is valuable. Valuable. Right. Cassian could practically hear the wheels turning in his father's head. There was always a use for things in Regulus's world. Money, power, reputation, everything was leverage, including people. And now, somehow, Cassian had made himself leverage. Ophelia, who had been standing near the door with her arms crossed, finally spoke. Pity you couldn't muster half that effort back when it might have mattered, she said, her tone as dry as an empty cauldron. Cassian turned to her, flashing a sharp grin. Ah, but mother, if I had, you would be out of excuses to act disappointed in me. Her expression didn't so much as twitch. You assume I need an excuse. Regulus set his glass down, giving Cassian a long, assessing look. I will arrange a teaching job for you at Hogwarts. Cassian blinked. You will what? Regulus didn't repeat himself. He simply held Cassian's gaze, as if daring him to argue. A laugh bubbled up before Cassian could stop it. Oh, that is brilliant. Absolutely bloody brilliant. The school that chucked me out because I couldn't manage first-year spells, now you want me teaching there? You remember that I graduated with a lot of favors, right? He gestured vaguely. What, exactly? How to disappoint your entire bloodline before 30? His mother huffed sharply, adjusting the cuffs of her robes like she would rather be anywhere else. Language, Cassian. Right, sorry. Wouldn't want to scandalize the fine, upstanding Rosier name with my vulgarity. He turned back to Regulus. But, seriously. What the hell makes you think anyone at Hogwarts would let me within a mile of a classroom? Regulus didn't even blink. Dumbledore has been more open to outside hires. And your cousins won't stop complaining about how dull history of magic is with that ghost. I believe you could make it interesting. Cassian almost laughed. Seriously? History? Again? In this life, too? He barely wrapped his head around the fact that he was in a magical world, and now he got his job back. Right, of course, he drawled, slumping into a chair and stretching his legs out. Because I am such a respected academic. What, exactly, do you think I would be teaching them? How to dodge responsibility and disappoint their parents? Regulus ignored the sarcasm. You held their attention today. That is more than most of their professors can manage. That is because they were waiting for me to humiliate myself. And yet, you didn't. Cassian's smirk twitched, but he kept his expression amused. You sound almost impressed, father. Careful, you will ruin your reputation. Regulus didn't look amused. You will take the job, he said. It will give you status, and it will put this family in a position to shape the next generation of wizards. I always thought that mind of yours would get you killed before it amounted to anything, but today, you proved me wrong. Cassian let out a slow, exaggerated sigh, slumping further into his chair. He flicked his fingers in a lazy mock toast. So, what now? I pack my bags for Hogwarts and pretend I have a clue what I am doing. Regulus sat back, fingers tapping against the armrest. You wouldn't be the first. Cassian snorted. Comforting. Returning home after the festival, Cassian pushed open his bedroom door and slumped into the chair by the window. His head hit the backrest, eyes shutting for a moment. The fresh breeze did little to ease the exhaustion settling into his bones. He pulled it off, somehow. Against all odds, he hadn't humiliated himself in front of half the bloody aristocracy. His father hadn't ripped into him, and Damien hadn't gotten his victory laugh. But instead of relief, all he felt was a dull sort of emptiness. A quiet pop snapped him out of it. A house elf stood by the door, small hands wringing together. The creature barely lifted its head, voice trembling. Do you wish anything, Master Cassian? Cassian blinked, rubbing a hand over his face. He glanced at the elf, towel, wasn't it, and shook his head. No, I am fine. Thanks. Silence. He glanced up. The elf was staring at him, mouth slightly open, eyes wide with something between awe and terror. Cassian frowned. What? Towel flinched and quickly shook its head. And nothing, Master Cassian. It bowed so low its long ears nearly touched the floor. Cassian squinted at it. That was the second time tonight an elf had reacted like he just grown a second head. The first had been before the lecture, when he apologized for startling one. The longer he looked at Towel, the stranger it felt. The thing was still shivering, its hands clenched so tight the knuckles had gone grey. Cassian didn't get it. Sure, elves were skittish, but this was different. The unease tightened in his gut. He didn't want to, but he reached into the memories of the other Cassian, the one who belonged in this body before him. A flood of images hit him like a punch to the teeth. Kicks. Punches. The sound of bones cracking. A twisted laugh. The sight of an elf curled on the ground, sobbing, while Cassian, no, not him, the old Cassian, loomed over it, a stick pointed like a weapon. He swallowed, throat tight. Bloody hell. This bastard. No wonder Towel looked like it was waiting to be skinned alive. His stomach turned. What a bastard. His fingers curled into the armrest, jaw tightening. He wasn't a saint, but this was pathetic. Kicking around creatures that couldn't fight back, who flinched at the mere sight of him. Towel still stood there, visibly shaking. Cassian forced his expression into something neutral, though it took effort. You can go. The elf hesitated, eyes darting up to meet his before snapping back down. Then, with another pop, it vanished. He raked a hand through his hair. Fucking brilliant. He was stuck in the life of a sadistic little shit with a reputation worse than his magic. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, staring at the rising moon. The sight did nothing to take the edge off. Sleep didn't come easy. His body was exhausted, but his mind kept circling back to everything, the lecture, the spells, the weird thing floating in his head, and now, the delightful discovery that the old Cassian had been the magical equivalent of a rich kid who set ants on fire for fun. By the time he actually drifted off, it felt like barely a minute had passed before knocking jolted him awake. Cassian groaned into his pillow. Go away. The knocking didn't stop. He peeled an eye open, glaring at the door. For fuck's sake. Dragging himself up, he swung his legs over the bed and shuffled over, yanking it open. The door swung open, and there stood Lucian. He barely spared Cassian a glance before stepping inside, exuding the same effortless authority he always carried. Grandfather wants to see you, he said, his voice clipped. Then, with a quick up and down look, his lip curled. Freshen up. And wear something decent for once. Cassian rubbed a hand down his face, still groggy. Brilliant. Just what I needed first thing in the morning. A family reunion. Lucian didn't bother acknowledging that. He just stood there, waiting, like he fully expected Cassian to crawl out and obey. Cassian rolled his shoulders with exaggerated sluggishness. You know, if you ever got cursed into a mirror, you would make an excellent dressing assistant. Maybe even land a job. Lucian didn't rise to the bait. Be ready in 10. He turned on his heel and left without waiting for a response. Cassian shut the door, exhaling through his nose. Grandfather wanted to see him. That couldn't mean anything good. Magnus Rosier wasn't the sort to waste time, and he certainly wasn't the sort to call for Cassian unless there was a very specific reason. And if Lucian's presence was anything to go by, this wasn't just about the lecture. Cassian dragged himself to the wash basin, splashing cold water on his face. The mirror above it reflected back the same tired, half-irritated expression he always wore around family. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to make himself look somewhat presentable, then grabbed a set of robes that weren't completely wrinkled. By the time Cassian stepped out of his room, Lucian was already waiting in the hall, arms crossed, looking impatient. Cassian smirked. What? No applause. I set a new personal best for Rosier dignity in under 5 minutes. Lucian didn't even blink. Try not to embarrass yourself in front of grandfather. Cassian offered a mock salute. Oh, I will do my best to live down to expectations. The walk to Magnus' study was quiet. Cassian could feel Lucian's eyes on him, the same assessing look he always wore, like he was trying to figure out whether Cassian was worth acknowledging today. Eventually, Lucian spoke. Where did you read about light? Cassian blinked. What? The way you explained Lumos at the lecture. Lucian glanced at him, sharp and expectant. Intent, knowledge, interpretation. That wasn't from Hogwarts curriculum. So where did you pull it from? Cassian exhaled through his nose, stalling for a second. Books, he said vaguely. Lucian scoffed. You don't read. That is offensive, Cassian muttered. I will have you know I read plenty. Just not the dry, soul-crushing nonsense you lot enjoy. Lucian didn't let it drop. Which books? Cassian could practically feel the noose tightening. Various ones, he said, still keeping it as vague as possible. Picked up bits and pieces here and there. Just because I am not a dueling prodigy like you doesn't mean I am thick. Lucian's eyes narrowed slightly. Cassian threw him a look. What, are you actually interested? Didn't think you cared about anything outside of hexing people into the floor. Lucian ignored that. If you had an actual source, I want to know it. Cassian chuckled. So you can take credit for it. Lucian didn't even flinch. If it is useful, then yes. Cassian let out a low chuckle. Honest. I almost respect it. Lucian stopped outside the heavy oak doors of Magnus' study. Don't waste his time, he said. Then, after a brief pause, added, and don't try your little lecture hall theatrics in there. This isn't a room of half-bloods hungry for novelty. This is grandfather. Cassian gave a smile. Ah, you do care. Lucian knocked once, then pushed open the door without waiting for a response. Inside, Magnus Rosier sat behind his massive desk, his silvered black hair neatly combed back, piercing blue eyes watching them the moment they entered. Next to him, Grandmother Catherine sat upright in her chair, her expression as sharp as ever. Cassian swallowed a sigh. Letting it out would only earn him another lecture on posture or respect or whatever else passed for virtue in this mausoleum of a family. Grandfather, Lucian said smoothly, stepping aside to let Cassian in first. Magnus gestured to the chair across from him. Sit. Cassian did, slouching slightly just to be irritating. Your lecture. Magnus said, studying him. Was unexpected. Cassian spread his hands. I like to keep people on their toes. Magnus wasn't amused. Where did you learn that approach? Cassian felt Lucian's eyes on him again. He shrugged, keeping his expression loose. Like I told our dear prodigal son, books. Thought I might as well make use of something in this family's massive library. Didn't realize we had an Inquisition department monitoring my reading habits now. Catherine's lips pressed together. Don't be flippant. Cassian arched a brow. Wouldn't dream of it. Magnus leaned back slightly, still watching him. You spoke as though you had studied magic beyond your own abilities. Cassian's jaw clenched briefly, but he kept his tone light. Well, it is not like my own abilities were going to impress anyone. Figured I might as well say something interesting instead. Magnus didn't react immediately. His fingers tapped lightly against the armrest of his chair. Then, finally, he spoke. You will continue teaching. Regulus has arranged for you to take a position. Cassian fought the urge to roll his eyes. Not like I have other options, right? Magnus didn't acknowledge the sarcasm. You do not. Teaching history is one thing, but your real task is to find capable young wizards, those who can be shaped and brought into the family's fold after graduation. You have a way with words, use it. Cassian let out a slow breath, fingers tapping against the armrest, syncing with Magnus. Right. Recruit impressionable students into the Grand Rosier legacy. Sounds like a thrilling way to spend my time. Spare me the attitude, Magnus said, cool as ever. You wanted a place in this family. This is it. Cassian didn't bother arguing. He wasn't stupid. His grandfather wasn't just throwing him a lifeline, this was a test, another chance to prove he wasn't completely useless. Or at least useful enough to keep around. Catherine, who had been watching him with the same mild distaste she always did, finally spoke. For once in your life, try not to embarrass us. Cassian tilted his head. We'll fight for the chance, grandmother. She gave him a sharp look but said nothing more. Lucian, who had been silent until now, finally moved. If you are going to be representing the family at Hogwarts, you should at least look the part. I will have the tailors update your wardrobe. Cassian raised an eyebrow. Fantastic. Can't wait to be dressed like a proper Rosier puppet. Lucian didn't react, just gave a faint sniff like Cassian wasn't worth the effort of a response. Magnus waved his hand, signaling the conversation was done. You leave in 4 weeks. Make use of the time. Cassian gave a lazy salute. Understood, grandfather. His grandfather watched him a moment longer, then nodded. Dismissed. Cassian didn't need to be told twice. He got up and strolled out, Lucian following a step behind. You can stop looming, Cassian muttered as they walked down the hall. Lucian ignored that. Do you even understand what is being given to you? Oh, absolutely. The grand privilege of lecturing brats while keeping an eye out for promising blood. Lucian's jaw tightened slightly. Try not to make a mess of it. You are representing all of us, whether you like it or not. Cassian shot him a look. Touching concern, coming from you. Lucian said nothing. Just shook his head and walked off, leaving Cassian alone in the hall. 4 weeks. Then he would be shipped off to Hogwarts to play professor. Brilliant. The days leading up to his departure were filled with the usual suffocating routine, dinners where his existence was barely tolerated, endless reminders of what was expected of him, and the occasional passive-aggressive remark from Lucian about how not to disgrace the family. Cassian avoided his family as much as possible in the weeks before he left. His father had handed him a stack of history books, mostly propaganda, rewritten to make the Rosiers and their allies look like untouchable legends. He barely glanced at them before shoving them into a drawer. If he was going to teach history, he needed real books. Ones that didn't read like a pure-blood recruitment pamphlet. So, he went to Diagon Alley. Flourish and Blots had the usual drivel, but he managed to find a few decent volumes on wizarding history tucked between the more politically acceptable narratives. That wasn't enough, though. He spent hours in libraries, digging through anything he could get his hands on, old magical treaties, battle records, even a few dusty scrolls no one had touched in decades. History had been his bread and butter in another life, lecturing, debating, digging into dead men's mistakes until even the dullest room woke up. He wasn't about to half-arse it now just because there were wands involved. Magic left marks, on places, on people, on history itself. Wars weren't just fought with swords and spells, they were fought over bloodlines, old alliances, curses woven into family trees. This world had a past that most people barely understood, and he wanted to know it. Not that he had much time for quiet research. His family found plenty of ways to make his life miserable. His mother, Ophelia, never said much to him, but the few times she did, it was just to remind him not to make a fool of himself. Lucian, as usual, was a constant shadow, watching him with that same cool disapproval, like he was waiting for Cassian to do something ridiculous. Regulus, at least, was satisfied. Not pleased, but satisfied. That was the best Cassian was going to get. His father had arranged his teaching position, and now it was on him to make it work, or fail and be cast out completely. When the day finally came, Cassian packed what little he actually cared about, a few books, a decent stash of money, and, for some god-forsaken reason, the old Cassian's wand. He thought about leaving it behind. It wasn't like it had done him much good. But something about it felt important, like throwing it away would be admitting something he wasn't ready to face. Lucian and Damien were waiting by the flue. Try not to disgrace us too quickly, Damien said, smoothing his robe. Give it a week at least. Maybe 2. Cassian flashed him a grin. Don't worry, cousin. I will make sure my first scandal is truly spectacular. Lucian only shook his head, handed him a small envelope and strode away. Cassian opened it and found a simple letter, stamped with the Hogwarts crest. Professor Cassian Rosier. He huffed a quiet laugh. Looks official. Lucian gave him a long look. Don't waste this. Cassian met his gaze, something unspoken passing between them. Then he stepped into the flue, tossed down the powder, and muttered, Hogwarts. The world twisted, blurred, and then he stepped out into Dumbledore's office. The place was as strange as he expected, full of odd, whirring contraptions, shelves lined with books, and an air of controlled chaos. Behind the massive desk, Albus Dumbledore himself sat, hands folded, blue eyes twinkling with that infuriating knowing look. Professor Rosier, Dumbledore said warmly. Welcome to Hogwarts. Cassian shook the old man's hand, offering a polite smile. Thanks for the warm welcome. Dumbledore's grip was firm but light, his expression unreadable except for that usual twinkle in his eye, like he was in on some joke no one else knew. Cassian was sure he recognized the name, but the details were a mess. Old Cassian's memories painted him as a big deal, someone important, but from his own past life? The name barely rang a bell. Just another figure he hadn't paid attention to. Dumbledore studied him, that knowing look still in place. Cassian ignored it. If the old man wanted to play his little games, fine. He wasn't going to be the first one to flinch. So, Professor Rosier, Dumbledore said, settling back in his chair. It's been some time since you last walked these halls. So, Professor Rosier, Dumbledore said, settling back in his chair. It's been some time since you last walked these halls. Not nearly. Cassian muttered before catching himself. He cleared his throat, forcing a smile. Yes. A while. Dumbledore's lips curled upward. You were quite the student. If I recall correctly, your attendance record was creative. Cassian tilted his head. I prefer to think of it as prioritizing. Of course. The twinkle in Dumbledore's eye brightened. And now, you've chosen to return in an entirely new capacity. A fascinating turn of events. Chosen is a strong word, Cassian said, getting comfortable in his seat. Let's say I was strongly encouraged. Ah, Dumbledore mused, fingers steepled. Family expectations, I presume. Cassian scoffed. You could say that. Apparently, I am not entirely useless if I can stand in front of a room and talk without drooling. I suspect there is more to it than that, Dumbledore said, his tone light but watchful. Your summer festival lecture caused quite a stir, Professor Rosier. Many experienced wizards understand the importance of intent, visualization, and mental imagery when casting spells. But your take on spell variation, relying on mindset rather than suffixes was new to me as well. I must admit, I've always used incantation modifiers for variations. But after your lecture, I tested your theory, and, as you pointed out, the extra words were unnecessary. Cassian bit back a grin. Right. As if the greatest living wizard had never noticed that loophole before. The old man was being gracious, letting him keep the spotlight. Cassian arched a brow. So, what you are saying is, I taught Albus Dumbledore a new trick. And they say you can't teach new tricks to, learned, distinguished gentlemen. Dumbledore chuckled softly, that infuriating glint in his eyes as though he already knew the punchline to a joke Cassian hadn't heard yet. A rather humbling experience, I assure you. Cassian wasn't expecting that. Not because he thought Dumbledore was above learning, clearly, the old man had spent a lifetime doing just that, but because most wizards wouldn't bother re-examining something as basic as Lumos. They just did what worked and never questioned why. Well, glad to be of service, Cassian said. But I have to say, if you were testing out spell mechanics based on my half-baked ramblings, you must have been terribly bored. Dumbledore's smile was faint. On the contrary, I found your perspective refreshing. It is rare to hear magic discussed in such terms, particularly from a young wizard. Cassian slumped deeper into his chair. Fake it till you make it, right? Hopefully, the students enjoy my lessons. Last I checked, history of magic was just a convenient excuse for a nap. Dumbledore's smile widened. Yes, Professor Bin's lectures do have that effect. Many students find themselves resting their eyes, though I suspect few actually intend to sleep through the entire lesson. He tilted his head slightly. I am curious, how do you plan to make it more engaging? Cassian shrugged, the ideas almost made him go hee-hee, but he covered it with a cough. Well, considering I spent most of my school years perfecting the art of looking awake while being anything but, I think I have an advantage. If nothing else, I know exactly what not to do. Dumbledore's amusement didn't fade. A promising start, I must say. History is not the problem, Cassian continued, drumming his fingers against the armrest. It is how it is taught. Just dates and names thrown at students until it all blends together. No wonder half of them would rather drool on their desks. He leaned forward slightly. History isn't dates and dusty names, right? It is about why. Who pulled the strings? Who bled for it? Who got rich while everyone else rotted? That is what matters. That is what makes it interesting. Dumbledore nodded, considering him. A perspective that few educators take. Most prefer the safety of neutral storytelling. Neutral is just the polite word for boring, Cassian drawled, flicking his fingers dismissively. Besides, history is never neutral. Every story depends on who is telling it. Even in Our World. Dumbledore's expression sharpened ever so slightly. Indeed. Cassian didn't miss the shift but didn't comment on it. Instead, he stretched his legs out a little. I am not planning to turn this into a political debate every lesson, don't worry. But if they leave my class actually remembering something other than the year of the Goblin Rebellions, I will call it a win. A noble goal, Dumbledore mused. And one I believe you may achieve, given the right approach. He gestured toward the desk, where a folder sat neatly atop a stack of books. Your schedule, class lists, and curriculum guidelines. I suspect you may find them flexible. Cassian lifted an eyebrow, reaching for the folder. Flexible as in we trust you to handle it, or flexible as in figure it out yourself? A bit of both, I imagine. Cassian flipped open the folder and schemed the student list. Plenty of familiar names. Weasleys, Rosiers, a few other pure-blood families that had been clinging to relevance for generations. But no Harry Potter. His brow twitched slightly. That was the only name he actually knew from the books. Well, knew was a strong word. It was plastered all over the world once, enough to gather that the kid was important, but beyond that? Nothing. No idea if he was supposed to be here yet, if he'd already come and gone, or if this was some completely different timeline where Potter had never existed in the first place. No wait, old Cassian remembers the boy who had killed their lord. Not that it really mattered. He had enough to deal with without worrying about some boy who may or may not have been famous in a story he never read. He flipped another page, scheming schedules, lesson plans, well, loose guidelines, at best. Dumbledore wasn't lying about the flexibility. Half of it was just, cover major events and figures. Don't bore them to death. Solid advice. Cassian leaned back in his chair. So, just to be clear, I can teach however I want, as long as no one sets fire to the classroom. Dumbledore chuckled. An accurate, if simplified, understanding. Brilliant. He shut the folder. Anything else I need to know, or can I start traumatizing students immediately? Dumbledore laughed. I imagine you will find Hogwarts much the same as you left it. Cassian doubted that. Old Cassian had spent most of his school years avoiding anything that required effort, and now he was expected to stand at the front of a classroom and act like an authority on something. Well, he was an authority. Just not in the way they thought. He stood, shaking Dumbledore's hand. Guess I will see you at the next staff meeting, or in detention. I am nothing if not versatile. Let's hope for the former. Dumbledore smiled, as the old man's eyes glint again. Cassian didn't know if it was magic or some sort of brilliance of an old master seeping through. He ignored it, nodding before heading out. The corridors were just as he remembered, stone, portraits, the occasional ghost floating about like they had nowhere better to be. It was surreal, walking through the place again, this time as a professor. He wondered how many of the old staff were still around. Probably McGonagall. She seemed too stubborn to die. Reaching his quarters, he found his luggage already inside. House elves, probably. He shut the door behind him and sighed. All right. Time to figure out how the hell he was going to pull this off. As he sat, Cassian closed his eyes and let his mind drift back to the list. And then, he nearly choked. Lumos, first year spell, maximum mastery. What? The last time he checked, it was sitting at insufficient mastery, creeping up slowly as the lecture went on. But now? Maximum mastery. That wasn't normal. Hell, he wasn't normal, but this? Something wasn't adding up. He rubbed his temple, going over it again. He didn't suddenly become some prodigy at spellcasting overnight, he knew that much. His Lumos was barely holding together a few weeks back. No sudden spark of genius, no months of secret training. So why the hell was it maxed out now? Unless... His mind jumped back to the lecture. The crowd. The way they'd been hanging on to every word, actually trying the spells. Could it be that? Cassian frowned. He never heard of magic working like that. Normally, if someone taught a spell, the student got better, not the teacher. That was just common sense. But here he was, staring at undeniable proof that something weird was going on. Maybe it was some kind of shared effect? Magic responding to the fact that over 100 people had learned Lumos through him? It didn't make much sense, but neither did half the things he'd seen in this world so far. He tapped his fingers against the armrest, thinking. If that was the case, then, what? Every time he taught a spell and someone learned it, he mastered it completely. That was ridiculous. But so was waking up in a body that wasn't his, so was pulling lost spells out of thin air, so was everything. He took a deep breath. If it was connected to teaching, then he had a way forward. An advantage. He just had to figure out how far it went. Would it work on any spell? Did the number of people learning matter? If one person learned a spell from him, would that be enough? No way to know without testing it. And lucky him, he had an entire school full of students about to be forced to listen to him. Cassian snorted, shaking his head. Well, guess I am about to be the best history of magic professor this place has ever seen. Spoiler. You stand before the mirror. It shows you. Cassian, holding a glowing rates and reviews. Behind him, Bath's Haida babbling smiles approvingly. You reach for the reflection. It laughs. You don't even have one, Cassian says. Hey. Just a quick heads up, the little end of chapter notes I add here are meant to be lighthearted and joking. I originally started doing them in another FIC where the tone was already set, so most of my returning readers know not to take them seriously. But I realize for someone new, they might come across differently. Please know there is no intent to insult or talk down, I just like to add a bit of silliness at the end. A sharp knock at the door dragged him back to reality. Enter, he called, stretching his legs out. The door swung open, and a familiar, unwelcome face strolled in. Professor Rosier, Severus Snape said, voice dripping with something between mild disdain and professional disinterest. Cassian took his time responding, giving the man a once-over. Snape looked exactly as he remembered, tall, sallow-skinned, perpetually pissed off at existence. Professor Snape. Cassian gave a mock shiver, then grinned wide. Old Cassian had despised Snape, and the feeling had been very much mutual. But now? Now, they were colleagues. Equals. If that wasn't the funniest thing to happen all year, he didn't know what was. How money could change things. He, the absolute failure of his generation, who had bribed classmates to do his homework, paid off exam boards, and spent a small fortune making sure his O.W.L.S and N.E.W.T.S weren't a complete disaster, was now a professor at Hogwarts. Cassian Rosier, the student who barely scraped by, was now expected to teach the next generation about history. Utterly absurd and delightful. Snape, of course, wasn't amused. He stood in the doorway, black robes hanging like a funeral shroud, arms crossed, looking at Cassian like he was an unpleasant stain on his floor. Professor Snape, Cassian returned, throwing himself back into his chair, arms draped over the armrests like he owned the place. Wait, he did. What an absolute pleasure. I was just thinking, what is missing from my day, and then, poof. Here you are. Snape didn't react. Didn't frown, didn't sneer, just looked at him, the way someone might look at a particularly unremarkable insect. I see Hogwarts has lowered its standards. Cassian barked out a laugh. Oh, Severus, don't be so dramatic. We both know standards were never the issue. Just connections. He crossed one ankle over the other, settling in. You and I both know I didn't get this job because of my, academic brilliance. Snape's lip curled ever so slightly. No, I suspect not. Cassian smirked. Good to see we understand each other. Snape stepped further into the room. Regardless of how you obtained this position, you are expected to behave as a professor. That means no gambling, no drinking in the Great Hall, and no corrupting the students. Cassian placed a hand over his chest, looking scandalized. Severus, please, I would never. He let his hand drop and chuckled. Besides, let's not pretend you haven't benefited from a bit of nepotism yourself. Last I checked, you were quite close to the Dark Lord. And now, head of Slytherin. It is almost like connections matter, isn't it? Snape's expression didn't change, but Cassian didn't miss the sharp flicker of irritation in his dark eyes. Old Cassian had known, of course. His father made sure the family was well aware of Snape's place in the hierarchy, how he had been favored, how every Rosier was expected to keep on his good side. Not that Cassian particularly cared about the man's past allegiances. He just enjoyed being a pain in the arse. Snape folded his arms, unimpressed. Whatever advantages I have, I earn through skill, not family favors. Cassian drummed a fingertip on the armrest. Sure, sure. And I am here purely on merit. Let's both pretend, shall we? He gave an exaggerated wink. Now, since I doubt you came here just to welcome me with open arms, what do you actually want? Snape's nostrils flared, the closest he came to admitting a mistake. I came to remind you that while you may have fooled the headmaster into believing you are competent, you will not disrupt my house with whatever nonsense you think passes for teaching. Cassian smiled brightly. Oh, don't worry. I have no interest in corrupting your precious Slytherins. Unless, of course, they ask nicely. Snape's lip curled. Just stay out of my way, Rosier. He turned on his heel, black robes billowing dramatically as he made for the door. Cassian couldn't resist. Severus. Snape paused, shoulders stiff. Cassian tilted his head, all fake innocence. Did you practice that robe thing in the mirror, or does it come naturally? Snape left without another word, but Cassian swore he saw his fingers twitch, like he was resisting the urge to hex him on the spot. Once the door shut, Cassian let out a slow breath. Right. That was one reunion down. A whole castle full to go. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. Teaching at Hogwarts. It still didn't feel real. The last time he was here, he was the least promising Rosier in generations. A near-Squib. A failure. And now, somehow, he was supposed to stand at the front of a classroom and act like he knew what he was doing. It would have been a joke, except he wasn't actually bad at teaching. Not in his last life, and not at the festival, apparently. The lecture on Lumos worked. Too well, if the strange spell list in his head was anything to go by. He closed his eyes and focused. Lumos, first-year spell, maximum mastery. Still there. Still maxed out. And those two variations, the ones that came from nowhere. He didn't dare test Lumos Noctis yet. Whatever that spell was, it didn't come from a friendly place. But Lumos Spectaculum, that one had possibilities. Cassian tapped his fingers against the armrest. If the interface, or whatever it was, really did boost his mastery every time he taught a spell, then that meant he had a way to improve. A way to actually become competent at magic. He just had to keep teaching. A slow grin spread across his face. Oh, this was going to be fun. In the evening, a house elf appeared and informed Cassian that the students were arriving. He was expected at the staff table. He rubbed a hand over his face. Right. Time to go play professor. He set aside the book he had been flipping through and stood, stretching out the stiffness in his shoulders. The start of term feast. A grand Hogwarts tradition. He had vague memories of it from his own school days, mostly of being bored out of his mind while Dumbledore rambled and students cheered over floating candles and magically refilling goblets. The corridors were already bustling by the time he made his way toward the Great Hall. Ghosts drifted through the walls, chattering about the new batch of first years. A few older students passed him, shooting curious glances his way. Most of them didn't recognize him, though some of the Slytherins whispered his name under their breath, probably recalling his surname rather than his actual existence. The Rosiers were well known. Cassian, less so, and if he was remembered, it was for all the wrong reasons. The doors to the Great Hall were open, light spilling into the corridor. Inside, the longhouse table stretched beneath the enchanted ceiling, which mirrored the twilight sky. The buzz of conversation filled the space, students settling into their seats while staff were already gathered at the high table. Cassian slipped in, ignoring the way a few heads turned his way. He dropped into his assigned seat, which, because of course it was right between Severus Snape and Professor Bathsheba babbling. Snape barely acknowledged his existence, which suited Cassian just fine. Babbling gave him a polite nod before returning to her conversation with Professors Vector and Sinistra. Cassian remembered all three from his student days. Dumbledore sat at the center, surveying the hall like some ancient deity overseeing a feast. Beside him, McGonagall's seat was empty, probably out preparing students for the sorting to begin. Cassian watched as the doors opened once more. The first years trickled in, looking appropriately overwhelmed. Their gazes darted between the floating candles, the house banners, the vast enchanted ceiling. The sorting hat sat at the front, waiting. McGonagall stepped forward, scroll in hand. When I call your name, you will come forward, place the sorting hat upon your head, and be sorted into your house. The process began. One by one, names were called, and the nervous 11-year-olds shuffled forward. The hat announced their fates, and each house erupted into cheers accordingly. Angelina Johnson. Gryffindor. Adrian Pusey. Slytherin. Cedric Diggory. Hufflepuff. Cassian watched, only half interested, until the last student was sorted. The hat was removed, McGonagall returned to her seat, and Dumbledore rose to give his traditional welcome speech. Welcome, welcome. To our returning students, I say, welcome back. To our new students, welcome to Hogwarts. The start of term is always a time of great excitement, and this year shall be no exception. Cassian tuned most of it out. The usual nonsense about house unity, the importance of learning, the do not enter the Forbidden Forest warning that was, without fail, ignored by at least a dozen students each year. Dumbledore gestured toward his right, where a woman sat with a composed air, her robes an elegant deep green. Unfortunately, Professor Patricia Rakepick has resigned from the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts. In her place, we welcome Professor Helena Mulford. Cassian glanced over. Mulford had sharp, angular features, the kind that made her look like she was always on the verge of disapproval. Her hair was pinned back neatly. Mulford raised her head slightly, lips pressed thin. She had the look of someone who would duel a student for sloppy wand work and then mark their hospital stay as a valuable learning experience. Dumbledore's sharp blue gaze flicked toward him, and Cassian felt the faint prickle of every eye in the room following. Here it comes. And now, a new addition to our staff. Taking up the position of History of Magic, please welcome Professor Cassian Rosier. Cassian leaned back in his chair, waving lazily as Dumbledore introduced him. Pleasure. The hall responded with murmurs, whispers, and not-so-subtle nudges. He caught a few familiar expressions among the older Slytherins. Recognition, mild curiosity, and in one or two cases, barely concealed amusement. They knew him. Wonderful. The Gryffindor table, on the other hand, had a few particularly unimpressed faces. A group of redheads, Weasleys, obviously, exchanged glances before one muttered something that earned quiet snickers. Cassian had a fairly solid guess on the contents. Mulford barely spared him a glance before returning to whatever quiet thoughts she was brooding over. Snape, seated beside him, didn't even look his way. Probably pretending he wasn't there at all. Cassian smirked to himself. Oh yes, this year was going to be a bloody circus, and he had front row seats. Dumbledore carried on with the usual notices, reminders about Filch's ever-growing list of banned items, and the fact that anyone caught trying to sneak into the kitchens after hours would be dealt with accordingly. None of it was particularly new, but the first years hung on to every word like he was revealing the secrets of the universe. Once the speech wrapped up, the food appeared, and the hall erupted into its usual feast-time chaos. Cassian reached for a goblet, sipping as everyone settled for the feast. Quite the reaction, Babbling murmured, cutting into her meal. Cassian tilted his head. Oh. She didn't glance up, but there was a trace of amusement in her tone. The students seem intrigued. Cassian flicked his gaze toward the tables. A few students still cast looks his way, though most had moved on to more pressing concerns, namely, stuffing their faces. I imagine it is not every day someone with my stellar academic history lands a teaching job, he said. Reaching for bread. She smiled faintly. It does raise some questions. A little mystery does wonders for the reputation, Cassian said lightly. Makes them nervous. Keeps them awake. She gave him a sidelong glance before shaking her head, returning to her meal. Across the hall, the first years gawked like they'd stumbled into Olympus, while the older students slid back into their little tribes. The rest of the feast passed without much incident, aside from Peeves attempting to dump an entire pitcher of pumpkin juice onto a group of unsuspecting first years. Filch lost his mind over it, but Dumbledore waved the poltergeist off like a mildly misbehaving pet, and things returned to normal soon enough. Eventually, the plates cleared, and the students were dismissed to their dormitories. Cassian lingered only to avoid looking eager to leave, then slipped away as the staff filtered out. The halls felt different now. He walked these corridors before, but never like this. As a student, he spent most of his time avoiding actual responsibilities. Now, he was expected to be the one keeping students in line. Life was funny like that. Cassian sorted his things quickly, keeping it simple. Books on the shelves, spare robes in the wardrobe, quills and parchment stacked neatly on the desk. Once everything was in place, he went through his usual routine, washing up, changing, making sure he didn't look like he'd just rolled out of a ditch. By the time he got into bed, the castle had settled into its usual late-night quiet. The distant rumble of moving staircases, the occasional hoot of an owl, the soft flicker of torchlight against the stone walls, it all felt strangely familiar, yet strange. He closed his eyes. The job wasn't the problem. The magic was. The floating list in his head, the spell mastery, the fact that teaching seemed to make him stronger, none of it made sense. But if Hogwarts was good for anything, it was giving him plenty of opportunities to figure it out. The next day, classes began. Cassian woke early, washed up, and dressed without dragging his feet about it. Whatever else he wasn't a slob. His robes were crisp, his hair neat. Despite what most assumed, he wasn't a complete mess. Lazy? Absolutely. But when it came to teaching, he didn't half-arse it. Always on time, always planned, always ready. In his last life, history had been his thing, and teaching it had been the only job he ever actually enjoyed. This time wouldn't be any different. The castle was already stirring by the time he left his quarters. A few ghosts muttered greetings or cast him wary looks, still undecided about what to make of the new professor. Some threw him downright ugly glances. After all, he had taken Professor Bin's job. The old ghost was still moaning about it to anyone with ears. He ignored them all and made his way toward the Great Hall. Inside, students were trickling in, yawning and shuffling to their seats. The enchanted ceiling showed a grey morning sky, clouds heavy with the promise of rain. The scent of fresh bread, eggs, and roasted tomatoes filled the air, blending with the usual low murmur of conversation. Cassian dropped into his seat at the staff table, pouring himself a cup of tea. "Good morning, Professor Rosier," Babbling said, offering a polite nod. Cassian raised his cup slightly. "Morning." Other side of him, Flitwick was already deep in conversation with Vector about some arithmancy diagrams. Sprout was chatting with Ketlebin, who looked far too excited for this hour. Snape, of course, was ignoring everyone. McGonagall rose from her seat, straight-backed as ever. A reminder to all students, classes begin promptly after breakfast. First years, follow your prefects. Schedules will be handed out shortly. A few groans from the Gryffindor table. Ravenclaws were already pulling out parchment. Hufflepuffs looked like they'd been awake for hours. Slytherins just nodded like they already knew the entire week's lesson plan. Cassian glanced at his own schedule. First class. Third year Gryffindor and Slytherin. Should be fun. Breakfast went by quickly. As the students started filing out, Cassian downed the rest of his tea and stood. Time to teach. His classroom was on the third floor, tucked away from the noisier parts of the castle. When he arrived, the door was open, and a few students were already inside, loitering near the back. Cassian stepped in, letting the door swing shut behind him. The students turned at the sound, some straightening up like they'd been caught doing something they weren't supposed to. "Find your seats," he said, walking to the desk. "Unless you would rather stand for the whole lesson. Your choice." Chairs scraped against the floor as they scrambled to sit. The classroom wasn't anything special, rows of desks, a blackboard, a few old maps on the walls. Dust still clung to some of the shelves, remnants of Bin's complete lack of physical presence. Cassian leaned against the desk and glanced over the room. Third years. Gryffindors and Slytherins. He tapped the desk. Right. History of magic. Probably the subject most of you plan to sleep through. A few nervous chuckles. One or two guilty looks. Cassian grinned. Can't blame you. Professor Bin's made it about as exciting as watching paint dry. But since I am not a ghost. He tapped his chest, and I don't intend to bore myself to death, we are doing things differently. Percy Weasley raised a hand. Differently how? Cassian shrugged. We are actually going to learn something useful. Someone near the back muttered, that will be a first. Cassian's eyes flicked to them. A Slytherin. Warrington. Oh? Got a problem with history, Warrington? The boy hesitated, then smirked. Just never found much use for it. Cassian pushed off the desk, stretching his arms out like he was settling in for a casual chat rather than a lecture. I can't blame you, he said. History is just a collection of glorified stories picked by the winners. Two sad truths about it. 1. The victors always write it. If Binns hasn't had some great awakening since my time here, I assume most of you have had the pleasure of hearing his version of the Goblin Wars. A few students laughed, some nodding. Yeah, well, first, he actually fought in that war, so he is biased. Second, Wizards won, so the recorded history is ours. Not exactly objective. Cassian tilted his head. And the second sad thing about history? Most people don't know what to do with it. But it is a lot more useful than you think. Warrington scoffed. Not if you plan to do anything practical. Cassian shot him a look. Practical, is it? Tell me, Warrington, what do you plan to do after Hogwarts? Join the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he said, with all the smug confidence of a boy who thought he had it all figured out. Cassian nodded. Right. And you think they don't care about history? They care about law, not stories, Warrington shot back. Cassian chuckled. You don't think history and law go hand in hand? Tell me, who wrote the laws you plan to enforce? Warrington hesitated. Cassian pressed on. The Ministry. A governing body built on the foundations of magical history. Every law, every policy, every bit of legal precedent you will be studying. It all comes from historical events, conflicts, and, shockingly, winners deciding what gets remembered. You walk into a courtroom waving a law around, and if you don't know why it exists, you are at the mercy of someone who does. You think the best orators, the best lawyers, the best enforcers don't study history? They eat it for breakfast. Because knowing where something comes from means knowing how to bend it. Silence. Cassian let them stew for a second before continuing. That is just law. What about business? Politics? Healing? Even bloody Quidditch? He pointed at Oliver Wood, who blinked, hiding the pitch book under his desk. You lot ever wonder why some teams have rivalries going back centuries? Why certain games are more brutal than others? Why some teams refuse to hire players from specific regions? Wood hesitated, brow furrowed. I mean, it is just tradition, isn't it? Cassian grinned. Right. Tradition. And what is tradition? Wood blinked again. History, Cassian said simply. Every so-called tradition is rooted in some event, some grudge, some deal made 100 years ago that people are still clinging to. You think Quidditch teams play rough just because they feel like it? Some of those grudges are older than this castle itself. A few more students looked intrigued now, leaning in just slightly. Good. Cassian turned back to Warrington. Still think history is useless? The boy muttered something under his breath and looked away. Cassian clapped his hands together. Right, now that we established history isn't just bedtime stories for dusty old wizards, let's start with something simple. He leaned back against the desk, scanning the class. Who is the greatest wizard in history? A few students blinked, as if trying to figure out if this was a trick question, but the answer was obvious. Merlin, they called out, nearly in unison. Cassian nodded. Right. Merlin. Cassian's wand flicked, and threads of golden light wove themselves into the air, nodding, twisting. The students' murmurs turned to stunned silence as a moving image appeared before them, Merlin, robed and bearded, standing beside a golden-armored Arthur. It wasn't still like a painting, nor choppy like a wizarding photograph. It flowed, smooth and lifelike, a silent projection of a scene straight from legend. He didn't know what Merlin had actually looked like, no one did, well perhaps Sorting Hat, but he wasn't about to let that stop him. His mind pulled from the only references he had, those grainy TV shows and old illustrations from his past life. Close enough. Cassian was using Lumos Spectaculum, silently, of course. The interface had bumped his mastery to maximum, so no need for incantations anymore. The moment he saw the spell, he knew exactly what to do with it, his classes. Threads of light twisted and knotted in the air, resolving into crisp details. Merlin's robe rippling in a phantom wind, Arthur's sword catching a golden gleam. The illusion breathed, moved, smooth as flowing water. The students stared, slack-jawed, some leaning forward, knuckles white against their desks. What? Someone started. That is not a painting. It is like a Muggle film. He gave them a second to soak it in before he spoke. Now, who is Merlin? And why did he side with Arthur? The projected image of Merlin flickered slightly, the aged wizard standing beside a golden-armored Arthur, his expression thoughtful, almost amused. The Weasley boy, Percy, had that eager, academic gleam in his eye. Come on, this isn't a trick question. Everyone says Merlin is the greatest wizard of all time, why? A Slytherin girl raised her hand. Because he was the most powerful wizard of his time. Cassian tilted his head. That is the usual answer, yet. But let's dig into that. What made him powerful? She hesitated, then said, his magic. Cassian clicked his tongue. Obvious. But power alone doesn't make someone great. Grindelwald was powerful. So was Voldemort. Didn't make them saints, but it sure made them memorable. Power alone doesn't write history, it is how you wield it. A few students stiffened at the name, but he ignored them. Merlin wasn't just powerful, he was influential. He didn't just hoard magic for himself, he shaped how magics interacted with Muggles. His alliance with Arthur. That set the foundation for magical secrecy centuries before the Statute of Secrecy even existed. Without Merlin, the whole wizarding world might look very different today. He let that sit for a moment. So, let's flip the question. What would history look like if Merlin hadn't been around? Silence. A few exchanged looks, clearly trying to figure out if he was really expected them to answer. Percy Weasley sat up a little straighter. Well, if he hadn't pushed for cooperation with Muggles, maybe wizards would have stayed completely separate. Or taken over. Cassian pointed at him. Now we are getting somewhere. Because wizards always had the upper hand, right? More power, longer lifespans, all that. If history had gone another way, we could be the ones ruling them instead of hiding. A few Slytherins looked interested at that. But, Cassian continued, Merlin didn't push for dominance. He believed in balance. He thought wizards should guide, not control. And because of that, Arthur's reign, one where magic and non-magic worked together, became legend. And legends? They stick. With a casual twist of his wrist, the scene morphed. Arthur and Merlin faded, replaced by a battlefield, a clash of two forces, warriors standing on either side. The scene wasn't from any wizarding history he knew, but something borrowed from his past life. A distant figure in grey robes stood at the front, staff raised, holding back the charge of an overwhelming enemy. The faces were too far to make out, but that was the point. It looked grand, mythical, something straight out of a legend. He chuckled, glancing at the class. Of course, no matter the era, people had opinions. And strong opinions tend to lead to conflict. He flicked his wand again, bringing the focus to a lone figure opposite the grey-robed leader. A woman, dark-haired, standing defiantly as flames curled around her hands. Morgana Le Fay, he said. A witch as powerful as Merlin, but standing on the other side of history. And, honestly, can't say I blame her. A few Slytherins straightened in their seats. Some of the Gryffindors looked uneasy. The name Morgana carried weight. Dark witch, enemy of Camelot, all that nonsense. But Cassian wasn't here to spoon-feed them bedtime stories. Now, you lot have heard the usual, Merlin, the noble advisor, champion of Muggle wizard unity. Morgana, the bitter, vengeful sorceress, enemy of progress. But let's think for a moment. He pointed at the illusion. Merlin had power, influence, and, more importantly, the backing of a king. Morgana? She had none of that. And in the Dark Ages, being a woman was already difficult. Being a witch? Downright lethal. He let that sink in. So, tell me, if you lived in an era where Muggles feared magic to the point of burning people alive, how much would you trust them? Silence. A few students exchanged glances. Right. And yet, history paints her as the villain. Cassian grinned. It is easy to call someone evil when you are the one writing the story. Percy Weasley cleared his throat. But she tried to overthrow Camelot. Cassian nodded. She did. And Merlin opposed her. Doesn't mean she was wrong about everything. Magics have a habit of pretending Muggles have always been harmless little lambs. But tell that to the ones who got burned at the stake because someone decided a bad harvest meant witchcraft. Some of the Muggleborns looked a bit pale. Even the purebloods seemed more interested now. Cassian let the illusion shift again, showing robed figures standing over a fire pit, smoke curling into the night. This wasn't a debate. This was survival. Morgana saw Muggles as dangerous, unpredictable. Merlin saw them as people who could be guided. Neither of them was completely right or wrong. They just had different ways of dealing with a world that didn't understand magic. The images faded, leaving nothing but the flicker of candlelight dancing across the walls. Cassian pushed away from the desk, his gaze sweeping the room. History isn't about good versus evil, he said evenly. It is about people making choices, choices based on the information they had, the fears they felt, the power they craved. Sometimes those choices worked out. Sometimes they didn't. But if you sit in this class thinking every so-called dark wizard was a raving lunatic and every hero was some flawless champion of justice, you will fail. Not my class, don't worry about grades, I couldn't care less about them. You will fail at something far more important, understanding. And if you can't understand the past, you are doomed to repeat it. The room fell into silence. Not bad for a first lesson. Finally, Warrington muttered, so, what, we are supposed to sympathize with dark wizards now? Cassian smiled. No, you are supposed to think. I know, terrifying concept. But hey, if that is too much effort, you can always drool on your desk like in Bin's class. A few snickers. Warrington scowled but said nothing. Cassian clapped his hands. Right. Homework, read up on the Merlin-Morgana conflict, but not just the standard drivel. I want at least one source that presents her side of things. A few students groaned. Percy was already scribbling notes. Cassian grinned. Welcome to history, kids. Try not to sleep through it. As Cassian wrapped up the lesson, he decided to push things a step further. He hadn't come to Hogwarts just to drone on about history, he had a theory to test. If teaching magic really advanced his own skills, then he needed to keep experimenting. And what better way to do that than by slipping in a bit of practical magic under the excuse of historical relevance? Right, before I let you lot go, let's talk about something a little more lively. He tapped his wand against the desk. Fire. That got their attention. Even the ones who had been impatient to leave sat straight. Incendio, he said, twirling his wand in the air. Fire-making charm. A spell so old that it predates wand usage. Ever wondered how wizards managed before we had these handy little sticks? Rituals, incantations, runes, the lot. Fire was one of the first things magic was ever used for. Survival, warfare, communication. Even now, it is one of the most basic yet useful spells you will ever learn. He flicked his wand at the empty fireplace at the side of the room. Incendio. Flames exploded in the fireplace with a deep humph, heat rolling through the room. Not the timid little sparks most students summoned, but a roaring yet controlled blaze that lit every corner. A few students flinched, one Gryffindor yelped. Cassian let the fire burn for a few seconds before lowering his wand, and the flames shrank down instantly, flickering lazily in the hearth. After playing around with Lumos, he figured out something interesting. When he actually put effort into visualization and intent, even the most basic spells became a lot more effective. Seemed obvious in hindsight, but then again, most wizards didn't bother thinking about magic beyond waving their wand and hoping for the best. He turned back to the class, tapping the edge of the desk. Starting now, at the end of every lesson, we will go over a spell, how it was used, why it was important, and how it shaped wizarding history. He let his gaze sweep over them. Because magic isn't just about throwing spells around. It is about understanding why we have them in the first place. Eyebrows arched around the classroom. He gestured toward the fire. Take this one. Incendio. Simple spell, right? Makes fire. But fire isn't simple. It is survival. It is power. It is the reason witches ended up on stakes and kings ended up in history books. But this spell is so old that it probably predates every known record we have. And if something's been around that long, it means it was needed. He leaned back against the desk. So, as historians, we ask questions. Why did wizards need it? What were their circumstances? Were they lighting campfires? Scaring off predators? Trying to imitate magical creatures? Using it as a weapon? Or did they just need to keep warm on a bloody cold night? Percy Weasley raised a hand. Surely it was first used for survival. Before wands, fire would have been essential. Cassian nodded. Good answer. Fire's always been a symbol of power, control over the elements. But it is also a threat. Ever wonder why wizards and fire have such a complicated relationship? Goblins, witches, pyromancy, it all ties together. He crossed his arms. For example, who here knows why Muggles started burning witches? Who here knows why Muggles started burning witches? A few hands shot up. They thought witches were evil, a Slytherin girl said. Fear of magic, Percy added. Cassian gave a half shrug. Yeah, sort of. But here is the fun part, it didn't work. He gestured vaguely. Most witches and wizards caught in those burnings just threw on a flame-freezing charm and sat through it like a minor inconvenience. Some even let it happen on purpose, had a laugh, then dissipated when they got bored. A few students snickered. But here is where it gets interesting, Cassian went on. Fire wasn't just something done to wizards. It was also something wizards used. Pyromancy, fire magic, goes way back. Some of the earliest wizarding battles fought with fire. Goblins? Resistant to most kinds of magical flame. Cassian grinned. Fire in your hand? Power. Fire out of control? Chaos. That is the difference between a wizard and a madman with a matchstick. The reason most of you will only ever use incendio to light a few candles and not, say, burn down an entire village? That is control. Which brings us back to incendio, one of the simplest fire spells, but also one of the most useful. You learn this, and you learn the foundation for every flame-based spell that came after it. He waited for them to ponder his words a bit. Most of the class was paying attention now. Even the ones who'd looked bored earlier were watching the fire like it might do something interesting if they stared hard enough. He laughed. Now, let's talk about how people used incendio in history. He turned, pacing a few steps. Take dueling, for example. Back in the old days, wizard duels weren't about stunning and disarming. They were fights to the death. And you know what is a great way to make sure your opponent stays down? He straightened, crossing his arms as he looked over the class. Not answering his rhetoric. One last thing before you go, he said, tapping the desk with his wand. Extra homework. Not mandatory, since I am not your charms professor, but if you do it, I promise you will see an improvement in your magic. Write 2 feet on fire, what it is, why it matters, how it shaped humanity. A few students groaned. He ignored them. Think about it. When you are at a distance, fire is warmth, comfort. Get too close, and it will burn you to ash. It cooks your food, boils your water. God forbid, what would we do without tea? Some students chuckled. Understand it, Cassian said, tapping the desk one last time. Then you will understand why it is one of the first things wizards ever learned to control. That is all. You are dismissed. Chairs scraped against the stone floor as the students gathered their things, some already chatting about the lesson, others eyeing the extinguished fireplace like it might relight itself. Warrington left first, muttering something under his breath to Marcus Flint. Percy lingered, jotting something down on his parchment before following the rest of the Gryffindors out. Cassian slumped to his chair. The first lesson had gone better than expected. They hadn't tuned him out. More importantly, they listened. Even the ones who thought history was pointless had been paying attention. He grabbed his lesson notes, stuffing them into his bag before heading out. His next class wasn't until after lunch, which gave him a few hours to have a bit of fun. Walking through the corridors, Cassian made his way to the kitchen near the Hufflepuff common room. He stopped in front of the large painting of a fruit bowl, eyeing the plump green pear in the middle. If I recall correctly, I should play with that pear, he muttered, reaching out and giving it a quick tickle. The pear wriggled before letting out a high-pitched giggle, then twisted itself into a doorknob. Cassian grabbed it and pulled, stepping into the warm, bustling kitchen. Inside, house elves flitted about, hands busy with trays of food and bubbling cauldrons. The smell of fresh bread and roasting meat filled the air, thick and rich. Cassian barely had time to take it in before a small figure popped up right in front of him. Professor Rosier. The elf squeaked, bowing so low its nose nearly touched the floor. What is Professor wanting? Boppy can bring anything, yes. Cassian took a step back, eyeing the elf. It was shorter than the others, ears slightly drooping, with a clean white tea towel wrapped around its tiny frame like a uniform. Boppy, is it? Cassian asked. The elf bobbed its head so fast Cassian thought it might snap its own neck. Yes, yes. Boppy is in charge of kitchen when Househead Sprout is not looking. Cassian raised an eyebrow. Is she supposed to be looking? Boppy froze, eyes darting left and right before whispering, Boppy does not know. Cassian snorted. Relax, I am not here to snitch. I just need something sweet. Healthy ones though, do you do yogurts? Whatever won't give me diabetes before dinner. Before he even finished, Boppy clapped its hands, and 3 elves bolted off in different directions. Within seconds, a silver platter was shoved into Cassian's hands, piled with tarts, shortbread, and something that looked suspiciously like treacle fudge. He whistled. Efficient. Boppy aims to please. The elf chirped. Cassian grabbed a tart and took a bite. Raspberry. A good one. He chewed for a moment before glancing down at Boppy, who was still watching him like a dog waiting for praise. You lot ever get tired of this? Cassian asked, waving the tart in the air. Boppy blinked. Of what, Professor? This. He gestured at the room, the endless cooking, the endless scurrying. Serving wizards all day, every day. Don't tell me it is your greatest joy in life or some nonsense. That is just sad. Boppy looked like Cassian had just suggested jumping off the astronomy tower for a laugh. The little elf's ears drooped, and its big, watery eyes went even wider. Oh, Professor Cassian. What are we poors to do? Boppy wailed, wringing its tiny hands. We are bound to Hogwarts, yes, bound. We cannot be otherwise. Cassian stopped mid-bite, eyeing the elf. Right. So, you are telling me if I tried to free you, you would just, what? Drop dead on the spot. Boppy let out a high-pitched squeak and shook its head violently. No, no, not drop dead, sir. But elves are not made for not serving. Without Hogwarts, we be, nothing. That sounded like absolute bollocks, but Cassian had never paid enough attention to house elves to argue about it. He chewed his tart, thinking. So, you like working yourself half to death, getting kicked around by snotty kids, and living off scraps. He gestured around the kitchen. This is the dream, is it? Boppy blinked, then nodded so fast its ears flapped. Yes, sir. House elves lives to serve, sir. Without work, we is lost without it. Cassian sighed through his nose. Well, that is depressing. Boppy beamed. Thank you, sir. Cassian rubbed his temple. Not a compliment, Boppy. The elf clearly didn't care. It scurried off, probably to go organize a tray of biscuits with the same enthusiasm some people put into duels. Cassian shook his head, grabbed another tart, and left the kitchen before he accidentally started a revolution. Walking to the library, Cassian barely had time to swallow before a sharp voice cut through the air. No food in the library. Madame Pants stood in the doorway, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the tart in his hand like he dragged in a tiger. Cassian chewed slowly, staring back at her. Not out of defiance, he was mid-bite, and he wasn't one to rush a good pastry, also chewing was healthy. The silence stretched, and Pants's eye twitched. Swallow, she snapped. Cassian finally did, licking a stray crumb off his thumb. Would you rather I leave these outside or bring them in with me? He gestured to the plate stacked with sweets, as if this was an actual decision she needed to make. Her nostrils flared. You will leave them outside. Of course, Cassian said, walking past her and setting the plate on a windowsill. He glanced at it. No guarantees they will still be here when I get back. Pants made a noise like she didn't care if a swarm of Cornish pixies flew off with them. Cassian strolled in, hands tucked into his robes, scanning the shelves. The place smelled of old parchment and ink. He headed for the history section, dodging a couple of Ravenclaws hunched over a shared textbook. He plucked a tome from the shelf. Magical Conflicts of the 14th Century, and flipped it open, leafing through the contents. Goblin revolts, territorial disputes, an entire section on how a wizarding duel led to a 2-week reign of fire over Lancashire. Interesting enough, but he wanted something older. He slid the book back and reached for another. Ancient Wizarding Cultures, The Lost Arts, when a voice interrupted. You are actually reading. Cassian sighed, already knowing who it was before he turned. Anything I can do for you, Mr. Rosier? Leander Rosier leaned against the bookshelf, arms crossed, looking far too entertained for Cassian's liking. Just making sure my dear cousin isn't completely lost, Leander said, gold-brown eyes glinting. Cassian Rosier in a library. Merlin, did I die and step into some parallel world? Cassian snorted, slipping the book off the shelf. Scandalous, I know. I can actually read. Leander smirked. That is up for debate. Cassian flipped through the pages lazily. Shouldn't you be off cursing tombs or whatever it is you are pretending to do with your summers? Leander tapped a finger against the nearest book spine. Aspiring curse breaker, Cassian. It is a respectable line of work. Cassian hummed. That what we are calling grave robbing these days? Leander laughed. And teaching is a noble pursuit, is it? Compared to looting, yes, Cassian said, shutting the book with a snap. This family reunion is charming, but I got real work waiting. Leander didn't move. You are actually taking this seriously, aren't you? Cassian gave him a look. What gave it away? Leander tilted his head, studying him like he was something new and mildly interesting. The Cassian I remember barely made it through school. Now you are here, throwing around lectures on history like you actually give a damn. Cassian grinned sardonically. Must be a phase. Leander chuckled. Or maybe you've stumbled onto the one thing in life you don't actively loathe. Cassian didn't respond to that. Instead, he tucked the book under his arm and stepped past Leander. Therapy hour is over, deadline is calling. Leander let him go, but not before calling after him, try not to set the school on fire, yet. No promises, Cassian said over his shoulder, pushing out of the library. Why does everyone say the same thing? The following days followed a rhythm. Every class started with Cassian flicking his wand and letting Lumos Spectaculum do the heavy lifting. The walls of his classroom came alive with battles, duels, rebellions, and ancient rituals. Students who came expecting another dull hour of names and dates found themselves watching history move before their eyes. Merlin arguing with Arthur, goblins clashing with wizards, witches standing at the stake with smirks, as they pretended to burn in the flames. Once the students were hooked, he would move on. Each lesson ended with a spell, not just recited, but dissected, stripped to its bones. Cassian made them see it, feel it, build it in their heads before even touching a wand. Magics were casting long before wands became fashionable, and he intended his students to know why. Half the time, Hogwarts taught students to memorize spells like a list of ingredients in a potions book. Cassian wanted them to understand what they were doing. He didn't want parrots mumbling Latin. He wanted them to understand, because magics who understood were magics who survived. And it worked. By the end of the first week, history of magic had stopped being the school's designated nap time. Now, students actually looked forward to it. Even the ones who usually coasted through lectures sat up when the lights dimmed and Cassian let history unfold in glowing illusions. Slytherins, Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs, it didn't matter. No one liked missing class when they would be the only one who didn't see Charlemagne duel a rogue alchemist or a medieval wizard set fire to an entire castle with a single curse. Of course, not everyone got to have fun. First years weren't ready to be playing with fire yet, quite literally. Cassian made that clear on their first day. He wasn't their charms professor, nor was he in charge of defense against the dark arts. That responsibility fell to Flitwick and Mulford, who would, in due time, teach them the proper way to handle magic without losing an eyebrow, or worse. Probably worse. He told them as much, leaning against his desk as a few eager Gryffindors bounced in their seats, clearly hoping for something more exciting than history. You lot are stuck with me for storytelling, not spell work, he said, eyeing a particularly restless Fred and George Weasley. I will leave the explosions to Professor Flitwick and the dueling to Professor Mulford. They get paid to make sure you don't accidentally set yourselves on fire or hex your own limbs off. I, on the other hand, don't have the patience to deal with screaming first years running around with burnt fingers. A few groaned in protest, but Cassian didn't budge on it. First years weren't ready for practical spell work beyond the basics. Until then, they would stick to history, though if they behaved, he might throw in a few illusions now and then to keep them entertained. He wasn't heartless. Just realistic. But for the rest, Cassian introduced Incendio, the fire-making charm. 6 classes, 4 houses, hundreds of students, all given a crash course in the spell's history, application, and the reality that magic worked best when you actually understood what you were doing. The result was instant. Incendio. Maximum mastery. And, because things apparently weren't weird enough already, 2 more ancient variations landed in his lap. Cassian sat in his quarters that evening, staring at the updated list floating in his mind. Fire-making spell, Incendio. Ancient variant, Sinis Emissa. Instead of creating fire, this spell summons the ash of a past flame. The caster sees what was last burned in that location. Can reveal destroyed books, lost scrolls, or hidden evidence of crimes. Fire-making spell, Incendio. Ancient variant, Pyroclave. Unlike modern fire spells that create fire instantly, Pyroclave is a delayed fire release spell that stores flames inside objects, runes, or written texts, only to be unleashed under specific conditions. Cassian narrowed his eyes at the first one. Sinis Emissa. This wasn't fire. It forced fire to give up its secrets. The ashes of whatever was burned would retain the memory of what they once were, revealing hidden truths long thought lost. That kind of magic wasn't just old, it was dangerous. His vision blurred as something pulled his mind, dragging him somewhere else. He let it take him. A dark alley. Whetstone glistening under the dim glow of a wand. A hooded figure moving quickly, stacks of books piled in a ditch. He flipped through pages in frantic desperation before tossing them into a conjured fire. Flames swallowed parchment, curling ink into smoke. Whatever was written there, gone. Days later, a different person stood by the same ditch. Hood drawn, wand raised. Sinis Emissa. The ashes, long settled into filth and rainwater, glowed red. Slowly, they lifted, falling into place, not whole, no. Not even close, but enough. Pages, as incomplete as they may, hovered in the air. Letters formed meaning. The wizard's breath hitched. A name. A date. A crime long buried was now revealed. The wizard staggered back. Sinis Emissa didn't just summon fire, it rewound destruction caused by it, let the past bleed back into the present. A wizard could stand in a burned-down library and see every page that had turned to cinders, hear voices that had long since gone silent. Or, in the wrong hands, erase the evidence entirely. The vision snapped out like a flame smothered by wind. Cassian inhaled sharply, fingers tightening around his wand. Of course it had been banned. Magic like this didn't preserve history, it weaponized it. If criminals used fire to erase evidence, it meant entire histories could be rewritten. But those who knew the spell could unwrite the rewriting. His gaze flicked back to the list. Pyroclave. Again, his vision shifted. A master runesmith in a dimly lit workshop, his hands quick as he carved words into stone. Each letter glowed as he whispered the spell. Pyroclave. The light faded, the inscription vanishing before his eyes. To anyone else, the stone was blank. But the fire was there, waiting. Centuries passed. A thief, careless and greedy, stumbled into the abandoned ruins. His fingers traced over the old stone, rubbing at the surface as if searching for treasure. The moment his palm rested fully against the inscription, it ignited. Fire roared to life from the once invisible words, consuming him in a flash of heat and screaming embers. Later, the runesmith's apprentices stood before the charred remains of their master's workshop. The knowledge was too dangerous, they agreed. It had to be destroyed. One by one, they set fire to the scrolls detailing Pyroclave, swearing the spell would die with them. Magic designed to last. Magic that carried intent across generations. Cassian rested his head against the back of his chair, staring at the ceiling. What was he supposed to do with this? These weren't just lost spells. They were remnants of something older than Hogwarts itself, magic that had shaped history before history was recorded. And now, for whatever reason, they were resurfacing. His grip on his wand loosened. Interesting. Cassian stepped into the headmaster's office, greeted by the sight of 4 house heads already seated. Dumbledore sat at his desk, fingers steepled, while McGonagall, Sprout, Flitwick, and Snape occupied their usual spots. Professor Rosier, Dumbledore greeted with a soft smile. I trust your first few weeks have been enlightening. Cassian folded his arms. That is one way to put it. McGonagall adjusted her spectacles. I believe revolutionary would be more accurate. I've had no fewer than 20 students tell me that history of magic is now their favorite subject. Flitwick beamed. Quite right. I've seen students practicing spells from your lessons in the corridors, been years since I've seen such a genuine enthusiasm. Snape snorted sharply through his nose. Yes, quite the marvel. Teaching history through elaborate illusions and, correct me if I am mistaken, practical spell work. He didn't mask his disapproval, nor his constant disdain for Cassian. So the board hired you to teach spells now, did they? Shall we all start treading on each other's subjects? Cassian enjoyed his expression for a few seconds, just staring, before saying, God forbid we make history interesting. Next thing you know, students might start thinking for themselves. McGonagall cut in before Snape could fire back. The issue, Professor Rosier, is that your methods, while undeniably effective, blur the lines between subjects. First years expect spell work in their history classes, and while I appreciate your enthusiasm, it does complicate matters. Cassian smiled lightly, he long knew his methods would raise some questions. I assure you all, my intention is to teach and nothing more. I know my appointment here isn't exactly based on merit, and I understand the concerns that might raise. But I take my responsibilities seriously. McGonagall studied him over the rim of her glasses. That much is clear. Sprout nodded. More than clear. You've managed to make a subject students usually sleep through into something they actually talk about outside of class. I hear about your lessons in my greenhouses more than I do about actual herbology. Snape, his mouth twisted, displeasure obvious. Yes, truly groundbreaking. I imagine Flitwick and Mulford are thrilled to have a history professor who fancies himself a charms and defense instructor as well. Cassian didn't bother looking at him. I don't teach them anything they haven't already covered in their charms or defense classes. I only step in once the spell is familiar, to show them where it came from, how it has changed over time, and why it mattered. I am not getting ahead of anyone, I am filling in what gets left out. Snape's lip curled slightly, but Dumbledore cut in before he could say more. Professor Rosier, would you mind giving us a demonstration? I admit, I am rather curious myself. Cassian leaned back in his chair. Any requests? Dumbledore's smile deepened. Surprise us, Professor Rosier. That does seem to be your speciality. Announcement. Don't be frightened, I won't spam teaching chapters nor avoid them altogether. In my humble opinion, I balance them pretty well. The first 2 years won't take too many chapters either, but they will still show some of the important moments and people. As always, please give feedback. Cassian pulled out his wand and flicked it. The air shimmered as a golden haze spread across the room, swallowing the office whole. The walls of stone vanished, replaced by a vast battlefield under a storm-dark sky. Wizards in ancient robes clashed with glowing blades of raw magic. Smoke curled from the ground where curses had struck, and above it all, a woman stood. Morgana stood tall, her cloak pooling behind her like spilled ink in the mist. She raised her hands, and the storm above obeyed. Lightning cracked, splitting the battlefield apart, and with a single command, her forces surged forward, cutting through the enemy ranks like fire through parchment. It was war, but not the version in children's tales. This was blood, chaos, and magic wielded for ruthless ambitions. Cassian let it linger for a moment before flicking his wand again. The vision faded. The room settled back into itself, though the silence stretched. McGonagall's lips pressed thin, hands clasped tighter than necessary in her lap. Flitwick looked impressed. Sprout thoughtful. Typical, Snape murmured, his voice dripping with disdain. A Rosier glamorizing a witch who despised Muggles. How refreshing. Dumbledore tilted his head. You seem to have cast Morgana in quite a favorable light, from what I hear. Cassian shrugged. She was one of the most powerful witches of her time. That doesn't change just because she wasn't on the right side of history. Snape's lip curled. Except she was the spearhead of the anti-Muggle movement. Cassian turned his gaze on him. History's never been black and white, Severus. Only fools and propagandists believe otherwise. You can despise someone's ideology and still acknowledge their skill. Or would you prefer I sanitize it and pretend she was just a cackling villain throwing curses in the dark? Dumbledore interjected before Snape could respond. An interesting perspective, Professor Rosier. One that I imagine has certainly given your students much to think about. Cassian nodded. I know where your distrust comes from, and I agree that as teachers, we shape how students see the world. That is why I never liked how Binns taught. He was biased against anything non-human, made sure students saw goblins, centaurs, and merfolk as footnotes in wizard history rather than actual players. He leaned back. I don't praise Morgana, and I don't embellish her fear and hatred of Muggles. I show what shaped her. In her time, being a woman was already difficult, being a witch was worse. Wizards were kings, heroes, scholars. Witches were shadows, healers, whispers in the dark. If they stepped out of line, they weren't just punished, they were erased. A perspective I imagine not all parents would appreciate, McGonagall said coolly, though a glint in her eyes betrayed her approval. Flitwick gave a small nod. I dare say students are learning more than just dates and names in your class, Professor Rosier. Apparently too much, Snape muttered. Cassian didn't bother responding. He wasn't about to waste time debating Snape's fondness for rigid, mindless teaching. Instead, he turned to Dumbledore. As a historian and the history of magic professor at one of the best wizarding schools in Europe, I would say it is my job to provide context, how spells came to be, how different magical communities thought, and how these spells were used, he said. And, as I repeatedly remind my students, none of this is mandatory. Those who want to further their magical masteries can complete additional assignments at their own discretion. McGonagall gave him a long look, then nodded. As long as it is clear where the boundaries lie. Cassian spread his hands. Crystal. Dumbledore nodded. I believe, as you put it, this is still within the scope of your title. And as long as your methods aren't dangerous, we have no reason to limit how you teach. From what I've seen, you've done a rather good job. Cassian smiled wryly. Glad we are in agreement. They went over a few more things. Cassian pointed out something he had already covered in his summer festival lecture. Magic wasn't just about flicking a wand the right way and rattling off a bit of Latin. The more clearly a wizard understood and visualized their magic, the more they could shape it. He had demonstrated that with Lumos, showing how intent alone could alter its brightness, color, or even direction. In his first few weeks, he had taken the same approach with Incendio. And everyone in the room had to admit, grudgingly, in some cases, that they had seen a sharp increase in students' mastery over the spell. McGonagall tapped her fingers on the desk. I had 4th years in Transfiguration applying your method to their own spell work. It seems your lessons have encouraged them to think beyond rote memorization. Flitwick nodded. A rather commendable result. If students truly understand the magic they wield, they are less likely to misuse it. Snape, predictably, looked unimpressed. Or perhaps you are encouraging a generation of children to play with fire, and we will be the ones cleaning up the ashes. Cassian leaned back. If they understand what they are doing, they won't have to rely on waving their wands around hoping for the best. I would argue that is safer than the alternative. Better they burn their fingers in here than set the world alight because no one taught them properly. Snape gave him a look but didn't argue. The discussion moved on to other matters, disciplinary concerns, upcoming events, and the usual bureaucratic nonsense Cassian had little interest in. When it was finally over, he left the office without bothering to glance at Snape, who looked as though he had just swallowed a lemon. The next day, Cassian's class was with the 5th-year Slytherins and Ravenclaws. At the front of the room, his cousin, Selena Rosier, sat with the same innate grace she always carried. Unlike most of their family, Selena wasn't an idiot. She actually had a brain and used it. Their relationship had never been particularly close, but she didn't look at him like he was a complete waste of air, which, considering the Rosier name, was saying something. Cassian waved his wand, and a globe hovered in the air, its surface shifting until it showed a single, unfamiliar continent. Cassian leaned back against his desk, arms crossed. How many of you know how the world was created? He asked. Silence. A few glances were exchanged. Some students looked suspicious. A Ravenclaw, Lenny Pindlebrook, spoke first. Mythologically or magically? Either. Both. With a twist of his wrist, the globe reformed, the continents shearing apart into new shapes. Every culture has its stories, gods sculpting mountains from chaos, cosmic eggs cracking open, titans bleeding oceans into existence. Wizards are no different, we just like to pretend our versions are smarter. He gestured, and the image morphed, displaying crude cave drawings, early depictions of magic. And then there is magic itself. No one really knows where it started. Some believe it's always been here, woven into the fabric of the world. Others think it came later, a gift, or a curse, bestowed by something greater. A Muggle-born girl hesitated before raising her hand. Muggles believe Earth used to be part of the Sunday. Cassian glanced at her. Go on. She shifted in her seat. Well, the solar system formed from this massive cloud of gas and dust. Gravity pulled everything together, and the sun ignited first. The planets, including Earth, came from the leftover material. Over millions of years, Earth cooled down, oceans formed, life began, then evolution took over. Cassian nodded. Not far off from some wizarding theories. The magical community doesn't dispute the physical formation of the planet, rocks are rocks whether you use a wand or not. But where we differ is what happened after. He flicked his wand, and the floating globe shifted, its continents rearranging. Most wizards believe that magic was always here, woven into the planet itself in the form of ley lines, natural channels of magical energy. The globe changed again, showing a supercontinent. This is Pangaea. Millions of years ago, all land on Earth was one massive piece. It eventually broke apart, forming the continents we know today. Early magical beings existed long before humans, shaping the land with abilities that modern wizards can only theorize about. The illusion dissolved, and Cassian started to walk between the rows. Evolution was also part of it. The first magical humans didn't just appear out of nowhere. There is evidence that ancient magical communities developed separately from Muggle ones, different lineages, different adaptations. A Slytherin boy frowned. Then why are there Muggleborns? Cassian shrugged. No one knows for certain. Magic doesn't follow strict hereditary rules. Some believe it skips generations. Others think it is an ancient bloodline trait that reawakens. Then there is the theory that magic itself chooses people. Either way, magic doesn't care about bloodlines, no matter how loudly purebloods wish it did. Bloodlines might tilt the odds, sure, but they don't decide the outcome. That's the part they never admit. He let that settle before continuing. Now, history. Who can tell me the earliest recorded magical civilization? Selena Rosier raised her hand. The Sumerians. Cassian nodded. Correct. The Sumerians were among the first to document magic in writing. Their clay tablets detail rituals, spells, and magical laws, some of which evolved into modern incantations. He gestured, and glowing symbols floated in the air. These are proto-runes, early attempts at codifying magic. Before wands, before structured spell work, witches and wizards relied on runes, spoken incantations, and raw willpower. Lenny lifted a hand again, brow furrowed. What about Egyptian magic? He tapped the air, runes melted into elegant hieroglyphs. Ancient Egypt took magical practice to another level. Their spells were so tightly woven into daily life that it was impossible to separate magic from religion, governance, or even medicine. Wards, protective enchantments, preservation magic, they pioneered it. A Slytherin girl muttered, engrave curses. Cassian smirked. Oh, plenty of those. Egyptian curse magic was exceptionally advanced, layered with intent-based spells that didn't just activate when disturbed, but actively sought out trespassers. That is why tomb raiding is such a spectacularly bad idea, though some still insist on testing their luck. A few chuckles. Leander Rosier's aspiring curse-breaker ambitions were well known in the castle. To hear his cousin say this, well, gossip was bound to spread. Cassian let the discussion continue, nudging students to consider how early magical societies influenced modern spell casting. Eventually, he brought them back to the present topic. Now, on to something practical. He tapped the board, and the word softening charm, Spungify, appeared. This spell was historically used for cushioning falls, making terrain easier to traverse, and even altering the consistency of objects for various purposes. A Ravenclaw scoffed. Sounds useless. Cassian raised a brow. Does it? The Ravenclaw, clearly unimpressed, shrugged. I mean, bouncing off the ground doesn't seem that useful compared to, I don't know, actual spells that do something. Try falling 50 feet off a broom, then tell me Spungify's useless, Selena drawled without looking up. Cassian grinned. Exactly. Funny how the simplest spells suddenly matter when you are plummeting face first into the ground. He tapped his wand against the board, and the words shifted, highlighting different uses throughout history. Cassian looked at the class. The first recorded use of this spell dates back to the Sumerians. They are believed to have used it in construction and spell carving. Cassian pulled a rough chunk of stone from his desk, placing it in front of him. Then, from his robes, he pulled a small knife. Without warning, he stabbed the blade into the rock. A sharp crack echoed through the room as dust scattered from the impact. Stone is rigid. Push hard enough, and it shatters. That is true of rocks, bones, even kingdoms, he said, dusting off the handle and set it down, instead pulling his wand. Now, watch. He muttered, Spungify. A faint shimmer passed over the stone's surface. Cassian grabbed the knife again and slammed it down hard with the flat side. Instead of cracking, the stone compressed slightly, absorbing the impact like thick rubber. The blade bounced off harmlessly. A few students leaned forward, intrigued. Others glanced at each other, eyebrows raised. Professor, could you really use it to jump off a tower without splattering? A Slytherin asked, half joking. Cassian tilted his head. If your goal is to bounce like a deranged quaffle, sure. But you would better hope your aim is flawless. Miss the spell by a hair and all they will find is a very squishy crater that needs cleaning. A few students laughed nervously. Anyone else want to suggest launching yourselves off towers? Or shall we try for a question that won't make me lose faith in magic's kind? A Ravenclaw raised her hand timidly. Could it be used on armor to soften incoming blows? Now that is a proper question, Cassian said, nodding. It was used as such, especially before shield charms became widespread. Though if you are softening armor, make sure you undo it before someone stabs you. You won't like how it feels when a blade sinks through like butter. In medieval times, softening charms were common in dueling. Instead of dodging spells, some wizards softened even their own skin to absorb impacts without injury. Healers used them for setting bones, less risk of fractures snapping completely. And, of course, thieves loved them. Made locks easier to break, floors quieter to walk on, and walls less of a barrier if you knew where to cast. Though, keep in mind, it is effective against blunt objects, but not so much against sharp ones. After making sure there weren't more ludicrous questions, he continued. Softening charms aren't just for making the floor more comfortable when you fall on your arse off your broom, Cassian said. They were used in ancient construction to shape stone before wizards had precise transfiguration. They made carving easier, moving materials simpler, and even dampened vibrations to prevent buildings from collapsing during earthquakes. He gestured to the board, where the words shifted. Applications through history. A student tilted her head. And in modern use. Cassian thought of explaining how the same spell could be used in many ways in the modern age as well, but felt it would cause more confusion. Instead, he said, magic shifts with time. What started as a battlefield spell ends up a convenience charm. Give it a century, and someone will use it to make sofa cushions fluffier. What was practical 1,000 years ago might seem pointless now, until you need it. He flicked his wand, and the illusions vanished, along with the floating words. Optional homework, non-mandatory, you can write a 2-foot essay on practical uses of the softening charm outside of duels. Think beyond the obvious. What does softening actually mean? What happens when a rigid structure loses its hardness? Apply it to anything, materials, magic, even history. Stretch your brains, if you remember how. And no. Don't cast Spungify on your brains to stretch it. As always, these are optional. I am not your charms professor. A few students scribbled notes. Others exchanged glances, weighing whether the effort was worth it. Cassian had already figured out who would bother with the assignment and who would pretend it didn't exist. That is all for today. Unless you want to spend the rest of class staring at me, you are free to go. Chairs scraped against the floor as students packed up. Some left immediately, others lingered, discussing the lesson. Selena Rosier tapped her quill against the desk, watching him like he was some particularly strange puzzle she was trying to figure out. After a moment, she smiled softly, glad you found your passion, cousin. Cassian chuckled, tucking his wand back into his sleeve. Took a while, but I suppose it is in the blood. He gestured toward her notes. How is spell creation treating you? Selena leaned back, crossing her arms loosely. Better than expected. Master Goshawk actually acknowledged my last submission. Said it had potential. Cassian furrowed his brows. That was no small feat. Miranda Goshawk wasn't just any spell theorist, she was the spell theorist. If she thought something had potential, it meant something. Impressive. What does it do? Selena looked away, probably considering if it was safe to say. She must have decided it was, as she said, it is a stabilization charm. Works on unstable enchantments, wards, runes, experimental spells that are on the verge of collapse. Cassian frowned slightly. Wouldn't that make it ridiculously easy to reverse engineer other people's work? Her lips curved. Exactly. He huffed a laugh. Dangerous. She shrugged. So is half the magic we use daily. He couldn't argue with that. Magic had never been safe, it just depended on who was wielding it. When do you start the apprenticeship? Next summer. It is not official yet, but Master Goshawk hinted she would take me on if I keep up my work. Cassian nodded. That was very official in Miranda Goshawk terms. Guess we will have to toast to your inevitable world domination then. Selena grinned. Naturally. She glanced around, checking the empty classroom before leaning in slightly. Was it all an act? Before. When you were. Cassian snorted a laugh. Almost a squib. Selena sighed, unimpressed. That. And the rest, kicking elves, torturing servants, acting like you owned the world. Cassian sighed through his nose, running a hand over the worn cover of the book on his desk. How was he supposed to explain that the old Cassian was gone? That a different soul had taken his place? It wasn't something he could say, not that he would even if he could. The Rosiers weren't known for being forgiving, and obliterating someone's soul out of sheer offense felt entirely within their capabilities. Instead, Cassian watched Selena with something between amusement and curiosity. You tell me, Selena. You were always smarter than the rest of them. Are you not supporting our dear family's cause? Blood purity, Dark Lord, hating muggles, and halves. Selena drummed her fingers on the desktop, faked a shudder. You sound like Aunt Viola. Tragic, Cassian muttered, feigning a shudder. I would hate to be mistaken for her. Selena smiled but didn't rise to the bait. I've never been one for blind tradition. Just because our ancestors worshipped idiocy doesn't mean we have to light the same candles. That is practically heresy, Cassian said, deadpan. Great-great-great-great-grandmother Sophia is going to crawl out of her grave and hex you for that one. Selena rolled her eyes. Oh, please. Grandma Sophia would have burned half the family for being incompetent bootlickers. She rested her chin on her hand, gaze locked on him. You didn't answer my question, though. Were you faking? Before. Cassian shrugged. Would it make a difference? She studied him for a long moment, as if weighing his words against what she remembered. Not really, she admitted. But it is strange. You used to be, I don't know. An arse. I was going to say a spoiled, arrogant waste of potential, Selena said, smiling mischievously, but yes, that too. Flattering, Cassian said. And now? Selena considered. Still an arse, but significantly less of a git. Though I suppose teaching history isn't the worst thing you could be doing. Cassian scoffed. High praise from a Rosier. I like to think I have some taste, she said, then adding softer. You are actually good at this. Teaching, I mean. Cassian exhaled, glancing at the now empty classroom. Turns out I enjoy it. Selena gave him a look, half incredulous. That might be the most shocking thing I heard all year. Glad to keep you entertained. Cassian glanced at her notes. To answer your question, it wasn't an act but self-preservation. You are smart enough to figure out the rest. Selena didn't react right away. Her gaze flicking from Cassian to the board, then back to him. It wasn't agreement, but it wasn't disbelief either. Disappointed. She chuckled. No, just, intrigued. By what? Selena tapped the end of her quill against her chin. You've changed, cousin. It is not just the teaching. It is like you woke up one day and decided to be someone else. Cassian chuckled. Must have hit my head. Hard enough to knock sense into you? Miraculous. He chuckled, but the curiosity in her eyes didn't fade. After a moment, she glanced at the clock and sighed. I have runes next. Try not to make too many enemies before lunch. No promises. And say hi to Professor Babbling. Selena shook her head and packed up her things. As she left, Cassian turned back to his desk, gathering his own notes. Walking through the halls of Hogwarts, Cassian spotted a familiar figure ahead. Professor Quirinus Quirrell, the Muggle Studies professor, was heading in the same direction, a stack of books levitating beside him. Cassian was planning to pick Quirrell's brain for some time. Curious about how Muggle society functioned in this world, he decided to strike up a conversation. If things ran parallel to his old world, he had some investments to make. Bitcoin, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon. Magical history was fascinating, but knowing how the Muggle world operated could be just as useful. He picked up his pace. Professor Quirrell, he called, catching up. Got time for a chat? Quirrell glanced over, adjusting his grip on the book at the top of his floating pile. Professor Rosier, he said, surprised. A chat. Cassian nodded to the nearest staircase. Tea, maybe? I have questions about your subject. Quirrell hesitated, then nodded. I suppose I can spare some time. They made their way to the staff room. It was practically empty at this hour. A house elf had already set out a tea tray, Hogwarts enchantments running like clockwork to cater to its inhabitants, all the time. Cassian poured them both tea while Quirrell arranged his books into a neat stack, watching him curiously. I was hoping to ask a few questions about Muggle society, Cassian said, adding a splash of milk to his tea. I have a general idea of where they stand, but I want to get a clearer picture of the recent situations. Quirrell raised an eyebrow. Well, are you really interested in Muggle world? No offense but, your family. Cassian shook his head with a smile. Unlike most Rosiers, I don't burst into flames if I hear the word electricity. Quirrell huffed a laugh. Fair point. He stirred his tea. Well, it depends on what you want to know. Technology, politics, social structure. Muggle society evolves much faster than the wizarding world. What was cutting edge a decade ago is practically ancient now. That was exactly the kind of confirmation Cassian needed. If things were developing along the same lines as his past life. Let's start broad, Cassian said. Technology, for instance. Electricity, transportation, entertainment, how far have they come? Quirrell sipped his tea. Electricity is everywhere. It powers homes, cities, even vehicles. Muggles have machines that can process information faster than any wizard, and they communicate instantly across vast distances. Moving pictures, films, have sound now, and color. There are devices in homes that play music on command, no magic needed. Cassian feigned amazement. Fascinating. And what are these marvelous trinkets called? The ones that can process information. Quirrell set his teacup down. Computers. Cassian hummed. Very modern. Who is responsible for these mechanical brain boxes, then? Quirrell frowned slightly, thinking. The concept has been around for decades, but Muggle development accelerated during the war. World War II, that is. Initially, they were massive, room-sized machines used for calculations. Now, companies like IBM are bringing them into homes and businesses. Cassian barely stopped himself from smirking. Exactly what he wanted to hear. And what do these computers actually do? Aside from, I assume, making Muggles feel clever. Quirrell burst into laughter. A great deal, actually. They store and process information, solve complex equations, and even assist in communication. Businesses use them for record keeping, banks rely on them, and researchers input vast amounts of data for analysis. He took another sip of tea. Muggles are entirely dependent on them now. Some even predict that within a few decades, nearly every home in the developed world will have one. Cassian tapped his fingers against his cup, as if in deep thought. And these companies? IBM, you said? Are they the only ones? Or just the biggest players? Quirrell shrugged. There are others, of course, but 3 dominate the market. IBM was around the longest. Apple and Microsoft are newer, but they've been making rapid advancements. Apple is known for making computers user-friendly, while Microsoft focuses on software, programs that run on computers, like a set of magical instructions. Cassian nodded as if he were only mildly interested, though in reality, his mind was already running through possibilities. If the timeline was the same, Apple had just released the Macintosh, and Microsoft was expanding its dominance with Windows. And IBM, well, they were still the giants. And where does the world stand? Cassian asked, keeping his tone casual. Politically, economically. Are Muggles still trying to kill each other every few years? Quirrell gave him a bemused look. You make it sound as though wizards don't have their own share of conflicts. Cassian smirked. Touché. Quirrell exhaled, considering. The Cold War is still ongoing, though tensions have eased since Gorbachev took power in the Soviet Union. The Berlin Wall still stands, but some think it won't for much longer. America remains dominant in many ways, especially in technology and finance, but Japan has been rising economically. The UK, well. He gestured vaguely. Not quite the empire it once was. Cassian snorted. You don't say. Quirrell continued. The European Economic Community, precursor to what some predict will become a unified European market, is growing stronger. The Middle East remains a hotspot for conflict, particularly with the situation in Afghanistan. Meanwhile, China is opening up its economy, which could shift global power in the coming decades. Cassian sipped his tea, taking it all in. It was almost exactly as he remembered from his past life. That meant he had time to invest, time to plan. Quirrell gave him a smile. It is refreshing to be able to speak so freely with another wizard at Hogwarts. Cassian gave a lazy shrug. Understanding the bigger picture. History, as you know, isn't just about the past, it is about patterns. How power shifts, how innovations shape societies. He chuckled. And, let's be honest, half the wizarding world wouldn't last a week if the statute of secrecy ever broke. Seems sensible to understand the Muggle arsenal. Can't fight what you don't bother to learn about. Quirrell tilted his head. You think Muggle technology could pose a threat? Cassian leaned in slightly, as if about to share the world's greatest secret. A student of mine mentioned something. Muggles have this thing called an aromic bomb. Apparently, it can flatten entire cities. That true? Quirrell blinked. You mean an atomic bomb? Cassian snapped his fingers. That is the one. Quirrell set his cup down carefully, watching Cassian with mild amusement. Yes, it is real. Muggles developed it during the last Great War. World War II. It is a weapon that harnesses nuclear fission to create an explosion of unprecedented scale. The Americans used 2 of them in 1945, on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The devastation was... He hesitated, searching for the right word. Absolute. Cassian raised an eyebrow. So, what? One spell, but for Muggles. Quirrell's lips twitched. Not quite. Magic doesn't have an equivalent. We can conjure fire, destroy objects, even collapse buildings, but nothing in the wizarding world matches the sheer scale of an atomic bomb. It is not just fire and force, it is radiation, lasting consequences, an entire region left uninhabitable for years. Cassian tested. And Muggles just have these lying around. Quirrell folded his hands. Several countries have them. America, the Soviet Union, Britain, France, China. They call it a deterrent, the idea being that if everyone has the power to wipe each other out, no one will risk using it. Cassian let out a low whistle. Bloody hell. That is why I am interested. That is terrifying. Quirrell nodded, checking around as if to if anyone was listening. It is. A single bomb can level an entire city, kill hundreds of thousands in seconds, and poison the land for generations. Muggles don't need magic to be dangerous, Professor Rosier. Cassian swirled his tea, and yet wizards strut about like lords of the universe. Arrogance really is our favorite spell. Quirrell gave a knowing smile. True. Arrogance is a powerful thing. Cassian raised an eyebrow. How many of these things do they have? The exact number isn't known, but the major powers have thousands between them. More than enough to wipe out civilization several times over. Cassian let that sink in. Wizards spent centuries believing they were untouchable, hiding behind the statute of secrecy, convinced Muggles were weak, insignificant. And yet, here they were, sitting on a stockpile of weapons that could do more damage in a minute than the darkest magic ever could. But the opposite was also true. Wizards had a significant advantage: information. If the world didn't know about magic, then magical society was already a step ahead. An atomic bomb was dangerous, sure. But if magical communities worked together, they could easily ward against such weapons while using their own magic to destroy Muggle strongholds. Simple. If Muggles could burn entire cities with one atomic bomb, what would happen if a wizard layered wards on top of such technology? Could magic and science mesh, or would they rip each other apart? Cassian had no doubt that political leaders were aware of magic and magical communities to some extent. Whether they had their own wizards in place to counter magical interference was another question. Logic suggested they did. Governments weren't stupid, and if they knew magic existed, they would want a way to control or, at the very least, counteract it. The real question was how deep that connection ran. One day you will publish a handbook on Muggle mayhem, I am sure. Cassian laughed. Wouldn't be much of a historian if I didn't leave a mark. Quirrell hummed, setting his cup down. I suppose not. Announcement. Hi. First of all, I truly appreciate all the feedback. Here are some of my thoughts and reasoning. I included the old Cassian in the first and second chapters because his past will come up later. If I didn't show his character and demeanor, it would feel baseless when certain characters, who may appear in the future, show strong hatred toward Cassian. This has come up a lot. Dumbledore didn't learn something new from Cassian. He was being humble. As for intent, visualization, and focus, these are common knowledge to us, but the books barely mention them. Many of you are mixing your fandoms with canon. What you know comes from very few hints, really, too few. Patronus charm. Nonverbal spells. Bellatrix mocking Harry for not meaning to hurt. Aside from these, there is no real mention of intent in spellcasting. Why does Cassian ask Quirrell about the Muggle world? 4 weeks before he came to Hogwarts, he was cramming magical history to avoid babbling like a fool in front of students. He couldn't just wander into the Muggle world, not that he even knew how to get there, and stop someone to ask, "Hi, how is the world? Who runs it? What tech companies are out there?" So he acted curious and tried to learn from Quirrell instead. Does Quirrell know a lot about Muggles for a wizard? That is debatable. But as the professor of Muggle studies, it is expected that he at least knows about the latest developments. Maybe I gave him more knowledge than is realistic, fair, but every year, Muggle-born students enter Hogwarts, and someone in his position should have that baseline understanding. Why doesn't Cassian know Dumbledore, but he knows Voldemort and Grindelwald? Again, you are using meta-knowledge to judge the FIC. Students in universe don't know how mighty Dumbledore really is. Twins even call him a senile old man. Yes, he bested Grindelwald decades ago, but decades passed since then. To most people, he is not some godlike figure, he is just the eccentric headmaster of a school. I think my phrasing in that chapter was clear. Cassian wasn't surprised that Dumbledore learned something. Cassian reasoned that a man who had risen to such a position would never stop learning. That is why I wrote, the man was learning for years. What surprised Cassian was that Dumbledore accepted it so openly. It shows Cassian does have an idea about Dumbledore, but he isn't seeing him through our meta-knowledge lens. Most important fact you should know, Cassian's knowledge of the magical world comes from old Cassian. You know, the same arrogant, useless, tyrannical waste of air you all read about. The original Cassian couldn't even cast magic properly, and you expect him to know all the deep secrets of the magical world? That is hilarious. Some of you are projecting meta-knowledge, things you know as readers, onto him. He is not operating with your omniscient perspective, he is piecing things together with scraps from a man who spent his life failing. Don't get me wrong, I love constructive feedback. It helps me improve and think from new angles. But some of the comments and reviews lately aren't feedback, they are outright insults aimed at me. Let me make this clear, my intelligence is not open to debate by strangers on the internet. You are welcome to criticize my writing, my plot, my characters, all of that is fair game. But keep me out of your evaluations. Thank you. Sincerely. Here, have a bonus chapter. Days passed in much the same way. Classes, paperwork, the occasional meeting where Snape glared at him like he was some particularly stubborn bit of dirt that wouldn't scrub off. Cassian kept his lessons lively with illusions and demonstrations, and somehow, Hogwarts' finest didn't turn history of magic into their nap time. Before long, the first term was over. The school emptied for the holidays, leaving behind only a handful of students and staff. Cassian stayed, partly because he had work to do, partly because he had no interest in a Rosier family Christmas. The second term arrived with the usual chaos, students grumbling about returning to routine, professors already preparing for exams, and Cassian, as always, rolling out fresh illusions so even the drowsiest Gryffindors stayed upright. One evening, after a long day of grading essays that ranged from passable to did this person even read the assignment, Cassian ended up in the staff lounge, nursing a headache and pretending the crackling fire was soothing rather than irritating, with Baths Haida babbling sat near, a book balanced on one knee. Cassian had barely spoken to her when they were both students. She was a few years ahead, known for being the kind of student who actually enjoyed runes, which had made her an alien species in his book back then. Oh, and a different house. Now, though, they shared the same workplace, and over the past few months, they somehow fallen into the habit of sitting together in moments like this, silent, companionable, each lost in their own reading or paperwork. He dropped into the armchair opposite her with a sigh, setting down his stack of essays. Baths Haida glanced up. That bad? Cassian picked up the top essay, schemed the opening paragraph, then flipped it over and let it drop onto the table, so she could see for herself. Some of them make me question if literacy is actually a requirement for Hogwarts admission. She chuckled. If they struggle with English, I dread to think how they will manage ancient runes. Cassian smirked, flipping through another essay. You might be underestimating their creativity. I had one student cite a reliable source for an assignment. When I asked what source, she said my uncle. Baths Haida snorted, shutting her book. And I told her that unless her uncle was Merlin in disguise, that answer wasn't going to cut it. He tossed the essay onto the growing pile of disappointment. Judging by her glare, I am now on her family's people to hex on-site list. Clearly a flaw in your teaching, she said with a smile. Obviously. Next time, I will accept my mum said so as solid historical evidence. She shook her head, amused, and took a sip of her tea. The fire crackled, filling the comfortable silence between them. The staff lounge was mostly empty. Sinistra was hunched over her papers like the constellations themselves had betrayed her, Quill scratching furiously, and Vector had stormed out earlier, muttering about bloody numbers rebelling again like arithmancy was a sentient enemy. Cassian filled his cup, taking a sip. How is your lot handling their work? Baths Haida hummed, considering. Not terribly, though translating runes still gives some of them a headache. Half the class thinks they can just memorize them like spell incantations. They think they can brute force a language. They are trying, she said, setting down her cup. One poor Ravenclaw attempted to wing it on a translation exam. He guessed half the meanings and confidently informed me that an ancient Norse inscription meant may your fields be fertile and your goats obedient. Cassian barked a laugh. Please tell me that wasn't an actual rune. Sadly, no. The real translation was closer to honor the ancestors, lest they forsake you. But I appreciate the creativity. Points for effort. I gave him points for making me laugh. She added with a laugh. The door swung open, and Quirrell stepped in, looking mildly surprised to see them. Oh, good evening. Cassian nodded in greeting. Quirrell. Baths Haida glanced up. Quirinus. Quirrell hesitated, then grabbed himself a cup of tea before sitting down across from them. I assume the students are being particularly disastrous if you are both here complaining about them. Not complaining, Cassian said, nudging his stack of essays. Merely appreciating the depths of their academic struggles. Quirrell huffed a laugh, stirring his tea. Muggle studies isn't much different. I had one student argue that electricity must be some kind of controlled lightning magic. Another tried to claim Muggles use tiny house elves to make machines work. Cassian raised a brow. And you didn't let them run with that. Baths Haida smiled. Now that would make for an interesting essay. Oh, some of their theories are creative, Quirrell said. One of them is convinced that televisions are a form of divination. Moving pictures that talk? Obviously, Muggles are peering into the future. Cassian snorted. Right. And telephones are just enchanted mirrors, but worse. Quirrell sipped his tea. I do wonder, though, how long before the wizarding world is forced to acknowledge that Muggles aren't as clueless as we like to think. Cassian tapped his fingers, probably when Muggle technology advances to the point where they start asking the right questions. Cassian missed this part of teaching, sitting around, complaining about students with other professors. In his past life, it had been the only real catharsis in chaotic schools. Hogwarts wasn't much different. After a while, Quirrell finished his tea and excused himself. Sinistra already left earlier. That left just Cassian and Baths Haida, the fire casting flickering light across the room as she stifled a yawn. Excuse me, she said, stretching slightly. It is getting late. Cassian waved a hand. Let me walk you to your quarters, lady. She chuckled, shaking her head. My, what a gentleman. They left the staff lounge, stepping into the quiet corridors of Hogwarts. Most of the castle was still awake, students sneaking in last-minute common room chatter, prefects making their rounds, Filch lurking in some shadowy corner with Mrs. Norris. Cassian spotted the sixth year sneaking down the corridor, completely unfazed by his presence. The girl even smiled at him. You know I should punish you for breaking curfew, right? He said, stopping just short of crossing his arms. The Hufflepuff girl grinned. Come on, Professor R, I thought you were cool. Cassian let out a chuckle. Did they really think he would cave just to be cool? Naive. Off to bed before I actually start caring enough to deduct points. The girl booed, and the boy, Charlie Weasley, slumped with a groan. Okay, sir. Cassian shook his head as they turned back. At least they weren't the worst offenders. He caught fifth years last week trying to hex Filch's mop so it would clean on its own. Not a bad idea, really, but also not his problem. Beside him, Baths Haida watched with an amused glance. You are surprisingly lenient. They weren't causing real trouble. Let them think they got away with something, Cassian said. Keeps them from pushing further. Baths Haida hummed, unconvinced but not arguing. They kept walking through the dim corridors, the distant echo of laughter and moving staircases filling the castle's usual nighttime quiet. You ever think about taking on an apprentice? She asked. Cassian raised a brow. Why? You looking for a career change? She laughed. Hardly. But the way your students talk, you might as well be building a cult. Cassian snorted. Good to know I am Hogwarts' latest cult leader. What do you think those two were up to? Cassian shot her a look, raising an eyebrow in a very Dumbledore-esque way. I believe we both know what two very hormonal teenagers were up to. Baths Haida chuckled. Probably. You ever sneak around after curfew when you were a student? She asked. Cassian smirked. Wouldn't you like to know? She rolled her eyes. That is not an answer. I plead the fifth. Baths Haida huffed a laugh. Wrong country, wrong government. Same principle. She glanced at Cassian, who met her gaze with a smile. I do recall a certain older witch back in my school days, he mused, tilting his head slightly. Always busy, always on some errand. The serious type, intimidating, even. But according to the older boys in my house, quite the heartbreaker. His smiled suggestively. I heard more than a few grumbling about failed attempts to invite you to Hogsmeade. Bath's Haida raised a brow, clearly unimpressed. That was what they told you. That, and a few tragic tales of rejection, Cassian said, stretching out the last word like it was some great tragedy. Apparently, you left a trail of disappointed suitors in your wake. Please. Half of them were insufferable. That sounds about right, he said. Bath's Haida glanced at him. What about you? I don't remember you being particularly. Cassian rolled his eyes, you can say it. I wasn't liked. She gave sympathetic smile, you weren't exactly popular, no. Cassian shrugged. She gave him a knowing look. Didn't stop you from getting attention. Cassian shrugged. Not in a good way. I could barely cast a spell, but I had an ego the size of a divine. Not the best combination. Bath's Haida snorted. Merlin, you must have been such a git. Oh, I was, he said, stretching his arms, arrogance without the talent to back it up. A nightmare. I think half the staff wanted to hex me on sight. Only half. He chuckled. I was a Rosier. Half of them assumed I would grow into the arrogance eventually. The other half probably expected me to be handled before I embarrassed the family too much. How reassuring. He shrugged. I imagine there were some wagers placed. Would I end up disgraced, disowned, or dead before 30? The odds must have been thrilling. She studied him for a moment. Yet here you are, terrorizing students with history lectures instead. Shocking, I know. Cassian shook his head. I can only imagine the family disappointment. Bath's Haida grinned. They must be devastated. He chuckled. Not as much as they would be if they realized I actually enjoy teaching. That made her pause. Not because it was surprising, anyone with half a brain could see Cassian wasn't just going through the motions. It was the way he said it, like he was only just admitting it to himself. You should, she said simply. You are good at it. Cassian tilted his head. Not bad, coming from the runes professor. Bath's Haida rolled her eyes. If I didn't think you were, I wouldn't bother humoring these conversations. He grinned, his eyebrow dancing. So I should be flattered. Immensely. As they reached her door, Bath's Haida stopped, one hand resting lightly against the frame. Cassian raised an eyebrow. What, no invitation? I am wounded. She shook her head with a laugh. I am saving you from the agony of watching me sort through 20 essays on the philosophical applications of runes. Sounds riveting. She gave him a deadpan. You would lose interest the moment someone tried to argue that runes have innate energy rather than being conduits. Always so cruel to a humble historian. I am very invested in the academic brilliance of Hogwarts' finest. Right. I am sure you don't have an entire pile of half-read essays collecting dust somewhere. Not collecting dust, he corrected. Actively mocking me from my desk. She shook her head, half amused, half exasperated. You should go before I start thinking you are stalling. Me? Stalling. Cassian placed a hand over his heart. I would never. Bathshida's lips twitched, obviously suppressing a laugh, and reached for the door handle. Good night, Cassian. He gave her a lazy salute. Try not to dream about cursed runes. She hummed, pushing the door open. And you try not to fail half your students. Cassian smirked, stepping back. It will be difficult, but I shall. The door clicked shut behind her, leaving him alone in the corridor. Cassian sighed through his nose, shaking his head as he turned away. The rest of the year passed in a blur. Cassian went through the curriculum, covering everything from the first-year spells to subjects that weren't technically his responsibility, but if Snape got to terrify students in potions, Cassian saw no issue with throwing in a few history lessons that actually mattered. He made sure they learned the origins of potions, much to Snape's irritation, and walked them through the ancient applications of transfiguration. He covered the history of the dark arts and the defenses wizards had developed over centuries, a topic that had Slytherins and Gryffindors equally engaged for once. Extinct herbs, long-lost magical flora, and their uses found their way into discussions, drawing even Sprout's attention when her students started asking questions she hadn't expected from history of magic. Through it all, he earned a few more variations. Every time he awakened an ancient variation, his mind pulled him into the past. A flicker of something ancient, a spell that had been lost, and then a memory that wasn't his. Spells formed in his thoughts, knowledge settling like it had always been there, waiting. He never experienced the same sensation he felt with Lumos Noctis, though. Whatever had caused that first shift, the eerie pull, the weight of something waking up, never happened again. But the memories didn't stop. By the end of the year, Cassian had a growing list of spells that technically shouldn't exist anymore, glimpses of magic that had shaped history long before wizards had formalized it. Some of it was dangerous, but most of it was just forgotten. A casualty of time, of shifting priorities, of magic being simplified and sanitized for modern use. Not that he was going to hand this knowledge over to the ministry on a silver platter. Hogwarts carried on as it always did, students whining about assignments, Gryffindors picking fights with Slytherins, Filch chasing after rule breakers with Mrs. Norris at his heels. The castle remained the same, but for Cassian, the way he saw it had changed. Magic wasn't just spells and wand work. It was history, woven into stone and air, stitched into the very foundations of the world. The final weeks of term were the usual mess of exams, last-minute panic, and students trying to squeeze in extra credit. Cassian wasn't about to play nursemaid for last-minute panics. His exam was easy, insultingly so. If anyone failed, that was Darwinism at work. Professor R, said a voice behind him. He looked up to see Nymphadora Tonks flopping into the chair opposite his desk, her hair flickering between bubblegum pink and electric blue like a mood ring that couldn't decide. You are here to negotiate points, aren't you? Cassian said flatly. Me? Tonks pressed a hand to her chest in mock offense. Would I do that? Yes. She grinned. Fair. But no, I am not here to grovel. I am here to gloat. Your exam? Easiest thing I've done all year. Piece of cauldron cake. Cassian tilted his chin. Are you saying my beautifully crafted test didn't crush your soul? I must be losing my edge. I am saying even a troll with a hangover could pass it. Cassian smirked. Good. Maybe next year I will replace you with one and see if it improves the quality of answers. Her hair shifted to a smug shade of neon pink as she leaned back in the chair, balancing it on two legs. Not my fault you asked baby questions. Pick any spell and explain its history and how it was used outside of current trend. Give your original answer on how it can be used differently. Even my mum could answer those, and she doesn't care about history. Most of your classmates didn't find them so baby, Cassian said, flipping through a stack of essays. That is because most of them have the critical thinking skills of flobberworms. Cassian huffed a laugh despite himself. Careful, Tonks. With commentary like that, you are on track to becoming a professor. She pulled a face, her hair turning a sour green. Merlin forbid. I would trip over the desks before the first lesson. Cassian's lips twitched. Accurate. He tapped the parchment in front of him. Speaking of tripping. Did you even remember to sign your exam properly? Of course I did. I wrote Tonks. Full name. He faked a frown. Your full name is Nymphadora Tonks. And don't bother scowling. I saw the look you gave first time I said it. Her hair flared scarlet. Professor. Tonks is my full name. The other one is, a cruel joke inflicted on me by my parents. Nevertheless, Cassian said with infuriating calm, that is the name Hogwarts keeps on record. Which means if you want credit for the exam, you will rewrite it properly signed, unless you want me to give all your points to Miss Tonks, whoever she may be. Tonks groaned dramatically, throwing her head back so far she nearly toppled her chair. You are evil. True. Fine. But if I die of embarrassment writing Nymphadora at the top of my paper, my ghost is going to haunt you. And not even in a fun way. I will rearrange your bookshelves out of spite. Sliding her parchment across the desk, Cassian added with a smile, looking forward to it. Now off you go. Leave me in peace to grade the rest of these essays before I start questioning why I teach at all. Tonks stuck out her tongue and snatched the parchment, signing with 3 hateful underlines. Better stock up on tea, Professor. You will need it. Next, 2 identical first years hovered by his desk, identical grins plastered across their faces. Professor Rosier, one began with the grin of a boy already plotting his own funeral. We were wondering. The other chimed in seamlessly. If you would like to make history, by being the first professor to say yes to us. No. Both froze. You didn't even let us ask, Fred protested, as though deeply wounded. Cassian didn't look up from the stack of essays in front of him. I don't need to. Whatever it is, the answer is no. But what if, hypothetically, we were being reasonable for once? George countered, grinning like it was the greatest lie ever told. You are not. Fred crossed his arms. At least let us pitch our plan first. I don't have to. You are identical, you finish each other's sentences, and your idea of fun probably involves fireworks in the Great Hall. Whatever you are plotting, the answer is still no. George's grin widened. So you are saying if we were plotting, you would know. Cassian finally looked up, fixing them with a flat stare. If? Don't insult my intelligence. You two were born plotting. Fred elbowed George. Told you he would say that. George grinned impishly. All right, Professor. What about an extra assignment? We are willing to work for it. No. Fred sighed dramatically. Come on, you don't even know what we want extra credit for. You are first years, Cassian said, returning his attention to the essays. There is nothing you could possibly want extra credit for that wouldn't involve some ill-advised scheme or a prank I would have to clean up later. George pouted. So that is it. No chance at redemption. Cassian didn't even glance up. No redemption. No chance. No deal. Go torment someone else. Fred and George exchanged looks, then identical mischievous grins spread across their faces. All right then, Professor Rosier, Fred said. You win this round, George finished. Cassian fought to urge to sigh, already regretting every choice that had led him to teaching first years. Get out before I decide to assign you both a 2-foot essay on the unfortunate poltergeists and their gruesome ends. Fred opened his mouth, no doubt to fire off some cheeky retort, but before he could, a voice cut across the room. Fred. George. Out. Now. Charlie Weasley appeared in the doorway, arms crossed, looking every inch the responsible older brother. Both twins froze mid-step. Charlie. Fred said brightly, as if his arrival was the best thing to happen all day. Hey, Charlie, George added, grinning. We were just about to leave, Charlie interrupted firmly, grabbing them each by the back of their collars like a pair of misbehaving nasals. Professor Rosier, I am sorry about them, Charlie said with a weary smile. They are, a lot. Cassian raised an eyebrow, a lot is putting it kindly. Fred wiggled in his brother's grip. We weren't causing that much trouble. George chimed in. Just a little negotiation for extra credit. Charlie gave them both a tug. Extra credit? You are first years. Merlin's beard, are you trying to set a record for annoying staff? They started early, Cassian remarked dryly. At this rate, they will have half the castle hexing them by third year. That is what we are afraid of, Charlie said with a sigh. He tightened his hold on the twins and gave Cassian an apologetic look. Sorry again, Professor. I will keep them out of your hair. Cassian chuckled. Good luck with that. Those two were born to get into people's hair, and set it on fire for fun. True, Charlie admitted, dragging the twins toward the door. Bye, Professor R. Fred called cheerfully. Don't miss us too much. George added. Cassian raised a hand lazily. I will try to cope. Charlie herded them out, the sound of the twins bickering fading down the corridor. Cassian shook his head and muttered, Hogwarts really doesn't pay me enough for this. With the worst of the grading out of the way, Cassian stretched and leaned back in his chair. He enjoyed teaching, but if he had to read another essay where someone tried to claim Merlin invented every spell in existence, he might actually set something on fire. Merlin invented every spell in existence. He read aloud, as if that would make it less ridiculous. It didn't. A knock at the door made him glance up. Baths Haida babbling leaned against the frame, arms crossed. Survived. Barely. Cassian shut the last essay with a sigh. Please tell me ancient runes essays are better than this. She smiled softly. Marginally. No one tried to claim Merlin invented runes, at least. Lucky you. She stepped into the room, glancing at the pile of parchment. Planning to spend the holidays buried under all this. Cassian stacked the essays into a neat pile. Better than spending it with the Rosiers. Bathsheda's eyes brightened as she leaned forward. I got an invitation to a dig site. They uncovered an ancient runic language, one no one's seen before. Thought you might be interested. She watched him expectantly. Cassian raised a brow. You want me to tag along while you poke at old rocks? She huffed, unimpressed. They are not just rocks. This could change everything we know about magical linguistics. Dangerous words. Half the field loses their minds when you suggest anything older than the Egyptian hieroglyphs. Exactly. She sat near him. Figured you would enjoy the chaos. You seem to thrive in it. He tapped a finger against the desk, considering. The truth was, he was interested. Anything predating established magical history was worth looking into, and if the language was truly unknown, it meant magic older than modern spellcraft. That, and, though he wouldn't say it outright, he enjoyed spending time with her. Over the months, their relationship shifted. They weren't quite friends, not in the way most people meant, but there was an ease between them now. A habit of finding each other in the staff lounge, sharing drinks in Hogsmeade, or staying up late discussing their work. Neither had put a name to it, and Cassian saw no reason to. Whatever it was, it worked. Where is the site? Norway. Just outside Trondheim. She watched him, waiting. Well. He smiled. I would love to. Baths Haida lit up. We leave a week after term ends. Sitting in the Great Hall for the end-of-year feast, Cassian looked up at the green banners stretched all the way up to ceiling. Slytherin had taken both the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup, their table roared with celebration. The other houses put up with it, some more patiently than others. Ravenclaws weren't really bothered, Hufflepuffs clapped politely, of course, and Gryffindors sulked like someone had personally insulted their ancestors. It was a familiar sight, but Cassian had no real attachment to it. The old Cassian was a Slytherin, but that had nothing to do with him. If he was sorted now, he doubted he would end up in the same house. Most likely Ravenclaw, something Baths Haida had pointed out more than once in passing conversation. I am still not convinced you weren't meant for my house, she had said during one of their staff room chats. Slytherin ambition aside, you are far too invested in knowledge to have survived among them. Cassian had just laughed and shrugged. A shame, then. Could have saved your lot from turning into glorified human encyclopedias. Now, watching the Slytherin table roar with triumph while the rest of the hall resigned itself to another year of them lording it over everyone, he found himself mildly grateful for his current position. Teaching had its headaches, but at least he didn't have to deal with house rivalries like a 15-year-old with something to prove. Dumbledore stood, raising a hand for silence, and the hall gradually settled. The usual speech followed, congratulations, reminders, well wishes for the summer. At some point, Cassian's mind drifted to Norway. He had no idea what exactly they would find at the dig site, but if it was enough to get Baths Haida excited, it had to be worth the trip. After the feast, the students scattered to their common rooms. Cassian lingered over his tea, enjoying the rare quiet and the absence of students screaming about house points like it determined their immortal souls. Most of the staff had already left, save for McGonagall, who was speaking with Flitwick near the doors. Snape had vanished almost immediately after the feast ended, no doubt retreating to wherever he spent his free time being unpleasant. Baths Haida lingered nearby, glancing over at him. Still in one piece after your first year teaching? Cassian smirked. Barely. I am convinced some of these students are actively trying to kill my enthusiasm. She chuckled. Consider it a test of endurance. Perfect. Just what I dreamed of as a child. On the bright side, you survived, and now you get a summer away from it. She tapped her fingers against the back of his chair. Though, instead of resting, you decided to spend it knee-deep in ancient runes. Rest is overrated, Cassian said. Besides, this is the first interesting thing to pop up in a while. Bath's Haida raised an eyebrow. Glad to know our company is so engaging. Cassian grinned. You know what I mean. Hogwarts is fascinating, but it is still a school. The past year has been spent wrangling teenagers into caring about things that happened centuries before their great-great-grandparents were born. He leaned back slightly. It will be nice to get out and see something older than castle walls and hormonal dramas. She hummed. Fair enough. Just don't complain when you are stuck translating runes in the rain. I will suffer through it. The conversation moved on, drifting between speculation on the dig site and the general absurdities of the past year. By the time they left the hall, most of the castle had gone quiet, students either asleep or making the most of their last night before heading home. Cassian didn't bother returning to his quarters immediately. Instead, he took a slow walk through the corridors, passing by empty classrooms and torch-lit hallways. Hogwarts at night had a different feel, less bustling, more ancient, the weight of history pressing in through every stone. He found himself by the library without meaning to. The doors were closed, but he knew Madame Pants was still inside. He could hear the faint sound of pages turning, the occasional rustle of fabric as she moved about. For a moment, he considered knocking. He had a few books to return, but decided against it. But just as Cassian turned to leave, a sharp scream cut through the quiet. He was moving before he even processed it, legs carrying him forward as he shoved open the library doors. The sound had come from the restricted section. He didn't bother being quiet as he moved. The tall bookshelves were blocking his path like a literary maze, and then he saw her. Professor Helena Mulford lay sprawled on the ground, her body stiff, her skin darkened, not burnt, but twisted by some curse. Cassian dropped to a knee, gripping his wand tight. Finite. A standard counter curse, but he forced as much power into it as he could. He hadn't taught this to students yet, and unlike his other spell discoveries, there was no ancient variation sitting in his mind, waiting to be recalled. He knew only this. His pulse of magic washed over Mulford. Whatever inky curse was on her skin, it started to recede, but she was still as stiff. Her breathing was faint, but there. Thankfully, she was alive. Cassian swore under his breath. Pants. He called. Madame Pants was already next to him, having rushed over at the sound of the scream. Her wand moved over them, casting detection spells over Mulford's body. Cassian watched as her expression darkened with each passing second. Before he could ask what she saw, the doors banged open. McGonagall and Dumbledore strode in, followed closely by Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape. Cassian had no idea how they'd been alerted so quickly, but now wasn't the time to ask. Dumbledore took one glance at the scene before stepping forward. Madame Pants. Pants's lips were pressed into a thin line. She was cursed. Something old. Not the usual dark magic one might expect. She flicked her wand again, scanning Mulford's body, then exhaled sharply. It is not active anymore, but whatever it was nearly killed her. McGonagall knelt beside Mulford, pressing her fingers lightly against the woman's wrist. She is alive, but barely. Her gaze flicked up to Cassian. What happened? Cassian straightened. I heard a scream and found her like this. Snape's eyes narrowed. And yet, you are unharmed. Cassian shot him a flat look. Yes, Severus, because I clearly hexed a colleague and then stuck around to admire my work. McGonagall ignored them both. Did you see anything else? Nothing, Cassian said. I cast Finite, and it seemed to slow the curse, but that is all. Flitwick had been inspecting Mulford closely, muttering under his breath. Now, he straightened, his usual cheer was nowhere to seen. This wasn't an ordinary curse. This was layered magic, something meant to spread, not just kill outright. Sprout glanced at Flitwick. You are thinking the same thing I am, aren't you? Flitwick gave a small nod. Defense against the dark arts. They all quietened, as if they knew a secret. McGonagall's mouth pressed into a thin line. Again. Dumbledore sighed through his nose, his gaze fixed on Mulford. It does appear to follow a pattern. Cassian frowned. What pattern? Sprout glanced at him, then at the others, as if deciding whether or not to say it. The curse on the defense position. Cassian stared. You are joking. It is real. Flitwick shook his head. It is no secret that the defense against the dark arts post has been unstable for some time now. No professor lasts more than a year. McGonagall adjusted her spectacles. And now, this. She gestured at Mulford's unconscious form. Cassian resisted the urge to swear. You are telling me there is a bloody curse on the job itself. Dumbledore met his gaze evenly. That is the prevailing theory. He snorted out a breath. Right. So, let me get this straight. Hogwarts has had a cursed teaching position for at least a decade, since I remember professors coming and going every year, and no one thought to fix it. Snape scoffed. You think fixing ancient curses is as simple as waving a wand and reciting a nursery rhyme? Cassian gave him a look. I don't know, Severus, maybe don't keep tossing professors into the meat grinder and hoping for different results? Do you even inform them before recruiting them to their possible deaths? McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose. Enough. She turned to Pants. Can she be moved? Pants hesitated, then nodded. The curse isn't active anymore. Madame Pomfrey should be able to stabilize her. Dumbledore flicked his wand, and Mulford's body lifted gently into the air. Minerva, if you would accompany me to the hospital wing. McGonagall gave a nod and followed as Dumbledore guided Mulford out of the library. The rest of the staff lingered, their gazes still on Cassian. Flitwick frowned. No sign of the attacker, then. Cassian shook his head. Nothing. Just her. Sprout sighed, rubbing her temples. Then there is little else we can do tonight. Snape huffed. Wonderful. Another year, another cursed defense professor. Cassian left the library, hands in his pockets, walking the dim corridors toward his room. The curse on the defense against the dark arts position. He heard about it during his school days, well, the other Cassian's school days, but he assumed it was just the usual nonsense students spread around. A way to make Hogwarts sound more dangerous than it already was. But seeing Mulford barely breathing on the library floor? That wasn't a theory. Every year, the professor in that position either dropped dead, vanished, or was forced out under increasingly bizarre circumstances. It was cursed. Literally. He clenched his fist. At least no one would bother cursing the history of magic position, he muttered. Not that it would have made much difference. History wasn't exactly a high-risk job. Nobody got themselves killed explaining goblin treaties. Oh wait, Binns did, but that was on him. At worst, he would bore someone to death. Probably Snape. Year ended, and Cassian took the train from Hogsmeade with the students, not because he had to, but because operating was beyond him, and calling a house elf just to fetch him home was too much effort. Besides, he liked trains. The steady rhythm, the muted conversations leaking between compartments, the scenery flashing past, it was oddly grounding, a quiet simplicity magic never managed to replicate. The Hogwarts Express was loud, as always. Younger students chattered excitedly about summer plans, older ones slumped in their seats, exhausted from exams. A few prefects made a half-hearted attempt to maintain order, but no one cared. The term was over, and discipline was left behind at the castle. Cassian sat with a couple of second years in his compartment, flipping through a book he borrowed from the library, one he conveniently forgotten to return before leaving. Madame Pants would probably lecture him about it later. But it wasn't his fault. The night he was deliberating whether to return them, Mulford was cursed. The train pulled into King's Cross, and Cassian stepped onto the platform, blending easily into the flow of students reuniting with their families. Lucian was waiting near the exit, looking as well put together as ever with his dark robe. His younger cousin, Odette, stood beside him, hands tucked into the pockets of her cloak. Her blue eyes flicked to Cassian, unimpressed, before she turned her attention back to Lucian, as if he was the only one worth acknowledging. Arriving at the waiting cluster of Rosiers, Cassian lifted a hand in an easy wave. You lot go ahead. I will take public transport. Lucian raised a brow, unimpressed. What, the night bus? Feeling adventurous? Selina looked intrigued for half a second but seemed to decide against commenting. Odette, however, wrinkled her nose in that particularly disdainful way only a 12-year-old could manage. The elves are here, cousin. Don't be difficult. Cassian snorted and reached out, ruffling her perfectly arranged platinum hair before she could dodge. Don't worry about me, Odette. She let out a sharp huff, stepping away as she smoothed her hair back into place, eyes blazing with indignation. You are the worst. Family trait, he said with a grin, stepping past her before she could try to retaliate. Lucian shook his head, clearly considering whether Cassian was even worth engaging with, but ultimately didn't bother. You will regret it, was all he said before turning on his heel and heading towards the apparition area, Odette following after him. Selina lingered, studying Cassian with something between amusement and curiosity. Muggle buses and trains, really? He shrugged. Why not? Hogwarts Express was fine. Might as well complete the experience. Selina smiled softly. Just don't get lost. You've spent most of your life being operated around. I am sure I will manage. She gave him one last glance before following the rest of the family, leaving Cassian standing in the middle of King's Cross, watching as the Rosier contingent disappeared into the crowd. Cassian made a quick stop at the ministry to exchange some galleons for quid. Where he was going, if it existed at all, wouldn't accept anything but crisp notes. He took the underground. Partly because he could, partly because he missed watching how Muggles functioned without magic. The station bustled with the usual rush hour chaos, businessmen in suits, tired mothers wrangling children, teenagers clumped together in loud, laughing groups. The train arrived with a screech of brakes, and he stepped inside, finding a corner to lean against as the carriage jerked forward. After a few stops, he changed lines, slipping through the station like he'd done it 1,000 times, because he had. The tube map looked like chaos to most people, all crisscrossed colors and angles, but to him it made sense. Knew where to stand, where the doors opened, where the crowds bunched up. Eventually, he arrived at the location he had in mind. Whether it existed in this world was another matter, but his target was a small, tucked-away bookshop he often visited in his past life. Stepping outside, Cassian glanced up at the sign. Tanner's Rare Books and Maps. Hey. Still here. He pushed open the door, and the familiar scent of old paper and ink hit him instantly. The place was exactly as he remembered. Dimly lit, shelves stacked haphazardly with books, the faint sound of a crackling radio playing from the back. The owner, an elderly man, sat behind the counter, flipping through a ledger. He glanced up, giving Cassian a quick once-over. Looking for something specific. Cassian stepped further inside, eyes scanning the spines. Old texts. Preferably pre-civilization. The old man hummed, standing with a creak of joints. Follow me. Cassian trailed after him through the narrow aisles until they reached the back, where a locked cabinet held the more valuable collections. The owner pulled out a key, unlocked it, and stepped aside. Help yourself. Prices aren't negotiable. Cassian nearly blurted out, I know, old man, before catching himself. He had to remind himself that, in this life, this was his first time meeting Yehen Tanner. Still, it was a shock to see him looking just as ancient as he had a quarter of a century later in Cassian's past life. How old is he? Cassian wondered, but he let it go. Probably best not to question it. He turned his attention to the books instead. The titles on the shelves were familiar, their worn covers and spines bringing back memories of long nights spent reading in another life. Seeing them here, unchanged, solidified a strange truth. History seemed to have played out the same way, despite the existence of magic. No butterfly effect, no rewritten past. He chuckled to himself. Magic must have decided history wasn't worth tampering with. Shaking his head, Cassian reached for a book. History of Ancient Magic. Not an actual magic book, of course, just a historical fiction novel about the myths and beliefs surrounding magical practices in different cultures. He read it in his past life when it had been nothing more than speculation. But here? Here, it might actually hold something real. Good choice, Yehen muttered, watching him as he flipped through the pages. That one's been around for a while. Cassian glanced up. How old is this copy? Yehen scratched his chin, thinking. That edition? About 80 years. Cassian whistled. Not bad. He kept flipping through, scanning for anything that might stand out. If nothing else, it would be interesting to compare this world's historical interpretation of magic with what he knew from before. Yehen leaned back against the counter. You a historian? Cassian smirked. Something like that. Good. Means you might actually appreciate the books rather than just collecting them for show. Cassian closed the book with a quiet thump. You would be surprised how many people think owning a shelf full of old books makes them an expert. Yehen huffed. More than I care to count. After a few more minutes of browsing, Cassian gathered a small stack and carried them to the counter. Yehen Tanner glanced up from his ledger, eyes narrowing slightly as he checked the books Cassian picked. He thumbed through the titles, giving a small grunt of approval at one or two before lighting a cigarette with a flick of his battered old lighter. Cassian raised an eyebrow. Smoking in a bookshop. Tanner exhaled a slow stream of smoke, entirely unbothered. Been doing it longer than you've been alive, lad. Cassian shook his head, eyeing the cigarette like it was a personal offense. I swear, you are one stray ember away from committing a crime on PAR with burning the Library of Alexandria. The old man's glare was one Cassian had seen before. In his past life, he argued with Yehen Tanner more times than he could count about the idiocy of smoking in a shop full of ancient books. Once, he called the man a sinner on PAR with those who burned the Library of Alexandria. Tanner was so livid he'd shaken for an hour. Now, decades earlier but just as stubborn, Tanner's face twisted with fury, his thin lips curling back like a dog about to bite. His hands, worn from years of flipping pages and counting coins, trembled as he jabbed a finger at Cassian. You dare compare those book-burning, knowledge-desecrating, barbaric heathens to my smoking? Are you mad, boy? Mad. His voice cracked with sheer outrage. You think I am some ignorant fool, setting fire to history? Think, boy. These books have lived longer than you, longer than your entire bloody lineage, and you think a little smoke is the end of them. He slammed a palm down on the counter, rattling the books stacked beside him. Blasphemy. Heresy. Utter intellectual sacrilege. Cassian, suppressing the laughter that was on verge of bursting, leaned casually on the counter like a man enjoying fine theater. I am just saying, sir, one stray ember and you would be a walking historical tragedy. Imagine the obituary. Bookshop owner goes up in flames alongside priceless literature. Tanner scoffed, muttering something vicious under his breath as he grabbed a scrap of paper and scrawled out a number in quick, sharp strokes. He shoved it across the counter with a glare that could have wrought flesh. That is your price. And don't try haggling, I will throw you out. Cassian glanced at the number. 28 quid. A steal, really, considering the quality of the books he was walking away with. He pulled out a few notes, dropping them onto the counter. Pleasure doing business. Tanner snatched up the money, tucking it away with a grumble. Bloody historians. Smug little parasites living off the sweat of real collectors. Always think they are the clever ones. Getting a reaction out of the old man was always worth it. And now, knowing the stubborn bastard might still be alive in another 25 years, Cassian wasn't worried about shortening his lifespan with a bit of provocation. He laughed, waving a lazy hand over his shoulder as he stepped away. Say hi to L'Oreal. The words had barely left his mouth before he realized his mistake. His blood went cold. Shit. Yehen Tanner didn't have a grown granddaughter helping him around the shop yet. L'Oreal was probably a toddler right now, maybe not even walking. Cassian shouldn't have known that name. Worse, he shouldn't have said it. Cassian's stomach dropped as his mind raced. L'Oreal Tanner was 25 in his past life. That meant, he did some quick calculations, she wasn't even born yet. Phew. Tanner's voice cut through his thoughts. Who the hell is L'Oreal? Cassian laughed. Haha, sorry. I was singing in my head, gotta see the rainy day, follow the dream to skies so pale, drift with the winds that set the sail. He grinned. Say hi to L'Oreal. Yahen Tanner narrowed his eyes. What? Cassian shrugged, trying for an innocent look. Just a tune. You know how it is, sometimes a line gets stuck in your head, and it comes out before you think. Tanner didn't look convinced. His gaze lingered on Cassian a little too long, the kind of look an old man gives when deciding if someone is bullshitting him. Then, finally, he huffed, taking a drag from his cigarette. Bloody historians. Always talking in riddles. Cassian let out a quiet laugh and stepped out of the shop, dusk settling over the crowded streets. Tanner's grumbling faded behind him, though he didn't doubt the old man would still be muttering insults long after he was gone. He slung the bag now carrying his books over his shoulder and made his way to the underground. The journey back was quiet, the late hour thinning out the usual crowds. By the time he reached Rosier Manor, the sky had settled into deep black, the estate looming ahead like some relic from a dark fantasy. Inside, the usual scent of expensive food and something faintly floral, probably whatever enchantment his mother insisted on having refreshed daily. He barely had time to set his bag down before a house elf appeared at his elbow, bowing stiffly. Dinner is served, Master Cassian, the elf said, bowing deeply. Cassian crouched, eyeing the small, hunched figure in front of him. How are you doing, Tal? It's been a while. The house elf flinched at being addressed, his large, bat-like ears twitching as he kept his gaze firmly on the floor. Cassian sighed. The old Cassian had terrorized the poor creature so much that a simple smile or kind word was met with wariness, as if a kick might follow at any moment. Cassian held out the bag he was carrying. Put these on my desk. Tal took them quickly, his thin fingers curling around the strap as he scurried away without a word. Cassian watched him go. He shook it off and walked towards the dining table. Another elf appeared at his side, silently helping him clean his hands with magic before he sat down. The entire Rosier family was gathered tonight, as expected for the first meal after the school term ended. The long dining table stretched before him, lined with polished silverware and pristine plates. Cassian slid into his seat, taking a look around. His grandfather, Magnus, sat at the head of the table, his sharp blue eyes scanning the room like a man still used to holding power, despite his retirement. His grandmother, Catherine, perched beside him, thin-lipped and stiff, always radiating omni-disapproval. His father, Regulus, was in a hushed conversation with Lucian, likely discussing some ministry business Cassian couldn't be bothered to care about. His mother, Ophelia, sat across from him, elegant as ever, though her attention was fixed on her plate, as if even looking at Cassian might be a waste of time. The rest of the family filled the seats in their usual places. Uncles, aunts, cousins, each one with their own ambitions, each one knowing exactly where they ranked in the unspoken hierarchy of the Rosiers. Cassian, as always, was at the bottom. Dinner began, the house elves moving seamlessly through the room. Cassian ate without rush, half listening to the murmured conversations around him. Armand, his stocky, broad-shouldered uncle, broke the relative quiet. Lucian, I hear you handled the Selwyn incident well. Didn't even leave a trace. Lucian lifted his head, his usual self-satisfied smirk tugging at his lips. The Oros never even got a whiff of it. Armand laughed. Good. The last thing we need is more ministry oversight. Cassian speared a piece of roasted pheasant, taking his time chewing before he spoke. Shame. I was hoping for a thrilling scandal to read about in the Prophet. Lucian lightly scoffed, unimpressed. It is a family matter, Cassian. Something you wouldn't understand. Cassian chuckled. You are right. I can't say I have much experience in covering up whatever it is you lot get up to these days. Spare us your ignorance, Viola, his aunt, cut in, sharp eyes locking onto him like a predator finding weak prey. You've been playing professor for a year now, haven't you? Tell me, how does it feel to be surrounded by children who probably surpass you in magical ability? Cassian swirled his tea lazily. Not as humiliating as watching you desperately cling to relevance in a family that's already moved on from you. A faint snort came from somewhere down the table, possibly Selena, though she covered it well by taking a sip of her drink. Viola's lips pressed into a thin line, but she didn't rise to the bait. Instead, she turned to Magnus. It is a wonder you still allow him to waste the family name like this, father. Magnus silenced Viola with a sharp glance before turning to Cassian. His placement at Hogwarts was decided by Regulus and me. And from what I hear, he's done well, teaching students to question the so-called friendship between wizards and muggles. That alone makes his presence there worthwhile. Cassian kept his expression neutral, taking a slow sip of tea. He had no doubt Magnus had sources feeding him reports, but it was amusing how the man had twisted his approach. Teaching history properly, without whitewashing, without simplifying, wasn't the same as pushing pure-blood superiority. This was his task to begin with. Regulus and Magnus had placed him at Hogwarts with a clear expectation, subtly reinforced the Rosier worldview. From the outside, it looked like he was doing exactly that. He taught history with all its uncomfortable truths, questioning the so-called harmony between wizards and muggles. But what he was actually doing was pushing them to think for themselves. To question everything. It wasn't about feeding them a new ideology, it was about making them realize there wasn't just one. Cassian basked in Viola's face, and let Magnus believe whatever he wanted. A necessary perspective, his grandfather continued, nodding slightly. The younger generation is too quick to accept revisionist history. They need to be reminded of the past as it truly was. Viola forced a smile. Then at least he is serving some purpose. Cassian turned his head lazily towards her. That is right. You should be thrilled. For the first time in my life, I am actually useful. Regulus ended the conversation before anyone else could comment on it. Your position at Hogwarts is valuable, Cassian. You did well. Cassian's lips curled faintly, lifting his glass in mock toast. For now, he played along, letting them think he was exactly where they wanted him, guiding young minds in the right direction, reinforcing the Rosier worldview. If they wanted to believe he was molding little Rosier foot soldiers for the next generation, let them. The truth was far less convenient. It was going to be a rude awakening. But not yet. He would wait. The longer he stayed, the more entrenched he became, the harder it would be to remove him. And when the time came, when he had enough credibility, enough standing that not even Magnus or Regulus could make Dumbledore cast him out, he would cut ties for good. The conversation moved on, shifting to ministry affairs and business dealings, none of which interested Cassian in the slightest. Armand and Alistair discussed recent policy changes that could impact their less-than-legal ventures, while Damien offered insights on Wisengamot politics. The following week passed without much incident. Cassian did his best to avoid the worst of his relatives, keeping his head down and making himself as uninteresting as possible, something he had perfected in the past year. The Rosiers were too busy with their own affairs to pay him much mind beyond the occasional dig about his teaching hobby, which he let roll off his back. By the time he was ready to leave, he had to go through the usual performance of asking for permission, which was mostly for show. Magnus barely acknowledged it beyond a vague nod, and Regulus only cared enough to remind him to represent the family properly. Cassian assured them he would, though they probably wouldn't be thrilled with his actual plans. With that, he left Rosier Manor behind, making his way to meet up with Baths Haida. They met at the Port KS station near the Ministry, where she was already waiting with her luggage and a bundle of documents tucked under her arm. Cassian eyed the stack. Are you planning to read ancient runes mid-Port KS? He asked. Baths Haida smiled. If I get bored enough. The Port KS, a battered suitcase scarred from years of abuse, lurched violently, yanking Cassian and Baths Haida forward. A heartbeat later, Cassian's boots slammed onto solid ground, the sharp, frigid air of Norway biting at his face. Baths Haida landed gracefully, adjusting her bag like teleporting to another country was just another Thursday. Cassian stumbled, catching himself with a muttered curse. Still feels like my insides rearranged every bloody time, Cassian muttered, brushing off his coat and trying to look like he hadn't just been spun through a cosmic blender. He casually kicked a patch of grass off his boot like that would undo the disgraceful landing. It was his first time. Old Cassian experienced this before, both apparition and Port KS travel, but this was the first time he blinked and ended up thousands of kilometers away. Reading memories was one thing. Living them was a whole different beast. Before the trip, he checked over the old Cassian's memories. How Port Keys twisted through the gut like a sinkhole of suction, how apparition punched behind the eyes and pulled at the ribs like a tug-of-war between dimensions. Old Cassian remembered the sensation as something like being folded in half at the stomach, then siphoned through himself in two violent directions. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't magical. It was mechanical terror masquerading as transportation. Simply, awful. Best Cassian could describe it. Imagine being turned to spaghetti at the edge of a black hole and spat out the other end like some smug, indifferent white hole had coughed you into a different universe. Not that he experienced either. Magic was no different. Cassian saw the flashes of memories, old Cassian's attempts in charms and hexes. He knew how it should feel. Knew the muscle pull of a proper charm. But knowing wasn't casting. It wasn't instinctive, not like it had been in those memories. The best he could explain it was like trying to describe how breathing worked. Could words ever capture the feeling? If anything, they only made it worse. Humans, when made to think about breathing, often lost the instinctive ability to do it. Something they did even in their dreams. Most just covered it up with snoring, but still. This Cassian had to learn what breath was again. Old Cassian's reflexes weren't transferable, not that he had many to begin with. The raw knowledge? Sure. Minimal, still. But it was there. You will survive, Baths Haida replied dryly, scanning the dark horizon. Come on. Camp is this way. The site lay just outside Trondheim, shielded from Muggle eyes by thick layers of enchantments. The magical outpost was busy with movement already, witches and wizards darting between tents and rune-carved stones, parchment rustling in the cold wind. Some bent over artifacts, others whispered furiously over scrolls as if the words themselves might bite back. Baths Haida moved to join the fray, cutting a line through the bustle. Cassian followed at a slower pace, hands in his pockets, eyes flicking lazily over the surroundings like he wasn't cataloguing every detail. A man in thick furs waved them over. Professor babbling, I presume. His accent was heavy Norwegian, wand tucked in his pocket like an absent-minded quill. And you must be Professor Rosier. Cassian gave a polite smile. That would be me. Eric Osland, lead researcher and clearly the kind of man who would stab someone with a quill if they mishandled a rune, led them to the dig site. A partially unearthed mountain wall sprawled before them, its walls lined with carvings Cassian didn't recognize. The air brimming with magic, so heavy that even he felt it crawl across his skin. Baths Haida crouched immediately, fingers tracing delicate lines over the stone. Not Elder Futhark, she murmured. Or any known derivative. Cassian knelt beside her, his eyes narrowing. These shapes. He murmured. He wasn't just a historian by trade, he was obsessed with ancient languages. Hieroglyphs, cuneiform, proto-scripts, anything scratched, inked, or carved millennia ago, he researched. He still had the image of a Sumerian tablet burned into his mind, a sliver of a fragment he once owned. He once even owned a small limestone from Göbekli Tepe, worn smooth by hands that had used it over 10,000 years ago. Simple tools, maybe. But they spoke of people, rituals, lives, things that outlasted words. Those two relics weren't just treasures. They were proof of how far his obsession ran. He had spent a fortune to acquire them, burning through savings and cents alike, unable to resist the pull of the ancient. Forgotten scripts, dead tongues, markings barely anyone could piece together, he craved them all, chasing them like a man possessed, enough to call himself a proper historian and almost believe it. But the carvings in front of him? Not Old Norse. Not even younger Futhark. Not anything he recognized. The shapes twisted like they wanted to be a language, but if they weren't one he'd ever seen. And he'd seen plenty. He brushed some loose grit away. The edges of the runes were knife-sharp, untouched. Anything this old should have worn smooth long ago. Most scripts this ancient were worn down, half erased by wind or water or careless hands. These looked like they'd been cut yesterday. He reached out and touched one. The instant his finger met the stone, the world tilted violently sideways. A storm hammered the coastline, black waves crashing against jagged rocks, sea spray lashing up in icy sheets. A small village lay in the crook of a fjord, its houses hunched against the wind like beaten animals. Sparse firelight trembled behind a handful of windows. Beyond it, high on the cliffs, a woman stood at the mouth of a cave. Barefoot. Arms streaked in runes, didn't seem like inked, but carved. Her hair clung to her skin, soaked and tangled. Her eyes weren't human, too bright, too sharp. The storm circled her like a loyal beast. Voices shouted beneath her. Men climbed the path, weapons drawn. Runes glowed on her arms. The stone around her began to shake. The men shouted warnings. Threats. Prayers. She didn't answer. She raised both arms, the runes carved into her flesh bleeding crimson radiance. A dragon's roar split the storm. Then. The cave mouth folded in on itself, stone flowing like molten wax, hardening with a sound like 1,000 bones snapping shut. The storm died. Silence. Then the woman was gone. Cassian jerked back like he touched fire. His fingers stung. The rune he touched was warm. Bathsheba was kneeling beside another stone a few feet away. She didn't notice his reaction. A few other researchers were murmuring nearby, too distracted with their own translations to look up. Something stirred deep within him. Same feeling as when he learned Lumos Noctis. Like the world had tilted slightly and no one else noticed. Something shifted. He couldn't say what, but it was there, tugging at the back of his mind like a loose thread waiting to be pulled. Cassian stayed crouched, fingers still hovering near the rune. The heat faded, but the memory didn't. A torrent of memory, hours of someone else's life flooded into him within a heartbeat. The smell of salt, wet stone, her eyes. He blinked, then quietly sorted through it. It wasn't like a seer's vision. It wasn't like learning an ancient spell. This had weight. A presence that wasn't his but clung to his bones anyway. And the name, he hadn't heard it in the vision, but it dropped into his mouth like it had always been there, carved behind his teeth. Yrsa, he muttered. His chest tightened. A sudden shriek cut through the wind, so sharp, it silenced the entire camp. Heads snapped up. Tools hit the ground. One of the younger researchers bolted toward the source, already shouting something in Norwegian. Cassian was already running with Bathsheba, boots slamming against the uneven ground. His stomach twisted the moment he recognized where the sound had come from. The cave. It was exactly the same one from the vision. Before, he only saw the cliffside, the mouth of the cave blocked by the slope and thick rock. Now, the way was clear. And he didn't like it. Another researcher caught up beside him. That sounded like Hilda. Cassian didn't know who Hilda was, but the air around the cave felt wrong. Too quiet. Even the wind seemed to have pulled back. He gripped his wand tighter and ducked inside. The entrance widened for two people to walk side by side. The stone underfoot was damp, the cave lit only by the flickering glow of their wands. The rest of the group stayed outside, shouting, calling names. Further in, something glittered faintly in the dark. Then they saw her. Hilda, one of the junior researchers, collapsed on the floor, eyes wide, body frozen in a twisted, half-curled shape. Not unconscious but stiff. Completely rigid, like she'd been turned into a statue mid-fall. Her wand lay a few feet away. Bathsheba crouched next to her, fingers already moving over Hilda's arm. She is breathing. Cassian looked around. The walls of the cave were carved with the same runes, but deeper in, they started to shift. The shapes bent, angles sharper, cuts cleaner. More recent, somehow. It didn't make any sense. She was doing a rub of the inner wall. I told her not to go in alone. Another German scholar stopped, eyes narrowing. This isn't ordinary paralysis. Cassian looked further in, following the line of runes as they formed a spiral. Definitely leading somewhere. The damp stone underfoot gave way to a smoother surface, as if the spiral had been carved to guide a particular kind of traveler. He crouched to trace the faint grooves. Bathsheba hovered behind him, wand lit, her breath puffing in little clouds. It is leading, she said, as though stating the obvious. She knelt, pressing her palm beside his, the runes glowing faintly in response. They crept deeper. The spiral wound tighter, turning until it pointed straight down a narrow corridor. A faint draft curled around Cassian's neck, cold and wet, like a breath that didn't belong to him. He glanced over his shoulder at Bath's Haida. She gave a small nod. A single torch flickered ahead, casting shadows that danced with the runes. Cassian tipped his head. That is not natural. Or it is an invitation, Bath's Haida said. Her grip on her wand tightened. Quickly, they passed the torch. The circle of illumination steadied on a shallow alcove. There, set into the wall, was a block of stone, its face blank except for a single rune, a symbol neither of them could recognize. Cassian crouched again. The shape reminded him of a curled serpent, mouth open, fangs bared. He tapped it lightly. At once the runes on the spiral flared, and a low hum reverberated through the chamber. Something moved in the shadows, soft, subtle, like a whisper brushing the back of his neck. He turned instinctively to check. Nothing. Just Bath's Haida watching him, brows drawn low. He met her gaze. Did you hear? He cut himself off, moving forward before she could answer. He tapped the serpent rune once more. The wall shuddered. A panel slid aside, revealing a narrow shaft. The runes throbbed faintly from within, like veins carrying blood beneath ancient stone. Cassian slid his hand around Bathshaida's arm. After you, Bath's Haida murmured, but her wand hand tightened slightly as she said it. He stepped into the shaft first. It sloped steeply downward, the damp mist clinging like cobwebs. Stone slick underfoot, Cassian moved cautiously, scanning the runes one last time for familiarity. There was none. The spiral had drawn them here, but what waited at its end? Halfway down the cave, Cassian stopped. The strange hum was louder now. He tilted his head, straining to catch something, anything. Words, maybe. A whisper. Barely there. Or just the wind being dramatic again. He took a glance behind. Bath's Haida stood silent, but there was something in the way she held herself, too still, like a painting trying too hard. He shook his head. Tension. Probably just tension. He took the lead, a lantern bobbed in the dark, revealing walls slick with dew. Water dripped in random rhythms, echoing like distant footsteps. Bathshaida's steps followed. When he paused to study an inscription, she crouched beside him. These aren't Norse, are they? She murmured. They predate Proto-Germanic. He raised a brow. Ah. So we are in the no one has any idea what these mean category. No, they are, older, she said, frowning but certain. He kept his questions to himself. At the tunnel's end, a stone slab blocked their path. Cassian got up on his feet with a groan that would make all fathers proud, and pressed his palm to its cool surface. It trembled under his touch. Bath's Haida crouched beside him and traced the serpent rune carved at its center. No tool could carve this so cleanly, she said, her brow furrowing even further. Cassian agreed and lifted his wand. Runes weren't just random carvings or inked symbols, they were acts of magic in themselves. To create one, you had to channel power through your hand as you etched or drew, weaving it into the lines and curves until the shape became more than art. That was why wizards still clung to their quills and ink. A pen couldn't channel magic. Even the simplest rune demanded precision and intent, or it would unravel. But the rune before him was something else entirely. The serpent's coils were so intricate it looked alive, scales overlapping in impossible detail, its glassy eyes catching the light of the lantern. Yet it wasn't an illusion or a painting, it was a true rune, dormant but perfect. This wasn't mere craftsmanship. It was the work of someone with an almost fanatical control over magic, so perfectly carved it shouldn't even be possible. Bath's Haida murmured a charm Cassian didn't recognize, it was foreign, fluid, and certainly not Latin. He blinked, startled, as a lattice of silver light spread across the stone slab. Cassian frowned. What was that? I never heard. The light flared. The slab groaned and slid sideways, revealing a narrow passage lit by moss that glowed like embers. Bath's Haida didn't answer at first. She just stepped aside. Cassian followed, still puzzled. He wasn't exactly gifted with magic, and Bath's Haida spoke more languages than he could name. Whatever the spell had been, it worked, and that was enough. After you, Bath's Haida said with a smile, the same curve of her lips. He slipped through first, the passage's rough floor falling away at a sharp angle. The dank air tasted of earth and distant sea. Here, the runes grew sharper, deeper, as if carved yesterday. He paused to memorize a pattern that looked almost alphabetic. She crouched beside him and sketched it on parchment. The corridor opened into a circular chamber farther ahead. The walls were marked with rings, each one circling inward toward a dark center. Every stone was carved, the edges rough beneath his fingertips. Far overhead, the ceiling curved into shadow. The chamber felt both empty and full at once. In the very middle, a pit yawned wide enough to swallow lantern light. The floor felt hollow. Like it was going all the way to the center of earth. Cassian crouched at its lip and angled his lantern beam into the void. The flame died the instant it touched the darkness, snuffed out like a candle in a storm. His heartbeat roared in his ears. He licked his lips. Well. That isn't ominous at all. Bath's Haida stepped up beside him. I thought you would say that. Her voice echoed oddly, distant like it had bounced off too many stones before reaching him. Cassian turned to her, catching Bathshaida's eyes, and froze. He knew those eyes. He had seen those eyes before. A chill crept up his spine. For a single, suspended second, neither of them moved. The lantern's glow quivered across her face, and there, Etched faintly on her cheek were runic scars that hadn't been there a minute ago. He felt sudden chill down his spine. His breath hitched. No, that couldn't be right. He shook his head hard, as if to scatter the image, and when he looked again, the marks were gone. Nothing but smooth, unmarked skin in the flickering light. He blinked rapidly, his stomach twisting. It is the lantern. Shadows playing tricks. The light was bouncing off the stone walls, distorting everything. Lantern tricks, he muttered under his breath. It had to be. Should have brought better lighting. Forcing his legs to move, Cassian stepped closer to the pit's edge. His voice came out quieter than intended. Shall we see what is down there? She pressed her palm to his forearm. Don't go down. It is dangerous, she said, clenching hard. He straightened, threw the hood off his head. How do you know? He asked, meeting her eyes. She ran a fingertip along her own palm and shook her head. Please, she said, her tone was hesitant, as if even she didn't know how she knew. Let's not go down. Cassian nodded, forcing himself to look away from her as he stepped back. We should head back, he said. But we need to warn the others first. She tucked her wand back into its sheath at her belt. We will warn them, she replied. If they still want to enter, it is their decision. Fair enough. Let's move. He frowned but stepped back, guiding Bathsheba along the spiral corridor towards the mouth of the cave. Not more than a few breaths later, a low rumble rolled through the tunnel. It began as a tremor underfoot, an odd shudder that made loose pebbles skitter across the floor. Cassian was taken aback, his stomach knotting. The lantern swayed, its light dancing across the walls. Whatever enchantment kept these carvings so pristine was awakening. He braced himself against the damp wall and swung around. Bathsheba's expression was tight. Before she could speak, the ground shivered again, harder this time. Stone cracked high above. He grabbed her elbow and pulled her back. A slab of roof rock broke free with a jagged crack. It fell, splitting the tunnel in half. Dust exploded around them. Cassian yanked Bathsheba aside, pressing her against the cool stone just as the chamber folded inward behind them. The walls moved as though alive, crushing the runic walls in. Bathsheba was hunched low, one knee to the ground, shielded by his arm. Blasted magic, she muttered, coughing up dust. That seal was never meant to stay open once we poked around. She flicked up a protego shield as they stumbled toward the cave mouth, the walls rattling behind them. Cassian stretched his hand, whispered the same charm, but nothing happened. Of course not. Bathsheba grabbed his arm and hauled him forward. Move, she snapped. Cassian swallowed, as he rushed out. A slab smashed down behind them. Bathsheba shoved Cassian ahead. Dust exploded in their faces. Move. Now. She cried again. The tunnel lurched again. Out. Cassian stumbled into daylight, falling to the ground. Bathsheba tumbled out after him. Others were already out. They escaped from the tunnel sooner than Cassian and Bathsheba, faces covered with dust. A half-dozen researchers walked closer. What on earth happened? Thierry Duval, a French rune master, asked, no demanded, eyes darting between Cassian and Bathsheba. He folded his arms, staring down. Cassian opened his mouth, ready with a quip about temperamental runes and faulty tunnels, but Bathsheba beat him to it. She brushed grit from her sleeve and met the man's glare head-on. We were examining the rune structure, she said. Then the roof came down on us. Examining. Duval repeated. You nearly got yourselves buried alive. Cassian opened his mouth to say, hey, I know that song. Right on. But Bathsheba beat him to it again, her lips twitching, we misjudged the ward's strength. She glanced at Cassian, who gave her an innocent smile. She cut him a warning look. He shut his mouth and instead touched his wand to a stone chip at his boot, rolling it with the tip. Sulking like a child. Bathsheba's gaze flicked down the shattered tunnel, then snapped back to Hilda, who was now on her feet. You all right? She asked. Hilda drew in a shuddering breath and ran a hand through her hair. I am, yes. And you? She replied, eyes wide. Bathsheba nodded with a smile. Good. She straightened. What happened to you in there? Hilda swallowed. She glanced at the cave mouth. I heard voices, she said. Her lips quivered. Whispers, at first. They sounded like someone beside me, telling me to keep tracing the runes. She shook her head as though to banish the memory. Then everything shook, and I must have blacked out. Cassian joined them. He offered Hilda a scrap of parchment and a quill. Can you write down what you heard, he said. Every detail. Hilda took them, fingers trembling. She began to scratch words in pale ink. A voice, urging me forward. Yrsa, come to me, the spiral binds us. Cassian furrowed his brow. Yrsa, he murmured, almost to himself. Hilda looked up. Does that mean anything? He shook his head, laughing awkwardly. Not sure. Probably a name, or a very bad omen. Hilda gave a nod, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I don't remember anything else. Sorry for worrying you. Bathsheba leaned over, patting Hilda's shoulder with a smile. It is all fine. Too bad the cave caved. Cassian rolled his eyes, stifling a grin. He made a mental note to mock her about that later. Instead, he turned back to the scrap of parchment. Yrsa. He murmured, tapping the quill against his palm. Does anyone else recognize that? Thierry Duval, arms still folded, huffed. Sounds Norse, perhaps a mythic figure. But I would expect something older here. Cassian held up a finger. Norse myth, you say? Yrsa was a queen in the sagas, daughter of Helga, mother of Halfdan. But that is way after Proto-Germanic. He shot a look at Bathsheba. Feels like someone, or something, is playing us. After the Norwegian researchers did a swift head count and confirmed no one else was trapped inside, they cordoned off the dig and sent a patroness straight to Oslo. Ministry boots were already on their way. Cassian and Bathsheba hung back, letting the experts take charge. When the last spell was cast, they turned and trudged toward their tents. Well, tents was generous. From the outside, they looked like storage tents on their third tour of duty. Inside, well, big. Wood panel floors gleaming as if polished daily, low tables scattered with runes and parchments, even a cozy hearth crackling away despite the chill. It felt less like camping and more like being swallowed by a miniature manor. Cassian wandered in circles, jaw slack. He counted oak beams. He tapped a window that overlooked the fjord, marveled at the woven tapestries, one showing a frost giant and a sea serpent locked in battle. None of this was field work shabby. This wasn't camping, it was an aristocrat's fever dream stuffed into canvas. You look like a farm boy seeing his first chandelier, Bathsheba said, stepping inside with her arms folded. He paused, can't say as I have. He glanced at her, she shook her head with a smile. Well, he added, not one that looks like it is waiting for the Dowager Countess to host tea. She gave a snort. Right. Not like this. She shrugged off her coat and draped it over a chair. You've been out of the family bubble for too long. Cassian's lips twitched. He was waiting a chance to tease her back, but he bit it off. Instead he walked to a shelf stacked with tomes, ran a finger over the spines. Nice touch with the mini library, he said. I might pinch a volume later. Bathsheba raised an eyebrow. Help yourself. Just don't wreck the bindings. He looked around, then dropped one volume carefully into his robe pocket with a snicker. Bathsheba watched him, expression softening. Settling in. Cassian leaned back. It is odd, he said. I half expected a soggy floor and leaky roof. This is a magic tent. You get spoiled quick. I admit, I am impressed. He tapped the table. You. Not off my list of surprises. Ministry always does a posh job when they back it. He nodded. Still, feels strange. Like we were kicked off the fieldwork and ended up in student accommodation. Bathsheba let out a dry laugh. Student accommodation? You would love a room like this in Hogsmeade. He laughed. I would pay double my salary. That sound I hear is you admitting you would miss civilization if I push you out into the wild. He held up a hand. Touché. But don't expect me to give up on a proper desk. Bathsheba walked around to sort a few things. You can borrow mine anytime. Careful there, I might take you up on that offer. He yawned, arms stretched wide like he was about to drop off somewhere for a quick nap, then slumped onto the bed with a satisfied grunt. He tugged his boots off. Just as he tossed the second to the floor. Bathsheba stepped closer. Cassian glanced up, raising an eyebrow. You were so brave in there. Her tone made him blink. It wasn't the words. It was the way she said them, like they weren't alone in a tent that pretended to be a country house, like they'd just come back from war and he saved a child from a grenade. Then her hand found his collar, and before he could make a quip about dramatic compliments, she kissed him. Not just a peck, either. It landed near the corner of his mouth. Cassian kissed back, but his brain was already taking notes like someone had just handed him a cursed scroll and a deadline. Not that he was protesting, no sir, let the record show he was entirely cooperative in this development, but Bathsheba usually needed a bottle of wine and a lunar eclipse before she would so much as let her hair down. This was new. Her mouth lingered near the corner of his, too close to brush off as an accident, not quite centered to call a proper kiss. He pulled back half an inch, eyes narrowing. Well, he said, throat dry, either I suffered a head injury and this is some sort of hallucination, or you just kissed me. Bathsheba didn't move away. Would you like a repeat, just to confirm? He blinked. You are being oddly forward. Not complaining, he added, pointing a finger vaguely in the air, just making sure you are still you. You weren't, I don't know, possessed by a rune goddess back there, right? Her smirk was annoyingly hers. What if I was? He sighed through his nose. Then she has excellent taste. She slapped his arm. Don't ruin the mood. I am just glad my boyfriend didn't run off the tunnel alone and actually dragged me with him. Cassian caught her hand before she could swat him again. Dragged you? If I remember right, you were the one who yanked us both through that collapsing death trap while I flailed around like a duffer who can't even cast Protego. Bathsheba leaned into him, cheek pressing against his chest. That was after I got myself together. He snorted. Right. After nearly getting turned into a pancake. I landed on my feet. You rolled down a slope and kicked me in the face. Still counts. She didn't move, didn't shift away or add anything clever. Just stayed there, curled into his side like she'd been doing it for years. Cassian blinked up at the ceiling beams and wondered briefly whether Yrsa the ghost goddess had knocked a few screws loose in both of them. Wasn't expecting today to end with ancient runes, collapsing tunnels, and a cuddle, he muttered. I left my planner back at home. Stop talking. Her voice was muffled against his robes. You talk too much when you are flustered. I am not flustered, he said, properly offended. You are babbling like a first year. He grinned. That is your last name. And I am open to taking it after we tie the knot. She glared. Seriously. He shrugged, already peeling a bit of fuzz off the blanket. Not like I am a fan of Rosier. Bathsheba narrowed her eyes. What, because they are all megalomaniacs with dark cloaks and superiority complexes? Cassian raised a finger. Don't forget the smug ancestral portraits. She laughed softly. You would make a dreadful babbling. He stretched out on the bed, one arm tucked behind his head. Excuse you. I would make a delightful babbling. Might even start wearing scarves indoors and refusing to answer questions unless they are phrased in iambic pentameter. You already dress like a divorced professor. He looked down at his socks. Divorced, maybe. Professor? Bold of you to assume I haven't been banned from at least 3 academic journals. She chuckled, shaking her head. Cassian tilted his head. So, he said, do I get a second kiss, or was that a fluke? Bathsheba didn't answer. Not with words. She leaned over and planted a quick one on his forehead. Cheeky, he muttered, rubbing the spot like it burned. I meant proper verification. For research purposes. Save it for the footnotes, Rosier. He was about to fire back when a faint thump echoed outside, distant, barely there, but enough to drag his ears toward the tent flap. He sat up. Bathsheba was already turning. Sadly, that wasn't wind. Cassian got up. Either another rune waking up or some poor sod tripped on a ward line. She moved to the door, paused. Hope it is not Hilda again. Don't jinx it, he said, pulling his boots back on with a grimace. I like my ankles uncollapsed, thanks. They stepped outside. The cold hit them like a slap, sharp and spiteful, as though the fjord itself bore a grudge. A few lanterns flickered near the dig site, but most of the tents were quiet, zip tight. Only a few people were moving between the tents, hunched and muttering. Cassian spotted Duval by the main tent, arguing with a wiry woman in ministry robes. She sounded irritated. Cassian couldn't blame her. Duval had that effect on people. We are locking it down. I don't care if your research window ends in 2 weeks. Duval gestured toward the cliffs, visibly seething. There is a structure under there. Possibly pre-Neolithic. You can't expect me to walk away. Cassian muttered, Duval is about 3 decibels away from popping an artery. Bathsheba rubbed her hands together to warm her fingers. Ministry is shutting it early. That is not a good sign. Another rumble rolled through the stone beneath their feet. Cassian shot a look at the cliffs. Still think we are dealing with a benign spiritual echo? He asked. Bathsheba didn't reply. She just started walking. They passed Hilda near the ward line, her hands wrapped around a cup of something steaming. She looked pale again, but she gave them a warm nod. Any new whispers? Cassian asked. She shook her head. No. Just, the spiral. Still there. In my dreams. Lovely, he said. Sleep well. She didn't smile. They reached the edge of the wards, where 2 ministry officials were stringing fresh spell wire across the rock face. The tape shimmered faintly, pulsing every few seconds with protective enchantments. It was overkill. They both knew it. Cassian squinted toward the cave entrance. What was left of it, anyway? 2 ministry officials were already striding their way, tall, cloaked, expressions set like they were pulled straight from a bureaucratic sketchbook. You were the 2 that were in the deep, right? The man asked, squinting against the wind. Cassian gave a nod. Depends. Are we in trouble? The woman beside him wasn't entertained. She just pointed at a tent pitched off to the far edge, away from the rest of the cluster. Please come with us. Bathsheba didn't hesitate. Just turned and started walking like she was expecting this since the cave sealed itself shut. Cassian fell in beside her, glancing back toward the cliff, then at the others still milling near the collapsed entrance. Right then, he muttered. Off to get scolded by the magical equivalent of airport security. They passed a cluster of researchers, all doing a poor job of pretending not to watch. The ministry tent's cold lamplight, joyless chairs, a little desk pushed into the corner. A heating charm barely masked the chill that crept in through the canvas. The 2 officials followed them inside, closing the flap behind. The woman pulled out a quill that looked like it had been plucked from a particularly disgruntled crow and set it to a long scroll already half filled with notes. The man dropped into a chair, crossed one leg over the other. State your names. Cassian Rosier. Bathsheba babbling. He scratched both names down without looking up. Have you discovered anything? Cassian shrugged lightly. Depends. Are you the sort of people who get excited about prelinguistic runic systems? He scratched his neck, eyes narrowing. But yes. The man blinked. Yes. Very yes, Cassian said. Found a spiral formation of runes inside the cave. Not Norse. Not Elder Futhark. Not even something you would get out of a misaligned decoding rune. It is old. Proper old. Possibly pre-agricultural, and certainly nothing the ministry's textbook writers have seen. The woman finally looked up from the scroll. Her quill stopped scratching. You are suggesting you uncovered a new language. I am suggesting someone should get a shovel and start digging through the Department of Mysteries discarded bins. Because whatever is down there predates the Saxons, the Druids, the whole lot. This wasn't a burial mound or a carved hall. This was something else entirely. Bathsheba didn't say anything. She sat with her hands folded and eyes fixed on the edge of the desk like she was waiting for someone to argue with him. The man drummed his fingers against the parchment. And the collapse. Caused by interacting with the runes, most likely. Or perhaps the entire chamber deciding it didn't want visitors. Either way, there were structural shifts tied to magical response patterns. Stone didn't just fall. It folded when it felt presence. The woman scribbled something. You are saying the cave closed itself. I am saying the cave was enchanted to lock behind anything sentient enough to understand what it was seeing. He glanced over at Bathsheba. I am also suggesting you don't dig anything else up before you are bloody sure you can handle what is in there. That wasn't just some broken shrine or enchanted tomb. It was alive. Still is, probably. And dangerous. That much I can guarantee. No one jumped to fill the silence. The woman jotted something again. Do you believe it is a sentient entity? The man asked. Cassian tilted his head. Well, it didn't offer me tea, but it did try to collapse a tunnel on our heads. So, unless that is your idea of a friendly hello. The man frowned. You are saying you were targeted. I am saying it wasn't random. Cassian shifted back in the chair. We weren't in there 5 seconds before the runes flared and the tunnel started folding. Not crumbling, folding. Like someone was trying to shut a door. Or a mouth. The woman's eyes finally rose. And this entity, you think it is bound to the site? Bound, buried, or just bored and cranky after a few thousand years? Take your pick. He tapped his temple. But Hilda touched that stone, and it gave her a memory that wasn't hers. The man glanced at Bathsheba. I saw what it did to Ms. Vogel, she said. And I saw the runes. Clean. Too clean. She scratched her thumb over her knuckle. They didn't belong to anything in the archives. They left the tent after laying everything out. What they'd seen, what they touched, even sketches of the runes and that serpent symbol by the pit. A third official came in halfway through, didn't say a word, just nodded and began drawing a floor plan while Cassian and Bathsheba gave him details. Rock formations, slope angle, the pit's width, he copied it all down with the grim focus of someone planning a warding ritual or a tactical siege. Maybe both. Then came the bit that made Cassian's neck prickle. Near the end, one of them hinted, very politely, that a memory extraction might help confirm things. Bathsheba furrowed her brows like she didn't quite understand the question. Cassian, meanwhile, blinked like they just asked to borrow his spleen for a weekend getaway. No need, Bathsheba had said, crisp and smooth. We wrote it all down. Cassian just nodded along, trying not to look like he was thinking too hard about that particular phrase, memory extraction. They stepped out into the cold again, Cassian tugged his cloak tighter, like someone asked if they could probe him, and glanced sidelong. He blinked at her, mouth half open. Magic can do that. She chuckled, brushing hair back from her cheek. I love when you act all silly like these are new inventions. He shut his mouth fast, tried for a smirk like he'd been joking all along. Right. Course. I knew that. Inside, he was screaming. What else could they do? Flip through your dreams like a catalog? Rewrite your childhood so you thought you liked parsnips? He kept walking, but his brain was on full sprint. If they asked for his memories. God, he wouldn't have had a clue how to fake it. Would they have seen through it? Seen him? He needed to learn more. Fast. Memory magic, whatever it took. No way he was going to end up in a ministry cell because he didn't know which end of a brain drill was up. They slipped into their tent, blessedly warm, still smelling of burnt pine and old paper. Cassian dropped onto the nearest chair, eyes flicking to the bookshelf, then to the empty desk where he could already imagine a stack of research books waiting for him. Memory magics. Runes. Yirsa. All of it. 2 days later, the ministry gave up pretending this was a normal dig and slapped wards all over the cave mouth like plasters on a leaky pipe. Officially, the site was sealed for safety and future study. Unofficially, it was a magical hazard zone with too many questions and not enough people willing to answer them. The researchers packed half their things in moped. The ministry dragged in more grey-robed bureaucrats and didn't share their tea. Cassian, meanwhile, had zero intention of returning to England just to sit in Rosier Manor and watch his uncle reorganize cursed family portraits. And Bathsheba, to her credit, didn't have any reason to rush back either. She scheduled the next few weeks at the rune site and wasn't about to trade Frostbite for a staff meeting at Hogwarts. So, without actually saying it, they agreed to stay. Not quite a holiday. Definitely not work. Something in between. A field trip gone rogue. Taking a portkaya back to Oslo felt like getting yanked through a washing machine full of regret and frost. The battered old shoe hadn't improved on the old suitcase. This tool smelled like mothballs and wet socks, still flared to life with that bone-deep pull that made your insides think gravity was just a polite suggestion. Cassian landed boots first on the ministry's designated portkaya field just outside the city. The air was windy again, colder here than it had any right to be in June. Beside him, Bathsheba straightened, again, unflappable. She brushed her shoulders off. Right. Back where we started. Right, Cassian muttered, brushing his hair back into something vaguely human. That was charming. They didn't dawdle. The local officials gave them a nod and a folder full of keep quiet and don't get cursed notices. Cassian schemed it, then handed it back without comment. From there, it was a short hop through one of those grumpy apparition gates Scandinavians used instead of flew, and just like that, they were in the heart of Oslo proper. Cassian glanced up at the neat stone buildings, the steepled roofs, the tiny cars trundling past like beetles on wheels. Why do we taste ash every time we travel? We can use this magic back home instead, he muttered. Bath's Haida rolled her eyes. Good luck trying to convince wizards back home. They are as stubborn as mules. Won't consider anything new unless it comes with 3 ministry seals and a scandal. He snorted. Right. Can't have the flow of powder lobby losing business. The two traveled from Oslo to Bergen, and from there to the coast. Cassian claimed it was historical context. Bath's Haida called it procrastination with boots on. They boarded the train like two scholars trying to pretend they hadn't nearly been crushed beneath a pile of prehistoric runes. On the way to the train, Bath's Haida had fled the underground 2 stops in, swearing never again. Now she sat opposite Cassian, gripping the seat like it might vanish beneath her. Cassian was still laughing. You are telling me this is a scholarly detour? She asked, after making sure the speeding tube wouldn't kill her. Cassian leaned on the window frame. It is important field work, he said solemnly. To experience Norse maritime trade routes in a fully immersive, fish-scented way. You just wanted to eat fish stew while pretending to be a Viking, admit it. Both are legitimate scholarly pursuits, he said, deadpan. I will cite myself in the footnotes. The train rolled along the coast. Fjords sliced through rock like someone had taken a giant butter knife to the earth. Villages clung to the cliffs, all red roofs and silent windows, reminding how they just missed a Viking raid by a few centuries. Cassian pressed a palm to the glass, tracking the curl of a river below. Imagine rowing that upstream with 20 lads, 2 barrels of mead, and a goat you stole from a rival clan. Bath's Haida didn't look up. I imagine it daily. Their arrival at the coast involved far too many stairs, a port that smelled salted fish and magic residue, and a boat Cassian was fairly sure had once been a fishing vessel and only recently decided to become a tourist trap. A wiry old man handed them both life vests with no sense of irony. Wand won't help if you go overboard, he said cheerfully, gesturing to the choppy grey water. Cassian raised an eyebrow. Is that from experience? The man just winked. They took the boat west, toward the fjords where the guide insisted something very old had once lived. Possibly a frost troll. Possibly a sea witch. Possibly both, depending on who you asked. One old lady even swore they were lovers. Cassian stood at the bow, scarf snapping dramatically, one hand braced on his hip, a man auditioning for the cover of Wizards and Waves, a heroic saga. They met a pair of local scholars on the second evening. They were camped near a rock formation known to whisper in winter, which apparently meant it was either haunted or acoustically fascinating. Cassian, predictably, was delighted. It is always trolls, isn't it? He said, arms crossed as they stood beside a fire pit ringed in runes. If there is a rock, it is a troll. If there is mist, it is a troll hiding. If your gran stubs her toe on a root, troll. The beardy one, Ivor, nodded, probably believing that was a valid cosmological stance. Because they are there. You can't always see them. But they see you. Cassian gave him a thoughtful look. That is comforting. The other one, Torkel, was flipping through a leather-bound book, fully expecting it might suddenly sprout something useful. These formations, though. It doesn't match known stave designs. Could be tied to the older earth bindings, the pre-Aesir cults. Cassian perked up. The Jotun cults. Torkel blinked. You know about those. Bath's Haida, perched on a cold boulder with a mug of something that smelled cinnamon, raised an eyebrow. Of course he does. He's been moving around quoting Norse sagas like it is bedtime hour. I mean, Cassian said, lifting his chin, I may have read a thing or two. She squinted. Where? He froze just long enough to be suspicious. Obscure texts. Obscure. He looked up at the sky hoping clouds might offer assistance. You know. Old manuscripts. Lost to time. Possibly published by Stan Lee. He couldn't say Marvel, right? Right? But that didn't stop his brain from chucking the name in the suggestion box anyway. He stared at the stars, half expecting the old man to peer down and wink. Wait, he was probably still alive. No, did Harry Potter world have Stan Lee or Marvel? Still. It wasn't like he was quoting Shakespeare. Norse myth was messy enough that you could probably slip in a superhero origin story and no one would bat an eye. Especially not out here, surrounded by rune-whispering boulders and people who would nod solemnly if you claimed frost trolls had favorite songs. But he wasn't even sure if half of his Norse knowledge counted as myth or memoir. Back on Earth, it had all been jumbled anyway. Legends bleeding into each other, gods rebranded across regions, scholars squabbling over whether Odin was a skyfather or a wandering mushroom hallucination. Still, this world had Merlin. Real Merlin. Trolls, too. So if the Norse gods turned out to be just ancient wizards flinging weather magic and carving their names into rocks, he wouldn't be shocked. The locals thought them ancient sorcerers, most agreed they were real. Not gods exactly. Just powerful. Wizards with a flair for the theatrical. Vikings were mostly remembered as brawlers with enchanted axes and a preference for fireballs over diplomacy. Battle mages, really, stomping across Europe with rune-carved weapons and enough charm to start a religion or two. As for their gods, Odin, Thor, the whole lot, they weren't gods so much as the Merlin types of their time. Famous, terrifying, a bit mad. Glorified founders, really. Legends, yes. But gods? Not likely. Well, all in all, Cassian was rather pleased with himself. He managed to quote 2 sagas, reference 3 obscure cults, and though no one had acknowledged it, probably impressed Bath's Haida enough to score a second kiss if the mood swung in his favor. Academic swagger, achieved. They stuck around Norway a few weeks longer since she scheduled to stay there as long as a few weeks, and Cassian would rather be anywhere else but back at home. Ostensibly for research, though Cassian suspected most of it was just Bath's Haida wanting to see if the Whispering Rocks really did recite poems in winter. He wasn't about to complain. Any excuse to wander fjords and dig through old magic suited him just fine. But then the day came. Return day. Hell day. Home. They didn't say it out loud, but both looked at the porte-clés with the same weary resignation most people saved for family dinners or overdue ministry paperwork. It still smelled faintly of mildew. Probably cursed, if they ever got around to checking. The old towel flapped, and Cassian muttered something unpleasant under his breath as the familiar yank hit. Time went sideways. Then vertical. Then meaningless. He landed in Britain with Bath's Haida appearing beside him, steady as ever. She brushed a curl from her face, looked around, and sighed. Well, that was fun while it lasted. Cassian adjusted his coat collar. Didn't even give us a souvenir. Just bruised shins and frostbite. They walked into the ministry office, already tired. A squat little wizard at the desk looked up, gave them the once-over, and waved a wand that made a faint ding. Name please. Cassian Rosier. Avoiding frostbite. Bath's Haida babbling, she said, stepping beside him. Same. The man gave a tight nod and scribbled something on a floating slip. Hand over your wand please. Just routine checks, he muttered. Nothing to fuss over. Cassian offered his wand, brows up. She is clean. Didn't bite anyone. Only exploded once. The man didn't entertain him with a response. Waved his wand, muttered spell, and then a squint at the readout rolled out of Cassian's wand. Last spells were he leaned closer, brow wrinkling. Lumos. Only Lumos. Cassian gave a shrug that implied he'd just been caught sneaking biscuits from the staff room. I like to keep things bright. The man didn't look convinced. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if the spell record might somehow be encoded with sarcasm. The wand beeped again, annoyed at being doubted. A long pause. Then, any particular reason you cast the same basic illumination charm, 42 times? Cassian tilted his head. Have you ever tried finding your socks in a magically pitch-black tent? It is either Lumos or trip over your own dignity. Bath's Haida stepped in before the poor ministry wizard could continue mentally auditing Cassian's wand for further crimes. He is not very good at spells, she said, voice tired but polite. Would you like to check mine instead? The man gave her a once-over. Whatever suspicion he aimed at Cassian, it didn't follow her. His wand glowed again as he waved it over hers. Expulso, Protego, Detection Charm, Lumos, again Lumos. Flame Freezing Charm. Bath's Haida nodded. For the fire. Pit wouldn't stay lit otherwise. The wand gave a soft ping and dimmed. He just nodded, apparently satisfied. Right. All in order. He passed their wands back, but his colleague, tall, square-jawed, stepped forward. Just a quick face-to-face verification, he said. To confirm no polyjuice. Cassian raised his eyebrows. Who in their right mind would impersonate me? Have you met me? The man stared. Cassian sighed. Fine. Let's make sure I haven't been replaced by a cunning imposter with better cheekbones. A dull gold glow passed over his face, flickered, and went out. The man grunted again, waved to Bath's Haida, who held still while the same light passed over her. No alarms. No flashing red sparks. The officials seemed mildly disappointed. They debriefed their research, if you could call it that. There wasn't much to report unless the ministry wanted a full catalogue of nearly died moments in romantic tension beside an eldritch pit. The official summary was, site collapsed, cave sealed, runes unstable, and nothing retrieved. They both sat through it, tired, a bit dusty, giving statements that read like two students explaining why the potions lab caught fire. Cassian told the truth, mostly, and only leaned on sarcasm when asked whether he interacted with any entities of unknown origin. If you are asking if I poked the spooky stone, then yes. Happily. I would do it again. The poor scribe didn't know whether to laugh or put it in bold. Once the ministry had wrung every drop of useful detail from them, and a few unhelpful ones, they were cleared to go. They stepped outside. Bath's Haida took his hand without looking at him. You sure you want to go back? He glanced at her, then past her, and beyond that, home. Or whatever Rosier Manor was supposed to be. I don't want to, he said, and didn't bother pretending otherwise. But I have to. Bath's Haida just held onto him and they landed a few meters from Rosier Manor's outer gates, just shy of the wards. Cassian cleared his throat. Well. Back to the ancestral snake pit. Bath's Haida raised an eyebrow. Want me to walk you to the door? What, so the ancestral portraits can gossip about the scandalous Norwegian mistress who clearly bewitched me? Her lip twitched. Might improve your reputation. Not hard, he said. Last I checked, I am ranked just below the cursed tea set and a whisker above the uncle who tried to taxidermy a hippogriff for Christmas. She gave a soft huff but didn't move away. He looked at her properly then, a curl escaping her bun. Familiar things. Lately too familiar. Thanks, he said. For not letting me get pancaked by ancient ceiling stones. Her eyes didn't shift. You would have done the same. Sure, he said. After screaming and probably fainting. She tilted her head. You think you didn't scream? No, he said. I know I screamed. Just, internally. Like a dignified adult. Her hand rose, brushing the lapel of his coat. You will be all right. Define all right. If you mean I will survive another awkward dinner where someone tries to quiz me on bloodline politics over roast lamb, then yes. She laughed and slapped his arm. Cassian caught her waist with one hand, steadying her before she tipped over from the momentum. She didn't pull away. Her eyes fluttered shut. He leaned in and kissed the edge of her mouth. She grinned. She pressed the side of her face to his, breath catching against his cheek. Revenge. She murmured. Justice, he said, and maybe a little revenge. She pinched his arm. Hard. He yelped and jerked back, nearly stepping on the cursed ward stone behind him. Bloody. You witch. She just smiled sweetly, lips still curved, eyes far too smug. Then, without so much as a warning, she twisted on the spot. Apparition snapped across the quiet hillside like a whip, and she vanished. Cassian stood there for a second, hand still half lifted like he'd been planning to say something clever. Then lowered it. He had a mim for that. He exhaled through his nose and turned toward the house. Rosier Manor loomed up through the mist like it always did, stern, gothic, and dramatically oversized, the kind of place that looked like it demanded silence and polished shoes. The gates opened with a metallic groan, as if offended by his return. The gravel path under his boots had a way of reminding him that every inch of this place had been built to impress, to intimidate, to remind lesser bloodlines that they weren't welcome. Cassian wasn't sure he was welcome either. By the time he reached the front steps, the wards had already reported his presence. The massive iron-banded doors creaked open of their own accord, spilling warm. The scent hit like it always did, firewood, old parchment and the ghost of some ancestor's disapproval. Inside, the hall was exactly the same. Of course it was. He doubted a single sconce had shifted since the second coming. The portraits on the walls watched with the usual disdain and poorly disguised nosiness. Welcome back, Master Rosier, came a voice, then a sharp crack. Towel appeared a few feet ahead, not looking up from the ground. Cassian smiled. Still in one piece, I see. The elf's eyes darted up, then down. Yes, Master Rosier. Not trembling. Not flinching. Not sprinting for the nearest exit. That alone felt like progress. Cassian crouched a little to match his height. How is the house? Towel stared somewhere over his shoulder. As usual, Master Rosier. Which means it is still a shithole. He stood with a grunt. Lovely. I will be in my room, getting presentable for the Grand Inquisition. Towel bowed. Shall I bring hot water, sir? Please. And something strong enough to drown the ghost of my dignity. By that I mean coffee, not alcohol. Yes, Master Rosier. Another crack, and he was gone. Cassian sighed and took the long walk through the entrance hall. Towel was meticulous it seemed. His room, predictably, was untouched. Not a sock out of place, not a curtain askew. The bed sat like a throne nobody liked using. Books lined the shelves in perfect rows. He threw his coat across the footboard, tugged off his boots, and groaned as he stretched. His wand clattered onto the desk. The chair squeaked when he sat. Towel returned with a cup of coffee, bowl of steaming water and a clean towel folded like a formal letter. The knock came before he was halfway through changing. He froze, still one arm inside his shirt, and called out, yes. Master Cassian, came Towel's voice again, hesitant this time. Your father is expecting you in the study. Of course he bloody was. Cassian yanked the shirt the rest of the way on, buttoned it while glaring at the mirror, and smoothed his hair with damp fingers. Not perfect, but respectable enough not to be accused of rebellion. When he stepped into the study, Regulus didn't look up. Just flipped a hand toward the chair opposite, still buried in a thick folder of parchment. Cassian moved without rush and dropped into the chair. He didn't speak. No point. They both knew the script. His father would finish reading, sip something expensive, and then launch into the next chapter of How Not to Disgrace the Family Name, a Rosier memoir. Regulus turned a page. Focused like it wasn't a petty business report but a sacred text deciphering the fate of empires. Cassian just tapped his knee rhythmically. He wasn't uncomfortable. Hell, he had more awkward breakfasts. Finally, Regulus folded the folder closed, bound the binder tight, and leaned back. You are back. Noticed that, did you? The older man ignored the jibe. He reached for the decanter, poured himself a drink, amber liquid, no ice, slow pour. No offer for Cassian, of course. He then looked Cassian up and down, eyes sweeping once from collar to cuff. What did you discover? Cassian shrugged. Nothing worth mentioning really. A cave full of angry runes, possibly older than agriculture, that collapsed before we could do anything. Regulus didn't raise to it. Yet you stayed for weeks. Cassian grinned, wide enough to show teeth. Are you asking if I was evading home? I was just enjoying my summer. In the far north. Cassian nodded, folding one ankle over the other. You know how it is. British weather made me allergic to Sunday. Regulus didn't return the smile. His glass hovered mid-air. What are your intentions with that? Professor. Cassian's jaw twitched, he forced it to ease before it could lock again. He slipped his hands into his pockets, curling into a fist. That professor is an esteemed ancient rune expert. And my friend. Regulus's voice was terse. She is a Moodblood sympathizer. Cassian didn't react. Just took a deep breath. The way a diver might before going under. She is also smarter than half the Wisengamot, has 3 published translations of pre-standardized script, and saved my life in Norway. But sure, he said, tongue sharp, let's lead with slurs. Funny, you never spoke like that about our own. I am stating facts. He sat straighter. Then took another breath. Best not to look too eager for a row. Also allows me to blend in. She is reputable. Might come in handy long term, if things shift at Hogwarts. Regulus raised one brow like Cassian had dropped a dead bird on the table. I see, he said. No inflection. No verdict. He never gave the verdict right away. Cassian leaned forward, elbows on knees. You sent me there to make connections. I am making them. Just not the pure-blood campaign trail sort. Regulus reached for the decanter again. Still didn't offer. She is not one of us, he said at last. Cassian's brow arched. What does that even mean anymore? She is published. Tenured. The ministry consults her. You think a bloodline trumps that? It always has. Not in the classroom, Cassian said. Not when half your students would rather quote her than Caro. Regulus stared dead in his eyes, taking a slow sip. You sound like you admire her. I respect her, Cassian said. Which, for a Rosier, I realize is practically a confession. Regulus set his glass down. Is it a distraction? Cassian blinked. Is what? This entanglement. Cassian's laugh came sharper than intended. You mean is she keeping me from brainwashing the youth into goose-stepping Rosier foot soldiers? Regulus didn't rise. Watch your tongue. He raised hands. Just making sure I am following the script. Regulus studied him like a chess piece he hadn't decided whether to sacrifice or crown. You are still in your seat at Hogwarts, he said. Which means you are still useful. Don't mistake tolerance for approval. Cassian nodded. Yes, father. I am aware. You understand what is at stake, then, Regulus asked, returning to papers. Cassian cocked his head. The family legacy, my eternal usefulness, and the unspoken horror of me entangling with a reputable scholar with non-rosy blood. Yes. All accounted for. Regulus's eyes narrowed. You are still young enough to course-correct, he said, setting the glass down. If your interests begin interfering with the expectations of your post, you will yank the leash. Cassian's voice was light. Understood. Regulus straightened, steepling his fingers. Don't be flippant. I wouldn't dream of it. Cassian tapped his feet. You made it perfectly clear. Be useful. Stay useful. Don't embarrass the family brand. Trust me, father, I memorized the motto. It is not a brand. Oh no, heaven forbid we commercialize ancestral hubris. That would be undignified. You always had a sharp tongue, he said. It is a pity it took you this long to learn to point it somewhere useful. Cassian tilted his head, corner of his mouth curling. Didn't realize you were keeping a scoreboard. It is not a scoreboard, Regulus said evenly. It is a ledger. Scoreboards forgive. Ledgers don't. Cassian's smile sharpened. He wanted to snap back, say well, jot this down then. I've taught a year's worth of Hogwarts students to ask questions instead of swallowing propaganda. I've introduced half-bloods to primary source analysis, and I've had 3 Slytherins say they prefer history to defense, and convinced a Gryffindor to ask why before hexing first. If that doesn't count as progress, I don't know what does. But he knew he couldn't, instead he got up. Anything else, father? Was anything recovered? Cassian shook his head. Too risky. The ministry sealed it. They might unseal it later, when they have more curse breakers and fewer scruples. He waved a hand. Just don't fall. Know that she is a tool for you, nothing more. Cassian snorted. Sure, father. Always the dutiful Rosier, aren't I? He left the room without looking back. Rest of the summer passed in a slow, predictable crawl. Cassian kept to himself. He did the polite thing. Turned up to breakfast, nodded at the right relatives, spooned marmalade onto toast pretending he wasn't planning to throw himself into a cliff the next time someone mentioned blood purity. He let the jabs roll off. Rosier cousins circling like bored vultures, offering comments to be noticed but too polite to challenge. He smiled through it all, eyes glazed. Once that was over, he slipped into his room and shut the door. A neat stack of volumes waited. Legilimency here, occlumency there, dense theory, no hands-on guides, yet. Turned out these books weren't exactly available to the public. Perk of being a Rosier, though, entry to the kind of library most curse breakers had to bleed for. There were no safety sections. No tidy labels. Just walls of leather-bound tomes and the faint sense that something in the corner was breathing. He ran a hand down a shelf marked Cognitive Magics, secured, fingers brushing against spines with titles like The Mind's Looking Glass, The Art of Mental Shielding, and, somewhat worryingly, How to Break a Mind Without Leaving Bruises. Comforting stuff. He plucked the first 2 out and tucked them under one arm. Finally. Something useful. Something that didn't involve which Rosier cousin was courting whom or what granduncle had hexed which ministry owl for flying too low. Just clean, well-documented, ethically grey mind magic. He slumped into the old armchair by the hearth in his room, legs half draped over the armrest, and cracked the first one open. About 6 pages in, he realized something important: this wasn't entry-level stuff. Legilimency wasn't just waving your wand and peeking into someone's head like rifling through their sock drawer. It was layered. Vicious. Personal. Occlumency was even worse. That was locking your own thoughts in a vault and daring someone to break in. And if they did, gods help them. Some of it involved breathing techniques, others, anchoring your thoughts so deep in memory that nothing could shake them. The real twist though, not everyone could even do it. You needed a particular talent, a kind of internal tuning fork. Magical aptitude. Psychic receptivity. Whatever you called it, this body didn't have it. Didn't matter how clever he was in his past life. No amount of reading dusty tablets or diagramming Proto-Sumerian epics prepared your brain for magical resonance. If anything, too much thinking got in the way. So he didn't try. Not seriously. No foolish experiments. No accidentally breaking into Towel's thoughts while asking for more bath water. He just studied. Learned what not to do. He filed that rule away with the rest. No staring contests, ever. Because eye contact, well, that was apparently a trap. Turns out, you stare at someone too long in this world, and you might end up broadcasting your deepest shame on the Hogwarts notice board. Or worse, if they knew what they were doing, they might go digging. That was when the memory hit him. A shiver ran up his spine, pulling him back. Snape. Dumbledore. Both of them. He looked them straight in the eye. Bath's Haida said something to him back in Norway. Somewhere between the rune pit and the ministry checklists, this stuff is mad, he muttered once, scrawling a note in the margin that read, do not attempt on elf. Or self. Bath's Haida, who had just returned from arguing with a frost spiral about its symmetry, barely looked up from her cup of tea. Of course it is mad. Why did you think no one teaches it casually? Cassian raised a brow. You say that like you speak from experience. She sipped. Snape once tried to break into my head. His hand froze mid-turn on the page. Sorry, what? Tried, she repeated. Didn't succeed. Cassian blinked. You dueled Snape. In your mind. She lifted a shoulder. We were both young and argumentative. He thought I was hiding something. I was. It wasn't his business. He stared. Did he apologize? Her smile at the time still sent shivers down Cassian's spine. Oh, he regretted it all right. She said it as if she was discussing tea brands, but something in her eyes had shut the conversation down right there. He didn't ask again. Now, back in his room, shirt half buttoned, sleeves rolled sloppily to the elbow, Cassian sat at his desk, tapping a quill against his jaw. The book on occlumency lay open beside him. He stopped reading 3 pages in. The thought wouldn't leave him. Snape and Dumbledore were legilimens. Not just rumored, he knew. Well, she knew, and she didn't usually throw that kind of thing around unless it was true. He trusted her more than most books anyway. Which was saying something. So. Snape. Dumbledore. Both had looked him in the eye. And what did that mean? If they looked and really looked, right down to the scaffolding of his thoughts, surely they would have known. He wasn't Cassian Rosier. Not the original, anyway. His soul, or whatever counted for it, was borrowed. Imported. Slightly scorched on arrival, perhaps, but functioning. And if they'd seen that? Well. Dumbledore might have said nothing. Probably would have kept it as a nice trivia until he needed something from you. The man was about as readable as a locked tomb. Could stare into your soul and offer you a sherbet lemon in the same breath. But Snape? Snape didn't strike him as the type to sit quietly while a stranger walked around wearing a pureblood skin like it was on sale at Madame Malkin's. If Snape had really seen it, there would have been wands, fire, maybe a pithy insult before something exploded. Cassian sat back, rubbing the heel of his palm over his eyes. Unless, he muttered, they didn't see anything at all. He pieced together a few theories a couple weeks later, after plowing through every book in the Rosier library that even sniffed in the direction of brain, soul, memory, or magic. He tore through titles. Warding the Self, Personal Memory in Magical Minds and the Thought Knot, Why You Can't Just Think Harder. Thrilling stuff, written by people who probably hadn't laughed in decades. First theory, his favorite because it was just plausible enough to be horrifying, his soul wasn't from this world, so the memories, his real ones, were stuck behind some kind of magical firewall. The body might be Rosier, but the soul definitely wasn't. Which meant the eyes weren't exactly the original model, and memory magic often worked through soul imprint recognition. No proper imprint? No access. Akin to trying to open a vault with someone else's fingerprint. Second, equally grim, but in a way that made him feel slightly more smug, that interface in his head, the thing that had first flared up when Lumos failed and then handed him Lumos Noctis like it was a Christmas gift, might be doing more than just feeding him spells. It was shielding him. Protecting its secrets, and by extension, protecting him. Maybe it was sentient. Maybe it just didn't fancy ministry dogs poking about. Either way, it knew what it was doing. He made a note. System equals magical condom for soul? Investigate further, never say this aloud. Ever. Third, he wasn't fully integrated. He dropped into this life like someone leaping onto a moving carriage. The original Cassian was mostly gone, sure, but maybe not entirely. Maybe the mind was stitched together at the seams, not blended. The soul wore the body like a decent suit, but sometimes, the sleeves didn't quite fit. If someone tried to dig around, say, Dumbledore with his damn twinkling gaze, they might just see static noise. Or worse, nothing at all. Fourth, and this one came to him after an unfortunate passage in a book titled Mirror of Memory, Reflections in the Pensieve, there was a chance the interface was subsuming memory. Not just protecting it. Absorbing, converting, flattening all his experiences into its own neat little index. Which meant anyone trying to pry into his head wouldn't get visions or emotions, they would get a system error. A blank field. Terrifying. The last theory was more desperate. Maybe his magic, his mind, the interface, whatever it was, all worked because it cheated. Like some ancient failsafe had latched onto the most viable vessel and made it work by force. That would explain the weird way knowledge arrived, someone slipping scrolls under a locked door. He threw the quill down. So either I am firewalled, fragmented, glitched, or possessed by a deeply opinionated magic relic. Not ideal. The books didn't give him answers so much as more interesting questions. Half of them contradicted each other anyway. One insisted the soul and the mind were interwoven, another swore they were parallel systems running off different magical currents. A third, written by someone who clearly enjoyed long walks through ego and absinthe, claimed every wizard carried three minds, the conscious, the subconscious, and the ancestral. Cassian threw that one across the room. Still, it left a few working rules. Avoid eye contact with known legilimens. Don't sleep near cursed artifacts. Never attempt to unlock soul memories unless you've written a will and made peace with reality coming apart. Solid advice, really. Cassian tilted his head back and stared at the ceiling. I've gone mad, he said to no one. Possibly brilliant. Definitely mad. Still, the pieces fit. If someone like Snape or Dumbledore had tried to break in, and gotten nothing but static, or worse, some kind of rebound, they would have backed off fast. Dumbledore especially. The man had enough secrets in his own skull without getting trapped in someone else's. He also learned that poking around in someone's mind without permission was very much a magical crime. More so if the someone in question was an heir. Even more if that heir had the kind of bloodline that made ministry officials twitch when you said their last name aloud in a public loo. Well, technically, Cassian was a pure-blood heir. His father was the current head of the most ancient and most noble house of Rosier, and even if Lucian was still top pick for the whole dark-robed legacy package, Cassian had a shot. A bad one. The sort you wouldn't put money on, but still, a shot. If everyone else died in a coordinated broom accident or had an allergic reaction to Muggle-borns, the laws were clear, Cassian counted. Which meant, under British magical law, his mind was off limits. Ward it again, and God's help the poor sod who tried to peek without a formal duel and 3 signed forms. Not that it comforted him much. But maybe Snape and Dumbledore hadn't seen anything at all. Not because he was protected by some cosmic firewall or mystical system with a built-in no-peeking charm. Maybe they just didn't dare. Yes, that simple. Cassian sat back in his chair, arms folded, staring at the book, hoping it might confirm his suspicion. If what Bath's Hedda said was true, and it usually was, then any heir from a proper pure-blood family would have been drilled in occlumency from the time they could toddle over to a pensieve. He hadn't been, of course. His idea of mental discipline was not shouting at the ceiling when books quoted themselves at him. But Snape and Dumbledore didn't know that. As far as they were concerned, Cassian Rosier might have had half a dozen defensive layers tucked behind those green eyes. Might have trapped them. Might have known they were there. And no legilimens wanted to get caught rummaging through an heir's thoughts without permission. That sort of thing came with political fallout, and possibly a lawsuit. Or a duel. Or a very stern tea with Uncle Malfoy. So yeah, maybe they simply hadn't looked. Cassian chewed on that. Rolled it around in his head. It explained why they didn't act strange around him. Why Dumbledore's usual bird-watching gaze had stayed vague and polite. Why Snape, despite every reason to hex him on sight, had mostly stuck to contempt and long pauses. Maybe they were scared to peek. It was better than alternative. He cracked the spine of the book in front of him, The Art of Mental Shielding, and flipped to a chapter titled False Fortresses, When Bluffing is Protection Enough. It was underlined in 2 colors, one of which was definitely blood. Cassian drummed his fingers on the desk. He considered testing the theory, asking someone to dig into his head just to see what happened. But that kind of thing didn't come with a refund policy. Best case, someone confirmed his tangle of theories. Worst case, they went snooping, saw too much, and he ended up explaining Bitcoin to the Wisengamot while being held under suspicion of mind crimes. Even if it worked, even if everything he read was right, he would still be left with 5 contradictory theories and no clean proof. It was no different than asking a cave full of ancient runes if they were friendly. You might get a vision, or a ceiling dropped on your face. Cassian wasn't keen to find out which. Again. He scratched a line in the margin. Rule number 1, never trust stillness in people who read minds. He paused, then added. Rule number 2, especially if they are wearing robes worth more than your entire inheritance. New Year started soon enough. Cassian made the tactical decision not to repeat last year's little humiliation tour, and Bath's Hedda, saint that she apparently was, offered to side along apparate him straight to Hogsmeade. Saved him the joy of another round of sitting on the Hogwarts Express looking like someone's older cousin who got lost on the wrong platform. Last year's trip still lingered in his mind. Wedged between 2 excitable second years, surrounded by pumpkin pasties and the faint whiff of someone's ferret familiar. He never recovered emotionally. Nor had his dignity. This time, however, he landed on firm earth just outside the Hogsmeade ward line, cloak still on, hair only mildly tousled by the journey. At least he could still stand. Bath's Haida dusted off her robe. Didn't drop you. We are making progress. He patted himself down. No internal bleeding. 5 stars. The village was quiet, early. Shops hadn't all opened yet, and the early chill nipped at his nose. Cassian inhaled through it, eyes on the narrow road leading up to the castle. Somewhere behind the mist, Hogwarts loomed. I can't believe I am back already, he muttered, mostly to himself. Didn't we just leave? Bath's Haida started walking. You got used to not being watched by 15 generations of dead Rosiers. Almost. They let me read in peace, and no one tried to hex my eggs at breakfast. You should write a memoir. My summer among the reasonably civilized. He followed her. Subtitle, no portraits sneered at me once. A carriage waited at the foot of the road. Not the full Hogwarts fanfare, just one of the staff transports, modest but practical. The thestrals pulling it gave him a familiar look. One of them sneezed. Nice to be remembered, Cassian muttered, climbing in after her. She raised an eyebrow. Wait, you can see thestrals. Cassian looked at her like she just asked if he believed in unicorns. Terrible comparison, in hindsight, he'd seen unicorns last year. Yet. You can't. She shook her head, scarf bouncing slightly. Your lack of magical knowledge baffles me. How did you even graduate? He groaned. Nepotism and charm. Maybe a deal with a ghost. Jury is still out. She giggled. Thestrals are visible only to those who've seen death. That shut him up. He glanced at the bony creatures tugging the carriage, silent, winged things with hollow eyes and too thin skin stretched over too much bone. Was it someone you knew? She asked. He shrugged, eyes on the trilene as the thestrals clicked their hooves against the hardened path. Not really. I don't know. Might have been my great-grandfather. He died when I was small. Maybe I was there. It is all a bit fogged. Bath's Haida didn't push. Just watched the trees roll by, scarf hiding half her face. Reckon they added a fresh turret over summer? Or did the castle just sprout another wing out of spite? Bathsheda's brow arched. He smirked. I wouldn't put it past the place. Probably to house the ghosts that failed their newts. By the time the carriage crunched to a stop at the front gate, the sky had turned the kind of grey that promised rain and delivered dread. He hopped down first, then offered a hand as if he were escorting a duchess rather than a woman who once chucked a textbook at a snow wolf. As they walked up the wide stone steps toward the main doors of the castle, she gave him a side eye. So, Bath's Haida started, drawing the word out slowly, Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout want to speak to us. Cassian side-eyed her back. What about? She gave him a long look. Us. He blinked. Oh. She didn't elaborate, just kept walking. He caught up, lips twitching. That sounds promising. Maybe they want us to do joint lectures. A thrilling hour on the ethical applications of spiral-based rune traps. She didn't even glance at him. Or maybe they want to discuss the fact that 2 professors vanished into a magical hazard zone and came back flirting like 4th years. Right, he said, mouth dry. Could be that. Bath's Haida paused at the top of the landing, hand on the banister, then turned toward the corridor. You think it will be a proper dressing down or just the passive-aggressive kind where they quote school guidelines and pretend we aren't snogging? Cassian considered. Sprout will try to be subtle. McGonagall will hand us a biscuit and then disembowel us verbally. Bath's Haida smiled softly. Sounds about right. They veered off toward the staff wing. Cassian rubbed the back of his neck. What is the issue, really? We are 2 adults who admire each other's naked body. Wait, that is just me. And it is in my mind. Unhear everything I just said. Bath's Haida didn't miss a beat. Her palm landed sharp on his arm, no hesitation. This is the problem. He grinned through it, rubbing the spot. That felt like affection. She gave him a look. Not amused. Not exactly horrified either. Somewhere in between. You are lucky I haven't hexed you and don't test me before tea. Cassian glanced down the corridor half expecting someone to pop out from behind a tapestry and take notes. I am fairly certain I saw McGonagall and Dumbledore exchange a look once. The kind that says we've shared a cupboard. Bath's Haida stopped mid-step. Her eyes narrowed. I would strongly suggest never to say that again out loud. He held up both hands. Just an observation. A historical one. Then I am revoking your tenure. They pushed through the side door near the staff quarters. So, he said, dropping his voice. If this turns into a stern talk about professionalism and Hogwarts' reputation, do we pretend it is new or just not and promise not to snog near classrooms? Bath's Haida shot him a look. I am not kissing you in the history wing. It smells old parchment and crushed egos. I resent that, he muttered. My parchments aren't old. They reached the antechamber outside McGonagall's office. The door was shut, and the brass plaque still looked. It could hex you for breathing too close. Just as he remembered. Cassian gave it a knock, leaning against the wall. The door clicked open a few seconds later, and Professor Sprout stepped out. She wore the same expression one might have after wrangling a sentient shrub. Oh, there you are, she said, brushing her hands off. Minerva is just inside. Bath's Haida nodded politely. Cassian gave her the kind of smile you wear when you knew someone is about to scold you but might still offer biscuits. Inside, McGonagall stood by the window, arms crossed. She turned at the sound of the door, and Cassian swore he felt the room drop a few degrees. Professor Rosier. Professor babbling. Morning, he offered. Lovely day. Overcast. Doer. Good for discipline. She ignored him. Please, sit. They did. Chairs that looked fine at a distance but sank the moment you committed. Cassian shuffled a bit until his knees stopped arguing. McGonagall returned to her desk and settled behind it, her lips thinning. Sprout eased into the seat beside her, folding her hands, missing popcorn. I will be brief, McGonagall said. There is talk. Whispers. Cassian leaned forward, hands steepled dramatically. Deputy Headmistress, if someone told you I was secretly teaching the Thestrals Norse grammar, I assure you, it was entirely consensual. Baths Haida didn't blink. McGonagall didn't move. Sprout, bless her, smiled faintly. We are not here to interrogate. Cassian eyes flicked wide. Oh. McGonagall looked over the rim of her glasses, that measuring look of hers always delivered. We don't have a rule against staff dating, she said, voice cool as dungeons. Though we do ask it remain as private as possible in front of students. Still, it is best we go over things now, expectations, boundaries, possible outcomes. Cassian opened his mouth. Closed it again. He glanced sideways at Baths Haida, who was sitting like she hadn't just been told her personal life was now under departmental review. One eyebrow dancing slightly. That was her version of shouting. I see, he said, nodding like a man halfway through a disciplinary hearing for excessive charm. So this is the part where you ask whether we plan to snog behind the bookcases or simply disrupt the entire curriculum with scandal. McGonagall did not smile. I trust you are aware Hogwarts has a reputation to uphold. Of course, Cassian replied. One built on centuries of magical education, Quidditch injuries, and very well-behaved ghosts. Baths Haida kicked him lightly under the table. Sprout, angel she was, tried to smooth things over. You've both always conducted yourselves professionally. This isn't a rebuke. McGonagall didn't blink. But it is a reminder. Cassian sat up straighter. Well. Consider me reminded. No lip-locking in the middle of first-year lectures. Keep the innuendo out of the curriculum. No romantic rune-pairing activities. McGonagall nodded. That would be best. That said, Hogwarts has long-standing protections in place for unforeseen situations. If you intend to expand your family, a pause to deliver her metaphor, do it elsewhere. Cassian stared. His mouth opened. Then stayed there. Wards can do that. McGonagall didn't answer immediately. Sprout cleared her throat. Cassian leaned forward like he just spotted a forbidden footnote in a manuscript. Sorry, just to clarify, are you saying the castle comes with built-in contraception? The deputy headmistress's expression didn't shift. Yes. Sprout gave a small, reassuring smile, as if this conversation was completely normal. It is not intrusive. Just, protective. Has been for decades. Cassian's eyes narrowed. Of what, exactly? Students? Staff? The furniture? McGonagall's voice didn't waver. All three. The founders were, thorough. Baths Haida crossed her arms, distancing herself from the conversation. She didn't say anything, which was already a win. Cassian rubbed his jaw, still squinting like he hadn't read this in the Hogwarts handbook. So if, hypothetically, a passionate but deeply responsible couple decided to, let's say, engage in extracurricular physical proximity within these hallowed halls. McGonagall cut in. The magic would prevent any lasting consequence. Cassian nodded, slow and thoughtful. Right. Right. Good to know. Very forward-thinking. Salazar must be the architect of this great invention. Sprout cleared her throat. The protections aren't meant to interfere with private relationships. Just to ensure no one gets distracted by complications. Cassian tilted his head. Well. That is very considerate. Nothing says romance like magical sterilization. He gave Baths Haida a sidelong look. Hogwarts, now officially the world's largest contraceptive field. Charming. Her lips twitched. Barely. McGonagall didn't rise to it. This is not a warning. Simply information we believed prudent to share. Cassian clasped his hands. Much appreciated. I will be sure to inform any interested parties that Hogwarts is, in fact, the safest possible place to make bad decisions. Sprout's mouth trembled. McGonagall stood. You are both excellent educators. That hasn't changed. We trust you will continue to conduct yourselves with discretion. Baths Haida rose. Of course. Cassian followed, hands tucked behind his back, as he would accidentally do jazz hands otherwise. We will be the picture of propriety. See that you are, McGonagall said, and turned back to her papers. To her none of it had happened. Baths Haida and Cassian left in silence. Cassian waited until they were 2 corridors down before he spoke. So. Magical contraception wards. Baths Haida didn't look at him. Yes. Hogwarts is full of surprises. She stopped mid-step. You are not slipping this into your lecture slides. He put a hand to his chest, scandalized. Please. I have standards. I would never bring up contraception during a lecture on goblin rebellions. Unless it is relevant. Which, you know, sometimes it is. She kept walking. He caught up. So what do you reckon happens if someone tries to beat the system? Slip through the cracks. Do the forbidden deed under a particularly rebellious tapestry. Nothing, except a faint buzzing noise, magical interference, and an urgent need for cold showers. That does explain Filch, Cassian muttered. They reached the fork in the hall where the staff quarters split off from the rest of the castle. She paused there, glancing his way. Behave yourself. I always do. She raised a brow. You made a joke about contraceptive architecture like 12 times now. And wasn't it enlightening? She turned away and walked off, shaking her head and most probably muttering sweet nothings. Cassian turned toward his rooms, whistling softly. It was already shaping up to be a very strange year. By the time the train finally dragged itself into Hogsmeade that evening, Cassian was already done with everything worth doing. His classroom was sorted, desks aligned, scrolls arranged by century, samples pinned in a neat row on the backboard. His quarters were clean, too, which meant the house elves were either very proud or deeply concerned. So now, all that remained was the feast. Lovely. The great hall had already been dimmed for the evening, most of the candles hovering lower than usual, throwing shadows across the rafters. At the long staff table, the usual suspects were gathering. Cassian stepped in with his best academic scowl in place, enough to keep conversation at bay until he found a seat. Flitwick waved. Sprout offered a warm nod, eyes crinkling. Hooch glanced up from a battered copy of Quidditch Today and gave a noncommittal nod. Vector was halfway through her drink, talking to Aurora. McGonagall sat in the middle, chair angled slightly, glass of wine untouched. Snape, predictably, didn't look up. Man could probably sense joy from 20 feet and decided it wasn't worth the effort. Cassian took his usual seat next to Bath's Haida, who was already pouring herself tea. She didn't say anything, but her eyebrow arched in a way that said, "Don't start." He offered a little bow and sat anyway. Cassian looked across the staff table at Hagrid, who was deep in conversation with Sylvanus Kettleben, gesturing wide. A nearby jug of pumpkin juice wobbled in protest. The man was practically glowing with enthusiasm. About what? Cassian couldn't hear, but judging by Kettleburn's half-laughing, half-concerned expression, it probably involved something with far too many teeth. He sighed. Gods, old Cassian was such a dick to Hagrid. Not just snide, either. Proper little aristocratic toe rag. Hagrid hadn't deserved half of it, and last year's awkward attempt at civility hadn't done much to patch it over. This year, he would try again. Maybe offer a bottle of mead and not sound like he was reading from a guilt-soaked apology scroll. He got up, smoothing down his robes, and wandered over to where Hagrid and Kettleben were animatedly discussing something involving flying boars or possibly a flying boar-related accident. Kettleben caught sight of him first. Ah, Rosier. You will love this. Hagrid here was just telling me about the time he had to tranquilize a catoblepas with nothing but a shovel and a promise. Hagrid chuckled, rumbling warmly in his chest. Weren't quite a shovel. More of a spade, really. Cassian stopped beside them and offered a chuckle. Sounds like an excellent use of ministry-approved handling techniques. Hagrid blinked at him, unsure if that was a dig. Cassian met his eyes. Glad the boar didn't win. The silence lasted half a beat too long, but Hagrid's shoulders relaxed a little. Well, you know how it is. Can't let em think they won. Cassian smiled. That is my entire philosophy, actually. Kettleben barked a laugh, thumped Hagrid on the back with his good hand, and returned to some elaborate gesturing involving tusks and accidental levitation. Cassian stood near, pretending he wasn't checking whether Hagrid looked like he wanted to throw him out a window. So far, no signs of imminent ejection. Good start. By the way, he said, casually tipping his head toward the far end of the table, we got a new face. Bath's Haida glanced over. Defense against the dark arts. He is the new one. Bloody, Cassian muttered, squinting across the table. Didn't realize there would be new applicants after what happened last year. Kettleben, who had just buttered half his beard by mistake, let out a sigh through his nose. You were the one who saved Mulford, right? Cassian gave a mild shrug. I was in the right place. Which was, frankly, an understatement. The last defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Mulford, nearly died when one of the older tomes woke up and decided to curse her spine inside out. Cassian found her in the library, slumped over a text on counter curses, barely breathing. Still, no need to brag. She survived, but only just. Rumor had it she retired straight to a coastal cottage with no magic, no wands, and a cat named Brian. Curse doesn't like getting ignored, Kettleben muttered. That post's been hexed to the brim since before I had both legs. Cassian nodded absently, eyes flicking to the newcomer. The new professor was already seated. Tall, lean-built, skin a deep brown, hair short and curled close to the scalp. His robes weren't fresh off the rack Hogwarts standard either, woven with subtle protection runes and dragonhide along the cuffs. He looked like the sort who brought his own wand holster and knew how to use it. He is Marius Vale. Kettleben added. Used to be with the Department of Magical Defense, worked under Roberts for a stretch. Bit of a specialist, counter curses, wardcraft, and dark artifact containment. Rumor is he turned down a seat on the Hit Wizard Task Force. Hagrid laughed loudly, shaking his head fondly. I remember him from my days. Always kind, that one. Even let a kelpie chew his robes once without hex in it. Cassian sipped the tea Bath's Haida had just handed. That is either a ringing endorsement or an excellent reason not to lend him clothes. He settled back into his chair when Hagrid got up to get new students. Not long after the doors swung open and McGonagall strode in with a trail of soaked first years at her heels. They dripped all over the flagstones, a herd of miniature ghosts in oversized robes, eyes wide and necks craning as they tried to take it all in. Hooch let out a sigh. And so it begins. Cassian watched them file past the staff table, a few already elbowing each other. Someone sneezed dramatically. Another whispered something about the ceiling. The Sorting Hat waited on its stool, limp and vaguely annoyed, like a pensioner forced to entertain visitors. McGonagall cleared her throat, unrolled a scroll, and began calling names. Belle, Katie. A small girl with straw-colored hair stepped forward. The hat barely touched her head before it barked, Gryffindor. And she dashed off to thunderous applause. Next came Belby, Marcus. Cassian tilted his head. Bet he is a crier. Bath's Haida muttered, Tensicles says he gets Ravenclaw. Belby sat down, the hat frowned, and after a long pause, said, Ravenclaw. Called it, she said, not even smug. Cassian set the cup down, fingers drumming, you and Trelawney should start a book. Dunbar, Faye, came next. Another Gryffindor. Then Carmichael, Eddie, who looked like he read 3 textbooks on sorting and still wasn't sure it was real. Hat took its sweet time with him. Eventually, Ravenclaw. McLagan, Cormac swaggered up like he already had a Quidditch broom waiting. The hat tried to say something before he cut in, yes, actually cut in, saying, definitely Gryffindor. That is where my uncle was. The hat muttered something indistinct before agreeing. Gryffindor. The names went on, Carl Hopkins, another Gryffindor. Marietta Edgecombe, quiet and wide-eyed, went to Ravenclaw. Cho Chang followed her and joined the same table. Students clapped, housemates yelled, ghosts hovered. Cassian caught a glimpse of Peeves floating upside down above the Hufflepuff table, whispering something into a first-year's ear that made her pale instantly. Cassian nudged Bath's Haida with his elbow. So. New defense professor with curse division flair. You think the old man brought him in to lift the curse? She didn't look up from her tea. Doubt it. If he did, he is about 2 decades too late. Still, Cassian murmured, he looks like the sort who patches wounds with one hand and digs graves with the other. Bath's Haida gave him a long, flat stare. You are being weird. I am just saying, if someone like that shows up midsummer, either Dumbledore wants something sorted or he is keeping his options open. Could be here to do the real job while the rest of us argue over quills and class schedules. The sorting dragged on. Names came and went, some quicker than others. The hat got snippy about halfway through and demanded quiet when the Ravenclaw table burst into cheers mid-announcement. When it finally ended, Dumbledore rose, gave the room a mild smile, and kicked off the feast with his usual speech, and the tables filled themselves with food like magic was a well-trained servant. Cassian also learned of another new professor, Arif Skander, who, as Dumbledore announced, would be taking over Muggle studies this year while Quirrell was away on sabbatical. Marius Vale turned the envelope over twice. It was thick cream parchment. The wax was indigo, stamped with a phoenix that looked like it might rise right off the flap if he stared too long. No mistaking the handwriting. No mistaking the sender. Albus Dumbledore had written to him personally. Vale sat heavily at the little desk in his rented flat, boots kicked off near the hearth, coat half slipped from his shoulders. The room smelled faintly of fire whiskey and spell oil. He'd been back from a short contract with the DMLE only a week, and he'd half hoped for a stretch of quiet before the next bloody summons. Apparently not. He broke the wax. The parchment unfolded with a creak. He read with a heavy sigh. My dear Marius. It has been many years since I last had the pleasure of seeing your handwriting across an essay, or your wand raised in the old dueling chamber. I hope this letter finds you in good health, and that the years since you left these halls have been neither unkind nor uneventful. More than one colleague has brought me word of your career, your diligence in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, your steady hand in field work where others faltered, your unflagging interest in the finer intricacies of counter-hexes. None of this surprised me. Even as a student you had an eye for the mechanisms of a curse, and a patience that outlasted frustration. I am glad to know that those qualities have served you well. I imagine you have had triumphs, and perhaps some wounds, in your years since Hogwarts. Such is the fate of those who take seriously the defense of others. I trust that you have allowed yourself moments of rest between assignments, though I know too well how men of your dedication are apt to neglect their own ease. I should like to hear of your travels, and of the roads that brought you from those first classroom wards to the wide field of duty. You would do me a kindness in writing back, not merely to accept or refuse the offer that follows, but to tell an old teacher how his student has fared beyond the castle stones. Now to the matter at hand. We have need of a teacher whose understanding of counter-curses exceeds fashion, and whose patience outlasts even these ancient walls. I would ask you to accept the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for the coming year. Officially, you will instruct our students in the principles and practice of defensive magic. Unofficially, I would also entrust you with a second task, to observe a certain anomaly surrounding the post itself. It has troubled us for years, and though you are not asked to resolve it, I would value your eyes upon it. You are not to attempt any unbinding alone. Logs must be kept, student safety held paramount. I do not demand a victory. I request clarity. Should you accept, you would be both professor and witness, and in that witness perhaps lies the chance to name what others have only whispered. With warm regards, and fond remembrance of the boy who once argued footnotes with me past midnight. P.S. Deference to Madame Pans in all matters of documentary access is non-negotiable. Albus Pwb Dumbledore. Vale sighed again slowly, tapping the parchment against his knee. Defense against the dark arts. The cursed post. Everyone knew the stories, professors lasting barely a year, some leaving mad, some not leaving at all. The curse was whispered in Aura Barracks, muttered over late pints, but never officially acknowledged. And now the headmaster wanted him to walk into it. He leaned back, chair groaning. He set the letter on the desk and reached for the half-empty glass. The whiskey burned down his throat. Defense professor, he muttered. Bloody marvelous. Patience outlasting castle stones. Observe a long-standing anomaly. Do not act alone. Vale rubbed at his temple, then pulled quill and parchment closer. If he was going to accept, and he suspected he already had the moment he cracked that wax, then he would do it on his own terms. He dipped the quill, ink catching in the lamplight. Dear headmaster. I'll keep logs, defer to Pants, Merlin help us, and keep the children alive, which is more than I can say for most field assignments. You ask not for victory, but for clarity. Clarity I can try to give. But if you've set me against something that's been chewing through even you for decades, you'd better be ready for the mess that follows. M. Vale. He sanded the page, folded it, and sealed it with a drop of red wax. The owl was already tapping at the sill, clever eyes gleaming. Vale tied the letter to its leg and watched it vanish into the night. Marius Vale landed just outside Hogsmeade Station with a thump that rattled his teeth. He never did apparition gracefully, his landing technique had been described once by an unimpressed Aura as a man falling sideways out of a wardrobe. True to form, he stumbled, muttered a curse, then righted himself, dusting his coat. He set off toward the castle with his battered trunk levitating behind him. The trunk rattled occasionally, not from dangerous artifacts but from a stash of licorice wands he'd bought on impulse in Diagon Alley. Vale had a habit of chewing them when thinking, which made him look like a surly schoolboy rather than an accomplished curse breaker. He paused as he reached the gates and muttered, well, here's hoping the walls don't spit me out by Christmas. Marius saw Flitwick and McGonagall already inside as he stepped into the office, and despite the years he couldn't help slouching like a boy caught sneaking out of bed. Hi, he said, a bit too casual. Then coughed, straightened. Good evening. Dumbledore waved him forward, eyes bright as he poured tea. Vale sat down, trying not to feel 12 again. Professor Vale, Dumbledore said warmly. Welcome back to Hogwarts. Still feels strange hearing that, Vale muttered. He glanced at the shelves, the whirring instruments, the phoenix preening in the corner. And still smells the same. Tea leaves and chaos. Dumbledore's smile deepened. Some things do not change. Now, expectations. Your first duty is teaching. Defense first, everything else second. Any irregularities with the post are to be logged, not engaged. If you wish to attempt a ritual, it must be reviewed by Professor Flitwick. Any matter involving the school's structure requires Professor McGonagall's approval. Vale nodded, half smiling. So I'm not allowed to blow up a corridor without permission. Good to know. Flitwick let out a laugh, voice piping. A sensible policy. It's amazing how many young professors forget to ask before rearranging the floor plan. Vale chuckled. Don't worry, Professor. I'm far too lazy to move furniture by accident. McGonagall's lips twitched, almost a laugh. Dumbledore lifted his cup. Confidence and caution both, Mr. Vale. Hold to those, and you may last longer than most. Vale clinked his cup back, licorice stick still wedged in his teeth. I'll settle for making it to spring term without setting off the ceiling. Dumbledore set his cup down with a soft clink. One more thing, Professor Vale. Let us keep this matter between ourselves and the few gathered here. The history of magic Professor Rosier has a particular curiosity for what does not belong to him. He is sharp, too sharp for his own good, and prone to looking where he shouldn't. With your expertise outranking his in these matters, I do not doubt you could evade him. Or better yet, I would prefer you not to interact overmuch. It would be simpler. Flitwick gave a cheerful chuckle. Sharp, yes, and magnetes to trouble. He asks more questions than even I can answer, and that is saying something. McGonagall let out a long sigh. If curiosity were a disciplinary offense, we'd be taking statements twice a week. Vale arched a brow but kept quiet, chewing the end of his licorice wand thoughtfully. If they were warning him this pointedly on his first night back, the man must be a complication worth noting. He would keep an eye for that one. Warning, this chapter may contain snogging. Proceed with caution, or excitement. Cassian didn't dive in with the rest. He started slow. Bit of veg first, steamed and healthy, fiber, thank you very much. Followed by a decent portion of protein, roast lamb, a slice of chicken breast, and something suspiciously like lentils hiding in the corner of a bowl. Healthy fat next. Bit of olive oil from the salad, few walnuts scattered into his plate like contraband. Then a small serving of barley pilaf. Finally, finished with a scoop of sauerkraut. Prebiotics. Gut health, apparently. Hogwarts kitchens, bless them, catered to every possible taste, including historically accurate dietary quirks. Bath's Haida gave him a look like he just performed surgery on his plate. Are you portioning that by color or size? I am trying not to die of nutritional incompetence. You work at a castle where the pudding refills itself. And I plan to live long enough to judge that fact for several decades. She huffed and passed the potatoes. He learned this diet thing in 2025, back when everyone on Earth had a spreadsheet for their macros and Jim brothers carried peanut butter like it was a birthright. Cassian had never quite reached the eat 6 eggs a day and talk about nothing but creatine stage, but he was close. Just close enough to get twitchy when a meal had no fiber. He was even considering, at one point, during a rare burst of delusional optimism, min-maxing his intake. Maybe get some muscle back. If he could convince his lazy arse to lift something heavier than a textbook. Didn't happen, obviously. But the dietary knowledge stuck. So now, in a castle full of gravy boats and bottomless pudding, Cassian portioned like a man dodging death by insulin spike. Hogwarts didn't stock kombucha, but sauerkraut did the job. Gut health mattered, even in a world where ghosts gave directions and staircases moved like drunk cattle. He was even considering doing his own yogurt. Not the sugary sort with a cartoon on the lid, no thank you, proper yogurt. Greek, Turkish, Bulgarian, whatever region claimed it first, Cassian didn't want to offend anyone's ancestral dairy. He just wanted it thick, tangy, and not stuffed with the magical equivalent of corn syrup. Hogwarts had a pantry, didn't it? A cauldron? He could probably rig a fermentation charm without setting off the castle wards. Probably. That reminded him of the time he stole eggs from the poultry. Wasn't the pantry right next to it? He scraped the last bite of roast, watching a third year from Hufflepuff try to sneak 2 treacle tarts into his robe pocket. Bold. He respected that. By the time the meal wrapped up, and Dumbledore gave his usual "don't go into the forest unless you want to be eaten" speech, Cassian had already started counting how long it would take the first years to forget that entirely. Maybe 3 days. 4 if they were cowards. When students rolled out with prefects leading them, Cassian stood and stretched, joints clicking in place, then caught ProfessorOC's eye across the table. "Shall I walk you to your chambers, Professor?" he asked, full mock chivalry. "Promise not to faint dramatically en route." "You are lucky I haven't tripped you in front of the students," she said, but rose anyway. They walked together, past the trick stair and the tapestry where Peeves had once hidden a live toad in someone's tea. She keyed open her door with a flick of her wand. He followed her inside without asking. It wasn't the first time. The wards let him through without a twitch, which meant he was still keyed in. Bath's Haida dropped her bag onto the small desk by the window and pulled off her coat. Cassian stayed standing, watching the flames dance for a second before he peeled off his outer robe and flung it over the arm of the couch. He sat on the couch, elbow on the armrest, hand half curled at his mouth like he was thinking too hard. She perched on the arm opposite, one leg drawn up, hair slipping loose from the twist she always wore. He glanced at her. She didn't look away. He tapped his fingers against the armrest. So, she echoed. Well. They hadn't done it yet. That. The deed. They graduated from mouth-adjacent kisses to proper ones sometime before they left Norway. Still new, still odd in the quiet moments. It hadn't gone further, not because they swore off it, just, hadn't crossed the line yet. Which, for 2 supposedly mature adults, was either restraint or extreme cowardice. Jury was out. Now here they were. Her perched on the armrest, one leg tucked up like it belonged there. Him lounged across the sofa like a bloke who absolutely thought about shagging his colleague and then taken notes on why he hadn't. Cozy. Civil. Definitely not staring. Cassian scratched his jaw. So, she echoed again. He gestured vaguely at the space between them. We going to acknowledge the part where this is becoming a thing? Or just keep pretending it is all very scholarly and coincidental? She didn't flinch. Depends. Are you planning to start a bibliography? Already drafted it in my head. Chapter 1, How Not to Panic When Your Research Partner Kisses You in a Magical Tent. Bathsheda's mouth twitched, but she didn't look away. And Chapter 2. Chapter 2 is still being peer-reviewed. Lots of footnotes. Some debate about sources. She leaned forward, resting her elbow on her knee. It is not complicated, Cassian. That is what people say right before it gets very complicated. Then don't overthink it. Oh, I don't overthink. He paused. I marinate. Her hand darted out and slapped his shin. He grinned. See? Physical contact. That is progress. She rolled her eyes, but didn't move away. Her hand stayed on his leg, fingers tapping, then stopping. His throat went dry. I don't regret Norway, she said, quiet now. Cassian leaned back against the cushion. No, he said. Neither do I. She shifted slightly, the edge of her knee brushing against his thigh. It wasn't an accident. He didn't pretend it was. Are we doing this? He asked, voice husky. She looked at him. Yes. Then she kissed him. Straightforward, no hesitation. This one landed right. No cheek, no corner. Proper contact. He matched it, one hand finding her waist without any flair. It wasn't rushed, wasn't theatrical. Just, good. Her fingers curled in his robe. His hand found her face, not pouncing, just following the natural line of where this had been going since somewhere between collapsing caves and frostbitten cliffs. She pulled back slightly, breath warm against his skin. Still overthinking. Cassian's eyes flicked up to meet hers. I am thinking just to savor it, thanks. She didn't move far. Her thumb brushed the corner of his mouth, then lingered there. He could smell her, tea, ink, that strange rune dust scent that had clung to both of them since Trondheim. He dropped his voice. Should I draft a consent form, or are we trusting each other not to hex anything midway? She didn't laugh. Stop talking. So he did. Her weight shifted again, and the sofa dipped. His hand slid further up her side, just learning. She kissed him again, firmer this time, less exploratory. More assured. Cassian had the fleeting, ridiculous thought that he should catalog this. Not in words, but in sensation, how her breath hitched right before she deepened the kiss, the press of her hand against his ribs, the smell of cold air still clinging to her clothes. He would remember all of it. His fingers brushed the back of her neck, caught a curl that had escaped the twist. She pushed him gently, just a reminder that she wasn't above taking control if needed. Your boots are still on, she muttered. Cassian glanced down. So are yours. She raised an eyebrow. Fix it. Yes, ma'am. He kicked his off one by one, the thuds soft against the carpet. She followed suit, a little less graceful, one boot catching the edge of the coffee table and sending a book skittering off. Neither of them bothered picking it up. He caught her again when she leaned back in, this time guiding her gently into his lap. Not a power play. Just comfort. Familiarity growing roots. They kissed until the fire dimmed. Somewhere between kiss 12 and 15, give or take, her hand slipped beneath the hem of his shirt, fingers skating the edge of his skin. He startled slightly, not from the touch but the simplicity of it, how easily they slid from dry sarcasm into this. Cassian leaned his forehead against hers. You are aware this is an extremely questionable use of school resources. Bathsheba hummed. We are not on school grounds. Private rooms don't count. Let's hope the wards agree. They will. Good. I would hate for Hogwarts to cock-block me with magical contraceptive fog. She smacked his chest again. You are ruining it. I am documenting. They didn't rush. They didn't undress. It wasn't about that yet. Just warmth. Skin. Contact. An agreement made without dramatic declarations. Later, much later, she curled against him on the sofa, his arm slung around her back, her fingers tangled in his. The fire had gone to embers, but neither of them made a move to fix it. He leaned in, nose brushing the back of her neck. Warm skin, faint smell of fire and tea. Full disclosure, he said, tone easy, my father told me you are a tool. She didn't twitch. Just tipped her head, eyes still on the fire. And what do you think? Cassian hummed low in his throat, mouth so close that his words stirred the loose strands of her hair. Trying to figure out the best way to break it to him. Something theatrical. Enough shock to get a mild heart attack, but not full cardiac failure. Don't want to cut the party short. She glanced sideways, one brow raised. That is oddly specific. Needs planning, he said, arm slipping round her waist. Timing. I was thinking, walk into the study with you hanging off my arm, announce the engagement, and maybe have you call him Dad by accident. That should do it. Overkill, she murmured. Don't worry, he said, you will be holding my wand the whole time. Figuratively. She snorted and dropped her forehead to his shoulder. The laugh shook them both. Cassian rested his chin lightly on her head. The room was quiet now, only the soft crack of the fire filling in the blanks. She pulled back a little to look at him properly. What did he really say? He rolled his eyes. Something poetic. That you are not one of us. That you are, useful. Her lip curled, faint and sharp. Ah. Classic pure-blood charm. He said. Followed by a suggestion to course correct, which I believe is code for ditch the brilliant mood-blood sympathizer before she makes you start liking books not bound in dragonhide. I do like being useful, she said. He looked down at her. You also like hexing people who treat you like you are disposable. Only when they deserve it. Cassian's smile faded slowly. I didn't say anything clever, by the way, he said. Just left. Told him I respected you. Which, apparently, is worse than sleeping with a werewolf these days. He scratched his jaw. So if you've been picturing your boyfriend as this dashing, courageous sort, prepare for crushing disappointment. I tucked my tail and bolted. Bathsheba didn't respond straight off. She just adjusted the hem of her sleeve and leaned further into the crook of his arm, her thumb brushing lazy circles on his wrist. It just stretched long enough for him to start wondering if she fell asleep mid-pity. She hadn't. You didn't hex anything? She asked finally. I briefly considered setting the curtains on fire, he said. But they were velvet and I am not a savage. She gave a soft laugh. Missed opportunity. Cassian woke up with someone's hair in his mouth and a cramp in his lower back that made him regret all life choices, including the one that involved falling asleep in his colleague's arms on a couch not designed for overnight use. Bathsheba shifted sometime after midnight and wedged herself against his ribs like a very dignified heat pack. Her leg was across his. Her hair, somewhere near his collarbone. He peeled a strand off his tongue and sighed through his nose. The fire had gone out. The room was dim, blue-gray light seeping in through the curtain edge, the kind that only meant one thing. Morning. Not the gentle, let's stretch and have a lazy breakfast kind. No. This was the Hogwarts special. The kind that brought early rising students, curious ghosts, and at least one unhelpfully talkative portrait with opinions no one asked for. Cassian shifted, careful not to jostle her. His shoulder cracked like an old hinge. His leg was asleep. Dignity was nowhere to be found. Right. Option A, embrace the walk of shame and hope the students respected discretion. Option B, sneak out before breakfast, avoid eye contact with everyone, and pretend nothing untoward happened. Option B it was. He slid his arm out from under her head. She stirred, fingers curling slightly, but didn't wake. Her breathing stayed even. He paused to take a look. Her face soft in sleep, hair rumpled, one cheek squished into the cushion. She looked safe. A person who could gut a rune trap and hex a bureaucrat in the same breath, and still fall asleep on him without a second thought. He bent down, pressed a kiss to her temple, and muttered, "You snore like a dignified eagle." Then he was up, cloak slung over his shoulder, boots in hand. He didn't bother with the wand light. He knew the layout. Knew which floorboards creaked and which tapestry concealed a shortcut back to his side of the staff wing. He'd done dumber things at worse hours. Old Cassian was not good at anything except stupid decisions. The corridor outside was empty, blessedly. No curious second years out for an early vomit after the train feast. He padded barefoot along the stones, a thief fleeing an extremely consensual crime. By the time he reached his own door, the first hints of breakfast smells were beginning to creep up from the kitchens. Toast. Sausage. Maybe eggs if the elves were feeling generous. He shut the door behind him and dropped the boots with a soft thud. Right, he muttered. Operation, not seen cuddling colleague, mostly successful. He flung off the jumper and scrubbed a hand through his hair. The mirror on his desk gave an imaginative small huff. You look like someone hexed your dreams. The mirror spoke, in his imagination. I am fine, he said, brushing lint off his sleeve. Just, busy night. The mirror raised a skeptical eyebrow. With Professor babbling. He threw a sock over it and ignored the muffled cackle that followed. Showered, cleaned up, robed, and slightly less a man who slept on a sofa, Cassian headed to the Great Hall. The place wasn't full yet, just a scatter of early risers. A few Ravenclaws hunched over toast and books, some Hufflepuffs passing around a jar of honey, got it, and one Gryffindor already trying to trade bacon for flapjacks as if it was a black market deal. Cassian slid into his seat at the staff table. Morning, Cassian said, reaching for the boiled eggs. Sleep well. Bathsheda's voice slid in beside him. He turned, mildly startled. She looked infuriatingly composed. Fresh robes. Hair pinned. Mug of tea in hand like she hadn't just snoring when he left. He blinked. Did you teleport here? She sipped. I got up when you left. 10 minutes later I decided I wasn't going to let you get all the toast. He stared. You were awake. For most of it, yes. And you didn't say anything. You were so smug of yourself, creeping out like a cat burglar. I didn't have the heart to ruin it. He made a face. You are the worst. She smiled into her cup. Classes kicked in straight away. No easing in, no gentle reminder that Hogwarts was, in fact, a school and not an extended magical retreat. First up for Cassian was first-year Slytherins and Hufflepuffs. A group with the social dynamics of a duel between a Puffskein and a Basilisk, and about as much shared enthusiasm for history of magic as a group of cats faced with a bath. He walked in just before the bell and found a couple of dozens tiny faces blinking up at him like he wandered into the wrong room. One boy in green had already started yawning before the chalk hit the board. Right, Cassian said, clapping to draw attention. One girl dropped her quill. Let's get the important bit out of the way. I am not Professor Binns. You are not asleep. You are not dreaming. If you are, and I feature in it holding parchment like some dashing historian, you should probably stay in bed and thank your subconscious. Silence. Good. He flicked his wand. The classroom lights shifted. Warm, steady glow replaced the cold grey of early morning. He walked to the front desk and leaned against it. Now, he said, folding his arms. Some of you. His eyes landed on the kid still yawning, might have been told this class is the easiest way to nap through your O.W.ls. Cassian's grin sharpened. Well, bad news. That was before. I am new. Not a ghost. Not planning to die on the job. No promises, but I would like to see at least one of you remember who founded your house by the end of the term without looking it up. He flicked his wand again. The blackboard behind him changed. Lines curved and shifted into the Hogwarts crest. Below it, 4 names, Godric, Helga, Rowena, Salazar. Today, he said, tapping each name, we start with something simple. The founders. You probably heard the basics. Gryffindor was brave, Hufflepuff was kind, Ravenclaw was clever, and Slytherin was, misunderstood. A few Hufflepuffs giggled. The Slytherins didn't. Cassian gave them a cheerful nod. Relax. I am not going to insult my house. That is your prefect's job. What you haven't heard, Cassian continued, pacing in front of the desk now, is what they disagreed on. Because Hogwarts wasn't founded by 4 best mates frolicking through the Highlands. It was built by people with opinions. Strong ones. And, shocker, when people with strong opinions build something together, they argue. He turned to the board. 4 lines extended from the names, each forming a little branch. Who can tell me what Salazar Slytherin wanted that the others didn't? A hand went up. Not a Hufflepuff. Interesting. Mr. Elliot, sir. He wanted only purebloods allowed at Hogwarts. Correct. Well done, Elliot. Have 10 points for paying attention to your own house history. Cassian chuckled. And what did the others say to that? More hands now. A girl near the front, yellow and black scarf askew, raised hers with hesitant confidence. Emily, she said quickly, they disagreed. Said all magical children should be taught. Exactly. 10 points for that. Bit awkward at parties after that, I would imagine. He waved the wand again. The names faded, and were replaced by 4 parchment fragments, each showing different bits of the original Hogwarts charter, copied directly from the preserved originals. Or, well, conjured facsimiles. Hogwarts wouldn't even let him touch the real ones. He let the room sit in silence a moment longer. Watched their eyes flit between the ancient script and each other. This, he said, tapping one parchment with his wand, is Rowena Ravenclaw's handwriting. See the sharp curves? Elegant, and vicious in her corrections. She rewrote 3 whole paragraphs of Salazar's proposal. And underlined the word elitism 6 times. A few eyes widened. One boy raised a tentative hand. Is that real? Cassian grinned. As real as Hogwarts plumbing. Which is older than it should be and full of secrets. Rowena's? That part is iffy. You see, she was clever enough to hold 16 ideas in her head at once, none of which ever got along. So her handwriting, bit of a war crime, really. Looked like a banshee with a quill in its teeth. A few students laughed. One snorted so hard his inkpot tipped. Cassian didn't pause. That's how smart people write, by the way. Too much going on up here. He tapped his temple and too little patience to make it legible. He paced slowly, eyes sweeping over the classroom. So is this Rowena's letter? Maybe. It got her magical signature, sure. But the letters are suspiciously tidy, nothing like her usual murder by quill scrawl. A few students leaned in. Cassian tapped the page with his wand. Could be a self-writing quill. They've been around longer than any of you. Ancient Egypt had one in their ministry that copied official decrees, and drew rude stick figures on the margins when bored. He grinned, turning toward the blackboard again. History is messy. Full of handwriting that doesn't match, spells that misfire, and records written by people with agendas. Your job isn't to believe everything. It is to question the parchment until it either confesses or bursts into flames. No one was giggling now. A few heads were down, quills scratching. One of the Hufflepuffs was frowning like he just discovered he'd been lied to his whole childhood. Cassian had a strange urge to pat him on the head. Next bit, he said, pulling up the second fragment. Salazar's alleged note to Godric, regarding magical dueling policies. It ends with yours in Brotherhood and Wand, which sounds slightly too bromantic for 2 men arguing over blood purity. He looked at frowning little faces. Ah, how he missed enlightening underdeveloped minds. Nothing like the suspicious squint of 11-year-olds faced with their first intellectual betrayal. He waved his wand, and the room dipped into dimness, shadows stretching long across the stone floor. One more flick, Lumos spectaculum, and the light started to change. Shapes bloomed in the dark. First, faint lines, then color, movement. 4 figures shimmered into view in the center of the classroom like ghosts caught mid-breath. 2 men at the front of a slim boat. One broad, dark crimson-haired, like waterfall of flames, sword strapped to his back like he'd forgotten he wasn't in a battlefield. The other, thinner, sharper, robes crisp even in mist, wand clenched like it was part of his hand. Behind them, 2 women. One perched cross-legged at the bow, hair coiled like vines, eyes darting across the water, scanning everything. The other leaned back against the hull with the casual grace of someone used to being underestimated. Her smile was small, but it stuck. The founders were crossing a lake. Not just any lake. Wide, still, silver dark in the illusion's low light, looked suspiciously like the Great Lake, minus the squid. Mist clung to the surface, curling around the boat, hiding everything past the edge of the spell's radius. The only sound in the real room was a faint gasp from wide-eyed children. As the boat pushed forward, the mist started to pull back. Bit by bit, the jagged silhouette of land rose ahead. Not a gentle slope, not a welcoming shore, just rock, rising sharp from the land like it hadn't been expecting visitors. Perched high on the ridge, lit only by illusion moonlight. All 4 in the boat sat up straighter. Cassian stopped the spell. The figures froze, boat caught mid-glide. Light fell in from the frozen illusion, cutting across the classroom and casting a long, blue-tinged glow that caught him square in the chest as he stepped between the desks. Did you know, he said, that first years ride boats to the castle because the founders wanted new students to feel exactly what they felt at that moment? He paused, let it sit. Of course, students these days see the castle fully built. Lit up like a prize hog. Bit more dramatic than a misty rock. Still, the idea stuck. He paced a little, before pointing at the illusion. No big feast. No sorting hat yet. Just 4 people in a boat, finding the one place they might agree on something. He turned back to the illusion just as the castle started rising out of the stone. It wasn't grand all at once. Not even close. It built itself the same way any decent thing did, slow, a bit stubborn, and with far too many arguments about what shape the windows should be. He turned back to the class. Of course, all that is just my interpretation of how Hogwarts was built. Artistic liberty, smoke and mirrors, and a sprinkle of informed guesswork. He stepped back into the center of the room, wand tucked under his arm. Truth is, we know very little about the actual process. No blueprints. No minutes from the planning committee. Founders didn't exactly leave behind a building manual. Some of the students were still staring at the illusion, the four figures locked in soft, silver light, standing proudly before the castle they built. Hogwarts has secrets. Big ones. Layers under layers. Passages that don't lead anywhere until they do. Doors that vanish when you are in a hurry. Rooms that remember things you would rather forget. And here is the strange bit, he said. Even the founders didn't know all of them. Each of them built parts of the castle, enchanted them, hid things, added wards, but the castle kept changing after they were gone. As if it is still building itself. Or remembering something. He stopped in front of a pair of wide-eyed first years. There is a theory, he went on, that each founder left behind a secret chamber. Not a broom cupboard or a reading nook. Proper hidden spaces. Sealed with their magic. Designed to open only under very specific circumstances. A couple of students were clearly hanging on to every word now. Even the yawner had stopped doodling and was watching him like he might start breathing fire. Cassian grinned. Some of you might have heard the rumors about the Chamber of Secrets. Terribly dramatic name. Bit of a branding problem, that one. A few heads nodded, some cautiously, some like they were waiting for him to confirm every bedtime horror story they'd ever been told. He kept going. The story goes, Salazar Slytherin built it himself. Stashed a monster in it. Locked the place tight, so only his true heir could open it. Not sure what qualifies as a true heir, blood, ideology, family crest, who knows. Magic is not always literal, unfortunately. Did anyone ever find it? Elliot again, leaning forward now. He considered if he should say it or not, then shrugged and went with honesty. 50 years ago, there were rumors about it, Cassian said, eyes flicking to the illusion still floating in the center of the classroom. But I don't buy it. That got him a few surprised looks. Raised his hands before they could ask more about it. What I want you to learn most in history classes, he continued, stepping between the desks again, is not the history. It is how it is told. That the narrator, me, your book, whatever authority decides the syllabus, can bend the truth. Dress it up. Cut bits out. And suddenly that lie is your new truth. Some of them looked unsure. A boy scratched something next to his notes, underlining it 3 times. Always, Cassian said, clapping his hands, do your own research. Ask questions. Challenge the bloody footnotes. Second guess what you read, especially if it is too neat. The sound snapped a few of them out of their fog. Quills moved faster now. From second class on, he added, I will start weaving magic into these lessons. Spells you already know, so no need to panic. This isn't charms. I am not your magic teacher. A few chuckles there. Someone whispered something about Binns never using a wand at all, which, fair point. Cassian walked to his desk, waving his wand. The illusion faded, the classroom light coming back in full. Magic exists in your history. And history exists in your magic. You learn them separately, which is a bit like trying to learn flying with one wing. He then waved them off. I want an essay on founders in Hogwarts. Do your research, add your insights. There won't be grading, but it will teach you how to form your own opinions, and that is the most important thing I can teach you. A few groans, a few resigned nods, and one particularly brave Hufflepuff who muttered something about already an essay first class. Cassian raised an eyebrow at him. Ah yes, he said, pointing a finger like he just spotted a rare species, welcome to education. Tell your grandchildren you survived it. He watched the last of them shuffle out. Elliot gave him a quick, awkward thank you, sir, before dashing off. 1 class down. 11 more to go. He stood up, stretching as his spine popped in protest, and made his way out into the corridor. Mid-morning traffic had started, students darting between staircases, portraits whispering. Cassian passed Professor Sinister halfway to the staff room. She gave him a look over her tea and said, you look like you taught first years. I have. Don't recommend it. Might sue. On what grounds? Endangerment. Possibly slander. She chuckled and kept walking. Staff room was empty, mercifully. He threw himself into one of the threadbare armchairs and kicked his feet up onto a trunk that looked like it hadn't opened since Castle was built. Bath's Haida didn't show. She had back-to-back classes and a timetable that looked like a cry for help. Rune theory, ancient script reconstruction, and whatever else she decided to cram into the same day. He had Gryffindor and Ravenclaw first years that afternoon. Separate classes, but the same bloody content. Why they weren't combined was anyone's guess. Probably some forgotten tradition involving inter-house seating drama or an old headmaster's ghost refusing to condone cohabitation of timetables. Other professors had to adjust their lessons to different levels of magical proficiency, one wand flicked too far and someone lost an eyebrow, but history. Well, his subject involved no spells beyond his own. He just had to talk. Spin a decent enough story. Keep them from stabbing themselves with quills. Didn't matter. He got paid by the class, not by the head count. He would teach the same material twice, maybe rearrange the metaphors, toss in a new sarcastic aside. Bit of variety never hurt. He made it through both sessions without injury. Gryffindors were louder, but they asked more questions. Ravenclaws were quieter, but at least 3 of them corrected the parchment dates before he finished his sentence. By the end of the day, he'd gone through the Founder's boat ride twice, tweaked a few jokes for the Ravenclaws, they were quicker on the uptake, and managed to only get one question about whether Slytherin's monster was actually a dragon in disguise. It wasn't. Probably. The next morning, second years. Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. One glance at the roll and his eyebrows went up. Well. This would be chaos. Fred and George Weasley. And Cedric Diggory. He missed those troublemakers. Well, troublemakers might be generous. Cedric wasn't so much trouble as, tragically upright. The kind of kid who probably polished his wand in the mirror before bed. Not that Cassian had anything against neat handwriting and decency, but Cedric made it look like a competitive sport. He walked into the classroom and was already sighing. Fred was upside down in his chair. George had 2 sugar quills stuffed into his ears, muttering about silencio experiments. Or well, other way around. Lee was laughing, and Cedric was trying very hard to pretend he didn't know any of them. Morning, my little budgetary burdens, Cassian said. Cedric straightened immediately. Good morning, Professor. Fred and George saluted in tandem. Cassian narrowed his eyes. I assume you both know your names are not on this register twice because you are exceptional. We are not. Fred asked, mock wounded. Could have sworn it was an honor roll, George added. It is. You are honored to still be enrolled, Cassian said, flicking his wand toward the board. Also, if you write Gred and forge on one more assignment, I will have your names legally changed. The twins gasped in delight. No, scratch that, Cassian continued flatly. You would enjoy it too much. I will tattoo your real names on your foreheads in fluorescent ink so you can't swap places to pull pranks anymore. The twins' smug grins vanished in perfect sync. Before anyone could cut in, Cassian rapped his knuckles on the desk. Quills out. Books optional. Brain cells mandatory. A pair of Gryffindors had already elbowed their way to a desk near the front. Kenneth Towler was chewing on the end of his quill. He smiled at them, which made a few flinch. All right, let's start with the history of the summer of 1990. When my precious students studied hard, trained even harder, right? He gave the room a quick sweep. Am I correct? Would be quite embarrassing if I had it wrong. I am a historian, after all. Fred raised a hand with mock solemnity. We did a lot of research, sir. Very academic. George discovered gravity. George nodded. Only briefly. It hit me in the face and ran off. Excellent, Cassian said. Truly the intellectual backbone of the era. Alicia snorted. Angelina didn't look up from her quill, just muttered, please don't encourage them. Cassian rested back against the desk, arms folded. Right, he said, I asked you to write me an 8-feet essay over the summer, and some of you actually delivered. Some more creatively than others. Fred was already grinning. George looked suspiciously innocent. I had great pleasure reading yours, Gred and Forge, Cassian went on, though I am still not sure why you submitted identical essays, just one written backwards. Did you assume that would count as originality? Because sadly, gentlemen, I am built in with Turnitin. Fred, or possibly George, raised a hand. What is Turnitin, sir? Cassian chuckled. It is, my good students, a ward that alerts me when someone plagiarizes their essays. Also comes with a handy feature that sends a howler to your mother. Angelina raised a hand without looking up from her notes. Did their mum get the howler? No, Cassian said, I thought I would save that joy for Christmas. A little festive drama never hurts. Fred leaned over to George. We need to rewrite the Yule Ball plan. Agreed. Less fire. More plausible deniability. Cassian let the murmur roll for a few seconds before cutting through it. All right, pack it in. Now, beside the plagiarism, Cassian went on, arching a brow at the twins, the idea was novel. So, props. If mildly concerning. Cedric, great as always. Loved how you gave a new perspective on the Round Table era. Bit romanticized, but I will allow it. Cedric pecked his head, looking like he was handed a medal. Alicia, Cassian continued, pointing a finger her way, very solid defense of witches from the old era. Morgana being misunderstood was something we've been over, but you pulled in new sources. Nice touch. That bit about the royal scribes changing her titles posthumously? Very sharp. Alicia tried to look unaffected, but her quill twitched a little faster in her hand. Angelina, he said, flicking to the next name on his parchment, I liked the angle you took with magical sports history. No one ever covers the anti-Quidditch leagues during the purest backlash. Strong citations, bonus points for not making it boring. That is a gift. She grinned and muttered something to Alicia. Lee. Your essay was, ambitious. A snort from George. Lee straightened. How ambitious? Cassian held up the parchment. Let's see. Title, Why Merlin Would Have Hated Ministry, a case study in legislative incompetence. Fred and George applauded. You cited one source. Yourself. And I am fairly sure you made up the quote where Merlin said, and I quote, no more laws, only fire. Lee grinned. To be fair, that sounds like something he might have said. Possibly after a bottle of mead and one too many wand mishaps, Cassian muttered. Still, creativity noted. Try for actual history next time. He let the laughter settle before glancing at the last name on the list. Kenneth. Kenneth Towler looked up, still chewing the end of his quill. Yours was, well, it existed. That is a start. Kenneth gave him a thumbs up. Cassian tapped his desk to draw their attention and reset the mood. All right, history today, magical uprisings of the 9th century. Yes, that includes blood, betrayal, and more than one wizard who thought stuffing pixies in a cannon was a war strategy. Angelina leaned forward. Wait, they actually did that? Cassian nodded. Twice. Once in Bavaria, once in Somerset. Both times, the pixies revolted halfway through. Ever seen an entire cavalry unit taken down by laughing blue imps with bayonets? They watched with jaws slacking. You will, he added, wand already out. He cast Lumos Spectaculum, and a ripple of magic rolled out. A whole camp. Dozens of them. Weathered canvas flapping under phantom wind. Fire pits, spell-edged stones, banners stitched with house sigils and symbols long fallen out of favor. One banner bore a noble family crest, another had a gnarled wand twisted round a serpent. And others, sloopy ones. Second uprising of Thistle March, Cassian said, pacing between the rows. Year is 872. Somewhere near modern-day Wales. Very damp. Very loud. Very bloody. Led by someone called Hamish the Fork. Fred raised a hand. Was he named for the weapon? No, Cassian said, he had two front teeth like garden prongs. Very distinctive. Bit hard to take seriously when he shouted battle orders and whistled through the S. Twins laughed too loud, others snickered. Cassian paced to the front again. The tents began moving. Illusion people appeared, armored magics, wand belts strapped to their waists, grimy, shouting across a field that looked like it hadn't seen dry sun in weeks. Mud covered everything. One wizard tripped over his own cloak. Now, Cassian said, I could stand here and recite names and casualty numbers like Professor Binns did, or, I could teach you the one spell that changed how this battle was fought. He raised his wand and cast, Levitation Charm. A feather floated up from the desk. The class stared like he just insulted their collective intelligence. Seriously? Fred muttered, unimpressed. Very, Cassian replied. This, my tragically understimulated audience, is the spell that decided the second uprising of Thistle March. George gave him a skeptical look. They levitated the enemy into surrender. No. They levitated mud. Now he had their attention. Cassian turned, flicked his wand at the board. Letters scrawled themselves across it, blocky, muddy brown script that looked appropriately awful. Battle of Dunwither Field, 872 AD. Right. Picture it. You are Hamish the Fork, bad teeth, worse tactical planning. You got 24 half-trained magics, a few angry squibs with clubs, and absolutely no clue what you are doing. Opposite you? A fully staffed battalion. Uniforms. Enchanted armor. Budget. They even brought their own field latrine. Hamish, on the other hand, had a swamp. Angelina leaned forward. They fought in a swamp. Technically a moor. But it had rained for 6 days. So, yes, swamp. He strode to the middle of the room and drew a messy oval in the air with his wand. The illusion shimmered into life, fields of grass churned to sludge, tents tilting sideways, and wizard soldiers with very expensive boots sinking ankle-deep in bog water. Cassian paced beside it. Hamish realized he couldn't outduel them. So instead of aiming at the enemy, he aimed at the ground. Started lifting sections of the swamp and lobbing them like pies. Cedric squinted at the illusion. That is not how we were taught to use the levitation charm. No, because the curriculum was prepared by someone who has never been chased by an army of scouts across wet ground. Professor Flitwick is capable of doing so, but probably, never mind, Cassian said. Watch. He flicked his wand again. A figure, the illusion of Hamish, judging by the spiked teeth, swung his wand at a patch of earth. The mud rippled, rose in a thick, wet slab, then launched across the field like a catapult. It hit an enemy wizard mid-cast. They vanished under a splat the size of a sofa. Laughter broke across the classroom. Hamish leveraged combat levitation, Cassian said, turning to the class. Crude, sure. Inelegant. But no one expects you to weaponize the terrain. That gave his side the edge. Bought them time to retreat, regroup, and eventually broker a truce that kept their families from being arrested. Lee raised a hand. So the secret to surviving a magical war is, flinging mud. He looked at their faces and sighed, loud and long. I've been trying to teach you lot to think outside the box since last year, but clearly, I am up against a generational curse. Fred opened his mouth. No, Cassian said. Not a compliment. The twins leaned back like they just been told breakfast had been cancelled. Cedric looked thoughtful. Kenneth was chewing on his quill again. Wizards have been indoctrinated, yes, I said indoctrinated, into thinking spells are one note. Use them as they are taught. Say the Latin, do the swish, carry on. Rinse and repeat. It is pathetic. Cassian stepped away from the board and toward the center of the room. The illusion of muddy soldiers flickered and vanished with a lazy wave of his wand. In their place, he placed something entirely mundane. A plain cup. He set it on the ground like it meant something. This, he said, is a cup. Fred nudged at George. Reckon he's finally cracked. Let's wait, George said, he might do a dance. Cassian ignored them. A very secret cup. Terribly magical. You all heard stories about enchanted objects, yes? One of them involved a cup and a name. He didn't know why, but the memory stuck. Something about a cup. His friends, old friends, Earth friends, talked about it in passing once. A tournament, maybe. Some magical event Harry Potter entered or didn't or wasn't supposed to. Something odd about an age line drawn around the goblet to keep out younger students. Or to keep out cheaters. Or both. It was hazy. Half a conversation buried under 20 years and a resurrection. But the line, that part stuck. I drew an age line around it. You need to put your name in it. How will you do it? The words echoed. Not his. Someone else's. Probably a grumpy wizard with a beard and a penchant for theatrics. The second years stared at it. He stared back at them. Fred was already squinting, as if trying to see if the cup would blink first. Cassian clapped his hands. Entertain me, yet. Let's pretend, for the sake of educational chaos, that this cup is magical. Hidden inside it is the secret to immortality. Or a good lasagna recipe. Take your pick. Cedric sat a bit straighter. Angelina narrowed her eyes. Fred raised a hand. Is it cursed? Not yet, Cassian said. Give it time. He circled the cup slowly. Now. You lot have heard of wards, yes? Magical boundaries. Barriers. Some are subtle, enchantments that nudge people away from areas they shouldn't be. Others are, louder. Traps. Explosions. Singing suits of armor. Lee perked up. Can we do the singing kind? No, Cassian said flatly. We are in a magical school. Not a musical. He stopped beside the cup. Come on, don't be shy. How will you put your name in it, when the age line keeps you out? He turned slightly after a long silence of frowns and squints. What, none of you ever fancied sneaking into something you weren't old enough for? God, I taught rocks with more curiosity. Angelina's hand twitched. We can't just, cross it, right? Very good, Miss Johnson. No, you cannot. He pointed his wand at the floor. A ring of glowing gold edged itself around the cup, humming faintly. It was just a light illusion, of course. He couldn't cast an age line. Standard age ward. Won't kill you. Just gives you a zap and a lecture. Fred leaned forward. What if you jump in from the side? Go ahead, Cassian said, stepping back. We will scrape what is left of your dignity off the floorboards. Fred exchanged a look with George. Not it. Coward. Intact coward. Fred and George leaned in over their desk like a pair of conmen about to forge a treaty with Mordor. Quills in hand, brows furrowed, they scribbled and muttered nonsense, scratched it out, then scribbled again, absolute chaos, but it was chaos with ambition. Occasionally one would snort or slap the other's hand away. That is not how veins work, George. It is if you enchant them, Fred. Don't question the magic. Cassian rested against the desk edge, watched the chaos, feeling like a biologist observing a nest of particularly ambitious weasels. Most of the others had taken a less, joint effort approach. Angelina already jotted down 3 methods, none of which involved explosions or impersonation. She looked like she worked out the cup's security schema and was halfway through devising a proper counter ritual. Alicia sat beside her, chewing the end of her quill. She wrote something, paused, crossed it out, then underlined something else twice like that would convince the cup to cooperate. Cedric was neatly sketching what looked suspiciously like a magical feedback circuit. Not bad. Bit textbook, but he clearly knew what he was doing. Wouldn't be surprised if he added a bibliography by the end of it. Not that it would work. Lee was leaned back, legs stretched, quill tapping against his lips. The sort of posture that screamed he was about to suggest we bribe the cup. Kenneth, bless him, was drawing a mustache on the cup with his quill. Cassian said nothing. Sometimes you had to let kids fail artistically. Eventually, Fred raised a hand. Not out of respect, just to demand attention. Sir, can we use an aging potion? Cassian shook his head. If the caster is thick enough to overlook that loophole, sure, might work. Once. Probably gets patched by next lesson. Anyone else? That opened the gates. Badly. Angelina raised her hand, cautiously polyjuice. Ah yes, he said, nothing says school charm like identity theft, a restricted potion, and a month of stirring someone else's toenail soup. You are 12. Try again. Lee looked up, get someone older to do it. Delegation. Clever. Also known as cheating. And completely possible. Right until the cup checks magical resonance and your name shows up with a lovely asterisk that says, actually submitted by a 6th year with a favor to cash in. Still, nice lateral thinking. Bit morally grey. He tapped the floor near the golden line with his foot. All right, he said, bit too loud to cut through whatever nonsense the twins were muttering now, I will bite. You lot have thrown a dozen ideas at the wall, and while I am enjoying this brainstorm of petty crime and questionable pody-wondering, there is a better way. They stilled. Magic is a funny thing, he said, walking a slow circle around the cup, most of you treat spells like recipes. Say the words, do the flick, watch the sparks fly. Fred whispered, like cake, but dangerous. Cassian shot him a look. Exactly. And what happens when someone forgets the eggs? Explosion. Worse. Undercooked incantations. Nasty stuff. Alicia raised a brow. So, you are saying there is a different spell? No, Cassian said, I am saying free yourself from this limited thinking you've all been conditioned into. He turned on his heel and strolled to his desk. He drew 3 small pieces of parchments, scribbling random nonsense on blank slips. 3 versions of the same name. Neatly written in a way that would make his old schoolteacher shed a proud tear. He held them up. Watch and learn. The first he folded into a paper plane. Nothing magical. Nothing clever. Just a bit of primary school rebellion resurrected for higher education. He lobbed it. The plane soared. Not graceful, this wasn't some enchanted swan of the skies. It passed clean through the false age line and dropped neatly into the teacup with a plunk, quickly soaking into a shade of unappealing brown. Half the room just blinked. Especially the twins. Fred's jaw went slack. George leaned so far forward his quill fell off the desk. They looked somewhere between scandalized and spiritually betrayed. That is cheating, Fred muttered. It is worse, George said, still staring. It is obvious. Cassian tilted his head, watching the wet parchment sink. Yes, yes. The horror. A historian found a workaround that involved no illegal potions, identity theft, or magical age fraud. Truly, where is the fun? He picked up the second slip. This one, he said, is for the violent thinkers among you. Those who see a magical line and think, maybe I will just lob it really hard and hope it forgets to be magic for a second. Lee raised his hand. That is, basically my strategy for most things. Cassian tossed the paper ball. It sailed through the air, spun slightly mid-flight, then passed through the fake ward like it didn't exist. Straight into the cup. Another quiet splash. 2 for 2, Cassian said, brushing his hands off. Lee pointed at the line. Wait. So the age ward doesn't trigger if you are not touching it? Cassian shrugged. I don't know. Depends how clever the caster was. A fan, a gust, a loud sneeze, any of that ruins the trick. I am just showing you that no spell needed doesn't mean no thinking needed. He twirled the last parchment in his hand. Besides, if the line is testing age and nothing else, that bit of paper is older than all of us. The tree it came from probably watched Merlin sprout chest hair. A few snickers. Even Cedric cracked a smile. Cassian folded the third sleeve. Wand in hand, he cast, Wingardium Leviosa. The paper floated up, tilted slightly mid-air, then dipped over the golden glow of the fake ward and dropped into the cup with a soft rustle. 3 for 3. He treated himself to one slow, sarcastic clap. That, my dear devils, is the levitation charm. Not for feathers. Not for broomsticks. For everything else no one told you it could do. Fred and George were still staring at the cup, eyes wide open, as if the cup awakened them to reality. Fred broke first, dragging a hand down his face. You are telling us, all those fancy counter spells, all that charm work, and we could have just throw it. Throw it. Levitate it. Catapult it with a teaspoon, Cassian said, deadpan. Angelina smirked. Honestly, it is clever. Clever. George hissed. It is heresy. Lee raised a hand. So you are saying we should start flinging stuff at magical wards? Cassian glared at him, considering flinging him to the cup. I am saying, if you can't unleash your imagination, you will spend your whole life tossing the same 5 spells around and get flattened by someone with half your talent and one good idea. The class fell silent. Fred gave a whistle. That is bleak. Accurate, Cassian said. And historical. He pushed off the desk, walked back toward the illusion. Every war, he went on, every rebellion, every mad little spell that turned the tide, none of it came from following instructions. It came from someone going, all right, what if I did this, and it doesn't explode? Take Thistle March, he said, stepping back toward the board, showing the screen of light, where a mud-splattered battlefield, a banner half-ripped. Hamish the Fork wasn't in a dueling manual. He had no pedigree. No noble wand lineage. But he did have a swamp, and a very strong sense of mischief. Lee snorted. My kind of wizard. Cassian pointed at him without missing a beat. Exactly. Lee, in 20 years, you will be the subject of a footnote in a minor conflict, and someone like me will stand up in a room like this and say, this lad expanded the limits of what he was taught. Thank God for that. Fred leaned into George. I want a footnote. You want a footnote? Only if it is scandalous, George whispered. Gentlemen, Cassian said, if you live to be more than a footnote, I will be shocked. And if it involves pyrotechnics, I will be disappointed if I am not invited. The twins grinned, their quills already sketching something that Cassian was sure would end with either applause or expulsion. Possibly both. Then he turned to the board. Now. Since you all proven you can levitate things other than feathers and your classmates' dignity, he said, tapping the slate, we will take this charm a step further. The word appeared in chalk, Wingardium Leviosa. Under it, another word formed, tactical application. Someone tell me, Cassian said, what is the limit of this spell? Cedric raised a hand. Wait. Good guess. Still wrong. Fred. Is it, imagination? Cassian gave a mock gasp, was that genuine insight? Sweet Lord. Mark the calendar. A few chuckles rolled around the room. Fred clapped, solemn. George whispered something about it being a historical event already. Cassian pressed on. The only limit is yourself. Your imagination. Everything else is just detail. Math. Formulas. If all magics united and cast Wingardium Leviosa together, we could stop Earth from spinning. Blank stares. Right. That went straight over their heads. Not just over, soaring, comet trail level. Cassian didn't even bother trying to explain planetary motion, axial tilt, or why Earth wasn't just a floating plate held up by particularly stubborn oxen. Instead, he tapped the side of his wand lightly against his palm and sighed. You are to write a 2-feet-long essay, he said. On unconventional applications of Wingardium Leviosa. And as I said before, no, I am not your charms teacher. You are free to skip it. I am not grading these. He paused before adding, it is for your own good. Goodbye. Fred raised a hand like he was hailing a cursed taxi. Define unconventional. You will know it when you accidentally float your brother's rat through a ceiling, Cassian said, already walking toward the door. If that helps. George muttered, it does. Charlie is scary. Cassian slipped out for a moment of peace, 2-feet essays should keep them busy till tomorrow. He could practically see Fred and George now, hunched over some brainstormed monstrosity involving levitating pies, or possibly levitating people inside pies. Wouldn't be the worst idea he ever read. A knock hit his door but Cassian didn't look up. If that is you, Fred, tell George the first I'm not giving extra credit for combat baking. The door creaked open anyway. Bathsheba stuck her head in. Combat baking. Don't ask, he muttered. How is the rune mangling going? She stepped in, closing the door behind her with her boot. There were fresh streaks of ink up one sleeve, smudged in a way that suggested she wiped her quill there more than once without realizing as she always did. She crossed the room and sat on his lap like that was where she was headed all morning. He didn't say anything, just looped one arm around her waist and let his hand rest against her lap. It was fine, she muttered, making herself comfortable, like he was furniture. 6th and 7th years are still manageable. The ones who pass their owls actually want to be there, so at least they shut up and listen. 3rd years though, they are a problem. Too much optimism. Think if they carve a single rune right, they will cause an explosion. She shifted, drawing his other hand to her thigh without really thinking about it. 4th years forgot everything over the summer. Whole term reset. Like someone obliviated them in June. Ah yes, Cassian murmured, the sacred cycle of academic regression. They cram, they pass, they promptly flush it like spoiled potion. Happens every bloody year. They are unbearable, she said, leaning her cheek against his shoulder. You are describing teenagers. She just snorted in response. He ran his fingers along the ink on her sleeve, pausing at one smear near her elbow. What did you throw at them? Runic function breakdown. Simple chain spells. Conditional logic. Barely anything. Half of them still drew everything backwards. You didn't hex anyone. Tempted. Cassian kissed the crown of her head. You've gone soft. She snorted. You are one to talk. He huffed a laugh. They sat like that for a bit. Her thumb brushed the inside of his wrist. His hand rested warm against her hip. Somewhere in the castle, a bell rang. He didn't care which one. She tilted her head, speaking against his jaw. You are getting a reputation. Always do. What is it this time? Revolutionary? Rogue educator? Wand smuggler? She looked up at him with a grin, eyes a little too smug for someone claiming exhaustion. The young, dashing professor who swooped the helpless rune expert off her feet. Cassian scoffed. Helpless? You stabbed a 6th year's essay with your quill last year. He drew an Y instead of. That is a death rune. She nudged his chest with a knuckle. Which, ironically, I considered using. Might have improved his grammar, he muttered, mostly to himself. The Slytherin girls are obsessed. Half of them are convinced you used a love potion. She said with a laugh. Cassian chuckled. Brilliant. Was wondering when that rumor would start. Thought I would at least earn it with a dramatic hallway kiss or something. You do walk like you got a dramatic song playing every time you enter a room. I do, he said, it is called exhaustion in E minor. She laughed against his shoulder. How are the darlings of 4th year runes? He asked. Collectively? Useless. One of them tried to translate an Icelandic binding glyph with a textbook from Bose batons. Half the class copied him. Oh good, he said. Cultural misunderstanding and academic laziness. Our 2 core values. They think runes are a puzzle game. Plug in a few symbols, and poof, enchanted tea set. He shrugged. A rather genius Muggle calls it natural selection. Bathsheba blinked at him like he just started speaking gobbledygook again. Cassian sighed and leaned his head back against the chair with a quiet thunk. Right. Add Darwin to the list. Along with rockets, jet engines, microwaves, and basic risk assessment. She squinted. Natural, what? Selection, he repeated. The scientific concept, not a game show. Muggles figured out survival favors the ones who adapt. Change. Learn or you die, and those who adjusted carry on. She snorted softly. We have that in magic too. It is called don't stand in front of a basilisk. No, that is called instinct or reason. Or running for your life, he said. Muggles built entire systems around this. Genetics, evolution, breeding charts. Though some of them also thought cucumbers cured depression, so swings and roundabouts. Bathsheba gave him a long look. How do you know all this? I read books. Big, terrifying ones with no moving pictures. He shook his head with a laugh. Also, I lived a whole other life, but that is a longer story. He added in his mind, before sighing, in short, your rune kids failing their logic exams is just Darwin in action. She looked mildly horrified. You are saying I should let them fail. I am saying they are choosing extinction with every reversed binding rune. Who am I to interfere with the natural order? She dropped her forehead against his collarbone. You are the worst. Statistically improbable, he muttered into her hair. I am at least in the top 20%. So, tell me, she said after a beat of silence. About your second years. You looked smug when I came in. He rolled his eyes, rant brewing within him as if was waiting for anyone with ears to ask. The way magics think is limited. Rigid, boxed in. You got to swish the wand just so, pronounce the syllables like a bleeding opera singer, and cast the spell exactly the way the first bloke did it 1,000 years ago. God forbid you get creative. Break the mold and suddenly you are reckless. Irresponsible. Possibly dark. This sort of generational cloning? It kills imagination. Nature trims the fat. Stop using a part long enough, and it withers. I think magics have finally evolved into losing their bloody imagination. Bathsheba murmured something unintelligible against his shoulder. You sound personally betrayed. I am, Cassian muttered. I drew an imaginative age line around a cup and asked them to put their names in. Their first idea? Polyjuice or aging potion? She scoffed. They are solid choices. I would probably use runes, but... She waved a hand at herself, occupational hazard. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. How about just throwing a bloody paper over the line? You know, the kind of thinking that doesn't involve stealing someone's toenails or waiting a month to digest shame. She blinked. Took a second to answer. It sounded silly, but she was caught off guard. Not by the idea, exactly, more by how simple it was. Obvious, even. Toss a slip of paper across a line instead of crawling through magical red tape? Ridiculous. And completely valid. The problem wasn't the idea itself. It was the instinct. Every kid in that classroom had been taught, formally or not, that if something couldn't be solved with magic, it had to be ancient, cursed, or written by Merlin's personal assistant in blood and dragonbone ink. Anything else was a trick. Bathsheba looked faintly scandalized. So, you are saying the answer to a magical challenge was not magic? Oh no. I am saying the answer was gravity. That terrifying Muggle concept. Dropping things. Wild, I know. He sighed. It wasn't that they were stupid. Just, trained. Indoctrinated, really. The same way he would flinch at a dragon instead of trying to cast a shield, or, hypothetically, apparate away, if he could, because somewhere deep in the spine, that is what the body thought survival looked like. Pure reflex. Brains were muscles. Neglect them, they shrivel. Magics, far as he's seen, had spent centuries lifting the same 5 mental weights. Spell, counterspell, charm, rinse, repeat. Any idea that didn't start with a wand and end in Latin got tossed in the bin. He didn't blame them. Hogwarts, the Ministry, even bloody bedtime stories, they all ran on a script. One way to win. One answer to the riddle. And if you tried anything else? You were reckless. Dangerous. Or worse, a Muggle-born. Bathsheba didn't say anything at first. Just blinked slowly like someone trying to process the idea of butter that didn't come from a charmed churn. Cassian watched the mental cogs churn behind her eyes, faintly amused. You are saying, she said eventually, they failed, because they were trained to fail. Not trained to fail, Cassian said. But yes. No one tells them to think sideways. They are told what wand movement to use, how many flicks, and when to say the incantation. You try anything else, they act like you've slapped the founders. She frowned. It is not that rigid. Name one Hogwarts subject that encourages rule breaking. A pause. Divination. She tried. Please. That is not a class, it is a lottery. She snorted a laugh, leaning into him more. So what, you are going to retrain their instincts? Teach them all to throw things at wards instead of using their wands. I am not trying to turn them into magical gorillas. He shook his head slightly. I just want them to stop treating spells like bloody vending machines. Tap the button, get the effect. Bathsheba tapped his wrist idly. You know this won't win you points with the parents. Good, he said. They are the ones who need deprogramming first. She didn't argue. Just let out a long breath and went quiet. It struck her again, how different Cassian was. Not just the dry jokes or the way he taught like he was holding court in a pub rather than a classroom, but at the root of him. If he wasn't a Rosier, and if she didn't know him from school, she would have put money on him being Muggle-born. Maybe not even a bet. Just a fact. One of those quirks you spotted after the 5th time he asked a question that didn't belong in their world. Even back in that cave, when the ceiling had started to give, her wand had been in her hand before she blinked. Instinct. Prodigal. Classic. His hadn't even left his coat. He just grabbed her arm and yanked her sideways, like instinct didn't start at spell work but at move or die. It made her feel stupid, later. All that training, all those drills, and the man next to her moved faster without even drawing. He thought in straight lines. Sometimes brutally so. And it wasn't just caves. She was often baffled how Cassian could navigate Muggle infrastructure like he built it. Just moved through the mess like he was born with a street map stitched behind his eyes. There was also traveling. She used Muggle trains in Norway with him. Straight through the barriers, picked the right platform like it was second nature. Tube map lit behind glass, half the colors rubbed off, and he barely glanced at it. She was shocked to see how evolved Muggle transportation was. Last time she boarded one, it was all steam and creaking metal, every carriage rattling like it might come undone if someone sneezed too hard. Like Hogwarts Express, but worse. Now they went underground. Underground. She read about tubes before, but when they stepped into one, she stood still for a full 10 seconds trying to understand how the bloody ceiling wasn't caving in. It didn't help that the train shot forward like it was being chased. No horses. No steam. Just noise and a blur of light and something that felt very much like being kidnapped by a steel coffin on wheels. She gripped the overhead bar the whole time, silently reciting every defensive rune she knew. He just sat, legs stretched, reading a book as if the screeching metal tube wasn't dragging them through the belly of the earth. She made it 2 stops before she bolted out like a spooked Niazel. Cassian, of course, had loved every second. He had laughed for 10 solid minutes. Didn't even make it to Berg, he wheezed. Brilliant. I am putting that on your grave. Shut up, she snapped, dragging herself away from the edge of the platform. You can't tell me that wasn't cursed. Nothing is cursed, you just don't trust anything that moves without a wand. Of course I bloody don't. That thing didn't even puff. He grinned, utterly smug. That is called engineering. Bath's Haida glared, pulling her bag up like it might shield her from further nonsense. You are a Rosier. You shouldn't even know that word. There were little slips like that all the time. Moments where he referenced things she didn't understand, offhand mentions of nuclear power, of satellites and the internet like they were old family friends. He didn't flaunt it, just said them like everyone knew what they were. And now, curled on his lap in his room that smelled faintly of ink and whatever coffee he was hoarding, she could feel it again. Like his brain was wired a bit differently, built somewhere else. Bath's Haida and Cassian had to get up eventually. Lunch didn't wait, and neither did the timetable. A quick rinse, half a sandwich, and 1 tea later, Cassian was back in the classroom. This time, it was Ravenclaw and Slytherin second years, same lesson, new flavors of headache. Ravenclaws, to no one's surprise, were better at thinking sideways. Not perfect, but they at least poked the edges of things before throwing themselves into the center. One of them had actually asked if the age line was physical or illusory. Slytherins, on the other hand, didn't just detest the lack of wand work, they looked personally insulted. As though anything that didn't sparkle or require a Latin incantation was beneath them. The idea that a spell could be circumvented by physics? Blasphemy. Cassian watched them glare at the challenge, getting offended. One of them muttered about Muggle tricks. He didn't say anything. Just gave them a long, slow look until the room remembered how silence could be weaponized. They tried everything else, of course. Tried overcasting detection charms. Tried siphoning the boundary with mirrored spells. One even asked, dead serious, if the answer involved using a cursed dagger. It didn't. One Ravenclaw girl, Callahan, just stood back and threw her slip of paper with a little flick. The parchment floated down, landed in the cup, and stayed. Half the room froze. Cassian cheered with 2 fists in the air. Great thinking. 20 points. The Slytherins were glaring daggers at Callahan, their collective dignity crumpling faster than her parchment had. One boy looked like he might start drafting an official complaint to Salazar's portrait. The Ravenclaws, meanwhile, began exchanging rapid-fire whispers, already plotting 6 more ways to break the age line. This was the fun bit, not the spell work but the moment when one idea cracked the dam. The moment they realized magic wasn't the only tool they had. All in all, it was better. Cassian stuck to the strategy that worked last year, teach them history, slip in an old spell they already knew, and let their own brains do the heavy lifting. Simple. Efficient. A good way to sneak mastery under the radar. Most of them didn't notice they were getting better at the basics until they were doing it sideways, blindfolded, and probably mid-duel. He reckoned an ancient variation was close by. Should be, with the way the stats were nudging up every time someone had a halfway decent idea. The problem was, he would start seeing visions again. And those were never pleasant. Always damp, usually underground, and full of screaming. Sometimes his, okay mostly his, which was rude. The first month ticked by before Cassian even noticed, mostly because he spent the bulk of it trying to keep teenagers from setting their desks on fire in the name of academic curiosity. Somehow, the second years had collectively decided that the correct way to test ancient spells was to throw furniture at them. He was beginning to suspect the twins had started it, but no solid proof, yet. By the end of September, he settled into a rhythm. Older years were a harder nut, slower to break habit, but they were getting there, and the more they got used to his style, the easier it was to Karukite into thinking outside of the box. Then came the summons. He was halfway through stealing one of Bathsheda's shortbread biscuits when the parchment dropped on his desk, folded sharp with McGonagall's handwriting on top. Staff meeting. He said, glancing at the time. That is new. Bath's Haida looked up from her essay pile, quill still in hand. We had them occasionally. Aurora mentioned Dumbledore might revive the habit. Thrilling. He pocketed the biscuit and followed her out. He held the door open for her at the staff room, eyebrows raised. Place your bets, actual meeting or secret intervention for Sybil. 5 sickles on Ketlebin requesting leave again, she muttered. Cassian stepped in after her. Most of the staff were already there. McGonagall stood near the long table, parchment in hand, brows furrowed, meaning someone had irritated her before the meeting even began. Probably Snape. Flitwick waved cheerfully from his seat near the end as Cassian's eyes landed on one of the new faces. Sikander smiled when he saw them. Cassian gave him a two-fingered salute and dropped into the empty chair beside him. Settling in? He asked. So far, Sikander said. Though one student did ask if the internet was a type of magical net that detects intruders. Cassian snorted. Tell them it is worse. It knows what shoes you want before you do. He then blinked. Did the government start tracking people through it? Probably not yet. It was the age of floppy disks and questionable mustaches. 90s internet was noisy, patchy, barely useful. Much like Quirrell, Cassian got on well with Aerith as well. The Muggle studies professors were the closest thing to sanity this castle offered. Or at least the only ones who didn't think electricity could bite. Well, it shocked, still. Cassian nudged his chair back. So, who won? You or the second year's theory that microwaves work on runes? Sikander smirked. Lost that round. And they are convinced Telly is dark magic. Hard to argue with that. I've seen EastEnders. McGonagall cleared her throat. Right. Meeting. Cassian straightened, smiling sheepishly at her. She glanced over the rim of her glasses, gave him the kind of look that could turn oak to mulch, and went back to the parchment in her hand. Now that we are all here, she said, I will make this brief. Headmaster requested an early term review. We will be receiving visitors from the board next week. A groan from Ketleban cut her off. Not subtle at all. Cassian spotted Hooch elbowing him under the table. McGonagall continued without missing a beat. Which means your classrooms, materials, and lesson logs should be in order. That includes proper safety protocols. No exceptions. Snape didn't move, but the way his mouth twitched was practically a monologue. McGonagall turned her head. Professor Snape, if you have something to add. No, he said, dry as always. Only that I find the board's timing consistent. Cassian tilted his head. Consistently awful. Aurora and Flitwick chuckled, a few others failed to hide it. Consistently inconvenient, Snape replied, eyes flicking sideways. Sikander leaned closer. Does this happen often? Once a year, Cassian muttered. Twice, if someone's kid turns into a turnip during a lesson. McGonagall gave him another look. Cassian smiled back like he didn't notice. She rolled on. There's also been a formal complaint. From a parent. That quieted the room a bit. Not naming names, she went on, but suffice it to say, if you are assigning spells that result in taming livestock, perhaps reconsider your methods. Ketleban looked up. Oh, come on. It was a niffler. No one believed that, Flitwick piped in, flipping a page. It mooed. Cassian sipped his tea to hide the grin. McGonagall pushed on, staring at Cassian. Lastly, a reminder to review your curriculum if you've introduced significant deviation from standard NEWT preparation. He didn't rise to that. He just slowly reached over and stole Sikander's biscuit. Baths Haida, across the table, arched a brow. Professor Rosier. McGonagall insisted. Cassian looked up. Yes. I trust your materials align with the new ministry guidelines. He gave her his most innocent face. Of course, Deputy Headmistress. They are all proper and enlightening, but not enough to turn them against. Baths Haida kicked his shin under the table. Cassian paused mid-sentence, winced slightly, then cleared his throat and gave McGonagall a freshly polished smile. She did not return it. Just turned her attention back to her notes. Good, she said crisply. Then I trust there will be no further issues. She gave one last glance over her glasses before moving on to Flitwick's section of the table. Professor Flitwick, I believe you had something to report regarding the charms curriculum. Cassian slouched a bit lower in his seat, casually nudging Bathsheda's boot with the side of his own in retaliation. She didn't look over, just reached for her quill like she hadn't just committed shin-based assault. Cold. The meeting went on. Flitwick launched into some new safety measures for summoning spells. Apparently a fifth year had nearly pulled a chandelier down while aiming for a teacup. Ketleban snored, loudly, then pretended he sneezed. Cassian zoned out for a bit. Not out of boredom, exactly, he was more preoccupied trying to remember whether he left that experimental rune map in the drawer or on the windowsill. If the board caught a glimpse, he would be writing apology letters until summer. That thing insulted. Beside him, Sikander was doodling in the margin of his notepad. It looked like a stick figure being zapped by a toaster. Eventually, McGonagall wrapped it all up with her usual steel-spined efficiency. Lesson logs are to be submitted by Friday. Please ensure any significant deviations from ministry guidelines are clearly annotated and justified. That includes you, Professor Rosier. Cassian gave her a two-fingered salute. Would I ever leave you hanging? Yes, she said, without looking up. Meeting adjourned. The staff scattered like students after a surprise quiz, leaving Cassian, Baths Haida, Sikander, Trelawney, Septima, Sinistra, and Snape lingering. Snape, naturally, pretended he wasn't part of the room. He had a stack of third-year essays out, quill held like a weapon, eyes locked on parchment that looked suspiciously blank from Cassian's angle. He didn't blink. Definitely wasn't reading anything. Cassian slouched further into his chair. I think he is waiting for the ink to rearrange itself into better answers. Baths Haida didn't look up from her cup. Be nice. I am. That was admiration. Trelawney, from the far corner where the lighting was 2 notches too dramatic, swirled her teacup and muttered something about energies shifting. No one asked which ones. Sikander kicked his chair round to face Cassian more fully. All right, tell me, what is the deal with you and the second years? Cassian shrugged. I gave them a cup and a boundary line. Told them to get their names in. And they immediately tried to commit identity fraud or commit potions-based self-harm. Bath's Haida leaned forward a little. He is annoyed they didn't throw anything. Snape's quill stilled mid-air. Sikander blinked. Throw. Paper, Cassian said. Float it in. Gravity does the rest. The spell never said they couldn't. Trelawney sniffed. A cup that accepts offerings, the imagery is potent. Sinistra smirked. Please tell me someone tried to crawl through. Oh, absolutely. One Slytherin genuinely asked if stabbing the line might weaken it. Like wards bleed. Sikander laughed. Inventive. Concerning, Cassian said. But I will take the initiative. Snape finally moved. So you mocked their attempts and praised the one who used a Muggle workaround. Cassian tilted his head. You say that like I should feel bad. You should feel accurate. Your exercise wasn't about magical theory. It was about tricking children into looking stupid. Cassian smiled. No trickery involved. I asked them to solve a problem. They assumed the answer had to be dramatic and magical. That is on their training. Snape squinted. Your teaching methods are unorthodox. Good. I seen the orthodox ones. Half the class can't name 3 founders without picturing chocolate frog cards. Snape's expression fixed somewhere between vague disdain and active offense. So you are teaching them to ignore magic to fix that? Cassian shrugged. I am teaching them to use their brain before their wand. If that is a crime, lock me up. You made your stance clear. But Hogwarts has a curriculum for a reason. Yet. And it hasn't changed since dragonhide robes were in fashion. Snape's mouth twitched. Possibly a sneer. Possibly just his face reacting to the word fashion. You were always this arrogant. Cassian didn't even flinch. Doubt you would know me well enough. I was a first year when you were off brooding in 7th. Snape's expression flattened. Even in your first year, you walked like you were the Prince of Slytherin. Cassian shrugged. I was young, spoiled, and very impressed by how I sounded. It happens. I've changed. You, meanwhile, have maintained your commitment to being a major git. A snort came from the other end of the room, Sinistra, barely muffled. Snape ignored it. Your games will catch up to you. Oh, probably, Cassian said. But I am charming, so they will take longer. Snape turned back to his papers like he was done. Not defeated. Just bored of the flavor. Cassian let it drop. He wasn't here to win points, and he didn't particularly fancy digging up whatever festering opinion Snape still held over teenage Cassian. He hated old Cassian more than Snape did anyway. Bath's Haida nudged his foot again under the table, not looking up. More of a don't start than a nice one. Septima glanced up from her book, bringing subject back to second years. Did they really think the ward could be intimidated? Cassian raised a finger. No, no. That was just not. He claimed there were faint whispers arguing when he stood near it. Sikander raised a brow. Were there? I might have added a bit of pizzazz to the light illusion. Just a little bit to make the cup shimmer if someone got too close. Bath's Haida sipped her tea with a look suggesting she was weighing whether she should bother finishing it or chuck the cup at his head. You will traumatize them. Cassian gasped. I would not do such a thing. My intentions are so pure, unicorns would feel ashamed. She stared at him. He stared back, unrepentant. If you weren't a professor, you would be a problem. I am both, he said, grinning. Multi-talented. She muttered something into her teacup that sounded very unprofessional. Probably accurate, though. Cassian turned back to Sikander. Anyway, the whole point was to see how they would handle a problem without being spoon-fed a solution. Guess what they did? Drew blood and wept. Close. They tried every spell in the book and then some not in the book. One of them actually wanted to bring out a charm designed to bypass dragon wards. For a cup. Bath's Haida cut in. What he is not saying is that the Ravenclaw solved it. Hey, Cassian said. Only one did and she was a Muggle-born, thank you very much. The rest were halfway through writing to their great-aunt to borrow cursed heirlooms. Cassian lowered his voice slightly. The worst part? They looked insulted it didn't need a wand. Probably felt cheated, Sikander said. Cassian scoffed. Good. That is the first step towards recovery. Next day, Cassian was visited by a student he liked to tease a lot. He looked up from his grading stack, half-marked essays and a very artistic attempt at drawing Helga Hufflepuff as a badger, just in time to catch a flash of wild hair and a scowl that could scare thunderclouds. Nymphadora. What a pleasant surprise, how may I help you? She stopped in the doorway like she was bracing for impact. Her fists clenched. Professor R, can you not call me that? Please. He tapped his pen against his chin. Depends on why you are here. If it is interesting, I may stop calling you that, for a week. She looked like she might bite him. It is Tonks. Everyone calls me Tonks. Yes, yes, he waved a hand. And some people call Jam Conserve, but we can't stop society from collapsing. Professor, she said, with a warning tone that had all the weight of a kitten threatening an easel. Fine. Tonks. There. That cost me a sliver of my soul. She marched forward, pulled out the nearest chair, and dropped into it. Her eyes, always the giveaway, were darting. Restless and fiery purple. You are clever, right? Tonks said, fingers laced. I mean, you teach us to think outside the box. I saw how it helped others. And me too. I got better at a bunch of spells thanks to that. Cassian raised a hand. If this is you buttering me up, continue. I like it. Bonus points if you add how devastatingly handsome I am. She groaned, slumping forward till her forehead thudded against the edge of his desk. It wasn't. Pity. He nudged a parchment aside with the tip of his pen, pulling another one. Go on, then. What is the actual request? She didn't look up right away. Just sighed into the table. Then, quietly said, I was wondering if you could help me with, you know. With my condition. Cassian froze mid-scribble. He set the pen down and gave her a look. Metamorphmagus, he asked. That condition? She nodded. Yet. That one. He crossed one leg over the other. Tonks, you are one of about 2 people on this continent who can bend their face like toffee and still moan about homework. What is the problem? She sat up, that is just it. I can do faces, hair, height, whatever. That stuff is easy. But it is all reflex. I don't control it. Not really. Half the time it is just mood swings. And the other half? Guesswork. Stressy days? I grow a beard. Sad? I go grey. Angry? I turn into my mum. And that is not a therapy session I am ready for. Cassian blinked. Sounds like an identity crisis with bonus features. She huffed. It is a bloody nuisance, what is? Professor Vector caught me yesterday mid-argument with my nose turning into a hooked monstrosity. He coughed into his fist. I am serious, she snapped. Everyone thinks it is hilarious, or cool, or like, I dunno, some kind of party trick. But I can't sit still in my own skin. I keep changing even when I don't mean to. I thought maybe, with how you teach, maybe you would know how to help. He studied her. She was sitting dead still, jaw clenching, fingers curled together like if she moved too much she might turn into something she would regret. Have you talked to Madame Pomfrey? He asked. She shrugged. She gave me grounding charms and a breathing exercise. Helped for about 5 minutes. I nearly turned blue in potions trying to calm down. Cassian tapped the edge of the desk, thinking. All right. Not a healer. But you are not asking for potions, are you? No, she said. I need structure. Like what you gave the others. He considered it. Not impossible. Just tricky. This wasn't a spell to tweak or a rune to draw. This was identity. And Tonks wasn't wrong, most people did treat her ability like a parlor trick. Entertaining, but shallow. No one had probably ever taught her how to master it. Right, Cassian said, standing up. He circled around the desk. I am not an expert in magical transformations. But. He gave her a look, one brow raised. I got a few ideas rattling about. Give me a bit to think. Tonks looked up, hopeful but stiff, like she didn't want to get her expectations up for nothing. You won't tell anyone. Only if you turn into McGonagall and catch me off guard. Then I reserve the right to scream and point. She snorted, pushing herself upright. I would pay to see that. Cassian tapped the side of his head. Careful. I might invoice you for emotional damage. He stepped past her, grabbed a spare scroll off the side table and started scribbling something down. Notes, thoughts, nonsense, it would sort itself later. He handed it over without looking up. Start tracking it. Times, changes, what set it off? Think like a curse breaker for your own face. Patterns matter. She took the scroll, brow creased. Isn't that? I dunno, too simple. If it works, it works. Doesn't need to explode or glow. A few weeks later, the peace in Cassian office was shattered when Flitwick barged in. The board is here to inspect, he squeaked, are you prepared? Cassian groaned as he shoved back his chair. Of course they are. He grabbed his coat off the backrest and muttered something about cursed timing under his breath. By the time he stepped out into the corridor, the voices had already reached him. A small entourage was sweeping through the halls, all cloaks and polished boots. At the center of the group, a figure stood out. Lucius Malfoy was striding ahead, cane tapping lightly against the stone as if to let anyone with ears to know he had, indeed, arrived. His platinum blonde hair gleamed like it was waxed that morning, and the faint sneer on his lips said he was waiting for this moment. Ah, Professor Rosier. Lucius's drawl cut across the corridor as soon as he caught sight of him. How delightful to see you, still standing. Cassian raised 2 fingers in a lazy salute. Watcher, Uncle Lucius. Lucius scoffed faintly and strode ahead. Flitwick hurried along behind him, muttering under his breath about lesson plans and inspection forms. Cassian trailed at a comfortable distance, hands in his coat pockets. Why are you so bloody casual? Flitwick hissed under his breath, half running to keep up. Cassian shrugged. I am a Rosier. Flitwick faltered mid-step. Ah. Right. The green grass patriarch walked along Lucius. The man was all sharp lines and thinning silver hair, the sort who looked like he would rather be anywhere else. Lucius probably dragged the rest. Thankfully, Magnus wasn't among them. Cassian wasn't in the mood to dance verbal circles around that old stubborn coot today. Lucius didn't bother to glance back. You certainly made yourself comfortable here, dear nephew. Dumbledore's favorite pet, from what I hear. Cassian's lips twitched. Oh, I wouldn't say favorite. More like the odd spice he sprinkles in just to make people wonder if the dish is poisoned. Lucius only huffed dismissively, not bothering to answer. Board business was board business, wandering the halls like they were founders. Fair enough, most of them were established magicians. Powerful ones too. But that only made it worse. Half these people had either openly or quietly supported Voldemort. And now they were here, scrutinizing the next generation's education like it was their sacred duty. Cassian didn't know what was worse, Dumbledore letting them in or the Ministry pretending they weren't a threat. They paused outside Bathsheda's classroom. One of the witches, tall, hawk-faced, reached for the door handle. Cassian stepped in front of the door. Class is in session. You lot aren't bloody Ofsted inspectors. The hawk-faced witch froze. Lucius clicked his cane to the ground, sharply. Dear nephew, it is our duty to inspect the quality of classes. I shouldn't have to remind you of that. Cassian's smile didn't reach his eyes. Of course not, dear uncle. But this happens to be a rune class. If you barge in now, there is a fair chance at least one rune will explode if anyone is startled. Might be a small one. Might take off your eyebrows. If you are desperate to inspect, feel free to sit in before the lesson starts. Lucius's lip curled, but he didn't move. Green grass cleared his throat. I see no harm in waiting. Cassian gave him a nod. Wise man. They sat in on a few more classes that afternoon, trailing each other like vultures in expensive cloaks. Poor Trelawney nearly cried under their stares. When it was time for his, Cassian rapped the board with the edge of his wand as the seventh years filled the room. Right, eyes front. This isn't a Renaissance portrait, though God knows the hairstyles are criminal enough. What you are looking at is the court of King Gwyndar, circa 1423. And these, he gestured at the cluster of overdressed figures whispering around the throne, are the finest collection of magical advisors ever to ruin a kingdom without lifting a single wand. A few students chuckled under their breath. Weasley, Cassian called, pointing to the Gryffindor boy near the back, if you were king, would you listen to that lot? Charlie frowned. Depends, are they actually competent? Cassian grinned. That is the twist, they weren't. They spent more time squabbling over titles and elbowing each other for influence than, oh, I don't know, protecting the kingdom from a plague of bloodthirsty creatures. By the time the king realized, his magical defenses were a joke, his treasury was bleeding gold, and half his advisors had buggered off with cursed heirlooms. Tonks raised a hand. So what happened? Did someone finally hex them? Cassian shrugged. Not quite. One clever healer put a curse-breaking clause in the council's charter and banished the lot. Too late, though, kingdom collapsed in a fortnight. Moral of the story. Andre piped up from the Ravenclaw side, don't trust sycophants. Close, Cassian agreed. Don't surround yourself with idiots who value their own pockets over the state of your wards. And yes, Andre, sycophants count double. Cassian spent nearly the whole class staring straight at the Board of Governors, as he explained in painstaking detail how incompetent advisors had toppled empires. Watching Lucius barge out with the rest huffing behind him was almost better than tea. Almost. Victory. Petty, but satisfying. He would take it. The board didn't linger after that. They left a few notes of caution, scattered advice for the professors, and a chest full of pride for having done their part. Flitwick and Sprout caught Cassian just as he was stepping out of the classroom. You are going to get yourself fired, Professor Rosier, Sprout said with a sigh. Cassian chuckled, completely unbothered. Flitwick gave a small shrug. He is a Rosier. Sprout's brows lifted, and then she nodded in understanding. Ah. Right. Cassian smirked, waving his hands without turning back. Anyway, if the board didn't like my methods, they shouldn't have sat in on my lesson, he said. And if Lucius Malfoy chokes on his own ego because I compared him to a court jester, well, I will sleep soundly. Flitwick's lips twitched, but he said nothing. Sprout pressed her lips together, half amused, half exasperated. Cassian, honestly. One of these days, that sharp tongue of yours will land you in a cauldron of trouble you can't wiggle out of. Cassian looked over his shoulder, grin widening. And until then, I intend to enjoy myself thoroughly. He disappeared down the corridor, leaving the two professors exchanging looks. 2 weeks later, he prepared everything he needed. Or, well, prepared was generous. He couldn't cast half the spells he was meant to demonstrate, but he could hold chalk, so really, that made him a solid 5 steps ahead of Binns. When Tonks turned up, it wasn't to the classroom. It was his room. Not his office. His actual living space. She shoved the door open, froze. Her gaze darted over the chaos, books teetering near a kettle, a lone biscuit trapped under a paperweight, and Bath's Haida perched on the low couch, notebook in hand like she'd been there for hours. She had. Tonks stared. You said you wouldn't tell anyone, she muttered. Cassian, seated cross-legged on the desk like it was a throne, raised a hand. First of all, he said, you are in a male professor's private room. Tonks blinked. Then blinked again, as the implication properly landed. Oh. He gestured vaguely at the door. See? Headlines write themselves. Student in professor's quarters, ministry scandal or romantic subplot. She muttered something under her breath, either an apology or a curse. Second of all, he added, tipping his head toward Bath's Haida, Professor Babbling was gracious enough to help, so we should thank her. Tonks crossed her arms. Why don't you just say you are scared of going behind her back? I am, Cassian said, cheerfully. That too. Bath's Haida didn't say anything. Just sipped her tea and gave Tonks a slow once-over. Tonks shifted. So what is the plan? Am I going to sit on the floor and breathe until I stop turning into other people? Not unless your animagus form is a cushion, Cassian drawled. You are going to learn control. Like the rest of us. Only your muscle happens to be your face. She frowned. Not a great sales pitch. Not a great condition, he countered. You came to me. You want help, you get the full experience. That includes surprise supervision and unhelpful commentary. Tonks glanced between them, then let out a sigh and dropped onto the nearest chair. Fine. But if I start growing extra limbs, I am blaming both of you. That is fair, Bath's Haida said, setting her cup down. Cassian clapped his hands together. Right. Let's get started. He got up, stretched the stiffness from his shoulders, and walked over to the work table shoved against the far wall. Row of identical potions waiting, each marked with a neat Roman numeral on the neck. Bath's Haida helped stabilize the brewing process last week, well she did most of it, really. He didn't know how to brew even the simplest potions, yet. Cassian picked up the first vial, then reached out into a narrow wooden box tucked beside it. Inside, a careful row of tiny glass tubes, each sealed with wax and numbered. He plucked one out with 2 fingers. Tonks squinted. Wait, is that hair? Yes, Cassian mumbled without looking up. Not yours. Relax. Also not mine. Not hers either. She sat straighter. Whose, then? He popped the cork on the vial and tilted the glass tube to drop a single strand in. You see, I have this genius idea, shocking, I know. If you transform into someone else with polyjuice, and then try to morph back into yourself without waiting for the potion to wear off, you might start getting a grip on your default state. Train your muscle memory from the inside. Tonks stared. That sounds like a very clever way to die. Cassian grinned. Please. If this kills you, I will just tell the prophet you were trying to turn into a teacup. No one will question it. She groaned. You are the worst. Again, highly debatable. Now, listen. When the polyjuice kicks in, I want you to push your form back to your usual face. Not some random thing, not purple hair and a lopsided smile. You. Think of forcing your shape back to baseline while it is resisting you. Bath's Haida came to stand at the edge of the desk now, watching closely. Tonks took the potion with visible reluctance, staring down into the sludge. Cassian raised a brow. Problem. It smells like a damp sock, she muttered. It is not a cocktail, Tonks. Bottoms up. She downed it in one gulp, gagging halfway as her face twisted. The sound she made belonged to someone drinking sewage. Ugh. That is foul. Yes, well, so was the man whose hair you just swallowed. Let's see how you wear him. Tonks doubled over as the change hit, spine bowing forward. Her skin rippled. Shoulders broadened. Fingers stretched out longer, thicker. Her nose cracked slightly as it bent into a new shape. Whole process took 10, maybe 12 seconds, and then the chair was occupied by someone else entirely. Tall, gaunt, graying temples and narrow brown eyes. Cassian looked her up and down. Right then. Meet Fergus McNair. Lovely chap. Does wand maintenance in Nocturne. Bit of a limp. Why the hell would you pick him? Tonks asked, though now, the voice came in a low, almost graveled growl. Because he has very recognizable ears and bad posture. Should give you something to wrestle. She looked down at herself. This is wrong. My joints feel like they are on backwards. Cassian clapped. Perfect. Now try to undo it. Tonks scowled, or tried to. The borrowed face didn't quite get the expression right. She closed her eyes, sat stiff for a moment, then, her nose shrank, jaw pulled in, hair flickered blonde for a second before snapping back to graying. Nothing else moved. Bath's Haida stepped forward. You are overcorrecting. You are trying to rewrite the entire body at once. Cassian nodded. Start with one thing. Your hand, maybe. Anchor yourself to it. Don't force it. Let it remember you. Tonks drew a sharp breath, focused on her right hand. For a moment, nothing. Then the fingers twitched, grew smaller, knuckles softening. The nails rounded back to her usual bitten tips. Her wrist followed, then the elbow jerked as though it didn't quite want to go. Cassian tilted his head. Keep going. She gritted her teeth and kept her focus locked on the sensation, until the right arm was hers again, but the rest of her looked like someone halfway through a bad transfiguration. It was clumsy. But it was working. Cassian gave a nod. Now hold it. Don't lose the hand. Tonks took another breath, went for the face. The McNair nose collapsed in on itself, then stretched sideways. She yelped, and her face half shifted into what looked like her mother's wedding portrait before snapping violently back into McNair. Cassian winced. All right, nope, stop. Pause. Bath's Haida stepped in, a vial out. She fed it to her and Tonks slammed back into her own skin, literally. Her whole body jolted. She fell forward, caught herself on the desk. Bloody hell, she muttered, hair smoking slightly at the roots. That sucked. Good, Cassian nodded. Means it is doing something. Tonks didn't answer. Just sat there breathing heavily. Bathsheba handed her a glass of water. You did well. But don't push it. Cass, maybe don't give her McNair next time. Fine, he said. Next round she can be Dumbledore. She will sparkle. Tonks took the water and drained it in one go. Her hand still trembled. But the look she shot Cassian wasn't scared, it was hungry. You think this will work? She asked. Eventually. It is like any reflex. You train it enough, it stops fighting you. She nodded, still breathing hard, but steadier now. All right. Let's do it again. Cassian snorted. No. Sit. That was round 1. You will get more chances, don't worry. But unless you fancy permanently turning into Snape, we are spacing these out. Tonks flopped back into the chair and slumped. You know, she said, when I came in here, I thought you would laugh me out. Cassian snickered. Oh, I preserve the right to laugh at you. I just have too much pride not to fix it first. Tonks rolled her eyes and let her head flop against the back of the chair. You are the worst. Thank you. He tossed a scrap of parchment into the bin and missed by a heroic margin. Now drink your water before you pass out and I have to explain to Poppy why one of Hogwarts smells like damp socks. Bathsheba went back to flipping through her notebook. Occasionally, she scribbled something in the margins, but whatever she was thinking didn't make it out loud. Tonks rubbed her temples. You know, I thought this would be like, some advice and a hug. Not forced potion therapy and amateur exorcism. Cassian reached over, plucked the empty glass from her hand. I doubt your mum refrains from giving you hugs. I met her once. Lovely woman. Gave you such a good name too. Tonks scowled, though her cheeks went a shade redder than usual. Shove off. He chuckled, setting the glass down. All right, that concludes the first session of, whatever this ends up being. Go on. Rest. You look like you've been steamrolled by your own bones. I feel like that too. And that, my little hatchling, is my reward. She shot him a look. It wasn't even angry, just tired, annoyed, and faintly betrayed. Oh, he added, lifting a finger, this whole thing? Highly illegal. Even the potion. Brewed in the dark, away from nosy portraits and nosier policies. Tonks straightened slightly. Wait, illegal. Do you know any other kind? That is not. She paused, then squinted. You are serious? Cassian raised an eyebrow. No, he is your uncle. I am Cassian. Try to keep up. She let out a groan and buried her face in her hands. I am going to get expelled. You won't, he said. Unless you brag about it in the common room, in which case, yes, and I will deny everything. Might even plant evidence that you were trying to steal my identity to smear the good name of Cassian Rosier. Then people will be shocked twice. Why twice? Because they will wonder why you assumed my name needed smearing in the first place. Bathsheba made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sigh, depending on how generous one was being. Just leave, please, Miss Tonks. He is babbling when he is excited. Cassian leaned in towards Tonks without missing a beat. She is trying to force me to take her last name. Both women rolled their eyes. Tonks didn't even dignify it with a response, just shoved herself up from the chair and walked out, muttering something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like a hex, minus the wand. The door clicked shut behind her. Cassian glanced at Bathsheba, eyebrows raised. You do realize she is going to try and turn herself into me now, right? Possibly by accident. Possibly out of spite. She would fail spectacularly, Bathsheba said, flipping her notebook closed. Your ego alone would snap her spine. That is fair. They repeated the process every other day. Sometimes skipped one when Bathsheba had 3 essays to kill and no will to revive them. Of the 3 of them, she was the only adult-shaped human in the room if things went sideways, and the only one who didn't think healing was synonymous with hope for the best. By the end of the month, Tonks could pull herself back together mid-polyuis like it was second nature. Quick breath, steady hands, and bam, her face was her own again. No beard, no backward ribs, no accidental Snape nose. Thank God. Cassian clapped after her last attempt. Look at that. All grown up. I am proud. Tonks, still panting, glared off without grace. Cassian turned, wandered to the shelf, and rattled through the vials. Right then. You mastered panic reflex. Now let's see if you can manage finesse. She groaned into her sleeves. No more vials. Please. I am still tasting the last one. Bathsheba didn't look up from her notes. You need water. Not whining. Tell her I deserve sympathy. She is right. You are dehydrated and dramatic. Pick one. Cassian whistled, pulling out a bottle with a deep green slosh and a number 7 scratched into the glass. Next task, young grasshopper. Transform into a new face while under duress. Same rules, less mercy. Tonks raised a brow. Do not call me that. Cassian wagged a finger in the air. You can either ban Nymphadora or young grasshopper. Choose wisely. You only get one. Tonks narrowed her eyes. You are lucky I haven't learned how to hex with my eyebrows. Give it a week, Cassian muttered, reaching for a hair. Since you are already familiar with MRS Tonks on a deeply personal and possibly traumatic level, we will use her. Tonks blinked, wary. Use her how? He held up the vial. Polyjuice. You drink this, you turn into someone else, random bloke, not her. But then, while your bones are doing the tango, I want you to use your own gift to shift back. Into your mum. Bath's Haida glanced over the rim of her notebook. You are joking. I rarely do anything else, he puffed out his chest, unscrewing the lid with a little flourish. But no. This is serious. Don't. He raised his hand, catching the spake in her eyes. It is one thing to morph on cue, another to claw your way back when someone else is driving. Tonks stared at the potion. You are insane. Probably, he admitted with a thoughtful nod. But if this works, it will be because you forced your own identity through the mess. The human mind is stubborn. Even when wearing someone else's bones. She grudgingly accepted. Well, it took even longer. 2 months in, and Tonks still couldn't manage to pull herself into her mum's face while Polyjuice was dragging her into someone else's face. Returning to her own skin? Fine. A bit of focus, a lot of cursing, and she could snap back like a stubborn rubber band. But shifting into another specific person, especially while her biology was already hijacked, was a whole other mess. Felt like trying to balance a spinning plate on a broomstick. Blindfolded. Mid-earthquake. Cassian didn't push her. Not much, anyway. Bit of teasing, maybe. Bit of bait. But the training kept going. That was the night work. Daytime? Still had a job to do. A horde of bright-eyed little disasters to wrangle, essays to grade, and the occasional fire to stomp out, sometimes literal. 8 weeks in, Cassian finally got what he'd been working towards. Something shifted. It started with the usual, second years shouting over each other, arguing about which feather belonged to which owl before someone pointed out they were still inside and that was definitely a quill. Quickly dismissing them, and making it halfway through his room when something shifted. It wasn't flashy. No sparks, no thunderclaps. Just, a click. His magic stirred. Cassian blinked. Text scrolled across his vision, too fast to be mistaken. Ancient variant unlocked, Gravitas Ascendio. Ancient variant unlocked, Gravitas Ascendio. Condition met. Gravitas Ascendio, older form of levitation magic. Draws object upward through gravitational displacement. Lingers midair until caster severs connection. Cassian raised an eyebrow. Here we go. He dropped onto the couch with a thud and slung one arm over the backrest like a man awaiting divine punishment. Then shut his eyes. Didn't help. It came instantly. No warning, no build-up. The room pulled sideways. Cold, damp air and the scratch of stone under his knees. Cassian opened his eyes into a thick darkness. Wherever he was, it smelled wet moss, rusted metal, and that sharp, mineral bite of old blood. The floor beneath was earth. His hands weren't his anymore. Fair, soft hands. The robe on his arms wasn't black. Brown, soft. Goat wool? He felt the sting before he knew what caused it. Sharp, across the back, like the air itself cracked open. He staggered forward. A whip. That was obvious. Either the host remembered or pain was universal. He moved forward, more like stumbled with the pain. No, the body didn't flinch. Just kept walking. A slave. Brilliant. He glanced down. Rope around the wrists, frayed, rubbed raw at the edges. Shackled, but lightly. There were others, walking ahead, line of bent backs and bent heads, all quiet except the ones who couldn't help crying. They didn't last long. Cassian didn't recognize the language of the cries. Something old. Southern. Could have been Akkadian, maybe even Proto-Arabic, if he squinted through 10,000 years of linguistic rot. Sounded rough, almost like stone grating on stone. The line stopped. Cassian stopped with it. Trying to look around. He learned that the hard way the last time his mind took a scenic detour through someone else's misery. Better to pay attention. Collect the clues. Write mental notes and hope he didn't vomit from the vertigo. They stood at the base of a stairway. Sloped stone, wide and worn, climbing up into a shadowed arch. He didn't have time to study it, another whip cracked. Someone shouted. Movement resumed. The host's head lifted a bit to catch a glimpse of a structure. Monolith. Cut straight into a cliff face. The entrance gaped like a mouth. Pillars flanked either side, carved with symbols that made Cassian's historian brain twitch. Another shove. Someone behind him reminded him to move. So he did. The corridor inside was dark. Chilly, damp, and narrow. Laborers. Dozens of them. Some older, some no older than second years. Faces thin, eyes sunken. A few wore nothing but ragged cloth at the waist. Compared to theirs, the host's robes were much better. Goatskin was probably silk of this time. Cassian stumbled a step, caught himself, and followed the rest of the line in. Everyone else dropped to their knees the second they passed into the chamber, some slow, some like their legs just gave out. It became clear he was the only one in the cavern who had any magic. The goatskin robe made more sense now. Cassian stepped closer to the altar. He raised both hands and spoke. Not anything modern. The words scraped the back of the throat. And still, even without knowing the exact tongue, Cassian recognized the structure. He could feel the spell underneath it. Gravitas Ascendio. Cassian didn't know why the interface gave him the Latin name. The spell rolling off his tongue now wasn't Latin. Wasn't even close. He tried to memorize whatever he could and moved. The slab in front of him, wide, solid, easily a ton of cut stone, began to rise. Clean off the ground like some invisible chain yanked it upward. It didn't even shudder or groan under the weight. The guards stepped in. Two of them, robed in something darker and heavier than the others, moved around the edges of the monolith and pressed their palms to its corners. Together, they spin it. The stone spun mid-air. Freely. The altar might as well have been a feather the size of a house. Cassian's stomach twisted. This was the host's memory, the host's casting. But he felt the spell all the same. Felt how it worked, how it grabbed the world and told it to saw it off. One of the guards gestured up as people on the ground started to chant, "Wake, wake, wake, and heed my command." Cassian followed the motion. Overhead, built into the cavern ceiling, was a wide notch. Stone ribs braced it, 4 arms extending outward like the branches of a windmill. That's where it went. The spinning altar would be lifted up, slotted in, spinning while locked into place. The whole chamber was built for it. Cassian could feel the strain building now. Magic pouring out like a wire humming at full charge. A few more seconds and the spell would fray. Maybe drop the altar on someone's head. Maybe on his. He stepped forward, arms still raised. The altar climbed. Faster than before. Up, up, into the carved notch above. It fit. Not like two woods resting against each other, more like gears biting down. The massive altar didn't just float, it rotated, slotted neatly into the arms above like a key turning in a lock. The arms accepted it with a mechanical click that felt wrong for something made of rock. No grinding, no scrape. Just click, click, and settled. Cassian barely had a second to take it in before the air shifted. Light cracked across the seams of the stone. A breath of furnace dry heat slid through the chamber, fire without smoke, as if something old had just breathed. Lines lit up, runic etchings, old ones, the kind that weren't drawn so much as carved into existence. They burned gold, then flared bright as a sunburst before dimming to a soft pulse. A circuit. That was what it was. This whole chamber was a power grid, and the altar wasn't just furniture, it was a bloody engine. Cassian tried to move. His feet didn't cooperate. But his head snapped up, cathing the pattern again. The symbols weren't ornamental. They were aligned, rhythmic, humming in sync with the floating mass above. Wake, 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 and heed my command. He wanted to get closer, inspect the carvings, half a dozen of them looked Mesopotamian in style, but not quite. There were gaps. Corrections etched over older glyphs. Modifications, probably. Like someone had tried to improve an ancient enchantment by slapping on new parts without understanding what the old ones did. And it worked odd. That was the worst part. The bloody thing was active. Cassian tried to lean forward. He was so close, just needed to read one of the root runes. Figure out what branch it belonged to. The spell snapped. The chamber vanished. Cassian hit the floor of his room with a thud and a string of words that would have got him detention in every respectable institution from here to Gringotts. He groaned, rolled halfway onto his side, and pressed his forehead to the cool floorboards. He kept his eyes shut for a moment longer, like maybe the vision would drift back in if he prayed enough. Nothing. Ugh, he muttered, dragging himself upright by the desk. His limbs felt like someone else's, wobbly, too long, reluctant to cooperate. He groped around until his hand hit the edge of the table, then pawed over the mess until he found the right notebook. Not the one with the ancient rune mapping. Not the one with Tonk's therapy notes. Not the bloody map he was trying to decipher. The ratty green one with the broken spine and half a biscuit wedged between pages 13 and 14. He opened it. The biscuit crumbled. Goat's skin. Southern dialect, maybe Akkadian adjacent. Deep cave or constructed chamber. Gravitational lock spell system, gravitas ascendio used in ritual or sacrificial mechanism. Power matrix, altar equals rotor. Hybrid, magi tech. Maybe bloodbound. He paused, tapping the side of the pen against his temple. Bit of ash in the air. Definitely felt sacrificial. But no obvious offering. Unless the spell itself was draining them. That thought sat wrong. He underlined it twice and scribbled a quick note beside, spiritual displacement? Who is paying the cost? Another scribble. Could be linked to place-based enchantment. Carvings not decorative. Actual bloody framework. Symbols overlaid, new script on top of older base system. Almost like someone took a Mesopotamian curse matrix and stapled a charging rune on top. Who does that? He sighed, squinting at the sketch he butchered for the 5th time. The runes were vague. Whatever the reason, they wouldn't hold still in his memory long enough to draw properly. Might have been a blessing. Because the theory brewing in the back of his head? Nasty business. If he was right, that altar wasn't just for lifting stone. At least he got something useful out of it. Gravitas ascendio. Sounded like a fancy way to say up you go, but the mechanics underneath? Different beast entirely. Not standard levitation, more like bending the field itself. Efficient. Dangerous. Very much not ministry approved. He would need to test it properly, see if the thing could hold weight or just throw it. And it came with a warning label stamped straight into his skull, whatever that place was, whoever that memory belonged to, it wasn't ceremonial. That altar didn't rise for show. It clicked into something. Powered it. And the people who built it knew exactly what they were fueling. Cassian rubbed the bridge of his nose, feeling throbbing behind his eyelids. His mind felt sluggish. When Christmas arrived, Tonks still hadn't managed to turn into her mum while under the effects of polyjuice. Bit of a letdown, considering the 3 months of damp sock-flavored trauma she choked down. But with school breaking up and no miracle morph on the horizon, she packed up her trunk, hugged Bath's Hato with genuine affection, and gave Cassian a look that promised at least one prank if her eyebrows grew back crooked. Enjoy the holidays, he told her, ruffling her hair. Choke on a pine cone, she replied sweetly, and took the train the next morning. That left Cassian with 2 options: spend the holidays trapped in Rosier Manor with the family equivalent of a tax audit, or do literally anything else. He took the second option. Of course. Cassian nudged Bathshata's door open with his elbow, a box of chocolate biscuits under one arm, roses in his other hand. Let's go to Iceland, he said, like it was the sort of thing you suggested over lunch plans. Auroras, not the Septimas, hopefully, and if we are lucky. Geothermal pools. Possibly a sheep. Bath's Hato didn't look up from the scroll she was marking. Her desk was a battlefield, red ink, teacups, and one poor 4th-year essay crumpled beyond salvation. She didn't answer. Cassian sat on her desk, making himself comfortable. We can build a snow angel and then bash its head with snow bats. Still nothing. He gave the box a shake. Bribery in progress. Biscuits. The good kind. Bath's Hato returned to grating. Are you asking or declaring? Neither. I am escaping. And I am dragging you with me. You can cry about it later. We have work. Not for 2 weeks. That is the point of holidays. It is when the ministry pretends children don't exist so they can focus on pretending the economy does. Bath's Hato paused, pen hovering just above the page. Does this plan involve tents? Cassian narrowed his eyes. It involves hot water, steam, and me refusing to grade another essay. Bath's Hato circled a line of sloppy handwriting, looking personally offended by a paper. Which, knowing her, she probably was. She gave a mock tired sigh, the corner of her mouth tilted despite herself. Fine. Only for sheep and biscuits, though. Deal, he said, kicking the leg of her desk as he passed. I will get the woolier one a name tag. They left before dawn. Cassian had packed thermal layers, 3 notebooks, an enchanted flask that did both hot and cold. Bath's Hato brought a single bag and one terrifyingly thick book labeled Rune Logic in Pre-Classical Societies. He didn't ask if she was planning to read it or bludgeon something with it. Either seemed likely. They portkeyed to Reykjavik first. She insisted it was safer than flying into a blizzard. He booked a tiny cottage on the edge of a geothermal field, the sort of place that came with its own personal sulfur smell and enough steam to cook a cow. The moment they stepped inside, Bath's Hato dropped her coat, sniffed the air, and made a face, nose wrinkled, but her eyes were amused. You brought me to a bog. He held up a hand. Correction. A warm, magical bog. With a roof and working taps. It smells like dragon armpit. He shrugged. Feel like it too once we step in. She snorted at that. Shaking her head. Cassian kicked the door shut behind them, dropped the bag on a low bench. Bath's Hato peeled off her gloves and gave the room a once-over. Stone walls, 2 small rooms. Didn't you say this was a cottage? It is, he said, mouth full of shortbread. Technically. It has a roof and no ghost to scream when you walk in. That is luxury. She opened the bathroom door, peered in, then shut it just as quickly. The loo is outside. He tapped the glass. There. Nature's hot tub. And no screaming children or nosy elves. Unless one followed us. She rolled her eyes, he hugged her from behind, chin dropping to the crook of her neck. I missed my girlfriend, Cassian said, matter of fact. Bath's Hato paused, aware of the very solid reason at her back, and smirked before settling in, but didn't pull away. I knew you had ulterior motives. He drew a dramatic breath. How dare you? My intentions are pure. She snorted, unimpressed. Right. You are warm. That is the only reason I am tolerating this. Romance, he said, walking past her, is truly dead. Shaking her head, Bath's Hato started to peel her layers off like an onion, scarf, jumper, second jumper, that weird in-between cloak that only academics seem to own. Cassian watched, elbow hooked over the sofa arm. Are you done yet? He asked. Or should I come back when the Bronze Age ends? She tossed the scarf at his face. You picked this weather. I picked solitude. The weather was a bonus. He caught the scarf and flung it onto the backrest. The sofa gave a quiet groan under his weight. I will put the kettle on, he added, after precisely 0 movement. Bath's Hato gave him a look. Will you? No, he agreed, not moving an inch. But I thought you would like the thought. She crossed the room and flicked her wand at the old iron kettle. It rattled, then obediently plunked itself onto the stove. And soon, the sound of slow bubbling started to fill the silence. Cassian watched the steam curl up the glass. Right, so, once we warmed up, I vote we go find the nearest eldritch cave and throw something into it. For science. She arched a brow. Mist cave toppling over us. Cassian gave a short laugh. It earned me a kiss first time. Reckoned it might take us further this time. She narrowed her eyes. He smirked. No? Worth a shot. Bath's Hato turned away, muttering something under her breath that didn't sound flattering. Cassian caught the kettle before it boiled over, poured 2 mugs. After warming up a bit, he stripped his top layers off with the sort of confidence only found in people who knew full well they were being watched. Just jumper, shirt and undershirt peeled off, rest were still on. He was still a man and the place was cold. Okay? He flexed, not for her benefit, probably. Let's test the water. What do you say? Bath's Haida raised a brow, summoned her wand with a flick, and conjured a curtain between them. Semi-transparent, thin as breath, but enough to block everything except the silhouette. Her shadow moved, excruciatingly slow, each motion exaggerated. She knew he was watching, and she let him. First the cloak came off, dropped like a silent dare. Then something that could have been a blouse. Her hands went behind her back next, fiddled with the clasp. Cassian didn't blink. Oh come on, he groaned, forehead meeting the side of the doorway with a dull thunk. Damn woman, you are killing me. Don't be dramatic, she said. Her voice came through muffled, this is restraint. If that is restraint, I would hate to see enthusiasm. You would not survive it. Cassian muttered something rude under his breath and ran barefoot across the short hallway, shoving the door open. The cold slapped him first, the outside bath was steaming, white vapor curling around the edges of the stone rim, already silhouetting a hand in the air, inviting Cassian in. He dipped a toe in, then another, before sinking himself in with a sigh that sounded vaguely religious. The heat crawled up from his spine to the back of his skull like a potion poured directly into his marrow. Right, he said, chin dropping to the water, if I die here, bury me here. The door creaked open again. Bath's Haida stepped out, wrapped in a towel. You are taking up half of it. He opened his arms. I was planning to keep you warm with my body. You said you loved it. Bath's Haida gave him a look. Let's go with that, she muttered, and stepped in anyway. Her towel ended up near the edge, kicked aside without a second thought. She slid in beside him with the grace of someone deeply unimpressed by theatrics but not above enjoying the outcome. The water shifted as she settled, her back rested against his chest as she hummed in contentment. Feeling good. He murmured at her ear. Don't be greedy, she said, not moving. Cassian wrapped his arms around her, chin dropping to her shoulder. There we go. Like 2 frogs in a fancy soup. You are the worst, she said, eyes closing. You say that, but you are here. In my arms. In the soup. You lured me here with biscuits. He grinned into her damp skin. And you fell for it like a child in a gingerbread shop. She elbowed him. Not hard. Just so to get the point across. Cassian winced and tightened his grip. Steam curled off the pool, so thick it blurred the world past the stone rim. The stars above barely managed to peek through the mist. Their breaths came in visible puffs, though the water was warm enough to dissolve the chill that clung to them. Her head tilted back slightly against his shoulder, damp curls brushing his jaw. He let one hand trail along the curve of her thigh under the surface. So, he said, dragging it, on a scale of 1 to Cassian is a genius, how brilliant was this plan? She hummed. 12? He grinned. I knew you loved me. I said the plan. I tolerate. Semantics, he said. You love me. Do not. You do. Deep down. Like fungus. She snorted and didn't move. Which, by his reckoning, was basically a confession. Somewhere off to the side, snow crunched, some nocturnal beast, probably regretting its life choices. Bath's Haida sighed and tucked her legs across his. Her skin was cold in spots, warmer in others, but she settled into him like he was furniture. Cassian rested his chin on her head, content to be furniture. Always. He started to play with her sides, hands climbing teasingly. Quickly turned into a game of whack-the-mole. He dared, she swatted. Relentless, like a trained reflex. He barely got past her ribs before the flat of her hand caught his fingers with a smack. He retreated, briefly, then came back at a sneakier angle. Another slap. Stop that. She said with a laugh. Never, he said, already aiming higher. It is tradition now. You made it up 30 seconds ago. Exactly. Tradition, Bath's Haida. The ink isn't even dry on the sacred scrolls yet. She elbowed him again, this time sharper. Water sloshed, and he nearly inhaled a lungful of steam. You are ruining the peace, she muttered. I am the peace. That is the whole point of me. She didn't answer, just caught his wrist mid-climb and dunked it under the surface. Cassian wiggled his fingers against her thigh under the water. Do that again, she warned with a laugh, and I will freeze this entire tub. Bluff. You like it too much. You won't be saying that with icicles hanging off your... He pulled his hands back like they touched a live wire. You go there, really? Attack my... He caught himself, dragged his arm protectively across his chest. Most sensitive assets while I am defenseless, half-cooked. Bath's Haida relaxed against him with a sigh, her head tipped slightly against his jaw. Despite the barrage of sarcasm, she didn't shift away. Iceland is growing on me, she muttered. Cassian grinned. You hear that? That is progress. Don't get cocky. I am still debating dunking you. He just shifted, slid down and dunked himself without warning. Bath's Haida lost her backrest and made a sharp, undignified noise, part protest, part splash, as she tilted backwards. Then his face was very close to a place that made that protest die somewhere in her throat. Cassian. It was a warning. Probably. Came out softer than it should have. He didn't answer. Just looked up, eyes half-lidded, steam beating across his lashes. Then, with absolutely no regard for the sacred peace of the moment, he grinned. That grin didn't last. Not when her hand threaded through his wet hair and dragged his mouth up to hers. Her legs shifted. Wrapped. Pulled. He caught her hips as she moved, grip tightening to anchor them both. The stone edge of the pool dug into his spine, and he didn't give a damn. How could he when her fingers were already under his jaw, her lips transmitting vibrations into his molars to communicate? She moved again. Sat properly in his lap now, thighs around his. Nothing between them. No ropes, no annoying curtain spells, nothing. All hesitation melted away, every trace of second-guessing gone. His fingers schemed her sides, cautious at first, then not. She wasn't cautious either. One hand slid over his shoulder, the other into his hair again, because apparently that was hers now. Fine. He had no objections. She kissed him again, slower this time. Like she was learning him by taste. Cassian dragged a hand up her back, over her spine, down again. Mapped her like parchment, pressed her to feel her heart hammer against his ribs. They moved with the kind of urgency that wasn't clumsy, just overdue. Like two people who danced around it too long and had finally, shut up about it. When she sank onto him, it wasn't a sigh or a gasp, it was this rough, shaky exhale, like something between them had clicked into place. Cassian's hands gripped at her hips tight, too tight maybe. He didn't think she minded. Her mouth found his again. He buried his face in her neck and lost track of everything else. They soon found a rhythm. Her body shook and Cassian caught it, one arm around her back, the other tangled in her hair as she bit down hard on his shoulder. He held even tighter, followed her over the edge a breath later. They stayed like that for a while. He kissed her hair. Her head stayed tucked against his shoulder. All right. He said, after a minute. She hummed. He smiled. Proper answer, that. Stop babbling. Above them, the sky shifted. The aurora thickened, light flickering like it was breathing. Cassian tilted his head to watch, cheek resting against her. I am putting this in the diary, he said. She snorted. Unit 3, Magical Thermodynamics and Strategic Nudity. If you write that down, I will set your bed on fire. Joke's on you. I sleep in yours. She pinched his side. He yelped. See? She said. Thermodynamics. They spent a week in Iceland. Long enough to soak the chill out of their bones, not long enough for Cassian to forget his family. The water stayed hot, the skies stayed green, and Bath's Haida stayed. They returned to Hogwarts before the break ended. Professors weren't allowed the luxury of full holidays unless they fancied a mountain of neglected essays when they got back. Christmas break still had a week to go, decorations were already sprouting across the halls. House elves strung up enchanted mistletoe in places that felt suspiciously strategic. The day after they got back, Cassian stared at the envelope on his desk. The usual message inside, though he didn't have to open it to know. Be here, or you are disowned. Sealed with a dark red wax stamp pressed deep with the Rosier crest. Classic Rosier hospitality. He dropped it in the fireplace. Then he cast Sinisamissa, the ashes swirled, folding in on themselves. So, he burned it again. This way, no one could bring the cursed letter back to life. Spending Christmas locked in a room with half the Wisengamot's most pompous egotists? No, thanks. He would take ghosts and enchanted mistletoe over Lucian's dead-eyed smile any day. And the castle had Bath's Haida. Instant win. He got Bath's Haida and the other professors little gifts, nothing too grand. Thoughtful, yes. Vaguely useful, maybe. Just the kind that said, I acknowledge your existence and am not actively trying to curse you. Even Snape got one, though Cassian doubted he'd appreciate the gesture. The Muggle shampoo bottle had a cheery label that read, eliminates oily scalp from the first wash. It was neon green. Cassian debated wrapping it in ribbon but figured the insult landed cleaner unadorned. When Snape opened it, stared, then looked up with a glare like he just bitten into a lemon wearing Cassian's face. You are welcome, Cassian said brightly, already walking off before Snape could reach for his wand. Only Bathsheda's was a bit pricier. Not because he was trying to win points. Well, maybe a little. He hunted down an antique rune compass. Real one. Brass casing, obsidian dial, runes etched so fine they needed a magnifying charm to read properly. Pre-classical, maybe late Achaemenid. Bath's Haida unwrapped it with that careful, narrow-eyed look she saved for old spells and suspicious essays. Then she looked up and said, You got me a cursed object for Christmas. Cassian nodded. Surprise. She loved it. The last week of break ended too fast. 1 minute the castle was quiet, almost perfect, and the next it was loud again, stuffed full of overexcited kids who came back well-fed, well-rested, and absolutely ready to cause every kind of mayhem imaginable. A few of the younger ones returned even earlier, something about their parents needing space. September was pregnant with good news. Cassian was on a hunt during that week. He already marked every bloody mistletoe in the castle. Sadly there was no spell for that, but with the boredom of a man who had better things to do and chose not to, he managed. Every corridor. Every archway. So, whenever he chanced upon one with Bath's Haida, it was a miracle of divine coincidence. Again. She said flatly as they stepped under one for 7th time today. He looked up, mock surprised. Well, would you look at that? Mistletoe. Bathsheba didn't move. Neither did the plant. Cassian leaned slightly closer, all charm and no shame. You realize this is magically binding, he said. If we don't kiss, the entire enchantment wing gets cursed. She raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that for my benefit or yours? Cassian considered. Bit of both. Mostly theirs. She gave him a look that could strip paint but kissed him anyway. Then she carried on walking without waiting for a reaction. Cassian grinned after her, catching up in 3 lazy strides. Right then, he said, I reckon the next one's by the charms corridor. You reckon wrong. Oh. I hexed that one. He blinked. You hexed the mistletoe. I hexed the spot you keep standing under. Cassian laughed. God, I adore you. Bathsheba didn't answer, but her smirk tugged a little at the corner of her mouth. Break ended, classes kicked off again, and the chaos returned right on cue. Tonks' experiment helping resumed like they'd never stopped. She was improving, slow but solid. Every session fixed another twitch, another hesitation. Most evenings, she would crash into Cassian's office like a sentient hurricane of complaints, then leave a few hours later, pale and shaky but one step closer to not turning green randomly. By the end of January, Tonks managed a full transformation into her mother, mid-Polyuise, without screaming. She sat slumped in a chair afterwards, face glistened with sweat, hair half morphed into some kind of tragic lavender mullet. Cassian handed her a cloth. Well done. You look horrifying. Thanks, she muttered. Feels like I swallowed a snake made of glass. That is the spirit. Bathsheba didn't even look up. Don't vomit on the carpet. That is a very old carpet. Cassian pointed at her. Exactly. We are trying to preserve history here. So if you must expel something, use Dumbledore's gargoyle. Tonks groaned, wiped her mouth, and staggered toward the washroom. She missed the doorframe by an inch, cursed softly, and shuffled through it like a pensioner with gout. Cassian leaned back in his chair. Well. We made a little metamorphogus cry. Shall we celebrate? Bathsheba finally looked up from her stack of essays. There is stale shortbread in the drawer. That is the limit of celebration budget. He made a thoughtful noise, digging through the bottom drawer like a man with low standards and high hopes, and came up with a dented can that looked like it survived 2 wars. Oh, beans. Treasure, he sing-songed, shaking it like it might jingle. Bathsheba looked up from her notes, already unimpressed. We are sleeping separately. He frowned at the label. Bit harsh. You fart when you eat beans. Cassian huffed, cracking the can open with a tap and setting it beside the nearest stack of ungraded essays. Not really sure which one wins, honestly. On one hand, beans. On the other, hugging you feels good. He dug a spoon out from somewhere, he had a drawer full of questionable cutlery, none of it matching, all of it cleanish, and took a bite. Chewed. Grimaced. All right, that might be poison. But I am committed now. You always are, she murmured. Especially to poor decisions. Marvelous. I will put that on my tombstone. Died as he lived, full of beans and terrible plans. Do not open. She flicked a glance his way. You won't need a tombstone if you keep eating like that. I will just tell the elves to compost you. He held up a finger, still chewing. That is very green of you. Recycling is important. Cassian made a sound halfway between a scoff and a laugh, then dropped onto the couch. He let out a long, slow fizzle that echoed off the room. Bathsheba didn't even glance up. Just drew her wand and flicked it, a shimmer of blue springing up around her. You are getting too comfortable, she muttered. He smirked, arms behind his head. This is love, darling. I love you so much I can fart near you. She narrowed her eyes at him over the top of her quill. Romance truly is dead. No, no. It is alive and well. Just, a bit pungent. She shook her head, muttering something that probably wasn't in Latin but carried the energy of a hex. He yawned, cracking his knuckles one by one. Tell me something, he said, still not moving. Why do students think handing in an essay written in sparkly ink will make me less likely to set it on fire? Because one thing you love more than setting things on fire is sparkles, she replied flatly, scribbling a note in red across the top of a parchment. I don't set things on fire. That was once, he said. Okay, 3 times. But only one was my fault. The Potions Through the Ages essay you incinerated last week, because it said Gamp invented cauldrons. Cassian didn't look remotely sorry. That was self-defense. You don't read something like that and walk away the same. Bathsheba flipped a page. You are distracting. Good. I am bored. Mark your own pile. He groaned. But yours has the good ones. They are all terrible. He made a noise of agreement. Yet. But yours are color-coded terrible. Mine is a binfire with citations. He dragged a parchment off his own stack, blinked at the title, then held it up. This one just says Big Fire Good. No author, no subject, just, Big Fire. Good. Bathsheba didn't look up. 5th year Hufflepuff. How did you know? She tapped her head with her quill. I have seen things. In the end, he got her laughing, and they tumbled onto the bed. She accused him of ruining her essay stack. He accused her of having too many. It ended with her sock in his mouth and both of them out of breath for reasons neither wanted to explain if someone knocked. All for love. It was mid-January when Marius Vale, freshly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor and walking midlife crisis, bolted down the main staircase with no clothes, no dignity, and no intention of explaining himself. Eureka! He shouted, though not the jubilant sort. This was the kind you screamed when you'd just seen your own spleen crawling across the ceiling. A magical blur trailed behind him, covering his whatnots. Not a spell, more like a hasty clean-up squad, probably conjured by Hogwarts' preservation instinct. Or McGonagall. Possibly Dumbledore. Maybe all three. By the time he hit the front doors, the blur had wrapped him in what looked suspiciously like a tablecloth. Then he was gone. Vanished into the snow like a ghost no one had requested. Cassian, having witnessed all this from the upper staircase, biscuit halfway to his mouth. Right then. He bit into his biscuit maybe 10 minutes later. This place is nuts. Not the best wording probably. Turned out, as Cassian predicted, Vale had been trying to lift the curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. Thought he could brute force it, crack the enchantment with a hybrid ritual/breakdown. He went barking before the spell broke. Ran through the halls with all the confidence of a man whose brain had started leaking out from the ear. Naked. It was a miracle, all of it happening late at night, with no student around to bear witness. Rumor had it Dumbledore contacted an old student. Olivia Green. Used to be sharp, top of her class, disappeared into the Department of Mysteries straight after graduation. Most of the staff hadn't heard her name in years. Now she was called back. Apparently, she said yes without blinking. The announcement came down 2 days after Vale's flashy exit. McGonagall gathered them in the staff room, face pinched tighter than Snape's budget for conditioner. No one had the nerve to ask, but Cassian would have bet half a chocolate frog she already downed a bottle of fire whiskey beforehand. McGonagall asked if anyone wanted to hold the post until a new professor arrived. Predictably, the room responded with the sort of silence usually reserved for funerals. Snape raised a hand. He didn't look at anyone. Just sort of, hovered there, his eyes were fixed on the opposite wall, probably imagining all the curses he could teach first years if given a week of freedom and no supervision. Cassian watched Dumbledore from the corner of his eye. The old man just sipped his tea, smiled vaguely, and said no. And that was that. 2 days of no class. Students roamed the corridors with the kind of gleeful chaos that made Cassian consider investing in tranquilizer charms. Some were convinced they'd been cursed by Vale's leftover madness. One third-year named Tom, claimed his mirror was whispering marvels and riddles. Cassian told him that was puberty. The new professor arrived on the 3rd day. Walked in just before breakfast, dragging a battered trunk behind her. She parked it by the staff table, then turned and surveyed the Great Hall. Snape didn't even wait until pudding. He was scowling by the time the butter hit her plate. She introduced herself to the students by first name only. Olivia. Said she would hex anyone who called her Professor or Green, either she hated the name or the concept of hierarchy. That was the highlight of the 2nd semester. The rest unfolded exactly as it should have, quiet by Hogwarts standards, which meant barely 1 fire a week and no confirmed fatalities. Cassian carried on in his usual way, which involved scaring first years half to death with unscheduled quizzes and correcting centuries-old textbooks with petty footnotes. He still ran his classroom like a cross between a spell library and a poorly supervised museum exhibit. Students didn't always understand him, but they remembered his teaching, which, really, was half the job done. He pushed them to think like curse breakers instead of parrots, and, in the process, earn himself another mastery and maybe unlock a forgotten charm or two. Not bad for a man juggling a classroom, a traumatized metamorphagus, and a girlfriend who used sarcasm as a breakfast condiment. That is how he got Apertus Oculus. It wasn't flashy. No divine thunder or ghosts whispering secrets into his ear. It happened on Valentine's Day. The corridor outside was half flooded because someone had enchanted the suits of armor to cry every time they heard a love song. Inside, Cassian was elbow-deep in the curriculum, eyes halfway closed as he scribbled notes and tried to figure out if it was worth getting in a fight with the Ministry over their insistence on rewriting the Troll Wars to make the wizards look heroic. The memory came without warning. One moment he was staring at the page, the next, the world flickered. By the time it ended, he was drenched in sweat, eyes bloodshot. He sat on the floor, staring at the ceiling. He didn't sleep for the next 2 nights. Ignorance, he realized more than ever, was often a blessing, and some things were forgotten for a reason. Text rushed across his vision. Ancient variant unlocked, Apertus Oculus. Condition met. Apertus Oculus, older unlocking charm. Affects magical concealment. Forces passage by disrupting both enchantment and obfuscation layers. This spell wasn't an unlocking charm. Oh no, it was not. It was an unveiling. Peered through the curtain and yanked it down if you stared long enough. When the year wrapped, Slytherin banners were decorating the Great Hall again. Snape looked smug. Not that it was new. Under Charlie Weasley's leadership, Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup but lost the House Cup. Cassian didn't bother grumbling about it. He hardly cared. Slytherin played the long game, shady study groups, suspiciously successful duels, and a frankly impressive ability to avoid getting caught mid-prank. They deserved the win, probably. Still, didn't mean he enjoyed seeing Odette's smirk reflected in every corner. After the feast, Tonks hugged them both like she was trying to break something. Tied around the ribs, head shoved into Cassian's chest, arms looped round Bethshida's side like she wasn't quite ready to let go. She cried a bit. Not ugly sobbing, more like the kind of dignified leak. Cassian patted her head with one hand, the other still holding his tea. You gonna be fine, kiddo? She made a wet snort into his shoulder. I still feel like my bones are itchy. Sign of progress, he said. Also possibly internal bleeding. Either way, very magical. She groaned and didn't let go. Hey, he muttered, nudging her with his knuckles. You are not dying. You are graduating. That is worse. No, worse is coming back here as staff. We would be colleagues. That got a grunt from somewhere near his ribs. I would poison your tea. He nodded, proud. She finally stepped back, wiping her face with the sleeve of her jumper. Red nose, blotchy cheeks, a half-melted mascara streak across one eye. Try not to miss me too much, she said, sniffling. Cassian tilted his head. We will try. But I make no promises on mocking your dramatic exits. Tonks sniffed again, rubbed her eyes. I am serious. You are Nymphadora. Always have been. She hissed like a kettle. You absolute bastard. Cassian beamed. She is back. Bath's Haida leaned over and pulled Tonks into another quick hug. Less spine-breaking this time. More swinging. You will be fine, I sent some letters to my friends. She said quietly. She thanked, then left without another word. Cassian didn't watch her go. He just stood there a moment, rubbing his palm along his jaw. All right, he said. Now I feel old. You are, Bath's Haida muttered, already returning to her notes. You are a fossil. A sarcastic one. A relic, he said. Very valuable. Probably cursed. No probably about it. The staff dinner arrived, Cassian showed up 10 minutes early. Cassian slid into the chair beside Bath's Haida, muttered, you look nice, and nicked a bread roll from McGonagall's side plate when she blinked. Most of the night passed in dull chatter. Something about new ministry guidelines, something else about Hogsmeade zoning. Cassian nodded along, eyes dropping. Midway through pudding, Dumbledore clinked a spoon against his glass. The table stilled. He stood, twinkle mildly weaponized. Another year gone, he said, smiling over his half-moon spectacles. And one, I think, we can call, educational. Cassian whispered, streaking. Bath's Haida kicked him under the table. And of course, Dumbledore went on, a warm goodbye to Professor Olivia Green, who, despite her wishes, will be addressed formally at least once a year, by contract and tradition. Well, Smart Lass signed her resignation before the year ended, lest she was struck by lightning. Turned out, that was an effective method to dodge the curse. A rare success story in a position that ate more professors than Peeves ate sugar quills. She cleared out before the end-of-year feast, didn't even take the pudding. Left behind a single note on the staff room notice board, survived. Not returning. Don't send flowers. Cassian framed it. Bath's Haida caught him with it a few days later, trying to find the right spot over his desk. She didn't ask. Just gave him a look that said, you are unbelievable, and went back to her academic stack. He added a tiny garland around it. Festive. With Olivia gone, the post opened again. Dumbledore, in all his glitter-dusted wisdom, didn't fill it right away. Claimed he had candidates. Didn't say from where. Didn't say when. Knowing him, probably kept them in a jar somewhere until the term turned interesting. Year ended, and Cassian returned to Rosier Manor the same way anyone returns to a place they can't openly loathe in the Daily Prophet, quiet, grim, and mildly suspicious of every window. Bath's Haida operated them just beyond the wards. Her coat rustled when he pulled her into a hug, arms looped tight like she might vanish if he blinked too slow. Which she very well might. A crow cawed somewhere overhead. The universe really had no sense of timing. I will see you in a week, he said, pressing a kiss to her forehead. She nodded. Yet. Hugging him back. You sure you want to join me again? He chuckled, arms still around her. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Bath's Haida slapped his chest lightly. You just want to see China and get away from your family. Cassian gasped. No, no. I want to be with you but also see China and get away from my family. She huffed a laugh and stepped back, tugging her coat tighter. Hopeless. Tragically. He winked, then glanced over his shoulder at the silhouette of the manor. Go before they send my mother. She vanished with a pop. Cassian sighed, adjusted his coat, and turned to the gates. The next few days dragged. Magnus spent an entire breakfast lecturing Lucian on international policy, using phrases like stability through control and familial expectations with the same tone most men used for long care. Cassian stirred his porridge and tried not to hallucinate. His mother, Ophelia, had developed a new habit of sighing whenever he entered the room. Not subtle sighs, either, these were the kind that came with pinched brows and a teacup held just so. Cassian started entering rooms backwards just to hear it without seeing the face. Regulus tried to get him alone twice. Cassian dodged both with vague mutterings about updating field notes and post-term evaluations. The man could wait. Or spontaneously combust. Either worked. Luckily, the manor was a warren of corridors and preening relatives, perfect cover for a practiced dodger with no patience for father-son theatrics. By the fourth evening, he had gone full hermit. Curtains drawn, books cracked open. He was halfway through retranslating a Byzantine hex manuscript when someone knocked. He opened the door to find Selina. Cassian grinned. You are not short anymore. She shrugged. It is called growth. Ah. Good choice. I tried tea once. Didn't work. She didn't smile, but her mouth twitched. You see me every day in the school. That is school, Selena. Not home, Selena. He stepped aside, let her in. She moved like someone checking for traps, careful, spine straight, eyes flicking around the room like it might rearrange itself while she wasn't looking. Cassian gestured to the chair by the desk. Tea. No thanks. He poured himself a cup anyway, waited. She didn't speak straight off, just stared out the window. Is this about school? He asked, sipping. She nodded, arms folded. Last year was rather enjoyable in history of magic classes. I know your approach is different from Bin's, but still, teaching through application helps a lot. Cassian scratched the back of his neck with a little shrug. That is why I do it. Dead wizards aren't great conversationalists. You want them to stick, make them move. Selena rolled her eyes. I know what you are doing. I know Uncle wants you to sway students, pull them away from Dumbledore's version of inclusivity. And I know you are pretending to go along with it. Her gaze didn't waver. But deep down, you are teaching neither. You are teaching them to think for themselves. Cassian let out a chuckle, eyes narrowing as he stirred his tea. You were always the clever one. Not that I am hiding it. Bit obvious, isn't it? He took a sip. And I am sure you won't be running to daddy or granddaddy to tattle. She smirked, leaned back. How do you know that? He opened his arms, because you don't care. Out of all my cousins, you are the most beautiful, most brilliant. Selena raised a hand, not looking up. If this is your way of buttering up, continue. I like it. Add best spell creator. Cassian blinked. Oh bloody hell. That sounded like me. Is this a Rosier defect? Born with extra ego and a craving for validation. She laughed lightly. Cassian coughed, sat forward in the chair. Well, you are not a worthy Rosier either. That made her look. Not angry. Not insulted. If anything, there was a flicker of satisfaction. Like he'd just given her a badge she hadn't asked for but wouldn't return. A worthy Rosier, after all, was supposed to be half god, half polished boot. Traditionalist, pure-blooded, arrogant with Latin in one hand and a wand in the other. They didn't question. They didn't innovate. And they definitely didn't invent spells just to see what would happen. You are right, she said. I would rather die than spend my life quoting great-grandfathers' dueling logs and reciting bloodlines like scripture. He smiled into his cup. Cheers to that. Though I would pay to see Magnus twitch if he heard you say it out loud. Magnus would twitch if the soup wasn't the right shade of aristocratic beige, she muttered. Very delicate constitution, that one, he nodded. One off note and he looks like someone farted on the Rosier crest. Selena chuckled, shifting in her chair. You staying in the family line after graduation? Apprenticeship first. Master Goshawk is taking me under her wing. She didn't say it like she was bragging. Just stating it. Of course she is. You had her wrapped around your finger back at Owl's. Selena didn't bother hiding the eye roll. It wasn't like that. Sure it wasn't. He let out a low whistle. Very Rosier of you, though. She didn't deny it. Just gave a mischievous smile. Can't seem to shake all the family traits. Well done, he said, tipping his mug in salute. So while I was freezing my arse off in Norway, you were already charming the ministry's deadliest librarian. Selena nodded. We'll do so this summer as well. He tilted his head. You are ahead of the curve. I try. She glanced sideways then, are you heading anywhere? He jerked his chin east. Yet. China. She blinked. China. Yet. But shit is off for research. I am tagging along for tea, curses, and a break from the ancestral ghost club. Selena gave a nod, filing that somewhere between mildly mad and predictably on brand. You traveling for work or trauma avoidance? Both, he said, rubbing his jaw. Though the trauma bit is more scenic. Also I am the pack mule. So what is in China? Ancient scrolls? Forbidden archives? Some cursed relic you are not supposed to find but will anyway. Yes, he said, far too quickly. And dumplings. The real kind. The ones that burn your mouth and soul in equal measure. Didn't think you would be traveling together again. Cassian shrugged. She hasn't hexed me yet. Figured that counts as a green light. More like, she tolerates you. With enthusiasm, I will let you know. He puffed his chest. And I am a delight. She gave him a dry look. All right, fine, he amended. A tolerable, warm-bodied nuisance with good taste in cursed objects and breakfast. What are you working on? She looked at the spread scrolls, half a dozen open books. Trying to translate this lovely collection of Byzantine hexes that reads like someone spilled wine on a prophecy and tried to pass it off as academic. She reached over and nudged one of the loose scrolls. You do this for fun. For magic, he corrected. Also because it stops me from plotting Magnus' slow, subtle downfall. You ever think about just, cutting ties? Cassian looked over. From Magnus. From the family. He considered that, rubbing his thumb along the side of his cup. Every day ending in Y. Then why stay? Because I am still useful to them, he said, matter of fact. And I am more useful to myself while they think that. Besides, someone has to make sure the next generation doesn't come out quoting blood purity pamphlets and dueling with all the grace of a stunt badger. Selena hummed again. Not agreement. Not disagreement either. She knew family secured his job, and they could take it as easily. He glanced her way. Why? Planning a rebellion. If I were, she said, I wouldn't tell you. Ouch. You talk. I do, he admitted. Loudly. And often with excellent effect. She stood then, brushing an invisible crease from her sleeve. I should go. Cassian didn't stop her. Just stood as well, stepping around the desk. Tell Goshawk I said hello. Selena rolled her eyes. No. Worth a try. She reached the door, hand on the handle before pausing. You don't fool them, by the way. Cassian raised a brow. Them. Magnus. Regulus. They know you are playing your own game. Good. She glanced over her shoulder. Not sure if that is safe. He gave her a smile, all teeth. Safety is for ministry interns. She didn't answer that. Just nodded and pulled the door open. As she slipped out into the hallway, Cassian leaned against the doorframe for a moment, listening to the soft sound of her footsteps fading into the manor's long corridors. Then he shut the door again and locked it. Back at the desk, the scroll waited like a test. He tapped it once with his wand, watched the ink glow faintly before settling back into unreadable loops. Ancient magic always had a flair for the theatrical. Why can't I find any of the runes, Yrsa? What are you hiding? He didn't go back to it straight away. Instead, he turned to the side cupboard, rifled through a drawer, and pulled out a small leather-bound notebook, black, worn, corners softened by travel and time. His own notes. Not Hogwarts syllabus junk, but the real stuff. Spells that didn't exist yet. Runes too complex for the schoolbooks. Names no longer found on any register. He flipped it open to the last page and added a note. Selena Rosier. Goshawk apprentice confirmed. Probably an ally. Maybe a liability. Too clever for her own good. Trust her? Maybe. Trust her bloodline? Never. Cassian stared at the note a beat too long. Then he tapped his wand against the parchment. The words shimmered, then faded to blank. He turned to another page and tapped his wand again. Ink spread across the parchment, lines and curves stitching themselves into place. Shapes bloomed into existence, not runes, but his own rough sketches of them. Half-finished, fragmented. What he remembered, and what he didn't. He shut the book, slid it back in the drawer, and reached for the Byzantine scroll again. Back to work. Cassian stood outside King's Cross with hands in his coat pockets and a bag looped over his shoulder. The Muggle train schedule was glowing faintly above him like it was urging him to jump. He ignored it. He checked his watch. She wasn't very late, just the perfect amount to annoy him. A group of teenagers drifted by, all Doc Martens and overplucked eyebrows, one of them balancing a Walkman on his shoulder for attention. Cassian resisted the urge to hex the batteries. Barely. He craned slightly to peer past the archway. Still no sign. She is not coming, he muttered, mostly to himself. I was abandoned for a better funded research partner. Probably one who doesn't leave their wand in the bread tin. Footsteps clicked behind him. Cassian didn't turn. Just said, you are late. She pulled him in by the coat, kissed him like she meant it, then murmured against his mouth, I would never abandon you. Especially because you leave your wand in the bread tin. Cassian chuckled, kissed her back, and flicked a look over her shoulder at the group of teens gawking from the other side of the station. One of them elbowed the tall one, who looked away fast, ears red. Cassian grinned. Poor sods think we are film stars, he whispered, brushing her curls off her cheek. Bet one of them is writing a punk love song about you already. She rolled her eyes, leading them away. He let out a low whistle and shifted the bag higher on his shoulder. All right, Professor. Shall we go register ourselves like responsible magical citizens, or shall we hop straight to smuggling dark artifacts across 5 borders? She gave him a look. We're registering. I prefer paperwork to prison. Fair. Also rude. But mostly fair. They crossed the street just any other pair of academics on summer leave. Cassian with his coat open and one boot untied, Bath's Haida tidy enough to make up for both of them. She had her hair half up, bag slung over one shoulder, wand tucked into a leather holster under her coat, not obvious, but easy to reach. She looked like someone who read curses for breakfast and filed her socks by etymology. Cassian was eating an ice lolly. In the sun. Juvenile, absolutely. They passed a cafe with wobbly tables and one bloke loudly arguing about Thatcher. Cassian held the lolly out without looking. Bath's Haida took a bite, muttered something about it being too lemony, and handed it back. The ministry's London entrance was hidden behind a bin in a phone box that hadn't worked since '81. Cassian shouldered the door open. Bath's Haida adjusted her coat collar. No jokes. I wasn't going to joke. You always joke at the entrance. He stepped inside, eyes already flicking across the wards, checking for changes. That is slander. Sometimes I keep it internal. They registered at the International Portkaya office in 5.5 minutes. The clerk didn't even glance up, just waved her wand as if she'd seen 100 Rosiers and couldn't care less. The Portkaya wasn't a briefcase or a sock this time. It was a chipped spoon. Progress. One loud tug and they landed in Italy. Not Rome. Somewhere flatter. Warmer. Cassian checked for limbs, then for pants, then for Bath's Haida. She was unflappable as always. Hair windswept, already pulling her compass from her bag. 10 out of 10, Cassian muttered. Would spoon again. She gave him a look and walked ahead. They didn't linger. A half hour in a local travel node, then another portkaya out. This one was a train ticket. Cassian held it at arm's distance, half expecting it to bite. Someone at the ministry has taste. Bathsheba gave him a slow blink. It is a Turkish relic. 17th century. Enchanted to resist wear. Still, he said, flipping it, very nostalgic. Might keep it. They landed in Turkey next, Ankara outskirts, judging by the buildings. The heat hit them like a brick wrapped in spice. Cassian peeled his coat off his arms, swearing under his breath. He stuffed it into his bag while Bathsheba muttered something in Turkish and started to argue with the guide. She turned to him, brushing sweat off her brow with the back of her hand. Seems like we need to rest a day. Consecutive port keying is regulated now. Cassian frowned at that but didn't argue. Really? Since when? Last September. Typical, he muttered. Miss one ministry update and suddenly you are a danger to national health. He glanced around. He'd clung to the city, simmering off concrete, rising off parked cars, slipping through cracked windows. He never been to Turkey before, and the place didn't waste time trying to impress. Spice and car exhaust filled their nostrils. Everything too bright or too faded. A market buzzed a street away, someone shouting about lemons, someone else about prayer rugs. He stretched his neck, squinting at a mosque's dome peeking over a block of flats. All right, we can walk around. Maybe see some history that hasn't been dug up and stuffed in a textbook or displayed in museums. Then his head tilted. Wait. Can we kiss in the streets here? The guide didn't even blink. Shrugged like he was asked about the weather. Public won't like it. No law against it, though. If you don't mind stares and the occasional heckle, go ahead. Cassian turned to Bathsheba with a grin halfway up his face. Romance with an audience. Tempting. She gave him a flat look. Not on my research day. Cassian sighed. Tragic. They followed the guide into a guest house tucked between a bakery and a crumbling post office. No name, just a chipped blue door and a row of planters out front with herbs fighting for space. Inside, the ceiling fan wobbled, and the room smelled like cardamom and old rugs. Cassian dropped his bag onto the low-slung bed and sprawled without asking. If I die of heat stroke, tell Hogwarts I went down a sculler. You are not dying, Bathsheba said, kicking off her boots and heading to the wash basin. You are whining. Same difference. He lay there for a few minutes, staring at the cracked ceiling while distant honks and the shout of children floated in. Eventually, he sat up and peeled off his overshirt, leaving his vest clinging to damp skin. Bathsheba tossed him a cloth. Try not to collapse before dinner. We are meeting a contact near the mosque. Cassian wiped his face, muttering something. If the contact isn't bringing iced tea and answers, I am not interested. They left just before sunset. The streets were quieter, painted in burnt orange and gold. Cassian rolled his sleeves, shirt half open. The guide led them through narrow alleyways, the kind you wouldn't find on a map unless you bled on it first. Their contact was a woman with calloused hands and a limp, seated on a folding chair outside a shop that sold copper lanterns. She didn't bother standing. You are early, she said in English, then switched to Turkish. Bathsheba replied smoothly, exchanging something, names, places, or curses, Cassian couldn't tell. He caught one word, archive. Sounded similar in Turkish, apparently. The woman pointed west. Then up. He climbed after Bathsheba, huffing at every step. At the top, a courtyard spread out, ringed with archways and shadows. Pigeons burst into the air as they entered. The woman led them through a door so narrow Cassian had to turn sideways. Inside, shelves. Hundreds of them. Scrolls, loose parchment, bound books tied with strips of silk. The air smelled like dried ink and dust that hadn't been disturbed since the Ottoman Empire. Cassian stepped in with the reverence of someone about to rob a church. Now that is what I am talking about. Bathsheba didn't answer. Already scanning the shelves, eyes narrowing at every symbol she didn't immediately recognize. He joined her, fingers trailing over a row of brittle papers. He pulled one, unrolled it partway, then whistled. Found a treat. 6-pointed sigil, layered runes, some pre-Islamic geometry. Bit Babylonian round the edges. She leaned over his shoulder. Protection spell. Looks like it. Or maybe containment. Depends on the translation. The woman from the lantern shop didn't follow them in. Just stayed by the door, humming to herself and smoking something that smelled of old cloves. Cassian turned back to the shelf. You think these are indexed? Bathsheba snorted. You think this is a library? Touché. They worked through the stack in silence for over an hour. Cassian found 3 spells he never heard of before, one curse that made his hair stand on end just reading it, and a fragment of a journal that might have been written by a Roman wizard with a drinking problem. He copied that one. Purely academic reasons, of course. By the time the sun dipped past the horizon, their guide tapped the door. Time to go. As they settled in for the night, Cassian was half tempted to apparate south. Göbekli Tepe was only a few cities away. Still partially buried. Still anonymous to the rest of the world. In his past life, he only seen it through screens, drooling behind a university desk while his grant applications were ghosted and the dig went to some bloke with better connections and shinier boots. Here and now, in 1991, no one had touched it. Not even a whisper. He could go. Right now. Unearth it. Study it. All by himself. He sat on the edge of the bed, shirt clinging to his back, a half-warm cup of Turkish tea balanced on one knee. Across the room, Baths Haida was folding her notes, oblivious to the absolute historical goldmine her current geography was taunting him with. He rubbed his eyes. Imagine, a whole site to myself, no funding reports, no peer reviews, just good old-fashioned dirt and mystery. Talking to yourself again? She asked, not looking up. If someone were to, say, apparate south for a few hours, maybe poke around a hill no one's catalogued yet. Her quill stopped mid-line. Don't even think about it. Cassian raised a brow, lips twitching. I haven't said anything incriminating. You don't need to. She glanced at him now. Southern Anatolia and northern Mesopotamia are historical gold mines. Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, Hittites, entire magical lineages rose and fell here long before Hogwarts was even a dream. Half the region is soaked in enchantments older than written language, the other half still warded by Ottoman curse breakers who didn't trust anyone to touch their tombs. He smirked faintly. So what you are saying is, there is something worth seeing. What I am saying, she said evenly, is that if you so much as breathe too loud in that region, Ankara's Magical Enforcement Bureau will sense it and bust you before you even finished your first incantation. They monitor cross-border magic like hawks. This isn't a playground, Cass. It is a powder keg with centuries of bureaucracy piled on top. He leaned back, sighing theatrically. You ruin all my fun. Good, she said, pinning him with a look. Someone has to keep you from starting a diplomatic incident. She didn't comment further. She looked done for the day, socks off, hair unpinned, one hand absently massaging her temple while the other scribbled in the margin of a rune index. Cassian stood, stretched, then collapsed back onto the mattress, limbs spread. Kebab-induced coma was a real ailment. Remind me why we are not chasing forbidden temples instead of drinking overpriced tea and sweating through our robes. Because the temples are cursed. He crawled across the rug like someone trying to seduce a carpet merchant, and flopped onto her lap, heat-stunned, and wrapped both arms around her waist. Ever made love in 45 degrees on a Turkish carpet? She didn't flinch. Just glanced down, unimpressed. Yes. Cassian blinked up at her, eyes watering. You did. She smacked his arm. You know I didn't. Right, he grinned. Just checking. Wanna change that? Baths Haida didn't dignify that with an answer. She shoved him sideways with her knee. He rolled off, flopped onto his back with a groan and stared at the ceiling fan juddering loose. Fine, he grumbled, no carpet romance. She stepped over him to grab her bag. Pack up. We leave before sunrise. Where to? Pit of despair or hidden archive of long-dead lunatics? Iran. Cassian sat up. Ah. Good. From one furnace to another. She tossed him his shirt. Dress like a researcher, not a wandering cultist. He caught it. Rude. She was already at the door. He cast a spell to chill the fabric and yanked it over his head. They portkeyed just past dawn. Arrival spot, a rock shelf 20 feet above a dried-out riverbed. Cassian staggered, hands on knees. Baths Haida was scanning the horizon with her compass out and her boots sinking slightly in the cracked earth. Their local contact, a weathered man in a coat 2 sizes too large, joined them 20 minutes later. He didn't say much, just handed over a parchment wrapped in goatskin and waved vaguely toward the hills. Baths Haida unwrapped it. Old map. Cassian leaned over her shoulder. That is definitely not modern Farsi. He could read and speak a bit of modern Farsi, and he could grasp the general meaning of the classical form as well. The markings on the map, however, were not modern. They followed the path outlined. Up the ridge. Down the other side. Then around a slope. 3 hours in, the heat hit new levels. His shirt stuck to his back. His tongue felt powdered. Still think Turkey was too humid? Baths Haida asked. He glared sideways. Yes. Humid I can survive. This is me evaporating. They stopped at a shaded rock, drank from a canteen charmed to stay cool. He drank 3, then refilled them with aguamenti. He then pulled out a small box, flipped it open, and offered her a toffee. She took one. Where did you get this? Stole it from Dumbledore's desk. She stared. Fine. It is from the Hogwarts staff stash. But imagining it is contraband adds flavor. They found the next portkey soon enough. A wooden tray, chipped at one edge and scorched in the middle. They grabbed hold. The landing platform was set into the side of a ministry outpost, carved from polished white stone and guarded by 2 men in dark robes with stern eyebrows and no discernible humor. Baths Haida dusted off her coat, stepped forward before either of the guards could ask. She flicked open a slim folder, parchment stamped and sealed. Master Baths Haida babbling. Registered entry under academic exemption. This is Cassian Rosier, attached as historian and linguistic assistant. Cassian flashed his best grin. Mostly carry books and offend local ghosts. The taller guard squinted at him, then back at the paper. Purpose of visit. Research, Baths Haida said. I've been invited by the Ministry of Magical China to research a newly discovered monastery, along with the study of pre-Qin rune systems and potential cross-regional migration patterns of glyph-based protective magics. Neither of the guards blinked. One nodded, turned to his clipboard, scribbled something, then waved them. Wand registry is on the 3rd floor. First on the right. Cassian gave him a mock salute. Cheers, lads. Try not to scowl yourselves into early retirement. They passed through the checkpoint. The marble inside was polished, the building filled with wards. Bath's Haida was climbing the stairs without waiting. He had to trot to keep up. Third floor, first on the right. The wand registry was a long room with high ceilings, stacks of parchment piled like unstable ruins on every available surface, and 3 witches hunched over ledgers. The one at the front said, "Wands on the scale." Cassian slid his across, then leaned on the counter. "Be gentle. She is temperamental." The witch sniffed, scribbled something, then waved him off with a terse flick. Bath's Haida followed, her wand registering with a softer ping. The moment it was done, she turned to leave. Right then, Cassian said, catching up again. "Paperwork is done. Registry got our sticks. When do we start poking around?" "Today. I thought we could rest a day, but since we were kept in Turkey, we have to start now." She started to drag him away before he could press a hand to the giant statue's kneecap. Cassian cast the statue a mournful glance. "I just wanted to see if it twitched. Looked like the sort that twitches." She didn't slow. "If it twitches, it is cursed. If it is cursed, we are behind schedule." Again. "Very clinical. I miss when you used to flirt before dragging me into tombs. You mistook passive tolerance for flirting." He grinned and skipped after her. Ahead, mountains curled around each other and somewhere between the peaks lay the next breadcrumb. It wasn't raining, but the sky looked like it might change its mind. "So, which ruin are we pillaging today?" Bath's Haida pulled a folded page from her coat. It was creased and smudged. "The locals think it is a monastery. Carvings suggest pre-dynastic worship structure, maybe converted and sealed. Possibly earlier. Always a good sign when someone seals a place and doesn't come back." She handed him the map without looking. "You're kind of good." They hiked past a field of low stones, then the trail narrowed. The fog crept closer. "Bit morbid, innit?" he murmured. Bath's Haida didn't answer. She was squinting up ahead. An hour in, they reached the edge of the forest. The trees weren't tall, but they were old. Black trunks. Pale leaves. Cassian slowed, then stopped, sniffing the air. "Smells of mold and moonshine." "That is the resin," Bath's Haida said. "Sap got alchemical uses. Hallucinogenic in large doses." Cassian raised a brow. "Brilliant. Let's inhale deeply and go spelunking." They pressed through the undergrowth. The map grew less helpful by the minute, squiggles pretending to be directions, old landmarks marked by X and not here. Cassian turned it sideways, frowned, then tried upside down. "It is not a painting, Cass." "It might as well be. The man who drew this had a vendetta against common sense." Then the trees opened. And they finally saw it. The monastery wasn't grand. Well, not after thousands of years. The stonework had slouched, walls bowed inward, roof long since caved. Moss had claimed the gaps. Roots grew between bricks like they were keeping the whole thing upright. But the runes, those were untouched. Lines carved with too much care to be casual. Still glowing, faintly. Still warded. Cassian exhaled. "All right. I take it back. That is lovely." There were people buzzing around already. A big red tent hogged the middle like a flag, smaller ones clustered around it in a mess of blue, green, and grey. The Chinese had clearly decided everyone needed reminding who was leading the show. Cassian didn't mind. He liked knowing where the ego was parked. He snickered, so subtle. A few ministry types milled about, robes sharp, boots cleaner than the terrain deserved. One of them was sketching something onto a clipboard with a self-inking quill. A local wizard in a green jacket waved them through without a word. Cassian gave him a nod, then eyed the tents ahead. "Reckon they will have tea in there or just 1,000 forms to fill?" "Both," Bath's Haida said. "But tea first. That is protocol here." He perked up. "Now that is civilized." The red tent looked bigger up close. Someone had charmed the canvas to shimmer faintly. Inside was cooler. Slapped with a cooling charm along the top seam. A squat woman with half-moon glasses looked up from behind a table stacked with files. "Names." Bath's Haida slid a folder across the table. "Master babbling. This is Professor Rosier." Cassian gave a small wave. "Historian. Occasional translator. Sometimes bait." The woman didn't smile. Didn't glance up either. Just cracked the folder open, gave it a once-over, then pulled a stamp out of the air and slammed it down. Blue light flickered across the parchment. "Welcome, Master babbling." She didn't even blink at Cassian. Not a nod, not a word. He scratched his jaw, mildly amused. "Fair enough." Bath's Haida got her invite through actual credentials. He came by persuasion and strategic loitering. Difference was noted. Bath's Haida gave a sharp nod. "When do we start?" The woman pointed to a corner where a row of low stools circled a copper samovar. Her smile was polite. "Take a rest. Try the hung cha. Expedition begins once all preparations are confirmed." She gave a nod. Cassian was already eyeing the samovar. He raised an eyebrow at Bath's Haida. "You hear that? We've been politely told to go sit down and behave." Bath's Haida had already turned. "Briefing after tea. Come on." Someone handed them clay cups. "Oh, bloody hell. That is decent." Cassian had no problem drinking tea while the serious people sorted serious things. Honestly, the longer they took, the better. The brew was strong, with an inch of bitterness, and it made his spine tingle in that pleasant, might be laced with minor stimulant sway. He was on his second cup when someone with a clipboard and unfortunate eyebrows called them over. Bath's Haida stood before the woman finished speaking. Cassian took a final sip, made a face, then followed her out. Outside, the fog had thinned, but only a little. Someone nearby was arguing in Mandarin about the logistics of artifact containment, at least, if his Chinese wasn't too rusty. They were led past a string of carts loaded with magical sensors and survey gear, then down a stone path half sunk into the mountain slope. The ground grew uneven. The air turned colder, denser. They crossed into the tree line again, this time heading for the exposed ribs of the ruined monastery itself. Their escort stopped beside a collapsed arch. From here, we proceed without external magical tools. No detection charms. No shielding wards. No familiars. They entered through what had once been the main hall, pillars carved with layered text, half of it eroded by rain, the other half flickering under a preservation spell that had either aged badly or developed a sense of irony. The ceiling had long since caved, but light barely reached the floor. Cassian ducked under a broken beam and stopped in the middle of the room, nose wrinkling. Smells of stale incense and sandalwood. No. Agar wood. Rare stuff. He frowned. Really rare. Smells of stale incense and sandalwood. No. Agar wood. Rare stuff. He frowned. Really rare. The guide glanced over, squinting at him. You have a sharp nose. Cassian gave the air another sniff. Not really. It is just stuck in the stone. Burn that much resin, it will outlive the roof. He turned in a slow circle, eyes dragging over the cracks, the pillars, the strange slope of the floor. This isn't a monastery. Taoists, Buddhists, they don't use agar wood. It is too expensive. Bath's Haida was already crouching near a half-crumbled altar, her hand was at the edge of an engraved bowl. Cassian walked further in, boots crunching softly against debris. This was sealed, yet? Properly locked up. Their escort gave a nod. Since the Qianlong era. Older by centuries, though. No official record before that. Cassian hummed under his breath, kneeling by a wall edged top to bottom in what looked like someone's attempt at 4 overlapping writing systems. Of course there isn't. No one writes down the embarrassing bits. Especially not we buried someone important in a fake temple so the ancestors wouldn't throw a fit. He ran a thumb over a glyph that shimmered faintly under touch. This is a tomb. Bath's Haida straightened. You sure? Too much perfume. Too many protective layers. He tapped the floor with his feet. The sound came back flat. And this pitiful echo? Chamber underneath. Big one. You don't hollow out half a mountain just to store tea and scrolls. She shifted, eyes narrowing on a slanted groove that ran between the floor slabs. Drainage. Exactly. They embalmed someone in here. And they didn't want the mess leaking out. He stood, brushing dust from his knees. Question is, why the theater? The fake monastery, the excess wards, the incense? Whoever it was, they were either venerated, or very, very cursed. The guide shifted uneasily. Didn't speak. Cassian noticed. Something you are not saying. The man shook his head. Old stories. Ghost talk. Nothing serious. Ghost talk in a place built on top of a sarcophagus big enough to host a political summit doesn't feel like nothing. Bath's Haida stepped to his side, gaze flicking to the runes carved into the archway. These aren't just wards. Some of them are spatial markers. Cassian turned, already pulling his notebook from the side of his coat. For what? She pointed at a triangular series near the edge. Maze spells. Locked pathways. It's meant to shift. He paused. Oh, I do love a good architectural insult to safety. Their guide, now visibly sweating despite the cold air, took a step back. You shouldn't go further without the approval team. There is protocol. Cassian raised both brows. Has protocol ever unearthed a hidden chamber without breaking into an existential crisis? Bath's Haida ignored both of them, already pressing her hand to a carved dial near the base of the wall. The stone made a clicking noise. Runes crawled across the surface like something was waking up. The guide pulled his wand and pointed squarely at them. Step back. Cassian raised both hands, slow and easy, like he was trying not to startle a very twitchy cat. He shifted a step away from Bath's Haida, eyes on the man, not even pretending to look worried. You invited a master runist from the islands to trace your way through a hedge maze, but not the truth? That it? The guide didn't answer. Jaw tight. Fingers wide around the wand. Cassian tilted his head. That is what this is, isn't it? You want a clever finger to point at the right dial, but gods forbid anyone actually say what is under the floor. Bath's Haida didn't speak. She hadn't moved since activating the wall. Her hand was still hovering near the wall. The guide's wand didn't waver. We follow protocol. Of course you do. Cassian took a step sideways, hands still raised. And what does protocol say about bringing in outside experts then threatening to hex them when they notice you've built your expedition tent on a bloody tomb? Bath's Haida finally glanced at him. The wall behind her was still humming. Runes alive. Magic moving under it, the whole place was breathing. When Cassian took another step away from Bath's Haida, she moved in the opposite direction, closer to the wall, closer to the dial still humming. The guide's eyes flicked to her, wand moving somewhere in between. Cassian didn't hesitate. Expelliarmus. The spell cracked through the chamber. The wand jerked out of the man's hand mid-cast, flipped and landed neat in Cassian's palm. He was teaching the spell at Hogwarts for 2 years now. No ancient variant popped its head up yet, but that didn't matter. Cassian had dried every inch of mastery out of it. So when the second wand snapped into his free hand, it felt less like luck and more like habit. Across the chamber, Bath's Haida moved too, pulling her wand. She didn't look at the man. Just said, "Let's go out. No need to start a diplomatic scandal." Cassian nodded, pressing the man's own wand gently against his ribs. "Let's walk. Time to break it to the other rune masters you brought in, that we are not specialists. We are sacrifices." The guide didn't answer. Just turned and walked stiffly out, hands up, face set like stone. Humiliation had teeth, and Cassian had just kicked him square in the gums. Cassian followed, tossing the spare wand in the air once before tucking it into his belt. They pushed through the archway into the open ruins, back into the clearing where the red tent still loomed. Gather round," he called, loud as a bell and twice as annoying. "Public service announcement. This bastard tried to kill us." "Shocker, I know." A few heads turned. A couple of ministry officials paused. The ones closer to the tents looked up from their clipboards. Cassian knew he was poking the lion now. But a noisy disruption was better than a clean execution behind a privacy ward. He couldn't afford the confusion of allies while enemies were prepared. The guard he disarmed stiffened. "Shut your mouth." Cassian ignored him. "Just to clarify for the back row, this wasn't an archaeological dig. It was a bloody trap. Fancy one. Probably funded by 3 departments and signed off by someone who thought murder sounded sexier in Mandarin." Bath's Haida was already moving, calmly veering left, towards the camp's edge where their bags were dumped earlier, likely half-rifled. 2 robed witches flanked the red tent's flap. One of them raised her wand. Cassian clocked it. "Ah, and now we are doing the part where you try to silence me before I ruin your lovely sacrificial ritual with evidence and logic." Chinese officials didn't like being caught out, not in front of their own staff and definitely not by some foreign wizard with messy hair and a loud mouth. They moved quickly, 3 wands up before Cassian even dropped his grin. A ring of them circled, scholars, orators, maybe even a few ministry plants pretending to be researchers. All drawn wands and frowning. No one cast, yet. They were still gauging whether to silence him with paperwork or a stunning spell. Meanwhile, the foreign delegates started drifting in from the edges, Indian, Nigerian, French, German, a Spaniard with half an eyebrow singed off, sticking together like nervous sheep. A Frenchman near the front stepped forward. Broad nose, thick glasses, robes that screamed old money. "What is going on?" he asked. Cassian jabbed his wand into the man's back. "This is not a monastery. I know it looks like one, bless the paint and incense, but there is a royal tomb under it. Cursed up to the rafters. We were brought in to find the way through safely, take the risk, map the route, so they can clear it and help themselves to whatever is locked inside." The Frenchman looked horrified. One of the archivists beside him looked less surprised than he should have. Cassian glanced back at the red tent. "Tell me I am wrong." "Go on." "Would love to be wrong." A murmur passed through the crowd. Someone translated, someone else swore. A Japanese rune master said something sharp to the man beside her. The Chinese officials didn't answer. They just narrowed the circle. Bath's Haida came next to him. Her eyes flicked to Cassian, then the forest. The message was clear: make space, get moving. Too late. The first spell came from the left, silent, fast, meant to disarm. Cassian ducked. The air cracked above his shoulder. "Right," he muttered. "So we've dropped the scholarly pretense, then." Bath's Haida dragged him back by the elbow before the next spell could fly. A shimmering wall snapped up around them, hard and high. The foreigners had formed a massive protego shield, locked shoulder to shoulder, some still panting from the effort. Right then, Cassian called. "How about we all forget there is a nice, ancient tomb under our boots and you lot drop your wands?" No one moved. A few hands tightened on grips, a few robes fluttered. Wands stayed up. He pointed at the red tent with his wand. "International incident? Oh, it will happen. But this way, no one has to explain why 3 foreign researchers dropped dead in a blessed monastery." One of the ministry witches scowled. "Don't step over the line." Cassian snorted. "You orchestrated a scheme that would treat dozens of international researchers and rune masters as mere fodder to force open the path. They are already writing statements. That Japanese rune master got better shorthand than a court scribe." The Frenchman stepped into the open. "He is correct. We were not informed this was a burial ground." One of the Chinese orators muttered something sharp. Cassian didn't catch it, but from the way the Spaniard's brows jumped, it wasn't a compliment. The guide he disarmed made a sharp move, reaching for his wand, any wand. Cassian shifted, flicked his wrist away from him. "Ah. Still mine," he said, flashing teeth. "You try to hex us in a cursed ruin, you don't get your toys back." One of the Chinese officials barked something over his shoulder. 2 orators turned and rushed away. Cassian caught one of the Chinese witches muttering sharply in Mandarin. He picked out "fetch help." His tone got colder. "All I am asking is you stop pointing sticks and we pretend this didn't end with half your team in the obituaries." Bath's Haida raised her wand higher, eyes fixed on the aura to their left. "Lower it." The standoff was tense but slowly, a wand dipped. Then another. Cassian grabbed Bathshada's wrist just as she shook her head. anti-portrait, anti-apparition wards. He hissed something ugly under his breath. Of course there are. Because why not ruin my day completely? A sharp crack cut him off. The air folded in on itself and spat out a man. He didn't fall. He didn't wobble. He just appeared, like the world had decided he'd always been standing there. The air folded in on itself and spat out a man. His eyebrows were so long they reached his temples. His hair was thick and flowed smoothly down his back. His mustache and beard were long and full, hanging low enough to nearly rest on his waistcoat. His robes were blue-black silk, patterned in what looked like clouds fighting dragons, and losing. He raised a single hand. Cassian felt a chill crawl down his spine the instant he saw the stranger, as though the man had reached into the marrow of his bones and pulled. His throat tightened. Instinct screamed at him to call on Lumos Noctic, the one spell he swore he would never use unless there was no other choice. From the moment he had awakened it, he had felt an uncanny revulsion toward that power. It clung to him like a shadow with teeth, promising strength and promising consequences he dared not name. He had convinced himself that to use it was to invite a debt he could never repay. And yet, as the man's presence pressed heavier on the clearing, the dread of not casting it was beginning to outweigh the dread of casting it. His fingers twitched toward his wand despite himself. The sensation was like standing on the edge of a chasm and realizing that, one way or another, he was about to fall. Every wand in the clearing dropped like someone had flipped a switch. Even Cassian's, halfway to some very creative retaliation, smacked into the dirt with a thump. Please, the man said, voice like lullaby, calm down. Cassian bent, snatched his wand up, and muttered, well, that is terrifying. Then louder, what the hell is going on? Bathsheba leaned in, lips by his ear. That is Ji Wen-Kang. Cassian blinked. That's supposed to mean something. She gave him a look. He is their Dumbledore. Cassian's jaw dropped open, trying to form a word, failing. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Why is it always the beardy ones with school headmaster energy and terrifying magical reach? Ji Wen-Kang stepped forward. Everyone stepped aside without being asked. Wands stayed on the ground, except Cassian, who had no idea who the man was. Others did not dare to make a move. Cassian glanced across the field. The Aurors had dropped their stance, but they hadn't relaxed. Nobody had. A few tried, halfway into a bow or something polite, but Wen-Kang didn't seem to care. His eyes drifted over the crowd like he was taking attendance and deciding who might need a stern note home. Whose expedition is this? He asked, his tone was so soft it could have been a weather query. One of the Chinese witches in front of the red tent stepped forward. Madam Li. Lead researcher. Wen-Kang's gaze slid to her. Explain, please. Her mouth twitched. We discovered signs of pre-imperial burial architecture. Explain the threat, he cut in. She hesitated, then gestured to Cassian and Bathsheba. Foreign assistance was secured to parse the warding system. They overreacted. Cassian raised a hand. Hello. Historian/linguist. Would like to clarify that overreacted in this context means noticed you tried to kill us. Wen-Kang's eyes moved to him. Dark and deep. Not judging. Just watching. Is that true? Bathsheba spoke before Cassian could. Master Ji, there are tomb signs under the structure. Multiple curses. Spatial wards. Someone built a trap, not a monastery. Wen-Kang held her gaze for a moment, then looked to Cassian. I am the idiot who found out the truth, Cassian said. Turns out, some people don't like that. Wen-Kang smiled, warm enough that the fog seemed to thin. No. They wouldn't. He turned from Cassian and Bathsheba, faced the crowd, and bowed, deep, unhurried, full spine dipped like a man greeting old friends, not an audience of suspicious strangers. I am sorry that you faced such injustice. That stopped the courtyard cold, as if they'd just seen something incomprehensible. The Frenchman made a noise that might have been a gasp or a heart attack. Master Ji. Please, please rise, this is. Others echoed him in panicked exclaims. Someone dropped a scroll. One of the local archivists looked like she might faint, hand hovering over her mouth like she wasn't sure if she was allowed to breathe. Ji Wen-Kang straightened slowly. If apology shakes your view of power, perhaps your view was too fragile to begin with. Cassian leaned slightly towards Bathsheba. Okay, so he is not just Dumbledore. He is terrifying Dumbledore with charisma and working knees. Wen-Kang didn't wait for the muttering to die. He raised one hand again. Summon, Madam Li. The witch from before dashed off, and came back within 2 minutes. Cassian wasn't sure if Madam Li had been hiding nearby, or if simply hearing Master Ji's name was enough to bend time and bring her to the clearing so quickly. Come forward. She did, but not quickly. The walk across the open ground dragged. Like she was afraid to complete that walk. You led this expedition? Wen-Kang asked. Yes, Master Ji. You authorized the team. She nodded. With full clearance and documentation. He tilted his head. Including contingency planning for magical casualties. Her throat bobbed. I asked, Wen-Kang said again, if your paperwork included risk assessments for foreign researchers being used as live sacrifice. No, she said, voice flat now. It did not. Cassian grinned. All he needed now was popcorn and a front row seat. Wen-Kang looked at the auras flanking the red tent. Retrieve her documents. Full set. Expedition charter. Team roster. All copies. They didn't hesitate. Off they went. He turned back to Madame Li. Until this is verified, your role is suspended. You will surrender your wand and remain within the boundary wards. She didn't argue. Just removed her wand and handed it to one of the officials without a word. Her face had gone pale, mouth clamped tight. Thank you, Wen Kang said simply. Then, to the crowd, any other members of her coordination staff may step back now. No formal action will be taken against anyone who leaves the operation willingly. A few did. 3 from the side tent. 1 of the sketch artists. Nobody from the red one. Either loyal or trapped. Hard to tell. Wen Kang waited until the last foot scuffed the grass. Then he turned back to Cassian and Bathsheba. I apologize again. You were not informed. You were not protected. Cassian gave a nod. Well, we are used to being the least loved at the party. Wen Kang's eyes crinkled. Then allow me to offer something better. He gestured to the ruins. I will remain in charge of this site until the work is finished. There will be no further unannounced rituals, no use of unauthorized magic, and no sealed tombs opened without proper review. Cassian folded his arms. And the bit where we were nearly hexed for pointing it out. Accounted for. Wen Kang glanced to the side. Sanctions will follow. Quietly, but thoroughly. Bathsheba gave him a nod. Appreciated. He returned it. Your work is vital. The magic here predates record. And with proper care, may reshape what we understand of protection glyph systems. Cassian sighed through his nose. Right. So you still want us to work? Wen Kang smiled softly. I am asking you to stay. Both of you. Continue as you intended. This site is now under full academic protection. Cassian looked at Bathsheba. She was already nodding. Of course she was. Fine. But I want better tea in the mess tent. None of that dusty leaf brew the archivists pretend is tradition. Wen Kang chuckled softly. I will see to it. The Frenchman stepped forward again, visibly less likely to faint now. Will the ward map be shared with all parties? It will, Wen Kang said. No more compartmentalization. Murmurs again, relieved. Wen Kang stepped aside, motioned to the cleared path by the ruined hall. Now. You may proceed. And if there is danger, speak it. I will not allow another silence to bury this work. Cassian looked down at the cracked stone underfoot. A whole dead dynasty probably rotting beneath his boots. Lovely, he muttered. With no one trying to use them as live sacrifices anymore, things crawled. Apparently when you weren't chucking interns into cursed hallways to see which one lit up red, identifying ancient ward systems became painstakingly slow. Most of the original plan, Cassian realized, had been just that, send a body in, note the screams, adjust accordingly. Fortunately for everyone still breathing, he and Bathsheba had caught the rot before it started. They uncovered the tomb markers tucked between fake monastery trappings, translated the fun little glyphs warning do not enter unless you fancy bleeding from your soul, and pointed out, politely enough, that maybe hexing your consultants wasn't good research etiquette. Now, they were leading the expedition. Or rather, Bathsheba was. Cassian just added running commentary and the occasional reminder not to touch anything unless you wanted to see your ancestors prematurely. Once Master G discovered how Cassian had identified the royal tomb by scent alone, he was visibly delighted. That small triumph gave them a kind of social credit, enough that the other researchers began to listen when Cassian spoke. He might not have been as well read in runes as the rest, but his historical insights still managed to leave them impressed. I swear this sigil just moved, Cassian muttered on the third day, squinting at a knot of spiraling lines half buried under decades of grime. It didn't, Bathsheba said without looking up. Convincing. Except I saw it. You are hallucinating from heat and arrogance. Both well-documented causes, yes. He knelt and scraped away some of the moss. Still think this is directional. See this groove? Matches the orientation of that collapsed arch to the south. Cass. I am not touching it. He paused. Yet. The upper chamber wasn't deep. Not by usual tomb standards. But it was wide and round. The walls were alive with etchings, thousands of them, layered over each other, some faint as breath, others branded into the stone. Master G had given them full access. No red tape. No babysitters. Just instructions to proceed carefully and, if possible, not start any global conflicts. The others, French, Spanish, Japanese, a couple of Iranians, mostly kept to their corners. Everyone wanted a piece of the tomb, but no one wanted to die for it. And since Cassian and Bathsheba had survived their first brush, the rest were happy to follow their lead. Or at least, stay close enough to yell if something exploded. Bathsheba called out from a low alcove. Bring your notes. This isn't mirrored text. He walked over, brushing dust off his trousers. Not mirrored. Layered. Possibly. Cassian crouched beside her, leaning close to the stone. Left to right. Then top to bottom. Very neat. Very misleading. She didn't answer, already halfway through sketching the translation. He read over her shoulder. Lovely. Mentions judgment. Purification. Oh, and spiritual fragmentation. Always a hit at parties. Bathsheba clicked her tongue. It is a warning. Strong one. He traced the final glyph lightly with the tip of his pen. Says anyone who breaches the seal uninvited will be divided. Could mean soul splitting. could mean limb by limb. These old dynasties weren't subtle. They worked like that for hours. No glory. Just ink, dirt, sweat, and magic so dense it clung to your lungs. They sketched the first ring, then moved inward, identifying structural fail-safes, mapped glyph clusters designed to confuse rather than protect. Cassian nearly walked into one, a recursive rune designed to loop spatial memory. You would think you were walking forward, but you would circle the same 3 meters until your legs gave out. It became obvious to Cassian this expedition was going to drag into months. Maybe half a year, if they were lucky and nobody got eaten by runes. He and Bath's Haida weren't sticking around for the finish, too many obligations, too little time, but if they worked quick, maybe they would reach the tomb before the bureaucrats turned it into a restricted site wrapped in red tape and mandatory tea breaks. The next 2 weeks passed in a crawl. Not time-wise. Time sped by but the work was slower than a snail on tranquilizers. They marked out 3 corridors pretending to be 4, no, really. It was some 4th-dimensional maze Cassian couldn't make sense of. Mapped every cursed tile that tried to send their thoughts sideways, and accidentally triggered one glyph that translated to something that would read "Hope you weren't attached to your sense of direction." Cassian spent half a day thinking he was left-handed. The tomb didn't fight them outright. No sudden walls collapsing or banshee screeches in the dark. Just silence. Old and watchful. Waiting to see if they'd earned entry. By the 3rd week, Cassian had a permanent ink smear on his left thumb and a working theory about 3 different warding systems braided together. The corridors spiraled inward, but not neatly. Paths shifted. Sometimes rooms they marked vanished for a day and reappeared 2 chambers over like a shy cat. One afternoon, he stood in front of a wall covered in hexagonal sigils, each pulsing faintly. If I had a galleon for every time an ancient architect decided mazes were a good idea, I would still be poor, but at least I would have a theme. Bath's Haida, crouched nearby, didn't look up. Cass. What? He paused then added. Oh, okay, I might have been thinking about touching it. She flicked chalk at his boot. You are lucky you are cute. Cassian grinned. Is that flirting I hear? No, she muttered. It is resignation. They hit their first real break at the end of that week. Behind a sloped corridor lined in mirrored stone, real mirrors, not decorative nonsense, they found a chamber that wasn't on any of the original mapping scrolls. Triangular ceiling. Crushed marble floor. Mostly empty. Just air that tasted old. Cassian stepped in, wand raised. Smells like iron and bad times. Bath's Haida followed, slower. Preservation charm. More like stasis. Look. He pointed at a spider web in the corner, untouched. No spider. Just the web, frozen mid-vibration. Time is weird in here. She adjusted the band at her wrist, runes flaring. 5 minutes. Then out. They circled slowly. Nothing obvious. No traps. No glyphs. No bones, thankfully. Cassian tapped the floor with the tip of his wand. It was hollow. They quickly checked, left before 5 minutes was up. 5 minutes later, back in camp, they laid out their findings, inked up new diagrams. Nights were quiet. Fog never left. They slept in spells more than tents, one cast over the bedroll, woven to keep the damp out and the curious spirits from hovering too close. Cassian got used to the sounds, rustling parchment, low arguments in Mandarin, the distant hum of preservation magic failing one line at a time. A month in, someone triggered a trap. Not them. A young rune scholar from Marseille, keen-eyed and overeager, stepped over a line of faded chalk and set off a cascade of illusions. Smoke poured out of the cracks. Screams filled the air, none of them real. Just noise. Echoes. Cassian dragged the girl back by the collar, one arm shielding his head as the walls flickered with ghost fire. Next time, he shouted, wait your bloody turn. She sobbed an apology. He didn't answer. Just dropped her outside the corridor and told a nearby medic to get her some tea strong enough to knock sense into a dragon. The trap reset itself after 2 days. It was a message. Bath's Haida translated it. Leave the dead where they rest. Cassian snorted. Bit late for that. Next month passed by. Every inch further into the tomb brought a new problem, runes that flared when one got close, staircases that looped back on themselves, sigils that changed positions just to be petty. The deeper they got, the more the whole place acted it didn't want them there. Bath's Haida raised a brow. Still want to touch things. Not unless I want to end up in a dimension where vowels don't exist. They marked it on the sketch. A red cross with a note, absolutely not. Cassian underlined it twice. Most of the other researchers had started keeping their distance. The younger ones clung to the outer chambers, triple-checking translation work and pretending they weren't watching Cassian for when to flinch. The French kept arguing about rune syntax. The Iranians were mapping astral alignments in chalk. Everyone else looked ready to pack up and run if the tomb so much aside. Only a few dared the inner paths anymore. And those few stuck close to Cassian and Bath's Haida. Not that he minded. He liked the space. The quiet. The fact that the tomb's silence had turned from threatening to annoying. Bath's Haida, of course, thrived. She hadn't stopped since the day Ji Wenkang told her to take lead. She worked through breakfast, lunch, tea, dinner, and the bits in between where sleep was optional and coffee was mandatory. Her notes multiplied like cursed rabbits. Cassian had to add another tent to theirs just to keep up with the scroll count. When August crawled to its sorry end, the tomb was nearly within reach. Nearly. Same as every other maddening ancient sight Cassian had ever drooled over from behind a locked museum case, it refused to play nice. They were 2 chambers away, maybe 1, depending on how metaphorically you define sealed inner sanctum of cursed monarch. But the walls were shifting again, the sigils twitchier than usual, and a newly sprouted curse was threatening to rot through any poor sod who stepped on the wrong flagstone. Bath's Haida had stared at the freshest ward for a full minute, before saying, haste will waste all our efforts. Let's end it here. Cassian, who was halfway through sketching what looked suspiciously like an evil smiley face into the margin of their latest ward map, looked up. You sure? She didn't answer straight away. Walked over, pinched the bridge of her nose, then dropped into his arms. I want to see it too, she said, muffled against his shoulder, but alas. Time is not on our side. Tragic, he muttered, and didn't let go. Ji Wenkang promised to pause everything till next year. Fair play to him. That beard stroke didn't look like it lied. But Bath's Haida said, and Cassian would bet a bottle of smuggled elf wine she was right, they would probably accidentally breach the tomb during a midnight stroll before the freeze could be enforced. Someone always poked the wrong rune, or leaned on a pillar that wasn't actually a pillar, and poof, surprise soul curse forcing them to push further. He asked, only half joking, serious enough to stay if she said yes, want to skip Hogwarts this year? We could move in, marry the tomb, get cursed together. She pulled back, gave him a look. No. So they packed. They didn't drag it out. Just rolled up scrolls, folded diagrams, and told the others where not to die while they were gone. Cassian slipped the Marseille scholar a charm bracelet before they left, nothing fancy, just a warded loop that would glow if a curse tried to singe her face off. She cried. It took a full day to untangle themselves from the sight. The new liaison kept fluttering between tents, begging for last-minute advice and ward assessments. Bath's Haida gave the schedule. Cassian offered an annotated copy of his notes, which included such gems as do not lick this stone and this symbol hates you personally. By nightfall, they packed every scrap of equipment they weren't leaving behind. The porte-clés back was easier. No stomach-churning lurch, no rogue sparks. Just a clean tug and then they were back on British soil, standing in the middle of an abandoned ministry transfer room. Cassian looked around. Ah. The magic of home. Bath's Haida pulled out a comb and tried to fix her hair. We have 2 days before term. Still time to break into a museum or 2. She didn't dignify that with a reply. She apparatted him straight to Rosier Manor, gave a quick kiss like she just delivered a parcel, then vanished with a pop. Walking in, Tao met him just past the foyer with a flustered little bow and a frantic shuffle of parchment in his oversized hands. Probably something about dinner placements or illegal artifact shipments being delivered a week early. As he stepped into the main hall, something that froze Cassian from head to toe happened. Both Magnus and Regulus stood up. As in they stopped their act of sitting. Not glanced up, not nodded from their velvet thrones like reluctant monarchs humbling themselves for the prodigal embarrassment, actually stood up. Together. A matched set carved out of cold air and sharper opinions. He blinked. That wasn't right. Regulus, refined as ever, with his immaculately pressed robe. Magnus, statuesque and carved from pure judgment, hands clasped behind his back. It was clear to him that the rest of the family had been standing there for minutes. Cassian paused halfway to the sitting room threshold, stared, not sure what to make of it. Have I died? He asked, too amused for his own good. Is this purgatory? Is there an even worse Cassian here who gets actual affection from his family? Regulus gave him the look. That quiet, disdain-soaked glance that meant he was already regretting his choices and probably mentally deleting Cassian from the family tree again. Sit, Magnus said at last. Cassian narrowed his eyes. Others seated too quickly, loose in posture but straight-backed. Should I be worried this is an ambush? He asked, looking around. There is expensive tea. Aunties aren't throwing curses. Not even Damien pretending to be clever. Lucian sat by the window, arms folded. Aunt Viola had her chin tilted in that vague expression of I already know you are going to embarrass us, but go on. Catherine's mouth was pinched so tight it could have snapped steel. Ophelia, of course, didn't even glance up from her teacup. Cassian walked over and dropped into the seat. If this is an intervention, I already got 3 exit plans and a porte-clés key to a yak farm in Nepal. It is not an intervention, Magnus said. Shame. Tal appeared with a tray of documents. He offered them to Magnus with both hands. Cassian caught a flash of ministry seal and something else. Ah. Am I being drafted? He asked. Is this where we pretend I am a war asset now? Magnus ignored that. He took the top sheet, turned it over, then handed it to Regulus. Regulus schemed it. He looked completely lost now. Cassian saw the twitch in Magnus' jaw. Whatever this was, it wasn't punishment. It was worse. It was opportunity. Regulus's brows tugged in, eyes flicking back to Cassian like he was trying to make sense of some badly written riddle, except the answer wasn't 42, it was Cassian did something right, and that short-circuited about half his brain. Cassian stared. Suspicious. And utterly confused. Like he missed an entire chapter and was hoping someone had the good sense to summarize it. It didn't last though, raising an eyebrow, he leaned back into the chair. Well, he said, teeth flashing. I assume I am being knighted. Lucian scoffed from the window. You are being paraded. Regulus coughed lightly, as if the words scraped his throat. You did well in China. He tilted his head. Did I? Regulus looked at him the way one might regard a confused duck. Yes, he said, very reluctant, as if spitting out a bone. You did. Cassian froze, frowning slightly. That is concerning. Regulus ignored it. Master G praised your work. Both of you. Repeatedly. Cassian's brows went up. He did. Magnus made a sound like a very old book being shut. You've no idea, do you? Cassian blinked. Which part? The tea? The praise? The looming sense that I've stepped into someone else's life and they've yet to notice. Lucian didn't wait. He sent letters to Hogwarts. Cassian rolled his eyes. Brilliant. You will have to narrow that down. He is a headmaster, Lucian, of course he sends letters to Hogwarts. Lucian continued, Master G sent Hogwarts letters to ask if Dumbledore was willing to allow you and that witch. Cassian's eyes sharpened. Choose your next few words very carefully, brother. Lucian actually gulped. What in the frozen hells was going on? Lucian never gulped. Lucian could face down wand-wielding maniacs with a smirk and a half-raised eyebrow. The man probably had dual stances carved into his bones. But right now, he looked like he just stepped on a rune and didn't know which limb it was going to explode. Clenching his teeth, Lucian powered through it. He asked for you and Professor Babbling to teach in Fenghuang School of Mystic Arts. Dumbledore refused. Repeatedly. Wait, you are serious? Cassian laughed, full body, jaw aching, ugly laugh that nearly had him sliding off the chair. He wheezed once. Wheezed again. Slapped his knee for dramatic effect. He didn't even say this is interesting. That would have been a kindness. This was comedy. Lucian looked deeply uncomfortable. Catherine pinched her lips so tightly they'd gone white. Magnus didn't flinch, didn't so much as twitch a grey eyebrow. Cassian took a deep breath to calm himself, wiping at his eye. Oh, that is rich. You mean to tell me? Ji Wenqiang, Beard Supreme, magical godfather of the East, terrifyingly capable, wrote to Hogwarts to ask for me. Lucian gave a stiff nod. To ask for me and Baths Haida to teach at his school. Another nod. Very stiff. Might have cracked something in his neck. And Dumbledore refused? Repeatedly. Cassian's grin stretched wide. So, let me get this straight. I nearly get cursed 6 ways to Sunday in a tomb older than iron tools in Britain, dodge international sabotage, decode glyphs while hallucinating temporal loops, and somehow end up with China's headmaster Dumbledore sending fan mail. Regulus cleared his throat. They don't call it fan mail. This explained the family's faces, tight-lipped, twitchy-eyed, like someone had replaced their whiskey with vinegar. He was a big shot now. Not just a novelty act at Hogwarts or the family's pity hire. A proper, globally recognized scholar. Praised by Ji Bloody Wenqiang. And not in passing, either, actual letters, actual signatures, actual impact. Cassian sank in the chair, arms folded, soaking in the silence. Oh, Lucian must be furious. The throne he'd been polishing for years, with his polished dueling boots and his ministry smugness, now wobbling under the weight of someone he never even considered competition. Worse, someone he and Regulus had spent half a lifetime trying to shove into usefulness, just to stop the family name dragging through the dirt. Cassian, the reluctant project. The liability. Now he was the bloody banner. He didn't say any of that aloud. Too much fun watching them squirm. Regulus still held the parchment like it might curse him. His mouth had thinned into a line Cassian hadn't seen since the day he brought home a grade lower than an A, AD, no less. You are sure this isn't a misprint? Viola asked. No, Lucian said, each word like pulling a tooth. Dumbledore confirmed it. Twice. Apparently Master G is insistent. Cassian couldn't stop the grin. Must be the beard. Makes people assertive. Regulus didn't rise to the bait. That alone was suspicious. Enough, Magnus said, cutting through the tension like a goblin blade through taffeta. This is a good thing. That was so strange, no one knew what to do with their ears. Because it was, that word. Good. In the same room as Cassian. That hadn't happened since he once correctly identified a basilisk skull as a garden ornament during a family duel when he was 16. Magnus didn't blink. I am proud of you, Cassian. The silence that followed could have curdled milk. Even the furniture seemed unsure what to do with itself. You did well out there, Magnus continued, earning Master G's recognition is no easy feat. He is powerful. And respected. Revered, in places that still matter. Cassian squinted at him. Thanks. Magnus gave the tiniest nod. If you wish to return to China. Teach. Work with their scholars. We will arrange it. He said it like one might offer the family vault. They placed him Hogwarts after all. If Cassian wanted to, they could arrange his leave. That was why Cassian was putting up with them. Despite earning recognition at school, he remained at the cursed Rosier Manor, because he knew Magnus and Regulus still held enough influence to drag him back. Just as they had arranged his position in the first place. Cassian opened his mouth, then closed it again. Right, he said finally. So. Just to clarify, because I had one too many close calls with possessed sarcophagi this summer, this isn't a prank? You are not going to clap and say just kidding and then push me into a pit of bog-standard Rosier disdain? Well, that is, unusual. Viola made a scoffing noise like she was trying to inhale a sneeze. Let's not get carried away. One commendation doesn't erase a lifetime of mediocrity. Cassian smiled brightly. Nor does one career plateau change the fact you retired before they could fire you. She bristled. Regulus cleared his throat, ending the fight before it could even begin. Cassian got up and stretched, arms overhead, daring someone to call it unprofessional. Right then, he said. I will be staying at Hogwarts. Thanks for the offer, Grandpa. Magnus gave a nod, ignoring the word Grandpa. Cassian was already walking out, whistling something that might have been a funeral march. He smiled at Viola on the way past. She didn't smile back, her expression stayed locked in that tight, lemon-sucking disapproval she wore like jewelry. By the time he reached his door, Towel was waiting with his coat. Poor thing looked like he'd aged 10 years during the meeting. Shall I have dinner prepared, Master Cassian? The elf asked. Cassian tapped his chin. Did you learn how to make yogurt? Towel's ears perked. I did, Master Cassian. Even created a few recipes. He reached over, gave the elf a light pat on the head. Good job. Fix me something sweet. But no sugar, use dates, banana paste, cinnamon. A tablespoon cacao, bit of yogurt. Blueberries on top. Some walnuts, too. Oh, add walnuts after cooling. Gets bitter otherwise. Towel beamed like he'd been handed a wand and a vote. Right away, Master Cassian. He vanished with a crack. Cassian dropped into the nearest armchair and let his head fall back. He had no idea about the Jiwenkiang Dumbledore correspondence while he was trapped in tomb/monastery. It wasn't bad. Not remotely. If anything, it was one of the few things in his life that had gone right without his knowledge or intervention. It meant he couldn't be banned from teaching as easily anymore. That used to be the leash, the quiet threat. Do as the family says, or they would whisper in the right ears, pull the funding, lean on connections until Dumbledore politely found someone more traditional. But now? Now, even if the Rosiers withdrew every galleon and sent a howler laced with threats, Dumbledore wouldn't flinch. And even if he did, if he lost Hogwarts tomorrow, there were offers. Ji Wenkang had made sure of that. One owl from him and Cassian could land in any magical institution from Kyoto to Montreal. He could teach in robes, in research labs, in temples older than some bloodlines. He was a tool. Then a nuisance. Then an embarrassment. Now he was leverage. Ji Wenkang didn't need anything from them. He saw Cassian. Chose him. That rewrote the board. He heard Towel's small feet scurry past the door. Something clinked on a tray. That elf was faster than fear when praised. He entered and placed the bowl in front of him like it was a tribute to some minor dessert god. Cassian stared. Then blinked. Then shed a single, silent tear. The good kind. The kind that said, someone finally understood. It reminded him, unfortunately, of his own disaster bowl back at his past life. The one he made almost every day and refused to admit was at best good. It wasn't even close to this. This was art. Towel watched with hopeful eyes, swaying slightly on his toes like a very proud sous chef who killed for this moment. Cassian took a bite. He sighed through his nose, leaned back in the chair, and closed his eyes. Mother of all flavor, that is insane. Towel made a squeaky hiccup of joy and vanished on the spot, either overwhelmed or off to write down the recipe for the next war effort. Cassian kept eating. Slowly. The yogurt was cold, perfect with banana and cocoa to not feel cloying. The cinnamon had a little bite. The nuts were roasted. The blueberries hadn't died in vain. This was amazing. I seriously make this recipe almost every day. It's not the best, but it's healthy and delicious. So, maybe try it. Cassian walked beside Bath's Haida, their fingers linked, hands swinging slightly with no rhythm or reason, like two students who hadn't figured out if they were showing off or just being smug about having someone to hold. Bath's Haida let out a sigh, her fifth, maybe sixth. Cassian had stopped counting after 3. This one, at least, came with a smile. So, she said, bumping her shoulder lightly against his, anything changed after Master G praised you? Cassian squinted up at the castle, bit more fan mail. Probably a statue being carved somewhere. You. She gave a short laugh. Not much. I was an established rune master before too. He clicked his tongue. Ouch. And here I thought we were having a moment. She grinned. You are catching up though. Good for you, little Cass. He stopped walking to squeeze her hand. There is nothing little about me. That earned a slight blush. Then, quieter, true that. Peeves drifted out of a chandelier with a bucket and a grin. Hand-holding? In a school? Scandal. Peeves, Cassian said, pour that and I'll assign you homework. Homework. Peeves sneered, then brightened. Exploding homework. Bath's Haida flicked her wrist, the bucket sealed itself with a neat click. Peeves booed. Teachers these days, no sense of humor. He somersaulted away, scattering confetti that smelled faintly of vinegar. Cassian watched it settle. He's getting thematic. What's the theme? Sticky disappointment. The staff room was already half full. McGonagall stood by the hearth, arms folded and lips pinched. She was probably willing the meeting to be shorter by sheer willpower. Sprout was chatting with Sinistra about soil types again. Snape was rooted in his usual corner, arms crossed, eyes narrowed at nothing in particular. Cassian's gaze skated across the room, and then stopped. Quirinus Quirrell was seated near the far wall, tucked into himself. Something about him looked off. Not wrong in the obvious sense. Just skewed. Like a painting hung 2 degrees crooked. His robes were darker. His skin paler. The usual tired energy was there, but turned into something else. He looked nervous. Jittery even. Still, his eyes flicked up when Cassian approached. Cassian squinted at him, then grinned. Back from sabbatical already? Quirrell blinked, then nodded, a twitchy stutter following. Why yes. Gee, good to see you, Cassian. Cassian paused. His grin faded. He frowned, glanced at Bathsheba beside him, then back at Quirrell. What happened? Quirrell twitched. Didn't answer. Kettleben, from his seat beside Flitwick, let out a long sigh, probably he'd been waiting for someone to ask. He ran into some vampires. Cassian blinked. Right. He waited for a follow-up. There wasn't one. No dramatic flair. No mention of battle or escape or how many pints of blood were involved. Just, vampires. The way one might say misplaced his hat. Cassian glanced around the room. No one looked surprised. Sinistra even nodded, like vampire encounter was part of the sabbatical package. That was Hogwarts for you. A man could come back with stutter, and as long as he was on time for meetings, nobody asked questions. Well, that explained the smell of garlic at least. Up close, Cassian caught the details, a thread of garlic stitched into Quirrell's cuff, a faint iron tang, old and unhealed, under the sour of tonic, a bandage line just visible at the throat. Chocolate. Cassian offered, holding out a square. Quirrell flinched, then shook his head too fast. And no, thank you. Cassian looked up to the new face at the far end of the table. Brown hair, mild beard, that air of someone who hadn't yet figured out whether this job would ruin or reinvent him. Did Aerith leave? Cassian asked. McGonagall gave a nod. Yes. Sadly, Professor Skander stepped down before the summer ended. She adjusted her spectacles. Professor Warren. Muggle Studies. Cassian nodded and offered the man a smile. Welcome to Hogwarts. And good luck. Warren smiled back, grateful and a bit stiff. Thank you. Cassian meant it. Always had a soft spot for the Muggle Studies crowd. The only ones in this castle who actually understood the rest of the world didn't run on gobstones and exploding teapots. Bathsheba nudged his foot under the table. Be nice. I am nice, he muttered. That was a compliment. You should see me with people I don't like. She gave him a look. Somewhere between exasperation and fond. Probably more the latter than she would admit in front of a full room of co-workers. Warren leaned forward, clearly trying to get his bearings. I am looking forward to collaborating. I've read your papers on linguistic preservation you published recently. Cassian stared, one eyebrow climbing. Wait. You read those? Flitwick laughed from his seat. It seems you are not aware of your new fame, Professor Rosier. Cassian sighed. Right. That. He leaned forward, chin propped on his knuckles. Well, it was only a matter of time before I shone. Snape snorted with a force gust straight from his sinuses. The papers in front of him fluttered from the force. Cassian gave him a lazy glance. Careful, Severus. You will dislodge something. Snape smirked. I am not sure whether you fell into that tomb head first or simply rambled yourself senseless, but either way, it is comforting to know some minds remain impervious to actual academic rigor. Severus, Cassian looked up from his tea with an airy tone, is that jealousy I detect? Or just the usual bile fermented from never having a fulfilling holiday? Snape didn't flinch. Just an observation. If I wanted to indulge fantasy in the classroom, I would let Trelawney guest lecture. Across the table, Sybil blinked, teacup halfway to her mouth. I've been invited. No, Snape said, flat. Cassian grinned. See, that is where we differ. You confuse logic with bitterness and call it academic restraint. I prefer reality with color, context, and the occasional accurate footnote. Snape's mouth twitched, barely. Probably weighing hexes versus professional decorum. Enough, McGonagall cut through, lifting her hand without raising her voice. It worked better than most spells. Cassian leaned back in his chair, mildly disappointed. He had at least one more jab lined up involving cauldrons and chronic loneliness. I gathered this meeting to announce, McGonagall continued, that Harry Potter, yes, that Harry Potter, will be joining Hogwarts this year. He is on the train right now. Chairs shifted. A few gasps. Cassian froze. Harry Potter. Right. That name. He knew it. Sort of. Like someone might know the theme tune to a sitcom they never watched. Heard it. Seen it plastered on book covers in his old world. He had never seen the movies though. Not once. Never read the books either. His interest never pointed that way. Back in his old life, his mates droned on about it often enough, gushing over wands, houses, and whatever house elf scandal was trending, but he tuned most of it out. Probably replaced it with actual history, or lunch plans. The few scraps that clung were vague, something about a tournament, someone named Voldemort, and a title that sounded more like a tax form than a fantasy, Harry Potter and the Goblet of whatever. Potter. Glasses, maybe? Lightning scar? Something with a snake? He couldn't remember properly. Something about being the chosen one. Famous. Magical messiah, probably. Supposed to be dead but wasn't. Or maybe the other way round. But no clear image. No personality. The name was all he had. And over the years in this new life, he picked up the bare minimum just by osmosis, survived a murder spell, beat the dark wizard, walked away with a headline. Big fanfare. Instant myth. That part made no sense. Why disappear after that? Why wasn't he being carted around like the boy who branded Britain? Unless someone hit him. Probably did. Easier to control a legend if you tucked him in a small house and fed him vague answers. Cassian's gaze flicked toward Snape. That face. That was not the face of someone thrilled to welcome a child hero back into the fold. If anything, he looked like someone had slipped dragon dung in his tea. Or perhaps spilled it over his 10-year plan to never interact with a Potter again. Cassian tilted his head, curious. Does he hate Potter? The question wasn't even fully formed before something stirred in his head. Not his thoughts. Old Cassian. Not much came from that part these days, scattered memories, moods, the occasional craving for wine, but this one dropped in sharp. His first year. 7th year Snape, hunched under his robe, surrounded by taunting laughter. And James Potter. Wand in one hand, smugness in both shoulders, doing something flashy with a charm while his mates egged him on. So the famous James Potter had been a prat. Cassian smiled slightly. Explains a lot. Snape didn't look at anyone. He rarely did, but this was different. His eyes weren't narrowed, they were locked inward. Like he'd seen a ghost and it had dared to walk through his classroom door. Or maybe two ghosts. The father's shadow. The son's arrival. Interesting. The meeting wrapped not long after. McGonagall stepped out with her usual battle march to go greet the first years. Chairs scraped, robes rustled. Cassian followed, hands tucked into his robe pockets, wand somewhere in a pocket he would forget about later. The corridor to the Great Hall buzzed with sound, feet, chatter, the general scent of candles and teenage nerves. The Great Hall had dressed itself for starting ceremony, soft candlelight, floating like lazy stars overhead, gold gleaming on the house banners, and a long line of polished plates glinting down the tables. Students were already pouring in, second years jostling for elbow room, older years taking seats with the casual tyranny of experience. Cassian slid into his usual seat halfway down the staff table. Bath's Haida landed beside him. He picked up a napkin and started folding it into something vaguely pyramid-shaped. Bath's Haida glanced sideways. Bored already? Moderately. He flicked the napkin to topple it. Dumbledore appeared without anyone noticing him, which was a trick he must have practiced for centuries. One blink, and he was seated, hands steepled, awkwardness not applying to him in the least. Evening, all, he said lightly, smile brushing the corners of his beard. I trust your summers were productive. A few polite coughs, nods. Cassian raised a brow. Nearly got soul split in China. 10 out of 10. Would do it again. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Yes. I've heard. Wonderful work. Professor babbling as well. Master G couldn't stop praising you. Lucian would choke if he heard that. Cassian leaned a little toward Dumbledore. Tell me, Headmaster, he said in an almost conspiratorial murmur, do you happen to keep the letters still? Dumbledore's eyes flicked sideways, twinkle intact. Some correspondence deserves safekeeping. Cassian tilted his head with a wide smile. So you do. Bath's Haida caught his sleeve, tugging him back against the chair. Not now, Cass, she said under her breath. He spread his hands, mock innocent. Only asking. History ought to be kept tidy. Then sweep later, she muttered. Dumbledore chuckled softly, beard trembling. Can copy if you want. Cassian smirked, with his free hand he made a small set of gestures under the table, later. Bathsheda's heel nudged his boot under the table. The doors opened. The first years arrived. McGonagall led them in. A neat column of children followed, some upright and stiff, others already wobbling under the weight of their own nerves. A few whispered. One was trying not to cry. Cassian scanned the faces, not sure what he was looking for. He couldn't see a scar. Wasn't about to squint for one, either. If the kid was here, breathing, and not setting anyone on fire, that was good enough. The first years bunched in front of the staff table, waiting to be sorted or sacrificed, depending on perspective. None of them looked particularly cursed. Yet. McGonagall stepped forward, roll of parchment in hand. She didn't wait for her silence. She was silence. Abbott, Hannah. A blonde girl stumbled up, nearly tripping over her robes. Hat dropped. Hufflepuff. Cassian glanced at Bath's Haida. 10 Sickles says she gets lost between towers before October. Not betting against you, she murmured. You rigged the odds. He gasped, scandalized, as McGonagall called, Bones, Susan. Another Hufflepuff. Sprout clapped politely. Cassian turned to her with a grin. Starting strong. Clearly bribed the hat. Sprout didn't bother replying, just gave him a look that said behave and returned to watching her pile of future badgers. The names kept coming. Davis, Tracy. Slytherin. Finch Fletchley, Justin. The hat paused, mumbled something. Then, Hufflepuff. Greengrass, Daphne. Slytherin. Goldstein, Anthony. Ravenclaw. Cassian twitched a brow. Ravens are building an army. Bath's Haida raised one finger. 6 so far. Granger, Hermione. The girl all but sprinted to the stool, hair frizzing with nerves. The hat took a moment with her, then yelled, Gryffindor. A few cheers. Some enthusiastic clapping from the table. Cassian watched her go with mild interest. Name sounded familiar. Cassian leaned sideways, chin almost on Bethshida's shoulder. Is she famous? No, she said, eyes on her chart. Never heard the last name either. Probably a Muggle born. He sat back, tapping the side of his goblet. Which meant the name was from before. His before. Probably adjacent to someone important. Close enough to catch splash damage in plot, if not at the center of it. Longbottom, Neville. That one earned a pause. The boy practically oozed nerves, sweaty palms, wide eyes, like he'd been dared into this by a ghost. Cassian watched him shuffle up to the hat and nearly fall backwards when it called, Gryffindor. Poor sod, he muttered. Looks like he's just realized what house comes with heroic sacrifices in the brochure. Bath's Haida didn't look up. He is from an old family. Longbottoms were respected once. Still are, Sprout said behind her teacup. Cassian blinked. Didn't mean to offend. He just looks like he is one strong wind away from fainting. He's Frank and Alice's son. Bath's Haida added. Ah, Cassian said, remembering the Gryffindor 7th year pair. Malfoy, Draco. That one made an entrance. Blonde, preened, walking like the room had been built around him. Hat barely touched his head before screaming Slytherin. Cassian snorted. Well, that was predictable. Snape's lips twitched. Parkinson, Pansy. Slytherin. And a very pleased one at that. Walked like she already had opinions about everyone at the table. Paddle, Padma. Ravenclaw. Paddle, Parvati. Gryffindor. Cassian raised a brow. Split the twins. That will go well. Bath's Haida agreed with a nod. Curious separation. Usually Hat keeps them together. Maybe it liked one more. Potter, Harry. And just like that, the room shifted. The name pulled every head around. Whispers broke out, necks craning to see better. That boy walked forward with his shoulders hunched and face half hidden behind messy hair and oversized glasses. He looked smaller than Cassian expected. Quieter. Not the conquering sort, more forgotten at the table. Cassian leaned forward. That is him. Bath's Haida nodded, scar is under the fringe. Hat took its time with him. Not long, but longer than it should have. Then, finally, it shouted, Gryffindor. Gryffindor table erupted. Twins slapped the table. The bushy-haired girl clapped too hard. Cassian just watched. That wasn't what he expected. No hero's glow. No crackling aura of chosen one energy. Just a quiet kid, walking fast like he didn't want anyone to look too closely. Weasley, Ronald. Predictably, the hat didn't hesitate. Gryffindor. Cassian rubbed his face. Weasley stock is not exactly diverse, is it? He looked down at the table, then back at Harry Potter as Weasley sat next to him. Harry was fiddling with a napkin. Laughing quietly at something the redhead said. He didn't remember much from his past life's Potter lore, but he knew enough to sense when something didn't fit. That wasn't the face of a boy raised on praise and stories. That was someone who'd never been told he mattered. Dumbledore stood. Welcome, he began, voice echoed through the hall, some first years grimaced. To another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, Dumbledore went on, voice far too cheerful, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Cassian turned to Bath's Haida, deadpan. Aren't those elves? She rolled her eyes. Yet. He rotates them. Pretends he is senile. Just calls elves to fill the plates. And true to form, the tables were full before the sound of his last syllable faded. Roast chicken, platters of pies, cauldrons of mash, treacle tart, blood pudding, roast potatoes, suspiciously enthusiastic gravy. Hogwarts hospitality, abundant as ever. Before anyone had even looked up properly, the youngest Weasley had already chomped halfway through 2 drumsticks like he'd been starved in transit. Sauce down his chin, mouth full, grin plastered on like hunger was the funniest thing he'd survived this week. Is he eating for all of Gryffindor, or just making up for a tragic childhood? Bath's Haida stabbed a sausage. Could be both. The noise in the hall was growing, chatter rising in waves as plates clinked and goblets sloshed. Students already swapping stories about holidays, new robes, who fell off the train. Cassian chewed a roast carrot. Harry Potter sat quietly. Ron chattered beside him, mouth full, not seeming to notice Harry wasn't saying much. The bushy-haired girl, Granger, was already in full lecture mode, gesturing and trying to explain something with her elbows. Cassian tilted his goblet and muttered, that is not a boy used to being the center of anything. Bath's Haida followed his gaze, then nodded. He didn't even know how to hold the cutlery right. Maybe he was raised by wolves. Wolves would have done better. At least they feed their pups. That seemed to be true. He was thin. Not in the way most 11-year-olds were, lanky, growing too fast, legs like broomsticks. No, this was different. Starved, nearly. Wrists a bit too bony. Face sunken in the soft parts. His glasses were bent and scuffed. And the slouch, shoulders curled in, he was trying to fold himself small enough not to be seen. This wasn't what you expected when you heard the phrase defeated the Dark Lord. Not that Cassian had been picturing some golden-haired paladin riding a broom into the sun, but still. There should have been presence. Something in the spine. A kid with a headline like his ought to stand like the world owed him sweets. Harry sat as if he was apologizing for breathing. No one else seemed to notice. Or maybe they just thought he was shy. First-year nerves and all that. Easy to miss, in a room full of hungry teenagers and floating puddings. Cassian reached for a steak. That boy was neglected. She followed his gaze. Yet. Doesn't move like a boy who got hugged much, Cassian said finally. Bathsheba sighed. That is none of our business. Course not, he said. Just inconveniently obvious. And odd. It wasn't the first time Hogwarts had taken in a half-raised child and called it charity. They were good at that, scooping up stray legacies and tossing them into the Great Hall with a hat and a prayer. But Potter wasn't just another orphan. He was a symbol. A myth on legs. And no one thought to feed him properly. Dumbledore was doing his usual circuit of eye contact and vague benevolence, eyes twinkling. Snape wasn't even pretending to eat, just sat with his arms folded, glaring somewhere between the gravy boat and existential despair. Probably working out how many detentions he could assign before Christmas. Cassian leaned over her slightly. Snape is gonna have a hell of a time with that one. Potter. He hates James, right? She frowned, then blinked like something clicked. Right, she said, a touch distant. Saw it a few times, back then. Potter and his lot, Potter and Black mostly, going after Snape. Saw it a few times, back then. Potter and his lot, Potter and Black mostly, going after Snape. Bathsheba was a few years ahead of Cassian at school, saw things he didn't. She wasn't close to either Cassian or Snape at the time, but she'd seen enough from across corridors and classrooms. Back then, Cassian was too young, tucked safely in lower years, watching older students bully Snape at every turn. Cassian glanced at her. Like pranking. Not pranks, she said quietly. Humiliations. Didn't always end in curses, but it wasn't subtle. Most professors looked the other way. Makes sense, he muttered, popping a bit of roast parsnip in his mouth. Nothing fuels grudge like being mocked with impunity. She nodded. No argument. James could be charming, when he wanted to be. But he often chose not to. He had that hair. Cassian gestured vaguely, then mimed a toss. Didn't trust him the moment I saw it. Looked like the sort who would start a war and win just to get the front page photo. Bathsheba didn't smile. They hexed Snape in public more than a couple of times. Once during lunch. Of course they did, Cassian muttered, jabbing his roast potato. Can't think of a better time to humiliate someone than when they are trying not to spill soup. He never reported it. Not once. Cassian looked toward the end of the table where Snape sat, motionless, staring at a bit of untouched shepherd's pie with grudge. Yet, he said. Doesn't strike me as the sort who asks for help. Bathsheba sipped her drink. I think he believed he deserved it. He hummed, didn't think on it long. Trying to untangle Snape's reasons would be like guessing which rune would explode first, pointless until it happened. But he was sure about one thing. Snape hated Harry Potter. Not mildly. Not the way he frowned at slow cauldron stirrers or sighed at badly bottled potions. No, this had weight. It was the kind of disdain that simmered behind the eyes and curdled in the throat. The kind that didn't need logic. It wasn't about Harry, not really. The boy was too quiet, too unsure. He didn't have the arrogance needed to earn a grown man's loathing. But he had the wrong name, walked in a face Snape couldn't forgive. Cassian watched him a moment longer. Potter had a chicken leg in one hand, mostly untouched. His eyes flicked from plate to plate like food might disappear if he blinked. The boy ate with the caution of someone who learned to hide hunger. Cassian had seen that in children of his past life before. The kind shuffled through orphanages, made polite by force, grateful by habit. His lips pressed together. That wasn't normal. And none of these staff seemed to care. He leaned sideways. Did you figure out where the boy's been all these years? Bathsheba shook her head, still watching the Great Hall. No. Never mentioned. No records in the books. Just dropped off. Dropped off, Cassian repeated, raising an eyebrow. As in bundled like a parcel and left to ferment in anonymity? That seems oddly convenient. It is Dumbledore, she said, not quite defending, not quite accusing. He has his reasons. Cassian clicked his tongue. Of course. The old man deals in reasons like the rest of us do socks. Some of us wear matching ones. I live to disappoint. She fixed her gaze on him, voice stern. Cass, promise me you'll step out of this. The headmaster's plans aren't something we can meddle with freely. Cassian held her stare, a storm of defiance and doubt churning inside him. He almost despised the words as they left his mouth. Fine, but only if it doesn't go too far. By the time dessert floated in, floating tart platters and a violent custard that splashed itself into bowls with too much enthusiasm, the students had already loosened into the buzz of familiarity. First years clumped together like sheep. Older ones started sorting themselves by noise level and house pecking order. Someone already started a betting pool on who would cry before midnight. Twins did it. It was them. Cassian didn't touch the tart. He stuffed himself stupid already. Instead, he leaned back and caught Flitwick's eye across the table. Tell me we upgraded the textbook list this year, he said, raising his goblet in mock despair. I can't take another term of wizards and their wands, a patriotic history. Flitwick cackled. We added supplemental readings. I convinced Minerva to approve curses through the ages. Ooh, Cassian grinned. That one has illustrations. You can practically smell the hexes off the page. Bath's Haida looked up. You mean the 3rd edition? Cassian pointed at her with his spoon. Yes. The one where the author had that affair with the Banshee scholar and rewrote the entire chapter on vocal-based hexes out of spite. Iconic, she agreed. They clinked spoons. Snape, from the far end of the table, made a faint noise of disgust. After the feast ended and plates sat cluttered with the aftermath of gluttony, Dumbledore rose again. Now that we are all watered and fed, he said, smiling, a few announcements. A soft collective groan rippled through the tables. Cassian mouthed, here we go, at Bath's Haida. We are pleased to welcome Professor Warren to our staff, Dumbledore said, tilting his head toward the Muggle studies end of the table. He will be taking over from Professor Skander. A smattering of polite applause. Warren gave a nod, smiling politely. Dumbledore's voice cut on. Professor Quirrell has returned from his travels. Cassian looked over in time to see Quirrell flinch at his own name. He will be teaching defense against the dark arts this year, Dumbledore finished. Cassian frowned slightly. That is, bold, he murmured, surprised. He had assumed Quirrell and Warren would divide Muggle studies, never imagining Quirrell would take over defense against the dark arts instead, especially with the curse on the position. He'd been there when Mulford had nearly succumbed to the curse. And before that, too. Bath's Haida didn't look up. He requested it. I bet he did. Man gets chomped by a vampire and comes back for seconds. Quirrell's smile barely held together under the weight of attention. The man looked as if he was 3 blinks away from fainting. Dumbledore didn't pause. Lastly, a reminder. The Forbidden Forest is, as its name suggests, forbidden. Half the Gryffindor table sniggered. Dumbledore smiled softly, and finally, he said, I must inform you that this year, the 3rd floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Cassian paused. Right, he muttered. Lovely start of term messaging. Nothing motivates children like threat of death. Bath's Haida arched an eyebrow. Did he say painful? Very painful, Cassian confirmed. Wonderfully specific. Gryffindors perked up like someone had offered extra credit for trespassing. Hufflepuff stiffened. A few Ravenclaws started whispering already, probably guessing what was there and if the riddle was worth solving. Slytherins just glanced at each other like they were placing bets on who would crack it first. Prefects called names, herding their flocks toward common rooms. Half of them looked half asleep already. The rest buzzed with sugar and gossip. Cassian stood with the rest of the staff. Dumbledore already left, off to whatever he did after feasts. Probably writing his next opening speech. Cassian entered his room and went straight to sorting. Cloak off, folded. Books aligned by size, then subject, then publication date, he liked knowing where they were without looking. His writing desk had its own rhythm, fresh parchment to the back, quills in rows, ink bottles uncapped for tomorrow's lessons. Pens at the front. His underwear, however, had no system. He held a pair in one hand, about to decide whether they deserved a drawer or exile to the sock basket, when someone knocked. He opened the door, still holding them like a white flag. Flitwick stood there, smiling. Good evening, Professor Rosier. Good evening, Professor. Anything I can do for you? Cassian raised the briefs. Can't imagine my underwear is relevant, but they are yours if you insist. Flitwick chuckled. Thanks for the offer, but I rather you don't. Cassian shrugged, dropped the undies back onto the bed. So. Flitwick gestured toward the wardrobe. Put those away first. Headmaster wants to see you. Cassian didn't ask what for. Flitwick wasn't one for dramatic pauses or cryptic scrolls, so it had to be business. He made his way through the castle. Flitwick led him to the winding stair. The door opened before they knocked. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingers steepled. McGonagall stood to his right, arms crossed. Snape leaned against a bookshelf. Sprout stood near the window. Quirrell hunched in a corner chair, fiddling with his sleeves. Professor Rosier, Dumbledore greeted. Cassian gave them a once-over and scratched back of his head. Anything I can help with? Seems like house heads plus Quirrell and me. Either I am being promoted or you all collectively lost a bet. Dumbledore smiled, looked humored with the joke. Thank you for coming. This will be brief. McGonagall looked over her glasses, she doubted that. Dumbledore folded his hands. As you heard during the feast, the 3rd floor corridor is now off limits. That is not decorative. Cassian drummed his fingers on the armrest. You mean the one you just told a hall of children might kill them? Quirrell twitched. That is the one, Dumbledore said, cheerfully unbothered. We are securing something in that corridor. It will be warded. Locked, of course. And there will be protections. Cassian glanced around. No one else was reacting. So we are safeguarding something, and you are telling the entire school where it is. McGonagall stepped in. The warning is enough. No student would dare challenge that. Cassian snorted through his nose, the international sound of are you sure? You clearly haven't met Fred and George. Sprout muttered, they will poke anything if it looks forbidden. Which is why we are placing safeguards, Dumbledore said again. Each of you, if willing, will contribute something. A measure of deterrence. Magical, of course. Nothing extreme. Define nothing extreme, Cassian said, still watching Dumbledore. Think more, obstacle course. Less execution chamber. McGonagall gave him a sharp look. Albus. Minerva, I trust our staff to use sense. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Sprout. Pomona, I trust you can arrange something with your collection. Sprout nodded. I have a few plants that bite. Nothing lethal. McGonagall added, mine will be mental. Cassian squinted at her. That sounds terrifying. I mean puzzles, Mr. Rosier. Still terrifying. Snape didn't speak. If anyone was going to use something that looked like a cauldron exploded and cursed its own shadow, it would be him. Dumbledore looked to him. Severus. I have something in mind. Cassian raised a hand. Just to clarify. We are placing defenses for an object none of us are being told about, but we are told to treat it like it is worth fortifying with magic, riddles, and potentially carnivorous shrubbery. Yes, Dumbledore said, smile not fading. Brilliant. I shall supply a series of animated insults and a particularly aggressive door handle. Dumbledore chuckled. I trust you'll come up with something more suitable. Cassian scratched his chin, looking at the gathered professors. Right, so everyone here is placing something with their subjects. Should I just drop a history textbook and ask the intruder to memorize it? McGonagall gave him a sharp look, but Dumbledore was already nodding, with that mild, cryptic thing he called a smile. Only if the penalty for failure is being forced to cite footnotes under pressure, he said. Cassian clicked his tongue. Oof. That is worse than fire. Dumbledore chuckled. I trust your expertise, Professor Rosier. But remember, we are not looking to injure. These protections should delay, dissuade, confuse. Not maim. Cassian raised a brow. Cognitive bruises, not broken bones. Plausible deniability, got it. Snape didn't bother looking up. Perhaps if history offered something useful, you would have more to contribute. Cassian turned, expression perfectly bland. Oh, we do. Your blood pressure spikes every time I open my mouth. That is historically consistent. McGonagall sighed through her nose. Dumbledore raised a hand before anyone could start throwing hexes. He then turned to the room, hands clasped. We are, all of us, the first line. This item, this matter, must be kept secure through the year. Quietly. Your contributions will be layered and distinct, difficult, but not impossible. Cassian got up and lazily waved, got it. We'll think of something fitting. As he turned to leave, Dumbledore's voice caught him. Professor Rosier, this matter is too sensitive. I would ask that you not share it with Professor Babbling. Cassian stopped mid-step, turning slowly, brow already rising. Right. Well. That is a bit late, isn't it? Dumbledore tilted his head. I should have warned you earlier, and I apologize for that. But still, I ask. You will have to do better than ask, Headmaster. Cassian didn't raise his voice, but it was clear he was irritated. You see, I don't hide things from Bath's Hada. Not even the sensitive sort. Makes partnerships easier. Bit less betrayal, bit more actual conversation. McGonagall looked like she was deciding whether to interrupt or combust. Dumbledore remained still. I understand that, and I commend it. Truly. But I still ask that you don't. Cassian stared at him. You commend it, he said slowly, as if tasting the word and finding it faintly ridiculous. You commend honesty, but want secrecy. That is rich. Snape shifted near the shelf, like he had something to say but didn't want to be accused of agreeing with Cassian. Or, Cassian added, you are welcome to obliviate me. Cleaner that way. Saves us the awkward silences. Dumbledore paused, studying him for a few seconds, then said, you must see, Professor Rosier, secrets protect more than people. They preserve perception. Cassian shrugged. Sorry, I am not comfortable with what you are asking. Especially not when it involves someone who knows where I sleep and once cursed an entire forest for calling her handwriting sloppy. Seeing his stubborn face, Cassian sighed. Fine, I will throw you a bone, he said. You have to tell her that. Next time you see her. You tell her. That I kept something from her because you asked. Make it clear it wasn't my idea. Because I won't lie to her, but I will shut up, if you want that badly enough. Your loyalty does you credit, Dumbledore said. But. Sorry, Headmaster, Cassian said. I am trying not to lose the only person in this castle who doesn't think I am either expendable or a court jester. Snape's mouth curled, faintly. Debatable. Cassian didn't even glance his way. Feel free to add me to the list of people who don't care about your opinions, Severus. If you find a space, that is. Dumbledore raised a hand. Very well. I will speak with her. Cassian gave a nod. Good. She is smarter than all of us anyway. Might have figured it out before I said anything. Then it is settled. For now. He turned again, hand briefly brushing the doorframe. And Headmaster. Yes. If whatever you are hiding ends with anyone bleeding in the hallways, I am not sticking around to say told you so. Dumbledore gave a quiet hum. Noted. Cassian left. Next morning, over toast and a cup of whatever passed for orange juice in Hogwarts, Cassian had his suspicions. Cassian took another spoonful of yogurt, freshly made by the house elves, Thank you very much. Bath's Haida slid into the bench beside him and passed the butter without asking. I know, she said, casual. Whatever it is Dumbledore told you not to share. It is fine. Cassian looked up, catching something new in her face. Oh. So Dumbledore had mentioned the whole bit. Cassian refusing to keep secrets, demanding Dumbledore say it himself. That stubborn streak wasn't exactly private knowledge. The look she gave him now, fondness, sure. But also something else. He was getting lucky. Damn pretty soon at that. After breakfast, Cassian made his way to first class of the year, third-year Gryffindors and Ravenclaws. Which meant the twins. Lee Jordan. Kenneth Towler. Brilliant. Cassian stepped into the classroom with the kind of caution usually reserved for cursed tombs. The room was already half full, students milling, chatting. Cassian dropped his bag beside the desk, took the chalk. War Runes and the Curse of Bellatrix the Unwashed. Is that a real name? Cassian spun the chalk back into its tray. Absolutely. Though history's been kind enough to shave off the unwashed in most formal records, more than she ever did in her life, apparently. I prefer honesty. The Weasley twins slid into their seats like a matched pair of smug cats, muttering apologies for being late. Lee Jordan behind them, already passing a folded note to Angelina. Cassian caught it midair with 2 fingers and set it on his desk without looking at it. Save it for after class. Or frame it if it is poetic. George leaned forward. What if it is rude? Then definitely frame it. Hogwarts needs more creativity on the walls. They laughed. It usually came before interest. And history, contrary to popular belief, was rarely boring if told right. Especially the parts with curses and lunatics. Cassian leaned against the desk. Right, War Runes. Now, before we dive in, quick poll. How many of you know what a rune actually does? A few hesitant hands. Some confident ones. He checked the hands and nodded. Right. Rune class is elective from 3rd year onward. Some of you are probably taking it already. The rest went with easier options, less homework, simpler exams, and maybe a few less exploding eyebrows. No shame, just lower ambitions. Angelina raised her brow. Cassian pointed lazily toward her scroll. Not judging. Just observing. He pushed off the desk and started pacing in front of the blackboard. Now, War Runes. He gestured broadly. Not the polite sort. Not the kind you etch on family crests or waggle at doors for security. These are the old ones. Pre-Merlin. Pre-language in some cases. The kind you would carve into bone before storming someone's village. Kenneth frowned. Into bone? Like a chicken bone. Cassian nodded. Bone holds magic better than bark. Especially human. Don't worry, we are not doing samples today. Fred whispered something to George. George grinned. Cassian didn't look. And no, Weasley, you may not volunteer your brother's tibia. Save the jokes for someone who hasn't taught twins before. Fred raised both hands in mock surrender. So. Bellatrix. Why do we care? He waved his wand. The writing on the board reshaped into a crude stick figure writing what might have been a bear. Because Bellatrix was mad. Not the fun sort. Not the danced with fairies and declared herself queen of the creek sort. She believed her magic could make armies invisible. And it sort of did. Once. For 10 minutes. Then it made their teeth explode. That earned a few snorts. Roger Davies looked up from whatever diagram he was mentally sketching. She worked with war runes the way you might juggle basilisk eggs. Sometimes brilliant. Sometimes fatal. Today we are looking at one of her surviving designs. He flicked his wand again. A rune sketched itself onto the board in harsh, jagged strokes. The symbol had teeth, angular, so sharp, it could gouge the wood behind the chalk. Lee Jordan leaned forward. That doesn't look safe. Good eye. Cassian pointed at the top arc. This loop? She thought it would bend light around a shield wall. Did. Briefly. Until it caught fire. This line here, meant to blind enemies. But when drawn upside down, it gives everyone within 10 feet migraines and spontaneous nosebleeds. Now. He clapped. We are not learning how to inscribe. Don't even pretend to. This one is on the banned list unless you are certified and prepared to lose an eyebrow. Are you certified? Angelina asked, a challenge in her tone. He chuckled. Course not. And that is not even a real rune. If runes worked just by drawing them, every idiot with a wand and a crayon could call themselves a war mage. A few students blinked. Alicia stopped mid-scroll scribble. Cassian stepped away from the board, tapping it with his wand. The chalk lines fizzled out in a soft puff. Runes only mean something when you charge them, he said. Magic, intent, context. Scribble that in your notes, Davies. Intent matters. Especially with runes. Otherwise, you are just decorating bones. Lee raised a cautious hand. So, how did Bellatrix charge hers? With spells. Cassian tilted his head. No. Blood. Mostly her own. Sometimes others. War was generous like that. That earned a pause. Even the twins looked less cheeky now. She believed the rune had to be fed, he went on, stepping between rows. Not metaphorically. She would cut her palm, let it drip onto the bone, then chant something that probably sounded like a seagull choking on a pipe. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it didn't. Once she lost 3 fingers in her voice for a week. Still called it a win. Lee muttered, "Mad." Cassian raised a brow. Historically, the line between madness and genius is just whichever one writes the records. Angelina raised her hand slowly. So, why are we learning about her? He glanced over, impressed. Good question. Because she made history messy. And history is mostly made by lunatics with enough magic and not enough supervision. A few laughed. Fred scribbled something in George's notebook, and George grinned wide. History is mostly made by lunatics with enough magic and not enough supervision. No one remembers the sensible hedge witch who healed toes and minded her cauldron, Cassian continued, watching their horrified faces for a second. But they will etch Bellatrix's rune into prison walls for 3 centuries. That is influence. Terrible, bloody influence. But it sticks. He paused beside Kenneth. Which is why you are learning it. Not to use it, obviously. But to know it. Because one day, some bright-eyed anarchist will carve it into a bathroom stall and call it a revolution, and I would rather you recognize the shape before it is carved into your classroom door. Lee Jordan raised his hand, brows drawn together. But you showed us the rune, told us how to charge it, and even what to use. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Cassian tilted his head with a smile. That is a genuinely good question, Mr. Jordan. Naive, but good. He raised his wand, and with a wave, dozens of runes blinked into existence, suspended midair like ghost scripts etched on glass. Now, Cassian said, stepping back, palms open like a stage magician about to ruin someone's dinner. Common misconception, so don't take it personally. People think runes are just drawings. He gestured to the floating symbols. They pulsed lightly in the dim classroom light, rows of hooks, slashes, jagged spirals stacked like an angry alphabet. That, he said, nodding at them, is your first mistake. A few students leaned forward, eyes wide open. From their conception to completion, the runes have to be crafted properly. Precise conditions. No exceptions. Same as a spell. You don't just flail your wand and mutter Lumoso hoping it turns into light, do you? George opened his mouth. Cassian jabbed a finger at him. Don't answer that. He paced a few steps. You need the whole set, gesture, intent, mental image, magic. Miss one, and best case, it fizzles. Worst case, your eyebrows end up on your knees. Alicia stared hard at the air, tracing the lines with her eyes. Runes are trickier, Cassian added. Because people assume they are passive. Scribble a few lines, bleed a bit, job done, yet? No. He stopped in front of the board, tapping his wand against it. Doesn't matter how fancy your carving is, how calligraphy ready your script looks, if you don't know how it works underneath, it is nothing. Useless. Worse than useless, actually. You have to know how each node connects, where the charge flows, which angle shifts what effect, the whole thing falls apart. Or worse. You end up with a fire in your lungs and your teeth explode. George grinned, elbowing Fred. Sounds like fun. Seriously, Cassian went on, they're not decor, they're machinery. They aren't like those silly glowing stones you stick on a bracelet and pretend make your luck better. They are circuits. Intent channels. You muck it up, well. Could make your door swing open at the wrong word. Could make your bones hum when someone lies. Angelina raised an eyebrow. That is, specific. He pointed at her. Because it happened. Some idiot in 1483 tattooed a truth rune on his ribs and couldn't go to market without confessing every time he overcharged someone for bread. Kenneth squinted. Wait, so why use them at all? Cassian grinned. Because when they work, they are brilliant. You can carve one rune into stone and make it hold a spell for 10 years. You can layer 3 into a shield and make it ignore flame, curse, and sound. And if you are Bellatrix the Unwashed, you can try to vanish an entire battalion and instead give them spontaneous combustion every time they sneeze. Roger Davies had that look Ravenclaw's got, curious, already replaying half the explanation in his head. But if they are unstable, how did anyone use them in war? Cassian waved his wand, and the runes hanging in the air twisted. In a blink, the floating glyphs morphed into something altogether different, angular lines collapsed into a long cartridge, a brass casing, a tapered tip. One by one, it assembled until it hovered there in the middle of the classroom like a conjured warning. This, he said, tapping the air just behind it, is a bullet. Muggle invention. Uses mundane materials, metal, powder, pressure. When excited. He flicked the casing and it spun, it explodes. Very exciting. Fires a chunk of metal fast enough to ruin someone's week. Kenneth leaned forward, eyes squinting at the ghostly shape. Is that magic? Cassian tilted his head. Not even slightly. He gestured again, and the bullet expanded, rotating. Inside, layers appeared, the tip, the powder, the casing, a thin rim of primer. Each section lit up in turn. For years, the powder was used solely for fireworks, until a brilliant man, bit of a maniac, probably, decided it could do more. You know. Damage. Very dramatic. His name doesn't matter. He died in his own house when he mishandled a prototype. So Muggles invented runes, George said, mock serious. Cassian gave him a look. No, they invented death in small packaging. Different achievement. He raised his hand before they could derail into something worse. What I am trying to say is, this little creation here. He pointed at the suspended bullet. Volatile as sin, but it is the foundation of Muggle warfare now. They make them by the million. Some countries sell them by the bucket. And like runes, most people who fire them don't know what they are made of. Just point. Pull. Hope. A few faces twitched at that. Roger looked faintly horrified. Angelina just narrowed her eyes like she was deciding whether this counted as part of the syllabus. Cassian let the bullet vanish with a casual swipe of his wand. So. Just because something is dangerous doesn't mean it is useless. The point of this isn't don't touch. It is, learn how not to get yourself turned inside out while handling it. He took a few steps, then dropped a palm flat on the desk. Rune masters, real ones, not the sort who write a book and suddenly start calling themselves experts, learn thousands of these symbols. Thousands. Each with its own structure, its own limit. They know where every node is. How much charge a line can hold before it cracks. Seeing their amazed faces, and glowing eyes, he grinned. He checked his watch. Right then. We will carry on with Bellatrix the Unwashed next week. Off you go, before one of you tries to charge a rune with sheer belief. There was the usual rustle of scrolls and ink pots and half-tied shoelaces. Fred tripped on his own robe and somehow blamed George. Cassian watched them file out like a group of migrating owls, noisy, scattered, mostly upright. Angelina paused at the door. Professor. Did she actually lose her fingers? Cassian smiled without teeth. Only the left 3. Never stopped her. Used to stir cauldrons with her elbow after that. Angelina blinked, then nodded like she expected nothing less. When the last of them vanished into the corridor, Cassian dropped into his chair and laced his fingers together like a cartoon villain, grinning at the empty room. He said to no one. Oh, my foolish love. You thought you were free of the Weasley twins. He leaned back, tapping his thumbs together. Watch now. Watch how I make them curious about ancient runes. Watch how they take your class, unravel your notes, ask questions at dinner. A pause. Muhahaha. That night, Cassian was on the floor, hunched over a mess of parchment and books like a raccoon dissecting a crime scene. There was ink on his sleeve, tea cooling on the desk, and 3 failed diagrams of a logic ward balled up near the bin. Dumbledore had asked for a nonviolent deterrent. That narrowed it down to riddles, bureaucratic paperwork, or mild haunting. He was halfway through sketching a charm that rearranged cardinal directions when Bath's Haida came in. Just walk straight in, coat still on, holding a folded bit of parchment like it had personally offended her. Cassian glanced up. If that is another invitation to the staff gala, I am faking a coma. She dropped the paper on his notes. Why, she said, are third-year Gryffindors and Ravenclaws suddenly obsessed with my class? Cassian looked at it. List of names. Neat columns. Familiar ones. Jordan. Spinnet. Both Weasleys, naturally. Someone had even added a doodle of what looked like a rune sneezing. He looked away, hands up. No idea. She was on him before the words even landed. Ink bottle went flying, quills clattered, and parchment crumpled under her knees. You bastard, she growled, shoving his shoulder hard enough to tip him sideways. You are a terrible liar, and they had class with you today. You convinced them how amazing runes are, right? Cassian caught her wrist, twisted, rolled, pinned her clean to the mess of parchment. Damn right I did. You laughed at me when I was reading their essays. Now we suffer together. She narrowed her eyes, then twisted beneath him, then flipped him clean over. She straddled him, palms flat against his chest. I am going to kill you. Bold claim, he said, grinning up at her. You need me alive for their detention slips. I will forge your handwriting. He let his head thump back against the rug. Fair. The parchment dug into his back. A broken quill jabbed his ribs. She leaned down until her nose almost touched his. Then they started to roll for another reason. The parchment didn't stand a chance. Half the diagrams got crumpled into the rug. Quills snapped. One of them elbowed the ink pot and sent it crawling towards the diagrams. Cassian grabbed for it, missed, and promptly forgot about it when Bath's Haida bit his shoulder. A chorus of voices. A good deal of cursing, too, like a particularly profane opera. They spent enough time in the field to know how to make things efficient, but somehow the floor got involved, then the desk, then the back of his knees gave out and they ended up tangled in a way that made him question the structural integrity of the carpet. At some point, he might have shouted "Oh gods," but whether it was over the way she bit him or the fact that she cracked a rune pun midway through was still up for interpretation. Later, much later, she lay sprawled half on top of him, the skin of her back warm under his hand and her breath slow against his throat. You realize, she said eventually, you are the worst. I thought that was the point. She nipped his ear in answer. Then rolled off him with the grace of a cat that had just decided the room belonged to her. Cassian stared at the ceiling, chest heaving, legs numb, brain mostly in restart mode. He could already feel ink drying somewhere inappropriate. Brilliant, he muttered, dragging a hand down his face. That was very educational. She stretched beside him, arm over her eyes. Very. He pointed a finger in the air, completely serious. We should set a worded essay subject. Describe the ritual properties of horizontal positioning. She snorted. You would get fired. Only if they read it. Next morning, Cassian sat on the rug, stared at the remains of what had once been the single greatest logic-activated defense ward Hogwarts had seen since ever and made a long, guttural noise that probably translated to why, God, why? Parchment. Ruined. Ink everywhere. One diagram looked like someone had summoned a jellyfish into a meat grinder. Another had a faint boot print over the delicate curvature of a rune that was supposed to control directional tethering. He grabbed the most intact sheet and held it up with reverence. No, he whispered, heartbroken. His hair was sticking in 6 different directions. No, it was the best plan in the world. The parchment sagged in agreement. I was going to turn a whole corridor into a recursive false reality loop with semantic triggers and a conditional memory fog, but no. He stabbed a finger at the floor. Now it smelled of sweat, ink, and pure betrayal. Bath's Haida padded in, half wrapped in one of his cloaks, very smug. She glanced at the mess, picked up a singed pen with 2 fingers, and let it drop again. Cassian held up the page like it was a dead pet. She sipped his leftover tea. Didn't even blink. I mourn it, he said solemnly. You will live, she said, already walking off to Bath. I will not, he called after her. I am artistically destroyed. A victim of my own lust. He rubbed at his temple. There was ink on his cheek. He wiped it, then made it worse. Then sat back and sighed, dramatic as hell. Fantastic. A masterpiece in failure. He eventually cleaned it up. Sort of. Gathered the wreckage into a stack that leaned like a guilty secret and nudged it toward the bin with his foot. The ruined ink smeared across his palm as he carried the parchment over, dark and sticky. He paused halfway. Stared at the bin. Then shoved the stack onto the nearest bookshelf instead, between How Not to Wake What Sleeps and a cursed copy of Wandless Wonders, A Study in Hubris. He turned to leave and promptly tripped on a loose bootlace. Swore violently. Kicked the table leg. The table, innocent as a nun, retaliated by spilling a half-dried rune plate across the floor. Cassian stopped, took a breath, and let the self-anger settle. All right, he said aloud to no one, we are calling this a teaching moment. Don't ward spell drunk on lust. Or at all, apparently. Thursday brought the first years. Gryffindor and Slytherin. Brilliant bunch for a slow, civilized morning. Cassian stood outside the classroom, flicking through his register and sipping tea that had somehow gone cold despite the self-warming charm. Hogwarts air did that, sucked the warmth out of everything. He was curious. Not because of the clash of houses or the shiny, wide-eyed optimism most first years dragged in by the cauldron. No, it was one boy in particular. Black hair. Skinny frame. Lightning bolt. Name everyone whispered like he sneezed gold. Harry Potter. Cassian had a vague cultural memory of a scarred orphan and a dark lord with fashion issues, but no real opinion. Now, seeing the boy in person, yet. Looks small. Not fragile. Just young. Okay, maybe fragile too. And very lost in the crowd of oversized robes and pointy hats. He let them settle first. Watching them pour in, half tripping over bags, half fighting for seats. Malfoy sauntered in like he owned the place already. Potter shuffled in 2 steps behind, flanked by the Weasley boy with the hair like sunset vomit and a girl whose bag looked heavier than her spine. No one spoke. Cassian set his tea down on the desk. Pulled out his wand. Pointed to the board. The chalk flew up and scratched out 2 lines. Hogwarts, a history. He walked the aisle like a general reviewing a battalion of badly disguised puppies. I am Professor Cassian Rosier, he said, pausing halfway down. You can call me Professor Rosier. From the back Malfoy jabbed the thick-shouldered bloke beside him, grinning like he just discovered sarcasm. The third boy laughed too loud. Cassian didn't slow. Mudblood and Squib lover weren't words that would fly unpunished in his class. He flicked his wand toward them before the last syllable had died. 3 sharp pops cracked the air, like corks pulled from stubborn bottles. All 3 boys clutched their throats. Silence. Their mouths moved. Nothing came out. Cassian, still walking, caught the 3 floating puffs of light that had risen from their throats. Each faint and buzzing like a trapped fly. He dragged them to his palm, split them apart and pulled 3 glass bottles from his coat like he was laying out condiments. Pop. 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 1 bottled voice per troublemaker. He placed the jars neatly on his desk as neatly as prized potions. Right then. I have your voices, he said, spinning one with a finger. Try not to need them before supper. He looked at the trio, faces pale, eyes wide, and gave them a bright, teacherly smile. Be respectful in my classes. Or I may keep them indefinitely. I am quite the collector. He awakened the ancient variant of Silencio 2 days ago. Amphora Vox. Nasty piece of work if you didn't know what you were doing, and even nastier if you did. It bottled the target's voice, literally. Cassian had been teaching Silencio for 2 years now, watching it hover at the edge of his interface like a moth pacing a flame. Knew it was going to happen sooner or later. The second repeater session with older students had done it. Right, Cassian said, tapping the board. We will start with a bit of introduction. Hogwarts, its history, a few ugly secrets, and some flattering lies. Standard issue. The bushy-haired girl near the front, Granger, if he remembered right, was practically vibrating. She already had a quill in hand, parchment rolled flat, eyes locked on him like he might start reciting from scripture. Brilliant. Hogwarts, he began, was founded over 1,000 years ago by 4 people who couldn't agree on wallpaper, let alone the curriculum. Salazar Slytherin, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff. You heard of them? Big names. Statues. Bad fashion sense. Some of them laughed. He tilted his head. Ever wondered how all their first names and surnames start with the same letter? Salazar Slytherin. Godric Gryffindor. Bit tidy, isn't it? Sounds fake. Granger gasped, hand flying to her mouth as if he slapped a library. She looked genuinely wounded. Cassian held up both hands. I am not saying they weren't real. Just, look, you expect me to believe 4 founders with matching initials and dramatic flair met in a swamp and built a school? Either fate got a punchline, or the ministry's been sanitizing history harder than a purebloods vault audit. No one moved, but they all wore the same expression, already brainwashed, ready to defend their house's founder with their lives. Cassian dropped into his chair, one arm slung across the backrest. All right, settle. The shiny story in Hogwarts, a history, the one where they all held hands and sang unity while laying bricks is absolute tosh. They fought. Loudly. Repeatedly. And someone definitely tried to hex someone else's livestock during the planning stages. Seamus blinked. Wait. Livestock. Don't act like you never seen a wizard duel involving goats. Lavender leaned forward. You are saying the founders didn't get along? Cassian snorted. Of course not. He flicked his wand in a wide arc. Light danced in the air, curling like smoke before taking shape. 4 figures formed in the air, shimmering shapes that sharpened as the glow settled. Godric Gryffindor came first, tall and broad. His sword was strapped across his back, face set like he was already itching for a fight. Next, Salazar Slytherin, posture perfect. Rowena Ravenclaw hovered behind them, eyes needle-sharp. Last came Helga Hufflepuff. Shorter, warmer, with kind eyes and a practical braid. Looked like she could hug you or hex you depending on what mood she was in. The 4 of them were rowing. The boat rocked wildly as Gryffindor stood to shout over Ravenclaw. Cassian gestured lazily, and the illusion tilted, sending imaginary water lapping over. Then, casually added, I am making most of this up, by the way. That earned more than a few raised brows. Real history rarely talks about the day-to-day, he continued, gesturing at the founders now rowing in increasingly uncoordinated rhythms. You get dates, wars, inventions, bloodlines. You don't get arguments over boat paddles or spatial charm ratios or whose idea it was to drag goats into the planning meetings. Only hint of them in the subtext. He tapped the side of his head. But trust me, if 4 overpowered idealists built a school in the middle of nowhere, they definitely fought over everything from wall colors to how many towers counted as too many. Longbottom leaned forward. So none of this is real. Cassian shrugged. The broad strokes are true. The rest? Well, let's just say history leaves gaps. I fill them with informed nonsense. He paused, then added with a grin, when you read books, keep in mind, whoever wrote it was probably as generous as me. A few students laughed. One looked horrified. Cassian winked. Welcome to critical thinking. He let them sit with it then continued. According to the cleaned-up version, Cassian said, nodding toward the scene, they met under a shooting star, shared a vision, and rowed to the shore with unity in their hearts and purpose in their eyes. He turned back to the class. In reality, Godric forgot the paddles, Salazar tried to make the boat fly, Rowena kept arguing about spatial ratios, and Helga had to stop them from drowning twice. He then shrugged. Well, we will get back to that. With a flick, he split the illusion straight down the middle. Another twitch of the wand and the thing evaporated. Students looked like he sliced the scene in half and hid the ending under his desk. He didn't care. Cliffhangers built character. Cassian perched on the desk, kicked one leg over the side, and aimed his attention straight at the girl practically vibrating out of her seat. Miss Granger, he said. You are Muggle-born, correct? She blinked like he asked if she breathed air. Yes, sir. Lovely. Can you tell me why you are using a quill? Hermione hesitated, glancing at her parchment, the quill in her hand, then back at him. Because, it is traditional. That is a polite way of saying we are doing it because someone dead said we should. He dove a hand into his coat pocket and pulled out a pen. Actual pen. Biro, blue ink, plastic so cheap it squeaked if you flexed it. Held it up like a wand. Do you know why magics use quills to write? Hermione blinked, straightened. Her brain made that little whirring sound it did before a fact came flying out like shrapnel. Hogwarts, A History, page 76. Quills are magically conductive. They allow passive enchantments to interact with the script as it is being written. Cassian nodded. Very good memorization. She smiled. He sighed. Then why do you think I use a Muggle pen? She paused. A second passed. Then another. Her hand twitched like it wanted to reach for a book, which was useless. No book would explain it. He turned to the others. Can anyone guess? Half the room blinked. Tracy Davis bit the end of her quill, squinting at the pen in his hand. Dean leaned forward, clearly itching to guess but not quite confident enough to risk it. Seamus, of course, had no such reservations. Because you are a Muggle lover. He said, grinning. Cassian snapped a finger at him. Wrong. I mean I do love them but not the reason. Millicent scoffed. Because you are lazy. Ooh, Cassian winced. Closer. Hermione hesitated again. He didn't look at her. Let her stew. Let the answer itch at her temple. The rest sat quiet. None of you? Cassian asked, looking mildly insulted. Come on. Thought this was supposed to be the clever year. He tossed the pen in the air and caught it behind his back. The twins from Gryffindor would have applauded, but none of these Slytherins were in the mood. Neither was Hermione, who looked like the internal debate between speak and don't be that student was actively causing her pain. Cassian looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, any guess? Harry raised his head, eyes flicking to the board, then back to Cassian, weighing whether answering would be a trap. Because writing with quills is a pain in the back, he said, and we don't need magical conductivity in History of Magic. Cassian clapped slowly but loudly. 10 points to Gryffindor. A few heads snapped towards Harry. Ron looked like someone had just announced his rat could do algebra. Granger whipped round to stare at Harry as if he'd started speaking Parseltongue. Magic doesn't automatically flow into your homework, Miss Granger, Cassian added, pacing past her desk. Even when it is drowning in citations. Especially then, in fact. She looked ready to argue. Probably would have, if her parchment hadn't been halfway to exploding under how hard she was writing. Cassian swung back to the front. The reason I use a pen is very simple, it works. No blotting, no charm needed to keep the ink from running, and if it explodes, it is probably the user's fault. Quills are a fashion statement. Pens are tools. Neville raised a hand. What happens if you write a spell with one? Cassian scratched his jaw. Nothing, unless you enchant the ink. Which is a bad idea, by the way. Leads to screaming letters, exploding pens, and the occasional demon contract if you are not careful. Dean snickered, a few also hid their laugh behind their hands. He then sighed, long and theatrical. Right then. How many of you have ever actually experienced Muggle culture? Not just walked past a telly in a shop window, proper, hands-on experience. Microwaves, buses, awkward conversations with people who don't believe dragons are real. A few hands went up. Hermione's, obviously. Dean Thomas too. Harry, surprisingly. Cassian raised an eyebrow at that one. He would think that later. So, he went on, you lot know they are not living in huts, scrawling on cave walls, yet? Don't let your textbooks convince you otherwise. The Muggle world is a nightmare of traffic, capitalism, and fast food, but it is clever as hell. Give them a few decades and they will accidentally invent a thermonuclear kettle. Hermione made a noise. It wasn't a gasp, but it had the energy of someone watching a bookshelf being set on fire. Her hand shot up before he even finished. Yes, Miss Granger. She stood up like this was court. Are you saying that books? Her nose crinkled. She looked like she licked something sour and wanted to blame the ink. That books are wrong. Cassian stared at her. Then gave a low whistle. Blasphemy, I know. Heresy in parchment form. He crossed his arms, all mock gravity. But answer me this. If I wrote a book, me, personally, and filled it cover to cover with lies, half-truths, and a wildly flattering portrait of myself riding a griffin, claiming I tackled a werewolf, pinned it with one hand, pressed my wand to its neck, and then turned back into a human. Would that be true, or flattering fiction? Hermione's mouth opened. Nothing came out. He grinned. Exactly. She sat back down hard. Books, he continued, pacing again, are written by people. And people are messy. They get things wrong. They lie. They twist stories to make themselves look heroic or clever or slightly less racist. History is full of it. You know how many kings died mysteriously and right after their nephews disappeared? We call that natural causes in the official records. Neville blinked. But, isn't Hogwarts a history written by someone who was here? Cassian turned to him, nodded solemnly. Yep. And she left out the bit where a hippogriff got loose in the second-floor corridor and started stealing everyone's shoes. Whole year of barefoot students. Not a word about it. Cassian grabbed a piece of chalk, stabbing it at the board. Here is the thing, and pay attention because it will come up again, knowledge isn't truth. Not by default. It is memory, rewritten by bias, fear, power, and someone with a quill deciding which bits get remembered. He turned back to them. The founders? Didn't like each other. That whole United Front story. Rubbish. Salazar tried to hex Helga's badger once. Rowena threatened to move the entire school to the sky because she got bored of the lake. And Godric, well, Godric challenged a ghost to a drinking contest. And lost. Blaze raised a hand. But ghosts can't drink. Cassian pointed at him. Exactly. The room went quiet for a second. Then Parvati giggled. That set off Lavender. They were all true, or maybe not. He read them in a book from the forbidden section. Who knew if author was pulling them from his back or was actually there? History, he said, letting the word sit for a moment, isn't a list of dates and facts. It is a battleground. People fighting over what gets remembered. And in this castle? It is practically a war zone. He paced to the back of the room again, and leaned over Malfoy's desk, making the poor boy flinch. Right. An exercise from last year. He didn't wait for interest to rise. 30 points to whoever manages to get their name into this cup. That got their attention. He pulled his wand and flicked, a pale blue ring flared and hovered around the cup. This, Cassian said, is an age line. Prevents you from stepping in unless you are of a certain age. He folded his arms, eyeing the class. What do you do? Harry blinked at the glowing line. Goyle leaned in, fascinated. Hermione raised her hand so fast she nearly hit Parvati in the nose. Ron half raised his hand, Cassian waved him off. Mr. Weasley, you are not to open your mouth. I know your brothers spoke about it non-stop. The boy deflated, watching the others intently, as if trying to pass his knowledge to his fellow Gryffindors telepathically. Yes, Miss Granger. Let's have the obvious answer. Break the ward. She said, already speaking before he even finished. Cassian nodded slowly. All right. Bold. Brute force. Sure. Try that, and enjoy the magical backlash rearranging your face. Not recommended. Malfoy raised his hand, scowling like he was about to say something nasty. Too bad, nothing came out. He scowled harder. Pointed at his throat. Glared at Cassian. Cassian didn't even bother looking up. What? Malfoy dropped his hand, jaw clenched. Goyle gave him a helpless shrug. Cassian tapped the glass jar nearest him. I will give you your voices. But behave. I am not above keeping one as a souvenir. He didn't wait for a response. Just waved his wand, and the jars popped open with a hiss. 3 bubbles floated like fairies. Their voices returned. Malfoy made a sound halfway between a cough and a curse. Cassian waved his hand. You are welcome. You find the caster, Malfoy finally said, and get them to lift the ward. Cassian tilted his head. Cheat by authority. Very Slytherin. Unfortunately, not always an option in the real world. Imagine needing to raid a tomb and asking the dead for permission. Draco opened his mouth again. Cassian moved on. Tracy Davis crossed her arms. Get someone older to do it for you. Delegation, Cassian said. Smart. Lazy. Might work. Might also get you caught and both expelled. Hogwarts loves shared punishment. Builds unity. Neville looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him. He eyed the ring warily, like it might leap up and bite him. Dean Thomas raised a tentative hand. Go in under an invisibility cloak. Cassian blinked. To trick a magical field that sees your age as a metaphysical constant. Dean lowered his hand without a word. You are all approaching it like it is a wall, Cassian said. But it is not. It is a filter. Age, in this context, is just a trigger. Magic doesn't care about birthdays. It reads maturity, magical development, body signature. Not squinted. So, get older. Brilliant, Cassian said. Wait 10 years. Easy points. Hermione raised her hand again. What about potions? Something to increase age temporarily. Bit dangerous, he said. And you would have to brew it yourself, which is already a death sentence for half of you. He flicked his wand again, and a second circle appeared around the first, fainter, thinner. Then a third. Concentric rings, each one humming differently. Here is the twist, he said. Each ring reads something else. Age. Intention. Magical stability. You might cross 1. 2, if you're clever. But all 3. He stepped back. So. How do you do it? Harry raised his hand. Cassian spotted the crumpled scrap of parchment in his grip and raised an eyebrow. He smirked. Come forward, Mr. Potter. Show us how it is done. Harry stood up, hesitant. The class was half waiting for him to get hexed. He stood outside the rings, paper still clutched in his hand, and stared down at the 3 concentric wards like they might start hissing. Cassian gestured. Any time now. No pressure. Just your academic dignity on the line. Taking a deep breath, Harry tossed the crumpled bit of parchment from outside the ring. It hit the rim of the cup, then dropped straight into the tea with a soft plunk. The whole class watched like he just thrown a coin into a cursed well. Cassian leaned his ear. Right, Mr. Potter, what was that? Harry gave a shrug, quiet. Said to get it in the cup. Didn't say you had to walk it in. Cassian grinned. Another 30 points to Gryffindor. Sit back. Harry rubbed the back of his head and shuffled back to his seat, ears tinged pink. Cassian stepped to the front, arms stretched out like a preacher about to baptize a room full of chaos. Never lose your imagination. Never lose your ability to question authority. Never lose your clever ideas. He glanced across the room, eyes dragging across the house colors. Books, school, teachers, endless essays, all lovely, sure, but they will try to shape you. Into themselves. Into systems. Into people who nod politely when asked to swallow absolute bollocks. Don't fall for it. Don't bend yourself to fit into someone else's bloody filing cabinet. His tone got louder, sharper. Done with pretending the world made sense. You are not here to become a copy of someone who came before. You are not here to impress ghosts. He took another step. Getting closer. We came into this world different. Different shapes. Different colors. Different voices. Some of you are loud. Some quiet. Some of you already think in spells. Some of you still can't charm a feather without it catching fire. Yes, Mr. Finnegan, I heard. Seamus scratched his nose and looked pointedly at the floor. He waved his wand. The chalk sprang up again, scribbled a new phrase across the board. Think. Question. Never blindly obey. You lot, he said, pointing loosely at them, make this world interesting. Not because you are clever, though some of you are. Not because you are powerful, though half of you will probably end up in detention for accidentally hexing yourselves. No. Because you still got that lovely, dangerous thing called curiosity. Hermione looked like she was either going to cry or tattoo the quote on her arm. Dean leaned back in his seat, grinning. Malfoy scowled harder. All right. Before I start getting sappy and someone reports me for emotional damage, homework. A chorus of groans rose. He raised one brow. You thought you would get away without it? Adorable. Half a scroll, Cassian said, on a magical invention or spell you think was either a brilliant accident or an utter disaster. Doesn't have to be in the curriculum. Impress me. Bonus points if I haven't heard of it before. Negative points if you copy out of magical mishaps and mayhem. Seamus raised a tentative hand. Can we write about that ghost with the exploding teapot? You can. But if it is not properly sourced, I will assume you made it up and dock house points. Or worse, invite the ghost. Seamus looked delighted and vaguely alarmed. Cassian glanced at the clock. 5 minutes left. Enough time to cause a minor existential crisis. He leaned both hands on the desk. Now. One more thing before I kick you out. He pointed at the board again, a single word appeared. Why? That is it, he said. Why? That is the question. You ask it enough times, you find the roots of anything. Why was Hogwarts founded? Why were those four allowed to build it? Why are some spells legal and some not? Why do we teach children to make things explode before we teach them how to think? He crossed his arms. Start asking why and you will scare people. Especially adults. Especially ones in power. They like it when you memorize. Not so much when you ask where the memory came from. He heard Weasley whisper to Potter, we are bloody 11. But he ignored it. Cassian pushed off the desk. Right then. That is enough life-altering perspective for one morning. Out. There was the usual chaos of bags and feet and someone knocking over an inkpot. Homework due next Tuesday, Cassian called over the noise. Don't insult me with excuses. Once they all spilled out, Cassian dropped back into his chair, leaning back. He rubbed his temple, wondering how long it would take for Potter to start mimicking the others. When the messy thinking would be scraped out of him by too many points, too many eyes, too many people trying to shape him into something useful. 3 months, he muttered. Maybe 2 if he joins a club. After learning Hogwarts itself was basically one enormous contraceptive charm, Cassian made his way to the library like a man on a mission. For science, of course. If the castle was wired to snuff out accidents with built-in wardcraft, then the restricted section was the obvious next stop. Where else did they keep the real filth? Cassian was snickering, imagining all the juicy gossips, when Madame Pants materialized. She didn't walk out of the shadows so much as condense from them, cardigan weaponized. No food, no laughter, she said tersely. And if you crease a spine, Professor Rosier, I'll bind yours. Cassian raised his pen in solemn salute. My spine is grateful for your vigilance, Madame Pants. She sniffed, adjusted her spectacles, and retreated without turning her back. A tactical withdrawal, not a retreat. The shelves waited. Cassian always imagined the restricted section differently when he was a student. A forbidden vault of dark curses, spines shrieking when opened, secrets coiled like serpents. Now? The books purred. No, really. Cassian looked around, nervously. The shelves vibrated faintly when he walked past. Stop flattering me, he muttered. The vibration grew warmer. Oh, that's not weird at all. He tugged down the first of his quarry, the Charter of Four, a comparative paleography by Euphemia Scribner. The weight nearly dislocated his wrist. 1,000 pages of medieval scrawl dissected with diagrams. The thing smelled of chalk dust and academic despair. Riveting, he muttered, sliding it under his arm. Next came Founding Fables for Young Witches and Wizards. Glossy, cheerful, aggressively wholesome. He flipped it open to a color plate of Salazar Slytherin grinning like a kindly uncle while handing sweets to children. Cassian squinted. Then he added it to the stack. Book 3, on Elitism and the Education of the Magical Child. Author Anonymous. Cassian smirked. Nothing better than watching long-dead administrators argue with their own texts. 4th, he pulled Rooms That Remember, Protean Architecture at Hogwarts by Persephone Twigg. Now this was fun, speculation, sketches of staircases changing mid-step, a theory about hallways that sulked. He opened at random to a section titled The Seventh Corridor That Wasn't There Yesterday. He closed it immediately and slid it into his coat. If a corridor moves, I'm following. Last, he spotted AutoScript and the Scribe, Self-Writing Quills Through the Ages by Quirinus Fletch. Cassian flipped a few pages. Smug footnotes. Entire chapter on ergonomic quill design. He hated it instantly. Perfect addition. He settled at a table. Cassian knew better than to trust the neatness of archives. History wasn't neutral. It was a battlefield. The founders hadn't been drinking buddies. They'd been egos with wands, arguing their way into a school. Every book here chose a side, polished one truth, buried another. He set the pen against the first page of Scribner's tome, rolling his shoulders. All right, Cassian muttered. Let's see which lies you lot picked. The Charter of Four, a comparative paleography. Cassian tapped the margin with his pen. Euphemia, love, no one is seducing anyone with a serif. He closed the heavy tome, checking the next. He ran his thumb along on Elitism and the Education of the Magical Child, not expecting much. But the prologue, oh, the prologue was something else. Flowery, hagiographic nonsense. It lionized Salazar as the wise shepherd, who discerned the wolf among the lambs. And then, like an afterthought at the bottom of the page, the author tossed in a parenthetical anecdote. One must not judge a statesman by rustic failings, as when he hexed a badger in jest. Cassian froze, eyes narrowing. I'm sorry. What? He read it again, slower. And clear as day. Salazar Slytherin, dignified founder, hardliner on blood purity, reduced in the opening paragraphs to a bloke who once hexed a badger. Cassian got up, not caring that the shelves purred after him like they were in heat. You didn't drop a line like Salazar hexed a badger and expect him to sit calmly with his annotated tea. He scoured the adjacent cases first, not even bothering to check if any of the books bit. Magical minorities of the 10th century on beasts and blunders, epistolary exchanges of the early Hogwarts faculty. Nothing. Nothing. Brief lives of the founders had promise. He flipped to the index, schemed under Slytherin, Salazar. See also, founding conflicts, early discipline records, petty hexes. Petty hexes. Oh, come on, he muttered. Please be real. 15 minutes and 20 books later, he found it. Even his detractors admitted Salazar's wit was quick, though occasionally misapplied. A tavern broadside of the time cruelly alleged he once hexed Helga's tame badger during a dispute. The beast, unimpressed, continued to eat his bootlaces. Cassian blinked. Then blinked again. Oh, absolutely yes, he murmured. That is going in the lecture slides. He turned the book sideways. Checked for sources. Of course there were none. Just a footnote, recounted in F.W., Alehouse Satires and the ones that wrote them, circa 1134. He scribbled a quick note, cursed the lack of proper citations, then dove into the next promising stack. He needed triangulation. Multiple sources. This couldn't be a one-joke pamphlet. Back at the table, he tossed aside the sugary founding fables for young witches and wizards in favor of the Charter of Four. Dry, diagram-heavy, but near the back, an appendix on behavioral notes regarding founder handwriting. Most of it was tripe. But then, Slytherin's minuscule s fluctuates significantly in post-argument missives. Particularly notable in the weeks following an internal dispute regarding the classification of magical fauna. One letter, see folio 11b, contains a marginal scrawl that reads simply, "She keeps pets. I keep policies." Cassian snorted. That was close enough to a confession, by historical standards. And petty as hell. He liked it. He cracked on elitism and the education of the magical child again. The marginalia was rabid in its defense of Salazar, but the original text was trying too hard. One phrase stood out. And yet, in all public controversies, his restraint was unmatched, excepting, of course, the regrettable incident with the creature, of which much has been exaggerated. Cassian underlined the creature. Then, beneath it, wrote, "Oh, I bet." He sat back, tapping the pen to his chin. 3 sources now. He glanced toward the purring shelves. One more. Just one more to verify. He saw a citation earlier. Restricted section, shelf 7b, row 4, volume 3. Bestiary of elusive beasts. He moved like he was being hunted. He turned pages, letting the illustrations flicker past, a gnarl biting its own tail, a manticore in full opera attire, until he hit badger. There were 2 full pages. One text. One illustration. The badger's eyes were squinty and unimpressed. Commonly associated with Helga Hufflepuff, the badger is a creature of low posture and formidable stubbornness. One anecdote, considered apocryphal but repeated in 3 12th century tavern songs, recounts that Salazar Slytherin once attempted to hex Hufflepuff's personal badger during a heated discussion on colors. The creature was reportedly unaffected and resumed chewing his boots. Slytherin's remarks afterward were not preserved, but several minor scrolls cite a week of cancelled meals and slammed doors. Cassian stared. Well, he said aloud. I'll be damned. The badger blinked. He blinked back. He shut the book, carefully, reverently, and slid it into the growing stack. He wasn't sure whether it was satire, sabotage, or sincerity. He didn't care. He had what he needed. Cassian was upside down on Bathsheba's couch when she walked in. Feet draped over the back, book balanced against his chest. He didn't move when the door clicked shut behind her. Did you know, he said, that Godric Gryffindor once lost a drinking contest to a ghost? Bathsheba dropped her satchel on the nearest chair and blinked. That's not a question I was expecting. Cassian wiggled the book in his hands. Appendix D, Marginalia in a Charter of Arms and Illusions. Copied from a source so old the ink tried to eat itself. Author helpfully notes, Gryffindor drank well but not wisely. Ghost couldn't drink, thus no limit. Bathsheba raised both eyebrows. That is, almost impressive. Cassian sat up too fast and immediately regretted it. He challenged a spectral baron to a mead duel. He tossed the book onto the low table, the page already marked. Cassian flicked his wand toward the center of the room. Here. Let me demonstrate. A shimmer broke the air. An illusion sparked into life, vivid and ridiculous. A crude tavern, wonky benches, flickering candles, a lopsided Gryffindor flag above the hearth. Cassian conjured 2 figures at a table. One, a wide-shouldered man with a mane of red gold hair and a sword propped against his chair. The other, translucent, floating slightly, adorned in an ancient tunic and smugness. Bath's Haida folded onto the rug, laughing. Is this historically accurate? Cassian gestured broadly. Absolutely not. But deeply educational. The Gryffindor figure raised a mug the size of a cauldron. The ghost raised a spectral goblet, faintly glowing. They clinked, mugs passing through each other harmlessly. The first round went down in one gulp. Gryffindor slammed his empty mug down and roared. The ghost nodded politely. Round 6. Gryffindor swayed. The ghost hovered. Round 12. Gryffindor hiccuped. The ghost sipped. By round 20, the founder was flat on the floor, boots in the air, mumbling something about chivalry being overrated. Bath's Haida covered her mouth, trying not to laugh too loud. Cassian smiled wide, adjusted the ghost's crown of wilted mistletoe. Oh, I'm not done, he said. Apparently, there were witnesses. Helga annotated the back of a bread recipe. Note, Godric still claims he let the ghost win. Also, do not trust him to bake during hangovers. Burn the scones. Again. Bath's Haida cackled. You made that up. Cassian held up another book. Founding Feasts and Magical Misfires. Footnoted. Possibly embellished. Definitely hilarious. He flicked his wand again. The illusion shifted. Now Gryffindor was trying to fight a broom he thought was the ghost. The ghost just hovered nearby, deadpan. Bath's Haida wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. Why don't we teach this version of history? Cassian leaned back on his elbows. Indeed. Why not? She hummed. Might be a better recruitment strategy. Cassian nodded solemnly. Come to Hogwarts. Lose to a ghost, catch fire, burn breakfast. They both fell into laughter again. The illusion faded as he let the magic go slack, but the grin stayed on his face. I'm putting it in the lecture, he said. Bath's Haida smirked. You're gonna get into trouble. Even better. She picked up the fallen book, flipping through the page he'd marked. Then another. Then another. Her smile turned sly. You know, she said, tapping the margin, if we ever host a staff party, we should reenact this. Cassian's eyes lit up. You, me, Sprout judging from the corner, Snape pretending to be a wine critic. And Flitwick wins the whole thing by quietly finishing a bottle under the table, she finished. Cassian leaned over and bumped her shoulder with his. History should be proud of us. She looked sideways at him. We're going to rewrite it in sarcasm and bad illusions. Cassian chuckled. Exactly as it was lived. But then Bath's Haida sobered a little. So he lost to a ghost that cannot drink. You know how that sounds, right? Cassian raised a brow. Either Gryffindor was stupendously bad at pretending, or something else is off. Bath's Haida sat back against the couch, arms folded. All right. Riddle time. Why does one compete with someone who can't drink? Cassian grinned. Finally, you say something romantic. She snorted. Focus. He tapped his chin. Option 1, he faked it. Godric wanted an excuse to pass out and made a show of it. Unlikely. Too proud. Option 2, she offered, he drank himself under to hide something. Shame? Guilt? A wager. Grief, she said quietly. Cassian looked over at her. You think he was grieving? Bath's Haida reached for another book, flicked pages. Her voice was softer now. There's a half-verse in Ballads from the Wandering Years. Mentions Gryffindor raising his cup to a flame long fled, and a hearth grown cold. Some think it was a lost daughter. The records are spotty. Cassian sat up. Godric lost a child. Maybe. If it's true, it explains a lot. The ghost, that could have been a dare. A distraction. The next hour was quiet. Books shuffled across the rug. Old texts opened and closed. Cassian pulled 3 volumes that hadn't been touched in years, ones with cracked bindings and unfamiliar fonts, all of them mentioned founders. None by name, some just by epithet, the Red Knight, the Fire-Hearted, the man who vanished for winter. Others were as cryptic, the Mind with Wings, she who built in spirals, the silence between spells. The Hearth Keeper, friend to the soil and the stubborn, the hand that fed wolves. The Oathmaker, he who spoke beneath, the man who taught shadows to bow. None of it was definitive. All of it was true. Bath's Haida read aloud a note scribbled in the margin of wand folklore. He vanished to cry and returned with a sword. The girl had gone. The man was angry. Cassian closed his eyes. That fits. They found one more thing. A faded letter, pressed between 2 pages in first castings and the founding bonds, unsigned. The script elegant, sharp. Brother, he won't say her name. Let him bleed it out another way. I'll make it loud. I'll make it stupid. But it will be enough. He needn't break in front of the others. Cassian traced the edge of the parchment. Salazar wrote that. Bath's Haida nodded. Salazar noticed Godric's grief, but knew he wouldn't show it openly. So he dared Godric to outdrink a ghost. And Godric accepted. Played the fool. Got drunk. Passed out. Everyone laughed. And no one noticed he was crying until he slept. Cassian exhaled. Salazar carried him to bed. Let the story spread that he'd lost to a ghost. Because grief needs time. And pride needs cover. She reached out and squeezed his hand. Cassian flicked his wand once more. The illusion returned, but quieter now. The tavern dim. The ghost seated, Watching. Gryffindor raising his mug to the ceiling. To the fallen, Cassian whispered. And let the mug vanish into smoke. That evening, Cassian was summoned. Dumbledore hadn't written a time. Just a note, charmed to hover ominously above his teacup. Headmaster's office. This evening. No signature. No smiley face. He sighed, what happened this time? He found them already waiting by the time he arrived, Dumbledore behind the desk, McGonagall in her usual place by the hearth, and Snape standing like someone had tried to rearrange his spine with a stick. No tea in sight. Bad sign. Professor Cassian, Dumbledore said, smiling as always. Thank you for coming. Summoned by 3 professors and no biscuits? You wound me. Snape's lip twitched, almost a snarl. You performed a voice-snaring charm on a student, Snape said. Ah. Cassian tilted his head. So that is what this is about. Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk. It was brought to our attention that Mr. Malfoy couldn't speak, Snape snapped. Nor could several of his classmates. During one of your classes. In front of both houses. Do you consider that appropriate classroom conduct? Cassian dropped into the chair. I find screaming less educational than silence. Especially when the screaming is about bloodlines and personal relationships. McGonagall's eyebrow rose. Snape stepped forward. You are not a disciplinary figure. I wasn't punishing them. I was giving them a chance to shut up and think. Cassian glanced at Dumbledore. And for the record, the spell was temporary. They were perfectly unharmed. In fact, I would say they were in better shape than usual. No hex marks. No singed eyebrows. Malfoy got through a whole class without insulting someone. Well, after his first one, of course. Snape's eyes narrowed. Dumbledore raised a hand. I am less concerned about the spell itself than I am about the context. His eyes slid sideways to McGonagall. Minerva. She adjusted her collar. Several parents have written, she said, voice serious as funeral, that your first-year class included demonstrations that, while unorthodox, appear to contradict basic wizarding educational standards. Cassian's eyebrows made the sort of slow assent usually reserved for hot air balloons. You mean the pen? That, and your advocacy of Muggle methodology, she said. Your tone was also flagged. He blinked. Tone. Snape snorted sharply through his nose. You encouraged students to reject foundational magical authority. You spoke against Hogwarts' own historical canon. And apparently claimed that Salazar Slytherin once hexed a badger. I said he tried, Cassian corrected. The badger outweighed him. Forbidden section, shelf 7b, row 4, volume 3, bestiary of elusive beasts. Dumbledore didn't smile. That alone told him this wasn't one of those quiet chats about maybe tone it down a notch. No chuckle, no vague we all remember our first term anecdote. McGonagall looked over her glasses. You were hired to teach magical history. Not rewrite it with a Muggle pen and call it innovation. Cassian shrugged. You didn't hire me to recite textbooks. I'm not teaching falsehoods. That depends on your definition of wrong, Snape cut in. Telling first-years that Hogwarts, a history is bollocks with footnotes hardly qualifies as academic rigor. Cassian leaned back in the chair. I said parts of it were edited by people with a nostalgia problem. It is not my fault if students assume everything in hardback is gospel. McGonagall's lips thinned. That is not the main issue, Professor Rosier. Quills are a crucial part of magical education. And the tool. It is a pen, he said, as if that explained everything. Ink goes in. Words come out. Nobody bursts into flames. It is a statement, she said. You use it to provoke. Of course I provoke, Cassian said. It is called teaching. If they are not rattled, they are not learning. Daily quill work is not nostalgia, Professor. It trains pressure, angle, and stroke discipline. Those habits become rune strokes, wart circles, and the grammar of magical scripts. Pens do not teach a hand to carry magic. She huffed. At OWL and NEWT level, a single heavy seraphon can turn a bind into a burst. Examiners can read a student's control in the taper of a stroke. We cultivate that control early, a quill makes you show it. Cassian opened his mouth for another jab, but McGonagall cut him off, voice sharper now. In the field there is no bureau. There is chalk, ash, bone, sometimes blood. A hand trained on quill does not tremble when a ward demands a hair's breadth. That is why we use them daily. Cassian raised both hands, palms out, voice softer. Fair point. And I wasn't saying they should all throw their quills away and flood flourish and blots with pen orders. I was asking why. Why they write with something harder, messy, slower, if they don't know the reason. It was an exercise, not a manifesto. A way to make them stop doing things because they are told to, and start asking what purpose it serves. Break the mold a little. That was all. Dumbledore hadn't spoken in a while. Not unusual. He was watching. That particular kind of quiet that didn't feel passive, like he was folding Cassian into a riddle. You think it appropriate, McGonagall pressed, to undermine magical norms to this degree? No, Cassian said, I think it is necessary. Snape scoffed. Necessary to lecture children on the failures of magical society? To claim that Muggles are more advanced in certain areas? What, exactly, is the goal of your class? Cassian glared at Snape. If I remember right, Severus, you were a half-blood, weren't you? You should know exactly where Muggles outpace us. Snape's shoulders stiffened. Are you insulting me? Cassian blinked, then tilted his head like he'd just been asked if water was dry. What the hell are you talking about? Since when is having a Muggle parent an insult? Snape's glare sharpened. Even McGonagall froze, mouth half open. Cassian gestured vaguely toward the office walls. Look, if your entire sense of worth relies on which half of your blood can do laundry easier, then I really don't know what to tell you. Dumbledore's fingers drummed once against his desk. Enough. Cassian didn't flinch. He sat back, still watching Snape. You asked the goal of my class, Cassian said, finally dragging his eyes back to Dumbledore. It is to teach history. All of it. Not just the bits the Ministry stamped and bound into overpriced textbooks. Not just the pompous monologues written by people trying to scrape their name into a tapestry. Snape's voice cut in, sharper than before. That doesn't explain the ideology you insist upon. Cassian glanced down at his coat pocket. It is a damn pen. It is a symbol, Snape shot back. Well spotted, he said. So are wands. So are house colors. So is every statue in this castle. I am just the first one who decided maybe, just maybe, our tools could be practical instead of performative. Snape moved to the edge of the desk. You encourage disrespect. Undermining magical authority. You speak like someone who holds no reverence for our traditions. Cassian raised a brow. No, I hold no reverence for bad traditions. Snape's lip curled. I'm not recruiting. I'm educating. Cassian went on. But if you want them to understand magic, really understand it, they need to see where it fits in the wider world. Not just in this bubble of enchanted corridors and Latin phrases. You mean the Muggle world, Snape said with a laugh. I mean reality. Cassian leaned forward. Your students aren't going to live in a bubble forever. You want them to know how to handle a cursed goblet, great. But what happens when they are 30 and can't read a bank form because no one taught them how to operate a pen? McGonagall's eyes narrowed. You are a history professor, not a Muggle studies liaison. Cassian tapped the armrest. History is not made in isolation. Every war, every movement, every spell written into the annals of great wizarding achievements. All of it exists in the same world as Muggle revolutions, plagues, literature, and tea kettles. Are you suggesting we let Muggle culture into our curriculum? Snape asked, scorn curling behind every word. I am suggesting, Cassian said, that it is already here. You are just pretending not to see it. Snape smirked. You are a fool. You have no idea what you are talking about. Cassian chuckled. Really? You think Muggle science has nothing to do with our magic? Send an owl to Nicholas Flamel, ask if alchemy is somehow not chemistry wearing a fancier robe. Go ask Madame Hooch if she doesn't factor in gravity every time she tosses a quaffle. Or better yet, Severus, ask yourself, when you boil water for your potions, don't you measure it? Or do you still go by a splash and 3 pinches in a prayer? Snape's mouth opened, but Cassian wasn't finished. Oh, I forgot, he went on, pacing now, hands in his coat pockets. You are so bleeding traditional, you probably still measure by cups instead of units. Next you will be telling me the moon is made of spell dust and unicorn farts. McGonagall crossed her arms. No one is saying Muggles don't offer insight. Actually, Cassian said, jerking a thumb at Snape, he very nearly did. Snape sneered. Muggles cannot perform magic. No, they can't, Cassian said. But they can build flying machines that cross oceans. They can split atoms, Severus. Do you even know what that means? Dumbledore's gaze drifted from Cassian to the fireplace, unreadable as ever. Cassian moved again. Meanwhile, half our magical defenses are make it hiss and glow ominously. No backup plans. No understanding of what makes the magic work, just incantations barked out like recipes in a dying language. You speak of recklessness, Snape snapped. You parade half-truths before children. I teach them to question things, Cassian said. Big difference. Dumbledore finally decided to join the conversation. And yet, many of your students are now citing Muggle advancements as superior to wizarding traditions. That's not on me, Cassian said, turning. That is on the people who keep telling them wizardkind is flawless and ancient and eternally wise. They come into class thinking witches popped out of the earth fully formed, robes already pressed. All I do is show them the cracks. McGonagall's voice was flat. What cracks? Oh, you know, Cassian said, raising fingers. Blood supremacy. War crimes. Keeping elves in pillowcases. The casual child endangerment system we call education. The fact that the most brilliant minds of our world decided an exploding spell was less dangerous than a comprehensive sex ed class. Snape let out a growl. You mock everything. No, Severus, Cassian said. I mock stupid things. But I can see why you are confused. Dumbledore tapped his desk again. We are not here to debate the ethics of magical education. Cassian raised an eyebrow. Aren't we? McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose. Cassian, your methods are too unconventional. That is the point, he said. Convention gave us Grindelwald. Convention gave us a society that won't let a Muggleborn sit on the Wisengamot. Convention put students in a house system based on personality traits and then acted shocked when they started stabbing each other over dinner. Snape's eyes darkened. And your solution is what, exactly? Throw out everything and let them play with Muggle toys. No, Cassian said, stepping forward again. My solution is to make them think. Not parrot. Not kneel. Think. Let them see the full picture. The good, the bad, the bits covered in ministry stamps and the parts they shoved in the attic. Dumbledore sighed, leaning back, meaning the verdict was given. You are aware that several parents have written in. Cassian didn't flinch. Of course they have. One mentioned, Dumbledore continued, that your lectures may encourage a radical deconstruction of magical heritage. Cassian shrugged. Good. Someone ought to. He reached into his coat and pulled out 2 pens, plain, cheap plastic ones. Placed them gently across the desk. One landed neatly in front of McGonagall. The other hit a paperweight and spun to a halt near Dumbledore's teacup. Do you know what these are? I mean really no? Not just a Muggle writing thing. How they were built. How they were designed. He exhaled some of the heat from his chest. Despite looking like a joke next to a wand, those things are tiny marvels of engineering. You ever try making something that small not leak, clog, or explode under pressure? It is a miracle, honestly. McGonagall didn't touch the pen. Dumbledore gave it a cursory glance, then folded his hands again. They are designed for mass production, Cassian went on. No magic. No core. Just ink, pressure, gravity, and clever problem solving. Do you have any idea how many people had to screw up for those to exist? Snape muttered, this is hardly relevant. Cassian didn't even blink. It is the most relevant thing in the room. He nodded at the pens. You want to talk about heritage? There is a story behind those. Every part of them. They can write upside down. Slanted. In water. In bloody space. Cassian laughed. A quill will slit your fingers open if you so much as breathe wrong. I taught them that. Told them straight, if the thing you are scribbling doesn't need magical conductivity, a quill is the worst option. Worse than a bloody stick and hope. I showed them the difference. That is it. How is that wrong? Dumbledore raised a hand before the other two could say anything. Professor Rosier, we ask you to be mindful. You are employed here not just to teach, but to represent Hogwarts. What you say in that classroom shapes how our students understand the world. And gods forbid they understand it correctly, Cassian said. Wouldn't want them wandering around thinking for themselves. McGonagall took off her glasses, cleaned them. A move that usually meant she was fighting the urge to hex someone and didn't want smudges in her line of sight. You are here as part of a faculty, not a revolution. I noticed. It is very unified, Cassian said, waving a hand. So far today I've been accused of radicalizing children with office supplies and questioning the orthodoxy of a badger fight. Snape stiffened. You are not taking this seriously. I am taking the students seriously. Which, judging by this meeting, might be the actual problem. Dumbledore's voice came quieter this time. That may be precisely it, Cassian. You care. I do not question that. But you have a tendency to treat your classroom like a stage. Cassian blinked, then gave the kind of grin that looked more like a warning label. You want me to be boring. I want you to be careful. Dumbledore sat back. We are not asking for silence. But perhaps a touch of restraint. You may challenge. But don't mock. He tucked the chair back. I will rein it in. No pens near the altar. I will try not to provoke any sacred cows unless they move first. Snape muttered something under his breath. As he turned for the door, Dumbledore's voice caught him again. Professor Rosier. He paused. We hired you for a reason. Cassian didn't look back. Yet. One of these days, I'd like to know what it was. Then he left. Walking out the headmaster's office, Cassian clenched his fist. He had no illusions. This wasn't about pens. Or tone. Or even that bloody badger comment. He taught the same class last year. Same jabs, same tricks, same teacup stunt. Dumbledore knew it too. Probably read half the assignments over his nightcap and chuckled into his beard. So this? This was about the audience. New faces. Sharper ears. Bigger names. Not all the first years came in equal. Malfoy's name might as well have been carved on half the bricks, and Cassian didn't need a seating chart to know which students had owls that carried family crests. The complaints hadn't come because he said something wrong. They came because he said it to the wrong people's children. Dumbledore hadn't stopped him, hadn't even frowned. He knew exactly what this was, a show for Lucius, not a trial for Cassian. And the reason he pushed back as hard as he did was simple, this wasn't a fight with Dumbledore or McGonagall. They were just the messengers. He knew it. They knew it. His jabs weren't aimed at them, and they weren't the ones who'd lose sleep over his tone. It was theater, every line performed for the sake of whatever name sat behind the complaints. Everyone played their part, well, except Snape, of course. Snape wasn't acting. Snape was just an arse. He made his way to Bathsheda's room. Candles lit, a half-drunk mug of something steaming on the desk. Cassian spotted her behind a stack of scrolls and immediately threw himself across her lap with all the grace of a flung cloak. Mommy, he whined, muffling his face in her robes. They made me sad. She slapped his arm without looking up. Stop that. Mean, he muttered into the fabric. You're heavy. I am emotionally fragile. You're a grown man. I'm traumatized. That meeting violates international treaties. She sighed, shoved her scrolls aside and poked his ribs until he sat upright. What happened? He flopped back into her armchair, legs kicked out. They staged an intervention. I got told off for revolutionary pen use. After hearing the whole story, she blinked. You serious? Cassian held up a bureau from his pocket like it was Exhibit A. Apparently, this is too modern for the magical world. God forbid the children write legibly. And I might have accused Salazar Slytherin of starting a slap fight with a badger. Her brow twitched. You didn't. Allegedly, and lost. Cass. It was relevant to the discussion. They were reciting textbook nonsense like gospel. Someone had to say it. She leaned back, arms folded. What did Dumbledore say? Didn't hex me. But he is worried I am a stage performer radicalizing the youth. That is, not unfair. He threw a cushion at her head. She caught it, unimpressed. They had the nerve to say I am undermining magical authority, Cassian went on, sitting up to grab a biscuit from her plate. Like that is hard. The system is so fragile a strong breeze could undermine it. You did steal the Malfoyer's voice. Borrowed. Gently. Returned with minimal scarring. And told students Hogwarts, a history was full of lies. I said edited. You are such a pain. Cassian bit the biscuit in half. That is what they said. She nudged his boot with hers. So what, you come running to me for sympathy. I came for tea. But I will take pity if it's going. She pushed herself up and crossed the room to fetch another mug. You could make this easier on yourself. Don't push so hard. Don't dig your heels in every time someone raises an eyebrow. He slumped back again, stared at the ceiling. That is the problem, isn't it? I like it. The teaching. The mess. The questions. I actually care. And now I got bloody Draco's dad writing letters because I gave a kid a bureau. She handed him the tea. What you gonna do? He scratched at the line of stubble under his jaw. I will deal with Daddy Lucius directly. If they think I am Professor Binns, they are sorely mistaken. He smirked. I am not a ghost. He. Baths Haida squinted at him. Here we go again. He kissed her, quick, soft, and a bite too to annoy her. Catch you later. You don't have to win every skirmish to win the war. They say, right. And with that, he swept out of her office like a man on a mission. Which was bold, considering his mission involved exactly what any self-respecting pureblood did when things went sideways, cry to his own daddy. Once inside, he locked the door, dragged a chair to the fireplace. He pulled out a blank sheet, clicked his bureau, and stared at the paper. Dear Father. I write to assure you that my mission remains unchanged. The work you and grandfather outlined continues, as promised. The students have responded well, some more than expected. Your concerns about influence and precedent are noted and accounted for. You asked for a method that would teach them to distinguish between the magical world and the non-magical one. A contrast. Sharp lines, obvious truths, cold logic. That is precisely what I am delivering. Nothing cements superiority better than comparison. The plan remains simple, show them how Muggle solutions look clever. Highlight the mechanisms. Let them marvel. Then show where it all breaks. Where magic outstrips machine. Where centuries of wizarding tradition still hold the upper hand. Let them taste that thrill, then show them the limitations. It is how you train a palate. Offer sweetness, then salt. I incorporated these demonstrations subtly, pens, non-magical theories, historical reinterpretation. Not as replacements, mind, but as examples. Small interjections. Enough to spark interest. Enough to set the boundaries. The clever ones try to bridge the gap. The others recoil. Either outcome is useful. You wanted them primed to understand what they are not. I am doing exactly that. They think I am provoking. They don't realize I am preparing. The younger students are particularly pliable. That is to be expected. They've not yet settled into ideological grooves. They parrot what they hear, chase whatever earns points. I've been careful to present magical authority not as oppressive, but established. Stable. Safe. In contrast to the Muggle world's unpredictability. Its noise. Its bluntness. That is the word I used, in fact. Blunt. No finesse. No wandcraft. Just wires and buttons and accidents that occasionally result in progress. The first years soaked it up. Potter, especially. Eager to understand, desperate not to fall behind. He parrots less than the others. Observes more. Dangerous, that. But manageable. He is at the stage where approval still matters. If I offer it sparingly, he will lean the right way. But that Malfoy is as arrogant as expected. He believes himself clever, but leans heavily on his surname to fill the gaps. I let him flounder once. Took his voice. It made a point. He will recover. Slytherins always do. But the memory will stick. But father. How am I supposed to carry out your vision? Your and grandfather's vision, if I am being throttled by the same purebloods who wouldn't know a real legacy if it hexed them in the arse? Lucius. Lucius Malfoy, with his little parade of peacocks and pocketed ministry favors. He wasn't made, he was placed. Dropped into power like a stone into a pond, and now he wants to pretend the ripples were his own doing. This ridiculous summoning, the tone policing, the implied threat of a committee isn't about the pen, or the lesson, or even the snatched voice. It is an insult. Meant to sting. Meant to remind me where I stand. I was raised for this. Sent for this. But they look at me and see an upstart in a borrowed coat, stirring trouble instead of saluting portraits. They forget your name, our name, built half the bones in this castle. So I ask plainly, handle them. Outside these walls, where I cannot. I can fight for the classroom. I can weather their pointed whispers and snide letters in whatever next pathetic little tantrum they send my way. But I cannot wage war with Lucius Malfoy while teaching 11-year-olds how not to blow their fingers off with basic casting. He plays the political game like it is a family heirloom. I will not. Not here. I don't have time to smile for his allies or tiptoe around his spawn. What I need, what I demand is space. And you owe me that. See? Cassian grinned. Let's see whose daddy is stronger, Draco. He. He slid the finished letter into a thin parchment sheath and sealed it. Then called, Tweak. A loud pop cracked the air. Tweak appeared on the rug with a startled blink. You called for Tweak, Master Professor Rosier. Cassian nodded, stretching his legs out in front of the fire. I need to send a letter. My elf will come pick it up. Be a dear and warn the others, will you? I would rather not start a turf war. Tweak gave a quick nod. Right away, Master Professor, and vanished with another pop. Cassian clicked his pen, rolled his eyes, and muttered, Towel. Another crack. A second elf appeared. You summoned Towel, Master Cassian. It squeaked, already reaching for something invisible. Cassian waved him down. Relax, it is not about cleaning. I need you to relay this straight to the Rosier estate. Personal delivery to father. No detours, no eavesdropping, no swapping letters with curious paintings, yet. Towel straightened. Yes, Master Cassian. Straight to the ancestral door. No talking. No sniffing the walls. Towel is invisible and dignified. Good. Go. Towel vanished. Cassian kept teaching. A little shinier round the edges, sure, no bureau endorsements, no snatching voices mid-sentence, no telling first years the founders were glorified roommates who nearly killed each other over dorm decor. But he didn't exactly go soft. He still used pens. Claimed he retired the last one for reasons of national security. He left out the sharper jabs. But the class still got history, raw and twitching, not the sanitized museum version. Somewhere between Draco's father's letter and Snape's passive-aggressive scowling, Cassian figured it was time to stop painting targets on his back with neon paint. At least for now. Though Regulus's chat with Lucius, well, that was something Cassian would have paid galleons to watch. Rosier Patriarch didn't write ahead. Just showed up. He stepped straight through the ministry's front-facing politeness and walked into Malfoy Manor like he owned the damn place. Technically, he did, twice removed, on his mother's side. Cassian didn't get the details. But he could imagine. He liked imagining. Lucius' face when the tall, unbothered shadow of Regulus Rosier crossed his velvet threshold, hands behind his back, voice flat as parchment. Cassian smiled every time it crossed his mind. He could practically hear Lucius choking on his own welcome. Whatever was said, it worked. The letters stopped. No more concerns. No more notes about tone or content not aligned with curriculum. Cassian walked into class the next morning and wrote the word authority on the board in 6 languages, then underlined it, twice. No one said a word. Lucius Malfoy liked his mornings neat. Curtains parted by elves at the exact angle to let in the winter sun, silver polished until he could see his own disapproval staring back, tea brewed at that precise temperature where it wouldn't burn his tongue but might blister someone less refined. Order. Ritual. Control. So of course Regulus Rosier chose that exact hour to arrive. Not bothering to send an owl or summons. Not even a polite parchment with wax and crest. Regulus walked casually, didn't announce himself, didn't even pretend to hesitate as he passed through halls lined with velvet drapes and ancestral portraits that sneered at intruders. He was not an intruder. On his mother's side, the deed had been signed with ink and blood, twice removed, and Malfoys knew better than to forget debts. Lucius came down the staircase, stiff. Lord Rosier. He greeted with a grate in his voice. Regulus stood at the foot of the stairs, hands folded neatly behind his back, tall and composed. His eyes flicked across the chandelier, the tapestries, the faint scuff on the marble where an elf had been careless. Then back to Lucius with a sneer. I heard you picked up a new hobby. Regulus said, staring. Lucius tilted his head slightly, one hand resting over the silver snake of his cane. You will have to be more specific. Letters, Regulus said, stepping further into the room. Charmed, duplicated, hand-delivered to the board and back again. Clever. Even paid off Goyle and Crabbe, I hear. The old one too, concern and consensus. He looked around the entrance hall like admiring a painting he intended to sell. You've always been fond of orchestration. Lucius didn't deny it, he casually smoothed his sleeve. If someone's curriculum is disruptive, I would consider it a civic duty to raise the alarm. Surely you agree. I agree, Regulus said, that you're far too old to be surprised by your own reflection. Lucius exhaled slowly through his nose. If this is about Cassian. It is. Sharp and direct. Regulus didn't like holding his punches. He was too busy for hesitation. Lucius knew that. Had known since they were boys, standing on opposite ends of drawing rooms, taught by fathers who'd both believed in cultivating over-sentiment. So he didn't flinch. He only raised a pale brow. Cassian, then. What a shame. I had thought we might discuss something of value. Regulus did not take the bait. He waited. Regulus Rosier's silence was rarely empty. It was the pause in chess when a hand hovers over a pawn, a bait. Would you like tea? Lucius asked eventually, gesturing toward the parlor with all the bored charm of a man offering hospitality because it was tradition, not because he cared whether it was accepted. Regulus didn't answer, just stared. You've been misinformed, Lucius said, brushing a speck of lint from his cuff. No letters of mine ever mentioned Cassian, explicitly. That's not what I asked. Lucius's mouth curved faintly. It's not what I answered. Regulus looked down his nose at him. You've made, Regulus said at last, a grave mistake. Lucius turned away slightly. I've made plenty. This one concerns my son. Yes. The prodigal historian. A brief smile. Charmed the children, insulted the staff, and used a Muggle pen in open daylight. Remarkable, truly. I do enjoy a good academic scandal. You forget yourself. I remember perfectly. It's your son I forget. Lucius's voice sharpened. Up until recently, I couldn't even recall the boy could hold a wand upright. Then again, Lucius went on, I'm told he's been quite popular with the children. Dumbledore's reports are glowing. Master G's comment reached even me. A curiosity, that. He sneered faintly, you've worked rather hard to lend his tenure an air of legitimacy. G's endorsement. The French press. Your father's hand, no doubt, he always did have a flair for rehabilitating lost causes. He stepped away from the staircase. Almost makes one wonder if the boy's skill is in history or performance. Regulus didn't blink. He was sent to die on that expedition, wasn't he? Lucius mused, tone light. How convenient that he came back fluent in glyph work and cloaked in praise. Quite the resurrection arc. How very, curate. Lucius went on. But I don't blame you. I blame the desperation. The boy had nothing. No reputation. No record. Couldn't even cast a spell without weeping. And now here he is, a professor. A darling of half the staff. Playing games with the curriculum while quoting war crimes over breakfast. I fail to see your point. Lucius turned his head slightly. My point is, the illusion was working. Quietly. Cleverly. And I would have let it stand, if not for the dramatics. Regulus stared dry, almost bored. You've never understood the difference between illusion and leverage. Lucius smiled without teeth. No, I've merely understood how often one becomes the other. He crossed the threshold into the sitting room, not looking to see if Regulus followed. He poured only one glass. Two would imply negotiation. You've overplayed your hand, Lucius said, sipping slowly. Dumbledore may tolerate insolence, but the board does not. Nor do parents. You saw the numbers. My letter addressed the heart of the problem. Regulus stepped forward. There will be no next one. Lucius's mouth twitched. So that's why you came. A paternal impulse. He laughed softly. And here I thought you'd given up on illusions. Regulus rested a hand on the antique chair. You misunderstand. I did not come to ask. Lucius raised a brow. I came to inform. The chair creaked under his fingers. Lucius looked down at it. You will not mention my son again. Not to the board. Not to your friends. Not in the presence of ministry mouthpieces. You will not send letters. You will not commission whispers. You will not attempt to bend policy through wine and name games. And if I do? Regulus smiled, almost wolfish, then I remind the ministry who sealed the Flinchcombe vote. Who buried the Oak's testimony. Who signed the protection writ for Adric Mulciber and filed it under civic reform, oh, and who wrote the impervious lie. Lucius clenched the glass, almost breaking it. Old things, Regulus said softly, but not forgotten. And very easy to misplace once they're remembered. Lucius set his glass down. You would dig up your own house's past over him. Regulus studied him like a faded ledger. Rosier's know when to offer blood, he said. And which vein is worth opening? Lucius leaned back slowly, spine straight. You'd risk it all for a boy who couldn't conjure a candle 5 years ago. I'd risk nothing, Regulus said. Because I already did. He lived. Things carried on. Cassian did dial it back, not much but still. Just changed the rhythm. Fewer fireworks, more rope. The Gryffindors were catching on quick. Hermione started arguing footnotes with him by next week. Neville still looked like he might spontaneously combust if called on, but he stopped flinching every time someone called his name. Seamus had set a quill on fire twice. Cassian refused to be impressed until it was intentional. And so arrived Cassian's favorite time of the year. Baths Haida and he stood at the edge of the grass like a pair of underwhelmed judges at a sheepdog trial. She smoothed the picnic blanket down with one knee while he rummaged in a box, weighing snacks for an afternoon of mild chaos. Bribe the elves, he said, setting out a slab of treacle tart with the same reverence some people reserved for holy relics. They gave me everything but a roast. Baths Haida unwrapped a sandwich. You promised them a recipe again, didn't you? I promised not to cook one. The field ahead buzzed with the nervous energy of first years about to discover whether gravity had personal vendettas. A row of brooms lay on the grass like forgotten garden tools, and the children stood in a loose clump near them, whispering and shooting wary glances skyward. One of the Hufflepuff girls, Abbott if he was correct, looked at the Barams with nose wrinkled. Cassian popped a cherry into his mouth. Nothing like watching 11-year-olds try not to cry while pretending they got what it takes to die for sport. You sure you can judge them? She asked, glancing sideways, still baffled he couldn't fly. He pointed his fork at the field. I am observing to learn how to fly. Let me pace myself. Madame Hooch stormed into view like a gale in boots. Yellow eyes, cropped grey hair, whistle around her neck, and the general air of someone who found most things inadequate. Well, what are you all waiting for? She barked. Broomsticks. Stand next to one. Not behind it, not sitting on it. Next to it. Honestly. The first years shuffled into place, brooms at their feet. Harry Potter looked down at his like it might explode. Cassian eyed him, chewing thoughtfully. The boy didn't look scared. Just, waiting for it to do something. The broom was half dead, twigs poking out like it had been used to clean chimneys. Stick out your right hand, Hooch called, pacing in front of them like a general, and say, up. Up. They chorused. Most of the brooms twitched. One flew straight into a face. Another flopped over. Harry's jumped neatly into his hand. Of course it did. Show off, Cassian muttered. Probably had the best training. Hermione's broom wobbled, then flopped over as if insulted. Neville's just lay there like a corpse. His voice trembled as he said up again, quieter this time, and the broom still didn't budge. He gave Madame Hooch a quick, panicked glance, then looked away. They are not cats, Cassian called. Stop trying to coax it like it is going to purr. Baths Haida elbowed him. Let her teach. I am letting her. I am just offering emotional support. Hooch was now demonstrating how not to concuss yourself while mounting. She moved down the row, correcting grips and swatting fingers like it was a fencing class. She stopped in front of Malfoy. You, she said, squinting. You've been holding it like that all this time? That is wrong. Cassian snorted tea through his nose. The prat was prattling on about how he could race a dragon in his backyard and how he nearly crashed into a Muggle heli just seconds ago. Now. Hooch raised her whistle. When I blow this, kick off. Straight up, hover, and come back down. Do not show off. Do not drift. Do not die. 3, 2. Neville, in a fit of either courage or misread timing, launched skyward before the whistle touched her lips. Cassian sat up straight. Neville went up like someone had lit a fire under him, 12 feet, 20, 30, arms flapping, eyes wide as dinner plates. Come back, boy. Hooch bellowed. Cassian winced. Oh, no. Neville teetered sideways. Don't you? Cassian's wand was in his hand before the words were fully formed. Wingardium, no, wait. His eyes narrowed. Gravitas Ascendio. The old variant cracked through the air like a whip, and Neville shot straight up, arms flailing, eyes round with terror, then froze, suspended midair like a mildly traumatized balloon. The entire class gasped. Madame Hooch's head snapped toward Cassian. Can you bring him down? Cassian scratched his temple with the tip of his wand. Right, of course. Baths Haida. Spungify, if you would be so kind? I would rather not splatter the child in front of witnesses. Baths Haida sighed so strong, it moved the grass. You are unbelievable, she muttered, casting the softening charm with a flick and a roll of her eyes. Cassian grinned, let the levitation drop. Neville plummeted like a sack of potatoes, hit the cushion with a loud boing, bounced once, and landed in the grass. Soft, a bit stunned, limbs everywhere but otherwise intact. Madame Hooch was already kneeling beside him. You are fine, boy. Bruised pride, maybe a bone or two. Let's get you to Madame Pomfrey. She shot Cassian a look of gratitude, but it felt like being thanked by an eagle, scary. Watch the class, please. Cassian gave a half bow. Delighted. She turned to the rest. None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are or you will be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come on, dear. Neville, looking like he wasn't quite sure if he dreamt the last 5 minutes, hobbled along beside her, one hand cradling his wrist. The second she was out of earshot, Malfoy barked out a laugh. Did you see his face? The great lump. The other Slytherins snorted and tittered like it was the best joke they heard all week. Parvati's chin went up, eyes flashing. Leave him alone, Malfoy. Ooh, sticking up for Longbottom. Pansy said, when Parvati turned on Malfoy. Never thought you would like fat little crybabies, Paddle. Malfoy darted forward, snatched something glinting out of the grass. Oh, look, he said, holding it aloft. That stupid toy his gran sent him. The remembrall glittered in his palm. Give that here, Malfoy, Harry said. The chatter cut off like someone had pressed mute. All eyes swung between them. Malfoy smiled slowly. I think I will leave it somewhere for Longbottom to collect. How about, up a tree? Before Cassian could so much as twitch, Malfoy was on his broom and kicking off the ground. Up he shot, nimble, smug, holding the remembrall high like a trophy. Come and get it, Potter. Harry grabbed his broom, hands tight around the handle. His face had that look, half rage, half Don-T think just do. He looked at Cassian. Professor, can you stop him? Cassian, still chewing on a cherry, shrugged. I don't know how to fly. But I choose you, Potter. Fly. He already had his wand up, a cushioning charm at the tip of his wand. Harry didn't need another word. He kicked off, and the broom took to the air like it had been waiting for him. Hermione gasped, then hissed, Madam Hooch said not to move. He will get expelled. Cassian waved her off. He is already in the air, Granger. Let him finish the thesis before you write the detention notice. He remembered Potter being either a Quidditch star from his past life. Was probably trained by Best of the before coming Hogwarts. Or was he a big Quidditch fan? If it was the first, great, he probably knew how to fly. If it was the second, oh boy, he was in some serious trouble. Still, Cassian couldn't imagine the James Potter's son not being taught how to fly. And besides, Potter had gotten the broom right on his first try, he probably wasn't a stranger to the skies. Malfoy hovered higher, still holding Neville's Remembrall, grin tightening. The moment Harry reached him, the grin faltered. They circled. Harry just angled his broom forward, close enough that Malfoy had to backpedal in the air. Give it, Harry said. Malfoy tried to smirk. It came out twitchy. Or what? You will cry. Harry tilted his broom forward, jerked it into a sudden lunge. Malfoy swore and jolted back, just missing a tree branch. Mental, you are. Cassian moved to the edge of the field, hands in his pockets, squinting up. Oops. They get heated. Baths Haida passed him a pumpkin pasty. Don't encourage it. I am not. I am observing. Above, Malfoy scowled, clearly regretting everything that led to this point. Fine. Catch it if you can, then. He hurled the Remembrall skyward like a shooting ball and yanked his broom into a dive back to the ground. Harry didn't hesitate. He locked eyes on the ball, small, spinning, dropping fast, and followed it as if it were worth more than his future. Oh, Cassian muttered, raising his wand. This is getting dangerous. Harry tucked himself close to the broom, shooting down. The wind tore past him, whipping his hair and tugging his sleeves like it wanted him gone. Cassian tracked him with his wand, arresto momentum read to be fired if the pull-up went wrong, he'd catch the fall before Bone met Turf caught a flicker of movement on the ground. He saw Hannah Abbott covering her eyes, Ron yelling something lost to the wind, Lavender simply shrieked. Harry reached. Fingers out. One shot, one opportunity. The Remembrall slapped into his palm. He yanked the broom up hard and the whole thing bucked, launching him in an awkward arc that ended with him thudding onto the grass, fingers curled around the Remembrall like it was a prize. Seamus whooped. Ron shouted. Parvati screamed again, this time in delight. Cassian strolled over, whistling. You all right, Potter? Harry blinked up at him from the ground. Yeah. Good. Thought we would have to start burying first years by week 2. He glanced up at the sky. 10 out of 10 for showmanship. 2 for reform. You land like a sofa. Harry pushed himself up, still clutching the Remembrall. The broom lay a few feet off, twitching. Malfoy. Cassian called lazily, scanning the field. Where did he? Ah. There he goes. Off to cry into Daddy's robes. Malfoy was already storming off, Crabbe and Goyle trailing behind. Think he will tattle? Ron asked, jogging up beside Harry. Cassian chuckled, mouth still half full of pastry. Oh, he will. He stood, brushing crumbs off his coat, then cupped a hand around his mouth. Draco Malfoy. Come back here. Authority, as he once said, came in many languages. Cassian preferred the language of timing. Announcement. Hello. First things first, Cassian is not making up history. Everything he teaches comes from books, most often from the forbidden section and not from his imagination. The Badger incident and other stories are all learned from the books. But as Cassian reminds his students again and again, just because it's written doesn't mean it's correct. That's the lesson. His doubtful, challenging attitude is intentional. He shows them how to approach history critically, not as a tidy string of facts to parrot. So yes, the stories are real, the sources are real, but the skepticism is what Cassian is trying to instill. Because a lot of these classroom lessons deserve more room than the main chapters can give, I'll be writing them as side chapters, some exclusives. They'll expand on the sources Cassian cites, the obscure records, and the inconvenient facts Hogwarts would rather ignore. Other big events, like Regulus Rosier's visit to Malfoy Manor, will also appear as side chapters, since they're too rich in politics and character work to cram into a single paragraph. Now, about Draco in Chapter 59, Fly. Why he acted so defiantly, even with 2 professors present. That was intentional. Pureblood families don't respect Baths Haida, as they see her as a Muggle-born sympathizer, which I've already shown through Cassian and Regulus's clashes. Cassian himself has fought with Regulus and Lucian over that very perception. And remember, at the end of Chapter 58 and the start of Chapter 59, the narration made it clear Cassian took a step back. To the school, to Lucius, to Draco, it looked like Cassian had folded. So from Draco's perspective, standing proud in front of a defeated professor was natural, even expected. I want to make one thing clear, none of this was last minute. These chapters weren't whipped up on the fly star. I had nearly 100 drafts before publishing the first chapter, and Chapter 59 was published on another platform a month earlier, where I had enough feedback before bringing it here. I chose this version because I don't believe it's out of character for anyone involved. Lastly, this wasn't a forced plot. If I wanted it easy, I could have simply left Cassian and Baths Haida out of the scene entirely and let things unfold the same way. Instead, I wrote it this way because it fit the dynamics, the characters, and the stakes. So yes, the choices are intentional. The arcs are planned. And the side stories are coming. P.S. Some of you raised concerns about the sudden way Cassian awards or deducts house points. That's intentional too. It will make sense at the end of this year, and ties back to why he started doing it in his second year. I don't want to spoil my own FIC, but please know this isn't sloppy consistency, it's part of the plot and part of Cassian's character. PS2. On the flying scenes, the reason Cassian used Gravitas Ascendio for Neville instead of Arresto Momentum is simple. His Arresto Momentum isn't on the same level as his Leviosa variants, which he's mastered completely. When Neville floated up and then suddenly dropped, Cassian's instincts went to the spell he knew better. You'll notice he first attempted Leviosa, then shifted to Ascendio. Harry's case was different. The chase lasted longer, giving Cassian time to prepare both a cushioning charm in case Harry fell, and Arresto Momentum if he shot toward the wall. The situations weren't the same either. Neville was drifting straight up, while Harry was barreling at stone. Ascendio wouldn't have helped Harry, it might even have made the impact worse. Thank you. Cassian stood, brushing crumbs off his coat, then cupped a hand around his mouth. Draco Malfoy. Come back here. Malfoy froze mid-step, back rigid. He turned like someone had cast Petrificus Totalis. This isn't your class, he called, aiming for Smug, cracking halfway through. Cassian gave him a nod. Right. Except Madame Hooch left me in charge. Which makes me your favorite professor for the next, 20 minutes. He motioned him over. I said come here. The boy hesitated, weighing defiance against consequences, then stalked back, sneering as if to dare Cassian run his mouth again. Cassian pointed to the space in front of him. Closer. I don't want to shout. You are not worth the effort. Malfoy trudged forward, jaw clenched. Cassian stepped around him, hands behind his back. Explain why you stole a classmate's keepsake, threatened to stash it where he couldn't reach it, dared another to chase you mid-air, then decided to throw said keepsake from a height that could have killed him. He leaned forward. Be careful, Draco. Your answers might put Daddy in trouble. That did it. Draco's face went taut, eyes flashing. Draco didn't meet his eyes. It was just a joke, Professor. A joke, Cassian repeated, slow, as if tasting it. Right. I missed the punchline. Was it when Longbottom fell, or when Potter nearly brained himself? I didn't mean for him to fall, Draco said quickly. Cassian tilted his head. No? So throwing something while suspended in midair with no guarantee he could catch it or survive the fall, that was what? A bonding exercise. Malfoy breathed hard from his nose. I didn't think he'd actually go after it. Cassian's smile thinned. So you were trying to destroy the Longbottom heir's heirloom. Draco's shoulders twitched, mouth working. I didn't mean to. Didn't mean to what? Hurl it with enough force to dent a roof tile. Cassian took a step closer, that is odd. Because it looked a lot like you wanted it broken, or lost, or picked up in pieces with Longbottom crying over it. Draco's mouth snapped shut. It was a. You said it already, Cassian stared at him. But let me entertain it. A classic Slytherin joke. Theft, mid-air endangerment, and emotional sabotage. Hilarious. He glanced over his shoulder at Harry and back again. Must have them rolling in the common room. Draco didn't reply. Cassian chuckled. Well, that is 30 points from Slytherin. And 1 week detention. Malfoy snapped his head around. You can't do that. My father will hear about it. Cassian smiled wider. 2 weeks. Dare me more. A voice cut through the field. What is going on in here? McGonagall's cloak flared behind her as she marched across the grass. Her eyes bounced from Malfoy to Harry to the scattered class and then fixed, of course, on Cassian. Professor Rosier, McGonagall said, in the tone people reserved for murderers and late paperwork. No. Professor babbling, please. I am not in the mood to decode Professor Rosier. Cassian pulled out a cookie from his pocket. He waved it like it was legal tender. Oh, don't let me interrupt. This is thrilling. Shall I narrate? Bath's Hada looked far too calm for someone caught in a Malfoy-initiated chaos storm. Longbottom went up too early. Cassian caught him. No bones broken. Then went on, explaining the rest of the story. Cassian gestured grandly to the sky. He flew. Briefly. Like a very round, very confused pigeon. McGonagall turned to Harry, who was still holding the remembrall tight. Mr. Potter. Did you chase Mr. Malfoy into the air? Harry opened his mouth, probably to lie, but Cassian cut in. He absolutely did, he said. And it was brilliant. Professor Rosier, she snapped. What? I am not rewarding it. I am just acknowledging that if the boy doesn't end up on a broom professionally, we've all wasted a prodigy. Actually, I am rewarding him. 10 points to Gryffindor. Harry turned faintly pink. Malfoy, meanwhile, tried to speak, but McGonagall held up a hand. Not now. Cassian took another bite of the cookie. For what it is worth, I did issue a punishment. 2 weeks detention. And 30 points from Slytherin. McGonagall blinked. You what? Cassian tilted his head. Did I stutter? She gave a small breath through her nose. You are not authorized to assign detentions to students not in your class. I was in charge, he said. Temporarily. That makes me acting authority. McGonagall squinted, probably deciding whether to go with it or argue. Fine. Mr. Potter, come with me. Hermione made a sound like she was winding up for a defense, but Cassian waved her off before she could load the speech. He is not in trouble. He looked at Harry, then back at McGonagall. I may not look like it, but I am still a professor. I told him to fly. If anything happens, it will be on me. Bath's Haida took a bite of tart, unbothered. So you do admit you don't dress like a professor? Cassian pouted. I meant I am young and charming. You are neither, she said, flat as stone, just skippable. Harry trailed after McGonagall. The rest of the class stood frozen, half expecting a lightning strike or sudden suspension. Cassian turned to them and clapped twice. Show is over. Lavender raised a hand. Professor, do we still fly? Cassian rolled his eyes. Mocking me, are you, Miss Brown? Told you, don't know how to fly. Let's all lie down and stare at the sky. Pretend we got talent. A few of them laughed, half relieved, half still waiting to see if another broom might take off on its own and chew someone's leg off. The broom stayed grounded. The students didn't. Lavender dropped with the kind of theatrical sigh that begged attention, Seamus followed like he meant to nap, and Hermione sat so stiffly it looked like the grass might contaminate her trousers. Cassian flopped back with a grunt. The sky stretched wide above them, clouds drifting lazy and fat across a blue too bright to be trusted. A lone hawk wheeled overhead. Imagine you are flying, he said. Real flying. Wind in your eyes, teeth frozen, every part of you clenched because the broom is wobbling and someone's mum is already writing your eulogy. Sounds awful, Parvati muttered. Exactly, he said. Dumbledore's office looked unusually sharp that night, like it caught wind of the argument before it started. McGonagall stood near the hearth again, arms crossed, lips thinner than usual. Snape was pacing. Cassian barely stepped inside before it began. Snape didn't even wait for him to sit. You are shielding him, he snapped at McGonagall. Potter broke a direct order. Cassian shut the door with his boot and made a vague waving motion. Evening. I am fine, by the way. Thanks for asking. Snape ignored him. Rules apply to everyone. Or is that only true when it is not Gryffindor? McGonagall sighed. First one. Severus. No. No, you don't get to dismiss it. He turned on her. He disobeyed an explicit instruction. Left the ground. Stole a broom. Chased a thief, Cassian cut in, wandering to a chair. Bit of context never hurt anyone. Snape's eyes flashed. You encouraged him. I observed. Like a responsible adult with no aerial expertise and a treacle tart hangover. McGonagall sighed again. 2. She rubbed the bridge of her nose. Dumbledore hadn't spoken yet. He sat behind the desk, fingers folded, gaze neutral. Snape turned to him now. He should be punished. He went flying and endangered himself and another student. Cassian cocked a brow. If we are playing that game, then surely we are also punishing the kid who lobbed a keepsake. Snape whirled to him. You had no right to issue detention. It wasn't your class. Cassian leaned back. Frankly, I had the patience of a saint, considering the brat nearly turned the pitch into a drop test. That does not. McGonagall cut in. Professor Rosier acted in the capacity he was assigned. Madame Hooch left him responsible for the class. That grants him disciplinary rights. Snape turned sharply. That doesn't extend. I didn't send the boy to Azkaban, Cassian said, legs crossed, arms lazily draped over the armrest. I gave him 2 weeks of wiping cauldron scum. Might build some character. It is not your place to assign punishments to students who aren't under your purview, Snape snapped. Oh, I see. So if a student lights another on fire during herbology, the professor's job is to take notes and politely wait for the child's head of house to show up. Cassian's brow lifted. That is mental. Dumbledore shifted. He looked over his hands. It is not about your authority in that moment. It is about precedent. Ah, Cassian said, drawing out the word. The real villain of the hour. Professor Rosier, McGonagall warned, though it was more out of habit than heat. No, go on, Cassian said. Let's set a precedent. That if someone breaks rules mid-flight, we will wait and draft a committee response. Or better yet, let them off because it is a weekday and the paperwork is a pain. Snape turned on his heel. You show no regard for structure. Structure, Cassian repeated, tapping his chin. Interesting. Because what I saw was a boy commit theft, incite a chase, and nearly kill another kid over a prank. You are exaggerating. I am quoting. Cassian cut him off, pushing himself to his feet. Malfoy launched that remembrall with all the grace of a trebuchet. Potter caught it in freefall. If he missed, we would be discussing his hospital wing stay. Or funeral options. McGonagall's eyes flicked between them. Snape looked ready to throttle someone. I understand the stakes, Snape hissed. But you escalated it. No, I finished it. Cassian didn't move. Would you have preferred I let Malfoy prance off with a pat on the head? There, try not to endanger classmates tomorrow? Or wait for you to show up with a scroll and a frown? Snape stepped closer. You think everything is a stage for your commentary? Cassian smiled. Only the interesting bits. That boy is not your toy, Rosier. No, he is your problem. And I am happy to leave him in your capable hands next time. I will even write you a note. Dear Severus, Malfoy tried to commit light manslaughter. Yours sincerely, the Muggle pen guy. Dumbledore finally stood. Enough. He glanced at Snape, then McGonagall. We will revisit the discipline process. For now, the punishment stands. Snape looked like he'd bitten into something rotten. He undermines. He acted in the moment, Dumbledore said, eyes fixed. Let's not pretend we wouldn't do the same. McGonagall gave a tiny nod. Snape turned back to Cassian, eyes shaper. This isn't about that boy. It is about you. You walk in here, smirking, smug, acting as if the school's rules are guidelines. Cassian blinked. They are. Snape's jaw worked. You want obedience. Cassian said. Get better rules. McGonagall looked like she was seconds from removing her glasses and tossing them at someone. Professor Rosier, that will do. Cassian waved a hand, tone too casual to be anything but pointed. Fine, fine. So long as he is punished for 2 weeks, let the disciplinary committee sort the rest. I doubt anything will come of it. Hard to find guilt when Daddy's gold funds half the school's plumbing, but good enough. Snape's mouth curled into a smile like he found rot under a fresh apple. I remember another family decommissioning Professor bins with gold as well. Cassian laughed coldly, and that professor proved himself. Over and over. Even Master G sent letters asking the headmaster if he would let me go. He turned, fixing Dumbledore with a look that was too calm to be harmless. And what was your response, headmaster? Dumbledore leaned back. Eyes met Cassian's. I told him you were not mine to send. You had unfinished work. Cassian clicked his tongue. You said no. I said you were needed here. Cassian gave a nod, like he was filing it under sentimental but admissible. That is the one. Snape huffed off in a swirl of robes. McGonagall swallowed the third sigh, instead turned and followed without a word. Cassian stayed put. Hands in his pockets, coat slightly askew from all the gesturing, he stood before Dumbledore's desk. I decided what to do about the third-floor corridor, he said, flicking a folded bit of parchment from his pocket. My part of the trial, I mean. Cassian stayed put, standing before Dumbledore's desk. I've decided what to do about the third-floor corridor, he said, flicking a folded bit of parchment from his pocket. My part of the trial, I mean. He dropped a scroll on the table. Right, so. Here is the thing. This is not the greatest ward in the world. Dumbledore blinked over his teacup. No. Cassian leaned forward, eyes a little wild. No. Couldn't remember the greatest ward in the world. He waved a hand. The greatest ward in the world was drawn on a Monday night, under duress, with poor lighting and better company. It had recursive layering, a memory loop, and a spatial fold so tight it made time stutter. But then. He sighed, the rug, oh, the rug had just witnessed things no furniture should. Cassian pointed at the parchment. So I did my best. I lit a candle, stared into the void, and tried to remember. This is what I got. It is close. It is clever. But it is not that plan. That plan is legend now. Possibly absorbed into the fabric of the rug. No, headmaster. This is just a tribute. Dumbledore set his cup down. And this tribute, what does it do? He shrugged. Basic illusion of light. Makes the corridor look longer, darker, and emptier than it really is. Adds a sense of dread, if you are prone to that sort of thing. Also creates a riddle. Dumbledore picked up the scroll and let it roll open. His eyebrows gave a polite twitch. This is perfect, Professor Rosier. This is the level of challenge I was looking for in the first place. Days slipped by, quicker than a ministry budget vote. Malfoy scrubbed cauldrons with a frown etched so deep into his face. 2 weeks of elbow grease and not a single protest past day 3, not after Daddy Rosier had a little chat with Daddy Malfoy and came back looking like someone told him House Rosier might call in a few old debts. Draco turned up quiet after that. Polite. Even wiped down the benches after class once. Cassian almost checked his temperature. Harry made the Quidditch team, of course. First year on the team wasn't exactly subtle. McGonagall dropped the news like it was nothing, and Cassian nearly choked on his tea when he heard. Not because it was Potter. Cassian could already tell the boy flew like he was born with a broom jammed up his spine, but because it meant Snape would sulk harder than usual. And he did. All the way through staff meetings. Cassian stopped offering him biscuits. No point wasting good shortbread. Classes kept rolling. Cassian's lectures slid from ancient blood pacts to magical plagues and how the goblins nearly cursed the entire south wing of Gringotts into a permanent echo chamber. The students started showing up 5 minutes early just to get decent seats. Bath's Haida drifted in and out of his rooms like she was doing it for years. Her boots ended up under his bed, her notes on his table, her sleep schedule entirely wrecked. She still scolded him in staff meetings, occasionally with a quill to the ribs, but she never left without borrowing one of his jumpers on the way out. Cassian didn't mind. He found 3 of them folded in his wardrobe, washed, pressed, and smelling faintly of ink and chamomile. Domestic terror. He liked it. Then came Friday. Cassian was mid-lecture, pacing in front of the second years, halfway through a sentence about how a Welsh necromancer once tried to trademark the color black, when Cho Chang raised her hand. Professor. Is it true you can bottle someone's voice? He stopped walking. Depends, he said, squinting. Do you mean legally, magically, or romantically? A few of the Ravenclaws snorted. One Gryffindor scribbled something as if she was worried it might be on a quiz. Cho hesitated. Magically. Cassian nodded. Right. Then yes. Katie Bell raised her hand, chewing on the end of her quill. Isn't it only jinn and fairies who can bottle voices? Cassian's smile twitched. Not because she was wrong, opposite, really. Because his head still hadn't shaken loose that image. That awful, sticky vision, the ancient variation had dropped on him like a bucket of blood. A circle of stone, a mouth stitched shut, and a scream soaked in salt. He nodded. Technically, yes. But magic is flexible. Slippery. It is not about the who, it is about the how. You want to trap a voice, it depends on your method. Marcus Belby squinted. Like, actual voices? Talking voices. Yes, Marcus. Not metaphorical ones. I am not bottling someone's inner truth and selling it at a poetry reading. Cho's brow furrowed. But how does that even work? Cassian chuckled. It works a bit like silencio, only ruder. Instead of muting them, it cuts the voice out entirely. Neatly. Like a spellcast throat punch. He gave the room a glance, noting who looked intrigued and who looked mildly traumatized. You can think of it like stupefy. If I knock someone flat with that, they don't get up unless someone helps them, or I let them. This works the same way. Only the caster can lift it. Or someone can find the container where the voice is trapped and break it, Cassian went on, pacing tall to make them nervous. Drawback is, you need a container. But we are magics, aren't we? We can conjure, summon, transfigure, pinch a jam jar off the breakfast trolley if it comes to that. Marcus raised his hand again, cautious now. What kind of container? Cassian paused. Anything that can hold a spell. A bottle. A shell. Someone once used a hollowed-out galleon. Bit on the nose, but it worked. Voice stayed in there till someone had the bright idea to snap it open. Eddie Carmichael frowned. So, if someone finds it and breaks it, what? The voice just comes back. Cassian grinned, toothy and unbothered. In that case? The bloke it belonged to had already snuffed it. Voice didn't have a body to crawl back into, so it latched onto the room. Screamed for years. Mostly about unpaid debts and someone named Lorna. A few students shifted in their seats. Katie leaned forward. So, wait. If the voice can't go back into the person, it just hangs around. Sometimes. Depends on the magic. Depends on the container. Depends on the magic who did it and whether they knew what they were doing or just flailed a wand and hoped for the best. He tapped his temple with his wand. Same as everything else. Intent, structure, effect. Get it wrong, and you are building a banshee out of bad luck and glassware. Why would anyone do that? Cho asked. What is the point of taking someone's voice? Cassian looked at her. Control. Revenge. Fear. Bit of a laugh, if you are the sort of person who finds that funny. He started walking again, hands tucked behind his back. I used it on Mr. Malfoy because he was being a prick. I would rather not use it casually though. So, don't be a prick. He turned halfway, casting a dry look at the lot of them. Belby had gone a little pink. Eddie looked like he was waiting for someone to explain the joke. Marietta stopped breathing entirely. Right, Cassian said, clapping to pull them out of their stupor. Moving on. Voice magic, also known as echo binding if you want the pretentious name, has been around longer than half your family trees. Fairies do it, sure. Jinn perfected it. Wizards, though. The room watched with bated breath, a few in the history of magics can use it. I am one of them. That landed. Those sitting near front, leaned away. Cassian checked the clock in his pocket with a quick glance. That is all, children. Unless someone has a spare voice and a jar handy. Ha, it was funny. Books snapped shut in a staggered chain. Quills were stashed. A few exchanged looks like they weren't entirely sure if what they just heard was legal. Eddie mumbled something about checking the library. Marietta all but bolted. Cho lingered, brow furrowed as if trying to memorize Cassian's exact phrasing for later dissection. Katie paused at the door. Professor, she said, if someone breaks the container, and the voice is still angry, does it always haunt the place? Cassian leaned on the desk. Depends how long it's been trapped. Some come out screaming. Some forget how to speak. One bloke came back singing the same 3 bars of a sea shanty for 6 years straight. Poor sod that lived there had to be buried with earplugs. Katie paused like she couldn't decide if she was fascinated or scared, and wasn't sure which felt worse. She then thanked and left. Cassian stayed at the desk, fingertips drumming, and then the memory returned. Not like a strike this time. Not like it had when it first arrived. It flooded his head a couple of days before term started, while he was halfway through packing. Back then it had knocked him flat, left him trembling and breathless on the floor. He remembered the heat first. A circle. Sand-colored marble. Carved symbols like bone against bone. A jinn, not bound, not summoned. Its form was all smoke and symmetry, and something in its eyes looked like it had been watching since before maps were invented. Cassian watched from outside the circle, bound like the man before the jinn. He couldn't move. He could feel the ropes around his wrist. The poor sod kneeling in the center bled from the mouth. Just a thread. A thin crimson line dripping down his chin. His voice was already leaking into the air, curling in silver wisps from between his lips. The Jinn stood in front of him, tall as death, arms folded, expression unreadable beneath a face that seemed carved from dusk and fire. Cassian wanted to scream. To intervene. To run. But he was rooted to the ground. The Jinn reached down and pulled. And the man convulsed. His voice was ripped out, dragged by invisible force, drawn from the throat in a single scream. Cassian watched as it twisted from the man's mouth into the Jinn's hand, coalescing into a tiny glass orb. The man collapsed. Silent. Still breathing. But broken. And then the Jinn turned. Toward him. Cassian. And it saw him. Not glanced. Not sensed. Saw. Its eyes, gold-ringed and too old to name, met his through the veil of memory, and for the briefest instant, the binding circle shivered. Cassian gasped and blinked. He still shivered remembering it. Even now, seated in an empty classroom, a prickle climbed his spine. Because that wasn't just a memory. That was a gaze. For the first time since he started awakening memories, since the ancient variants began to pop up, someone stared back. Not at the body he was riding like a boat through time. Not at the scene. At him. Cassian Rosier. One of those mornings. The kind where the castle creaked like it hadn't slept either, and Cassian, stretched sideways across the couch with one leg hooked over the armrest, had a pencil balanced on his nose. He'd been at it for 10 seconds. Personal record, 13.5. The knock came like a traitor. The pencil slipped, bonked him on the lip, and vanished under the desk. Damn it, he muttered, sitting up. I was about to break my record. He rubbed his nose and sighed. Come in, then. Hermione entered with the caution of someone stepping into the wrong office, or the right one, but far too early. Arms hugged around a book. Big one. Probably something with footnotes. She hovered at the threshold, unsure if she had clearance. Cassian squinted up at her. Miss Granger, he said, brushing graphite from his shirt. Have I finally earned the honor of an intervention? She hesitated in the doorway. No, I. She hesitated. I had a question. He waved her in. Right. Do sit. Pretend this is a real office. Hermione glanced around. This is a real office. Cassian made a face. I am pretending it is not. She sat down slowly, placing the book on the desk, reverently. Cassian winced. It is a first edition, she said, all serious. A Guide to Foundational Spell Structures, 1362 print. Cassian nodded slowly. Ah, yes. The thrilling edition. With the appendix nobody read and the footnotes that lie. Her eyes narrowed. They don't lie. He leaned back in the chair. Miss Granger, I say this with all the love in my cold little heart, books lie all the time. That is ridiculous, said, bristling. Books are written by experts. Exactly. He raised both eyebrows. Experts with bias. With ministry oversight. With publishers breathing down their necks about shelf space and scandal. Some of the most famously accurate magical texts were written by people who never cast half the spells they described. She looked half horrified, half offended. As if he kicked a librarian, blasphemy in Grange Reset. But the information's been verified, cross-referenced. Cassian nodded. By more people who never tried the bloody magic themselves. You know how many wizards quote the standard book of spells, grade 3 as if it's divine law? It was written by a woman who thought cruciatus could be cleansed with lemon water. Hermione blinked. She probably had no idea what cruciatus was. Cassian pointed at her book. And that is a reprint of a textbook originally funded by a bloodline purity lobby. You think they didn't trim out anything that made half-blood innovations look clever? You think every charm that has ever existed got documented because it worked? Most were picked because they were easy to teach, not because they were powerful. Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it again. So, she said slowly, you think we shouldn't trust books? Cassian snorted. I think we shouldn't worship them. Read them, sure. Learn from them. Then test what they say like it was scribbled on the loo wall. He nudged a crumpled parchment aside with his foot. The only real test of magic is magic. Not margin notes. She frowned, eyes flitting over the bookshelves behind him, organized, neat, looked like a small nerd temple. You are a professor, she said. Scandalous, isn't it? He grinned. Don't tell anyone. I got a reputation for blasphemy. Her arms folded. Then how do you teach if you don't trust the texts? I teach what works. And what didn't work. And the bits that almost worked and left scorch marks on my face. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. You are clever, Granger. But clever doesn't mean obedient. And it definitely doesn't mean correct. She looked down at her book. I still think books matter. They do. Cassian shrugged. But they are not gospel. They are suggestions. Compilations. Reflections. The moment you treat one like the absolute truth, you've stopped learning. Hermione didn't argue, but she didn't nod either. Her shoulders stiffened like she wasn't used to hearing that kind of challenge from adults, at least not ones who wore their coats inside and used mugs as paperweights. What is the question? Cassian asked, cutting through the pause. You didn't carry that tome all the way down here just to argue about bibliographic honesty. She blinked like she'd forgotten. Then straightened. Oh. Yes. I was reading about early wand-making rituals, pre-Ollivander, specifically the older Eastern European traditions. And I came across something about voice marks. Cassian's brows lifted. Now that is a word I haven't heard in years. Technically, it was old Cassian who heard, but details. Hermione's hands tightened on the book. They are mentioned briefly, but the text calls them lost practice. Says they were used to bind a wand to a specific user's voice. Not their blood or intent. Just, voice. They weren't lost, Cassian said, sitting back. Just shelved. Too specific. Too risky. Her expression flickered. So they are real. Oh, absolutely. Voice marks were all the rage during the Wand War of 172 BCE. Imagine a wand that only responds to your command. Right pitch, right phrasing, down to the inflection. That is, impressive. That is also a nightmare, Cassian said. Lose your voice, and the wand goes inert. You get hexed in the throat, your wand is a twig. Say the incantation wrong because your nose is broken? Useless. Whisper when you should have shouted. Boom, misfire. Hermione's mouth opened, half-formed protest curling on her tongue. He cut her off. Don't mistake complexity for genius. Some magic is complicated because it is clever. Some is complicated because the bloke who made it was stubborn, paranoid, and high on potion fumes. She frowned. But couldn't it be used for security? He said. Sure. That is why they tried it. But the failures outnumbered the successes 10 to 1. People choked mid-duel. Got colds. Hit puberty. One poor sod got cursed into hiccuping and his wand lit the drapes every third minute until they smothered him. Hermione winced. Still. Isn't there something valuable in exploring it? There is always value, Cassian said. Doesn't mean it belongs in standard practice. She leaned forward. So, you've seen voice-bound wands? He shrugged. Not really. But I've seen other bits trying to do the same thing. Voice-locked wards, mostly. Useless stuff. A Muggle Walkman could beat it. Hermione squinted, trying to picture it, failing. What? Cassian reached into the drawer, pulled out a battered cassette tape, and gave it a shake like it might still hold residual magic, or Rick Astley. You know what a microphone is, Granger? She frowned. Yes. Brilliant. Then you know you can record someone's voice. Play it back whenever. So if your magical lock listens for your voice to unlock, what happens when someone plays your voice back at it? Her mouth opened slightly, brow creasing. He pointed at her. Exactly. Doesn't take a genius. Just a bit of tech and a button. Voice locks don't know if it's really you or a magical dictaphone. Wards never stood a chance. Hermione's brow furrowed. But Muggle technology doesn't work around magic. Everyone knows that. Electronics fail. Radios short out. You can't even get a calculator to function inside Hogwarts. So how could a Walkman, or a tape recorder, possibly fool a magical ward? It doesn't have to work forever, he said. It just has to work long enough. Hermione hesitated. But few seconds, Granger. That is all it takes. You press play. The device stutters. Whines. Maybe the spell around it starts chewing the battery. Doesn't matter. Because in those few seconds, the voice plays. The ward hears what it thinks is you. And it opens. That is, she looked like her brain was physically sorting the files, flawed. Cassian smiled. I believe the term is crap. But yes. Magical purists got obsessed with the idea of authenticity. They thought if the voice came from the lungs, it would be unique. Soul print, some of them called it. He made air quotes with one hand, already sounding bored. Turns out, magic is not that sentimental. It hears the sound, checks the parameters, moves on. You can fool it. Hermione sat back slightly, arms tightening around her book. That's ridiculous. If voice magic can be bypassed that easily, then it shouldn't be used for anything important, he said, tossing the tape back into the drawer. It clacked against a tin of old sugar quills. They tried layering it, voice plus wand core signature, plus emotional state, plus blood resonance. Still beatable. Still a nightmare to calibrate. If you are even a bit off, sniffly, tired, angry, the spell says not you and locks you out of your own bloody vault. Vaults used them. For about a decade in Bavaria. Then someone used a phonograph and half the noble houses started suing each other. It was chaos. Lovely to read about. Terrible to live through, I imagine. Hermione looked down at her book, feeling betrayed by ink and paper. But the logic behind it makes sense. Cassian tilted his head. So does communism. Do you know why it doesn't work? She blinked. No. He sighed. Are you familiar with the term pejoration, Miss Granger? Another shake of the head. It's sometimes called semantic deterioration or degradation. He sat back, boot tapping against the desk leg. Right. It is what happens when a word starts off perfectly respectable, then somewhere along the line, people start using it like it got a rash. Hermione stared at him, unsure whether he was about to insult her or start a sociology lecture. Take spinster. Used to mean someone who spun thread. That is it. Perfectly honest job. Then somewhere around the time everyone decided women should marry or combust, it turned into an insult. He gestured vaguely. or hysterical, came from the idea that women's wombs made them mad. Very charming bit of etymology, that. She looked mildly horrified. And then there is communism, he went on, picking up a bit of parchment and folding it. Beautiful idea. Share your biscuits, don't hoard the milk. Then it turns into a power grab buried in bureaucracy with a side of gulag. He folded again, forming until the paper shaped a sickle. Now it is a dirty word. Even when you just want to share biscuits. Hermione frowned. But what does that have to do with voice marks? He pointed the paper sickle at her. Same principle. Idea wasn't bad. The execution turned it into a cautionary tale. Wands that only listen to your voice? Sounds clever. All it took was one clever bastard with a mirror charm and a stolen syllable, and half the continent panicked. Next thing you know, people started calling it cursed. Too risky. Too unstable. Boom, pejoration. The idea went from innovation to punchline. She opened her mouth. Reconsidered, scratched, and finally glanced down at the book. I just thought, maybe it was forgotten. Cassian gave a short laugh. Magic rarely forgets. Ollivander probably has a dozen of them stuffed in a shoebox somewhere, humming in soprano. I've heard of fingerprint wands, too. Equally stupid. Thought they could key spells to the ridges of your thumb. As if holding your wand wrong mid-duel wasn't dangerous enough, now imagine it doesn't work unless you press the bloody thing correctly. Hermione stared, utterly astonished. Don't let novelty fool you, Miss Granger, he went on. You treat every bit of magic the same way. Ask one question. Is this useful to me? If yes, keep it. If not, bin it. No points for her sentiment. That was the first of many knocks. Granger kept showing up like she was trying to personally unwrite every sentence Cassian D ever muttered about books being full of lies. He didn't mind. It was like being pestered by an overachieving moth, bright, relentless, prone to catching fire if she got too close to something ancient. He would correct her footnotes with a biscuit in one hand and tease her margins with questions that made her frown so hard he swore it left creases in the page. She thought she was studying history. Really, she was studying him. Each visit came with a challenge tucked under her arm and an eyebrow arched. Cassian was used to it. He kept a running tally of how many times she tried to prove him wrong. So far, he was winning by smugness alone. She got smarter about it, though. Switched tactics. Sometimes she would act like she just happened to be passing. Other times she would walk in mid-sentence, waving an annotated scroll like it held divine truth. He gave her tea. Mostly to see how long it took before she forgot about the book and started arguing for fun. And then came Halloween. Too many candles. Too few serviettes. Pumpkin-themed everything. Floating jack-o'-lanterns hovered so low that someone's hat could catch fire, and the ceiling had done its usual trick of matching the sky, this time a stormy swirl of clouds and moonlight with occasional thunder just for drama. Rows of tables groaned under a mess of sweets, roasts, and questionable orange-colored dishes. Cassian shook his head, watching students shovel sweets into their faces like famine was due next week. He could appreciate the effort. What he couldn't get used to was the symbolism. In the British magical world, Halloween also marked Voldemort's fall. Big cheer. End of war. A celebration pinned to one of the bloodiest nights in magical history. Back in his world, it was plastic skeletons, discount cobwebs, and pensioners in vampire capes handing out Haribo with mild suspicion. Here, the ghosts were real and sometimes they even tried to drink your juice. Cassian reached for the tankard at his elbow, sniffed it suspiciously, then sipped. Butterbeer. He scanned the hall, eyes drifting past pointy hats, drooping spiderwebs, and one particularly miserable-looking flan. The Weasley twins were plotting something in plain sight. Excellent form. Angelina was mid-glare. Also excellent. Baths Haida sat next to him, already halfway through her second helping of roast potatoes and ignoring him as such that required effort. Do you think anyone noticed the cursed pumpkin? He asked, not looking at her. Baths Haida didn't glance up. Which one? The one over her Snape's head. Her head whipped round so fast Cassian nearly flinched. She zeroed in on the pumpkin floating over Snape's head, squinted then gave a quiet snort that turned into an actual giggle. Not the polite kind either, sudden and a bit evil. She was clearly imagining how it would go if the thing exploded mid-sentence. Cassian figured the mental image probably included gravy stains and a strong disciplinary review. He chewed on a roasted parsnip and muttered, 3 galleons says it is laced with shriek root. Goes off when he frowns. She wiped her fingers on a napkin. So it will detonate in the next 2 minutes. More like 30 seconds, he said, glancing at the tension building in Snape's jaw across the staff table. Look at that clench. He is ready to bite the stem off. Baths Haida rolled her eyes, but Cassian could see the anticipation burning behind them. Snape, blissfully unaware, sat glaring at his pumpkin pasty. He hadn't noticed the pumpkin yet. Which was a shame, really. Cassian liked to watch the exact moment a man realized his doom hovered overhead in a seasonally festive container. Dumbledore, naturally, looked delighted. Probably knew. Probably enchanted it himself. The man had that exact twinkle tonight, the sort that meant trouble had been allowed, possibly encouraged, but only if it resulted in life lessons and mild chaos. A low huff beside them signaled McGonagall. She sat stiffly, leaning in. Are you plotting something, again, Professor Rosier? Cassian smiled pleasantly, slicing into meat. Me, Professor? I am simply enjoying the festivities. Baths Haida sipped her drink. Cassian thought the highlight of the evening would be the pumpkin over Snape's head, rigged to explode the moment someone muttered cauldron grease with enough venom, but he was wrong. The doors slammed open. He didn't even look up at first, just chewed on the rest of his parsnip. These things rarely merited rushing. A moment later though, he was proven wrong again. Quirrell came sprinting down the aisle, perhaps mistaking the Great Hall for a Quidditch pitch. Turban askew. Face chalk white. The whole lot trembling like he just kissed a troll. Quirrell stumbled to the staff table and choked out, "Troll, in the dungeon, thought you ought to know." Then he fainted. Right there, full splat onto the stone. Cassian winced, then announced, "Ah. Style points, 3. Dramatic flair, 10. Still, he shifted forward in his seat. Trolls weren't a joke. Not when castle full of children were involved. A few students screamed. Someone knocked over a goblet. The hall went from Halloween jolly to near chaos in 3 seconds flat. Cassian watched the fear spread like spilt ink, chairs scraping, kids twisting around, whispers snapping into panic. Silence. Cassian's eardrums rung. It worked though. The students froze mid-breath. Dumbledore scanned the room. "Prefects and professors, lead your houses back to their dormitories immediately." Before anyone else could move, something else happened. Cassian swore he heard that ridiculous cartoon sound, Pyuah, right before the cursed pumpkin finally gave up gravity and dropped. It exploded right on Snape's greasy head. It exploded in a wet, orange splat that sent pulp splattering across 3 feet of polished table, sending bits of stringy orange straight down his collar. For one glorious second, no one breathed. Snape stood there, rigid as a tombstone, dripping pumpkin like it was part of his hair care routine. Might have been, for all anyone knew. A wet splat echoed across the hall as a chunk of pumpkin hit the floor beside him. Nobody moved. Somewhere near the Hufflepuff table, a first-year sneezed and immediately tried to disappear into her robes. Draco Malfoy looked like he wanted to laugh but couldn't decide if the risk to his bloodline was worth it. Neville Longbottom gone sheet white, like the trauma of witnessing a fruit-based assassination had shattered what remained of his nerves. Ketlebin, the calmest by far, kept chewing his steak and huffed. "That is going to stain," he said, watching a rivulet of pumpkin juice trail ominously down Snape's sleeve. Bath's Haida buried her face in her goblet, shoulders shaking. Professor Sprout was failing not to smirk behind her serviette. Flitwick looked like he was mentally composing a haiku. Even Trelawney, who spent the first half of dinner describing everyone's imminent demise via turnip, was staring as though a prophecy had just fulfilled itself. Snape, meanwhile, did nothing. He merely stood. Perfectly still. Emotionless. Like a man who had decided to internalize this betrayal so deeply he might one day turn into a potion. The shock, the troll, the fainted defense professor, and the pumpkin-flavored catastrophe all collided into something so absurd Cassian snorted a laugh. A proper, involuntary sort of snort that would have got him smacked with a napkin if Bath's Haida had any left. Snape's eyes snapped to him first. Of course they did. Cassian was the only person within 10 feet not frozen in horror or hurrying to look useful. "Sorry," Cassian managed to say, breathing loudly to suppress the laughter. "The pumpkin just..." He gestured vaguely toward the dripping mess that used to be Snape's hair. "I mean, look at you. You are glowing. Girl, whatever you use for that hair, mmm." Snape didn't blink. Just stood there, murder in his posture, strands of pulp sliding down his collar. He looked like a cursed salad. McGonagall's hand clapped against the table. "Professor Rosier," she hissed. To Cassian's relief, laughter spread to students. Snape, of course, caught the sound like a dog catches scent. His eyes swept the Great Hall, daring anyone to breathe wrong. Then Dumbledore, far too casual for a man about to be hexed in the crossfire, waved his hand. "To your common rooms. Now. Professor Rosier, you will guide Slytherin, since Professor Snape has had an accident." Cassian clapped his hands. "Excellent. Field trip, children. Let's make it snappy before your head of house drowns in pumpkin." Snape's gaze was venomous, like he was updating a kill list. Cassian flashed a grin on the way out. "If you find seeds in your boot later, Severus, do let me know. I hear they are lucky." The Slytherins didn't argue. When a troll gets mentioned and a professor goes down like a sack of wet towels, even the proudest purebloods learn to queue. Cassian herded them with lazy gestures and a few pointed looks. A second year tried to linger near the pudding table. He got steered by the collar. Cassian led the green and silver train through the corridors, occasionally nudging stragglers. Once they rounded the last corner and the entrance to the common room opened, Cassian gave them a little wave. Inside. No fireballs, no summoning circles, and if anyone gets cursed, try not to bleed on the upholstery. A couple of them mumbled something vaguely grateful. Most just bolted. Cassian turned toward the long corridor. He squinted, searching the dim hall for answers, then muttered, "Now that I think about it, why the hell did Dumbledore send the Slytherins to their common room when Quirrell said the troll was in the dungeon?" He made his way down the dungeon corridor, eyes scanning the stone walls for anything even mildly troll-shaped. Nothing. No roar, no smell, not even a misplaced footprint. Either Quirrell had hallucinated it, or the troll had excellent stealth training. As he looped past the first-floor staircase, he spotted 2 heads ducked behind the far archway, barely visible in the shadows. Messy, jet-black hair and Ron's unmistakable mop of orange. Cassian narrowed his eyes and kept walking until he was close enough to loom. "What the hell are you doing?" he asked, more annoyed than alarmed. Harry flinched. Ron jumped. Both looked like they'd been caught nicking sweets, not hiding from a 12-foot beast. Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley, Cassian said, unimpressed. Out for a dungeon crawl, are we? Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley, Cassian said, unimpressed. Out for a dungeon crawl, are we? Ron scrambled to his feet. We were, heading back, but then. Hermione. She doesn't know about the troll. She is in the loo. Cassian stared at them, mouth parting slightly. You left a girl in the bathroom while a troll is on the loose. Harry shot a look at Ron, panicked. We didn't leave her, she didn't know. We were going to find her. Cassian sighed a tired breath and looked over his shoulder for a miracle that wasn't there. Brilliant. Sending them alone was a gamble. If the troll was still loose in the corridors, they'd only panic and might blunder straight into it. But if it really was in the bathroom, dragging 2 first years along would be reckless. He hesitated, torn between dangers, but leaving them behind felt worse. In the end, the safest choice was to keep them close. He turned. Right, show me. Ron blinked. You are coming. Cassian looked at him, incredulous. Yes, Weasley, I thought I would let you two handle it. Maybe throw a quill at it, see who blinks. Seeing the blank look, he jerked his chin. Move. They didn't argue. They ran. The trip to the girls' loo wasn't long, 5 corridors, 2 half-skids, and 1 very near collision with a suit of armor. Cassian was already regretting not bringing a mask or, better, a shovel. There was a distinct stink in the air now. Sharp, sour, and heavy. Not a lavatory scent. Worse. A troll. As they neared the corner, a crash shook the tiles. One of the sinks inside the girls' loo screamed its death rattle. Something grunted. Something huge. The door had been torn off its hinges. The stone threshold was cracked. Inside, the troll loomed, grey, leathery, and profoundly stupid-looking, its back to them, club raised mid-air. Hermione was cornered near the last stall. Frozen. Clutching the edge of the basin for her dear life. Before Cassian could even move, Harry yelled, Look here, you big oaf. Come after me if you dare. The troll stopped mid-swing, one thick foot scraping sideways as it turned, blinking at Harry like he just insulted its mum. Cassian didn't wait. He stepped in front of the duo, wand up, quick flick, glaceum. The spell sparked blue and snapped off the troll's shoulder like rain on stone. Lovely, he muttered. We are dealing with thick skin and thicker skull. Another flick. Conf Ringo. That one hit square in the chest. Troll stumbled a step, snorted, then sneezed like it had smelled its own armpit. No burn. Barely a dent. Cassian sidestepped, pulling the two behind, as the troll's club whooshed past and cracked a basin in 2. Hermione scrambled sideways, clutching the wall. Harry and Ron bolted left, flanking the troll without any real plan other than not dying. The creature turned, growling, swiping its club across the broken tiles. Reducto. Cassian shouted a stronger spell, this time aimed at the creature's leg. It bounced off the shin. Oh, what is that leg made of? Petrified meatloaf. Harry ducked under a swing. Ron tripped over his own foot and smacked into the wall. The troll bellowed and lurched forward. Club raised. Hermione snapped, do something. Ron's wand jerked up. Wingardium Leviosa. Cassian was already shouting, it is Leviosa, not, don't add a bloody consonant. Hermione echoed him from the floor. It is Wingardium Leviosa. Ron's grip tightened. He shouted it again, cleaner this time. Wingardium Leviosa. The troll's club twitched. Then lifted. Up. Straight up. Troll blinked at it like it was mugged by gravity. It hovered there, then lost control of his spell. The club dropped. Straight onto the troll's head. It made a sound like a pumpkin splitting under a boot. The troll wobbled. Stared. Then dropped, legs buckling as it face planted. Face first into the mess. Silence. Cassian straightened slowly, wand still raised. Bits of ceiling dust drifted through the air like lazy snow. Someone's shoe squelched in a puddle. Harry leaned over, breathing hard. Ron looked pale. Hermione was pressed into the wall, cheeks blotchy, eyes wide. Cassian stepped around the unconscious troll, sidestepping the troll spit. He looked down at the mess of face and club and slowly let out a breath. Well, he said, that is one way to defeat a troll. Harry wiped his face on his sleeve. Is it, dead? Cassian crouched, tapped the troll's skull with the end of his wand. Dull thunk. Nope. Brain is still rattling around in there. Probably looking for the exit. Hermione was still clutching the sink. Ron stared at his wand, surprised it could do that. I didn't think it would work. Neither did I, Cassian said, dusting off his sleeve. But I am thrilled to be wrong. Mark the date. Harry glanced at Hermione. Are you all right? She nodded stiffly. Her hands trembled. Cassian waved a hand, right. No time for hugs. We got a troll in a loo and 3 students who should be upstairs. That is a paperwork nightmare. Before they could leave, 2 things happened. First, Cassian felt it. Like someone flicked a switch behind his eyes. Magic shifted in him, familiar, strange, and utterly textbook. His mastery on Wingardium Leviosa jumped a level. It wasn't the same as casting it himself over and over, this was from teaching it. This kind of increase usually took weeks. A few dozen classroom hours. This felt like a cheat code. That was odd. Not unwelcome, but odd. Second, McGonagall swept into the ruined bathroom with the energy of a woman fully prepared to ban students from existence. Snape followed, looking like he scented blood and wanted to bottle it. Quirrell trailed behind, still trembling, turban half askew, wide-eyed as if expecting the troll to resurrect. The three of them stopped dead. One very unconscious troll. One toilet in several pieces. 3 students smeared with more grime than could be justified. And Cassian. McGonagall's gaze snapped to him, then to 3 students. Explain yourself. Right now. Hermione stepped forward. It was my fault, Professor McGonagall, she said, fast and firm. I was looking for the troll. I read about them, and I thought I could handle it. Harry and Ron came to stop me. Small, stiff, still shaking a little, but refusing to look away. She stood straight. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Miss Granger. What possessed you to think, no. No, we will address that later. She turned her attention on Harry and Ron. You two left your dormitories to follow her. Yes, said Harry. Only that. If they hadn't found me, I would be dead now. They even fetched Professor Rosier. Harry and Professor Rosier managed to slow the troll and Ron knocked it out with its own club. It was about to finish me off when they arrived. Hermione added. Harry and Ron tried to look as though this story wasn't new to them. Well, in that case, said Professor McGonagall, staring at the 3 of them. Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own? Hermione hung her head. Miss Granger, 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this, said Professor McGonagall. I am very disappointed in you. If you are not hurt at all, you would better get off to Gryffindor Tower. Students are finishing the feast in their houses. Hermione nodded, hanging her head low. McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron. Well, I still say you were lucky, but not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. You each win Gryffindor 5 points. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this. You may go. They hurried out of the chamber. McGonagall opened her mouth. Her brow twitched. Professor Rosier. Cassian gave a shrug. Caught them halfway through a heroic rescue attempt. Not ideal timing, granted. I followed them. Arrived just in time to help. Snape's eyes were on the troll. You let students. He began. Cassian cut him off, gesturing a hush with one hand like swatting a fly. Didn't let anything. Just, okay. Snape's jaw moved like it wanted to file a complaint. Honestly, Cassian muttered, do I look like someone who herds children into troll territory for fun? No, don't answer that. Well, Snape was barely listening to him. He looked too excited for the troll to argue about anything else once McGonagall gave him permission to dissect it. He didn't say anything, just leaned forward like the mess on the floor had whispered sweet nothings to him. Right, Cassian said, stepping over whatever gooey covered the ground, and that is my cue. He left before someone handed him a mop. No thanks. Not even for 10 points to effort. As he entered his room, Bath's Hato was already there, perched on the arm of the chair, flipping through something that looked suspiciously like one of his lesson plans. Troll is down, Cassian said, shedding his coat on a chair. Toilet is ruined. Snape is wet. You are welcome. She didn't look up. Snape is what? Cassian rubbed his face with both hands. I don't know how else to explain the expression. McGonagall said he could dissect the troll for potions. He looked thrilled. Got that look again, you know. She huffed a laugh, shaking her head, then closed the folder. You were gone a while. Ah yes. Took a detour through the worst group project in Hogwarts history. Potter, Weasley, and Granger tried their hands at troll hunting. Managed not to die, which I count as a win. He threw himself onto her with all the coordination of a flailing wardrobe. She kicked him off without blinking. He hit the floor with a grunt and a flurry of limbs, landing hard on his side. Cold. Cassian wheezed from the rug, arms splayed, glaring up like she just betrayed a sacred peace treaty. Bath's Hato didn't dignify that with a reply, just slid off the couch and onto him, dragging the blanket as she went. It half covered his legs by the time she landed, elbow jammed somewhere near his ribs. He groaned theatrically, wrapping an arm around her waist and tugging her closer. You think a troll could manage its way from the dungeons up to the first floor girls' loo without at least 3 people noticing the smell? Her head was tucked under his chin, hair tickling his collarbone. Doubt, she mumbled. Thought so. He kissed the top of her head, fingers playing absently with the edge of her shirt. So why did Quirrell say it was in the dungeons, then? Why did Quirrell say it was in the dungeons, then? Bath's Hato hummed, but didn't answer. Her head was still tucked under his jaw, fingers idly tracing something on his chest, maybe a rune, maybe a to-do list, maybe the death of the Roman Empire. Hard to tell with her. She went quiet like that sometimes when something bothered her. Cassian knew the rhythm of it by now. All right, he said. What is the theory? Bath's Hato didn't meet his eye. If Quirrell got it wrong, it means he wanted the staff out of the way. Or at least, not where the troll actually was. Which was the first floor loo, Cassian muttered, rubbing a thumb against his temple. Popular spot tonight. She didn't smile. He squinted up at the ceiling. It had a water stain shaped like a toad, foreshadowing. Maybe. Could have been panic, he offered. He is not exactly a steel trap under pressure. Even panic gets the floor right, she murmured. He said dungeon. Said it clearly. Cassian sighed through his nose. That itch at the back of his brain got worse. You think he brought the troll in? She shrugged. Would explain a lot. He squinted. Might have lost control of the thing mid-transfer. Trolls weren't known for grace, couldn't charm one into quiet. Cassian knew Quirrell was planning to bring one in, part of that idiot-proof secret room of the third-floor secret club. Heard it himself when Dumbledore asked. Quirrell had even sounded proud, like hiring a 12-foot sledgehammer was his idea of strategic brilliance. Cassian hadn't thought much of it at the time. Just another crazy plan in the Tower of Please let no child survive this trial. But now, a troll had smashed its way through Hogwarts plumbing. And the timing, the location, none of it added up. He only had a vague hunch and the troll incident. Nothing concrete, nothing that would pass for proof in any respectable dueling court. But Cassian couldn't tell Bath's Haida. Dumbledore had been clear, absolutely no. You think Dumbledore knew? Bath's Haida kept doodling a love letter on his skin. He asked me to lead Slytherin to the dungeons, Cassian muttered. When the troll was supposed to be there. Still nothing. Not even a scoff. That was worrying. I mean, I know he is a bit fond of chaos, Cassian went on, eyes fixed on the ceiling stain, but unless he wanted Slytherins practicing troll evasion for house points, I don't see the logic. Bath's Haida pushed herself upright, blanket falling around her waist. Her hair was a mess of ink dark strands, one of his jumpers slipping off her shoulder. She didn't seem to notice. You don't trust him? She asked. Cassian blinked at her. Dumbledore. She nodded. I trust him to lie artfully and occasionally throw children at problems he should probably solve himself, Cassian said, sitting up with a grunt. So yes. In the limited way one trusts a theatrical arsonist. Bath's Haida gave him a flat look. That is not an answer. Cassian shrugged. He told me to bring the kids downstairs. Quirrell says there is a troll in the dungeon. He rubbed the back of his neck. The spot was sore. He was probably straining his neck just to avoid coming face to face with the troll's belly. Yeah, belly. Either the headmaster is hoping to control the population or he knew troll was never there. Bath's Haida pushed him down, locking him between her legs, hands braced on either side of his head. Probably knew, she said, eyes narrowed. There is little goes under Dumbledore's nose in this castle. Cassian looked up at her, wincing. You are a lot more terrifying when you are right side up. Can you at least pretend I've got bones? You do. She shifted her weight to make it worse. They are currently groaning under my thigh. He groaned properly now, head thunking back against the floor. Excellent. Murdered by thighs. Her gaze had gone sharp, still chasing the idea through the dark. I am serious. You think he didn't have portraits watching every corridor the moment Quirrell started screaming? Cassian winced and pointed up. Could we take this theorizing somewhere not made of stone? She kissed his lips, fierce, hot, no warning. No, she muttered against his mouth. You are hot when you are in pain. And scheming. Cassian made a muffled noise that might have been protest or agreement. Hard to tell. One hand slid to her waist. The other found the back of her knee and gave it a tug, pulling her down harder on top of him. She made a small sound, indignant, pleased, probably both, and bit his lip for the trouble. When he woke up the next morning, Cassian wanted to die. Not in the dramatic, existential sort of way, more in the my spine has liquefied and I might be part of the floor now sort of way. He was still on the floor. Bath's Haida was still on him. Worse, their combined effort at body heat had dried into something tacky and unholy across his back. His vest felt like parchment left in the rain. He shifted and immediately regretted it. A muscle in his side twinged like it had forgotten how to exist. His neck cracked so loud, it could wake the castle. Bath's Haida didn't move. Probably dead. Or pretending. Either option was valid. Cassian let out another miserable groan. We are disgusting. Her answer was a soft snore. He reached and patted the nearest bit of her. You are complicit in this crime against hygiene. Just so we are clear. She didn't stir. Typical. He got the troll, the children, and the floor rash. She got warmth and plausible deniability. He rolled her off like a sack of potatoes and dragged himself upright. His back popped in 3 separate places. Socks still on. One sock inside out. His wand had vanished somewhere beneath a pile of discarded blanket and humanity, probably in a crevice. Right. Morning sorted. He stumbled toward the sink in the corner and caught his reflection. Hair looked like it'd been hexed mid-storm. His vest properly wrinkled, half damp. Eyes bloodshot. He looked like the prelude to a cautionary tale. Behind him, Bath's Haida groaned and flopped onto her back, arm draped over her eyes. What time is it? Cassian checked the window. Late enough to be suspicious. Early enough to regret everything. She sighed and kicked the blanket off with one foot. I hate you. Good. That means I am winning. She squinted at him through a curtain of hair. You look terrible. He bent his back. I am aware. The floor was unkind. Serves you right. Who collapses mid-conspiracy? I was seduced, he said flatly, by a woman with violent thighs. Bath's Hater rolled onto her side and flicked a pen at his head. It missed. Barely. Cassian rinsed his face with cold water. Somewhere above, a plumbing charm clicked into life with a cough. You think Dumbledore is actually going to mention the troll thing again? He asked, voice muffled in the towel. Nope. She yawned. He will let the whole school think it was a tragic one-off. One rogue creature, conveniently timed. Nothing to see here. Cassian dropped the towel. Of course he will. He flopped onto the edge of the couch. You reckon we are done with surprises for the week? Bath's Hater raised an eyebrow. You've worked here how long? He grunted. Optimism is a disease. She kicked him in the thigh. Lightly. Meaning, she loved him. He had to show his love as well. So, he carried her to the bathroom and chucked her into the basin, clothes and all. There was a splash, a shriek, and a slap of limbs against porcelain. It is cold. She yelped mid-air. Oops, Cassian said, without an ounce of remorse. She came up soaked and swearing, hair plastered to her forehead, shirt clinging in unfortunate ways. He had half a second to feel proud before her hand shot out, grabbed his wrist, and yanked. Don't you, bloody hell. Water hit hard. He landed half on, half in, knees knocking against the basin's edge as she dragged him in by force and vengeance. Cassian sputtered, blinked the water out of his eyes, and grabbed the edge for leverage. Are you possessed? You started it. I started civilization. This is war. Bath's Hater shoved his shoulder until his head dunked under again. He came up coughing, hair dripping, coat ruined. She laughed, with zero grace, just teeth and breath and full-bodied amusement as she leaned back against the basin wall like a victorious general in soaking socks. He stared at her, deadpan. Are you done? House elves are going to salt this room. Not yet, she said, and dunked his head again. He came up with a hand on her hip and dragged her down into his lap, sloshing water over the sides. She didn't resist, mostly because she was too busy trying not to laugh into his face. He hooked an arm around her waist. Now that you've staged a minor flood in the name of petty vengeance, shall we call this bath concluded? She wiped her face with the end of his sleeve. You dunked me. You threw me. You dunked me while I was still gloating. Which is why it was justified. He narrowed his eyes. Bold words for someone soaked. She snorted. Water splashed again. The basin was too small for two adults and one grudge. One of them was going to get bruised. Probably both. She tipped her head back, hair trailing along his shoulder, steam rising off her skin now that the charm had warmed the water. What are we even doing? Being profoundly irresponsible, he said. Thought so. They sat there, back to chest, breathing heavy. Snape looked like someone had slipped lemon juice into his morning tea, but with just the faintest glimmer of smugness under the scowl. Probably sniffed a bit of troll spleen before bed. That would lift his mood for at least a month. Cassian lifted his mug. Good to see you dry, Severus. Snape didn't answer. At the Gryffindor table, Weasley was claiming he distracted the troll by throwing its own snot at it, which didn't even make sense, biologically. Cassian watched their table. Granger hadn't touched her breakfast. Potter was whispering something to her. She nodded eventually. She clearly felt both grateful and guilty. That wasn't a good combination for a 12-year-old. Cassian considered reminding her that her friends hadn't been in danger because of her, but because they'd wanted to help her. There was a difference. He didn't correct her when she took the blame, as he realized it was a growing moment for her, and he was even a little proud to see Granger lying to a professor, McGonagall of all people. Still, if it started to turn into something ugly, he knew he'd have to step in. That kind of guilt, if left unchecked, could harden into something dangerous, the sort that drove a child to overcompensate. He could already see it, a girl who would triple-check her every decision, never to trust her gut again, who'd throw herself between danger and the people she cared about, not because she was fearless, but because she refused to feel this helpless again. It could make her brilliant, resourceful, and utterly exhausting to herself. November 3rd was cold enough to make Cassian rethink the whole open-air sports tradition. Again. He sat hunched in the professor's box, coat collar up, scarf wrapped like a tactical defense, and a look on his face that said he would rather be reading cursed Sumerian tablets than watching teenagers throw themselves off brooms. Wait, that wasn't a good comparison. He would rather read them any day. Bath's Hater, seated beside him with a thermos that suspiciously steamed of something stronger than tea, nudged his arm. You still don't like it? She asked, just as Lee Jordan's voice rang out, introducing the new Gryffindor Seeker. Cassian huffed like a kid dragged to church on Sunday morning. It is a game designed to glorify Seekers. McGonagall was 3 seats down, tartan hat at maximum fluff, eyes already sparkling with unholy Gryffindor pride. Cassian said it like he either didn't notice her or didn't care. She was the kind of fan who treated Quidditch like war strategy. One wrong word and she would have him hexed into the next house cup. What do you mean? She asked, in hush, because Cassian's face already had that look, half smug, half tired of everyone else's nonsense. He shrugged. Game continues until a Seeker catches the snitch. Snitch is worth 150 points. So unless one team got that exact margin of lead or more, which they rarely do, the Seeker decides everything. She blinked at him. That is the point, isn't it? It is like watching 14 musicians play a symphony, but the bloke with the triangle wins if he dings it first. He leaned forward a little, they could be 50 points up, 2 bludgeons to the face, an arm dangling off, and none of it matters. If Seeker sneezes on the snitch, they win. Baths Haida sipped her suspicious tea. So what, you want it to be fair? I want it to make sense, Cassian muttered. Below them, the teams shot out onto the pitch in a blur of red and green. The crowd roared. Cassian winced. Lee Jordan's voice cracked through the air. Names were shouted, stats no one cared about blasted across the stands, and somewhere a third year released a lion-shaped charm that promptly tried to eat a snake banner. Cassian barely glanced at it. Great. Another symbolic murder. Baths Haida nudged him. You are being grumpy. It is a tradition and fun. Cassian turned to look at her like she just confessed to enjoying midterm grading. Really? It is fun to watch a game that might never end. Okay. Now I get your point. Below them, the brooms shot across the pitch in erratic arcs, chasing after a ball half the stadium couldn't even see. The quaffle got past, Bludgears got dodged, a Slytherin beater nearly took out his own keeper. Cheers erupted every few seconds, no one really tracking the score, just reacting to whatever Jordan shouted loudest. Cassian took another sip and grimaced. And they say history is chaotic. Baths Haida leaned into him. You hate this less than you pretend. Don't slander me, he said. I am entirely consistent in my contempt. Below, Marcus Flint elbowed a Gryffindor chaser so hard it knocked the poor girl sideways off course. The stands howled, half in outrage, half in encouragement. No foul was called. Cassian gestured at the pitch. That was assault. Baths Haida didn't even flinch. That was Quidditch. He glanced at Madame Hooch, squinting through her flying goggles. The rules are a rumor, and someone is definitely going to the hospital by the end. Baths Haida raised her thermos. Cheers to that. He took another swig from his own, the spiced warmth doing a poor job of compensating. A roar went up as Fred, or maybe George, Cassian couldn't be arsed to keep them straight, dodged a bludger and spun mid-air. A Gryffindor in the crowd let off a charm that fired red sparks over the pitch, promptly getting hexed by a very fed-up Ravenclaw 6th year. Then, like someone yanked a string, the entire stadium leaned forward at once. The snitch had appeared, glimmering just above the Slytherin goalpost before vanishing again into a blur of motion. Harry Dove. Then Harry's broom started to wobble. Cassian squinted. That is not wind. The broom pitched left, then right, too sharp, like it had decided to throw him off mid-flight. Harry clung to it with both hands, legs kicking as the broom bucked under him. Below, the rest of the players hadn't noticed yet. The game carried on, quaffle flying, Bludgears dodged, someone screamed as a bat clipped a helmet. But all eyes in the professor's box turned now to Potter, who was twisting in mid-air, clearly trying not to be flung to his death by school-issued transport. Cassian looked around. Too many people, half the pitch was up and screaming, the other half craning their necks. His eyes schemed the stands, trying to spot a wand out, someone muttering, anything. But there were robes everywhere, flags, hats shaped like lions and snakes, floating sweets, someone waving enchanted foam fingers, nothing useful. Potter's broom kept jerking sideways like it was trying to buck him off. Just as he was about to shout something, possibly someone get Potter down before he eats turf, a sudden flicker caught his eye. Flames burst into life near the staff seats. Cassian turned, squinting through wind and screaming, and saw a spark gutter into full fire right by Snape. Robes licking up like someone had hexed a candle into his arse. He stood. Not because he was feeling helpful, Snape could fall into a pit and he would send a polite note to his family, maybe a fruit basket, but because he saw a Gryffindor student, suddenly ducked out of sight, bushy hair trailing behind her. Bit of a sprint down the rows. Cassian caught only a flash of her scar feet and hair, as she disappeared under the seats. Snape was flailing now, stomping, trying to smother it with the edge of his cloak while simultaneously not looking like he cared anyone could see him panic. He hissed something, batted out the rest of the flames with a snarl, and sat back down, his hem singed. Cassian blinked. Potter's broom stopped shaking. Cassian blinked again. Lee Jordan shouted something about the match ending, but he didn't catch the exact words. The stadium was too loud, voices piling on top of each other. He looked up just in time to see Potter spitting out the snitch like it was a hairball into his hand. Gryffindors went feral. Scarves flew, hats launched. Madame Hooch didn't even get the chance to blow her whistle before she was swarmed by half the red and gold section, all screaming. McGonagall looked positively euphoric, hands clasped, smile wide. Cassian made a mental note to never mock Gryffindor tactics in her hearing again. Or at least not without a 3-exit escape plan. He tracked his eyes towards the staff exit, catching the flutter of dark robes as Snape slipped through. Still smoking faintly at the hem. Think he realized who set him on fire? He asked. If he didn't, he is losing his edge. Cassian didn't argue. He watched as Hermione Granger emerged from under the stands, smoothing her skirt and brushing ash from her jumper. The girl didn't look triumphant. Just, wary. He tucked that away. Later problem. Right now, the match was technically over, and the stadium was turning into a circus. Jordan was still shouting, mostly nonsense at this point, something about Potter's digestive prowess and the record for youngest snitch ingestion. Someone behind Cassian started a chant. It was loud, off-key, and had far too many syllables for a proper cheer. Cassian stood and stretched. We done here? Baths Haida nodded and rose. You think anyone will question the broom thing? Probably not. And he was right, no one talked about it. Most just chalked it up to Harry's inexperience, first time on a broom, nerves, maybe a stomach spell gone wrong. A few muttered something about faulty equipment. Filch was already poking around the broom shed. Probably didn't know Harry's broom was special. But no one asked the obvious question. Why a school-approved broom had suddenly tried to murder its rider in mid-air. Announcement. Hello everyone. I wanted to take a moment to clear a few things up. First of all, about why the plot seems to follow the original so far. Let me say this up front, I hate writing fanfictions that simply retread the main story beat for beat. If nothing changes, then what's the point? I wouldn't waste my time, or yours, doing that. And I promise you, I'm not afraid to diverge. I don't lack the imagination or the drive to create something new. If I did, I wouldn't have chosen an original character from a barely known magical family, or dug into ancient spells and forgotten lore. As I've said before, Cassian's story and the original plot will eventually collide, but that doesn't mean he'll always be following it. I've written at least 10 fanfictions. In almost all of them, I've altered the plot. Sometimes right from the very beginning, so the only resemblance to canon was the world itself, and in one case, not even that. I wrote a multiverse FIC where anime characters appeared, but everything else was original. That one alone ran over 120 chapters. So no, I don't lack imagination. So why, you might ask, has the plot stayed close to canon so far? Because I hate one thing even more than sticking too closely to the original, and that's illogical shifts. Yes, butterflies should cause ripples, but those ripples have to make sense. They need to be grounded in cause and effect. So far, Cassian's existence and involvement simply hasn't warranted major changes. The troll incident, the Remembrall incident, Harry's broom, all of these would have happened with or without Cassian. And as I've said before, I could have easily left him out of those scenes, and nothing would have changed. But yet, I don't like sticking to canon, so naturally I'll start introducing those shifts. From the second year onward, they'll become much more prominent, and I've already started publishing some of those chapters on. So no, I'm not suddenly deciding to change things on a whim. This has always been the plan. The changes are coming, and they'll be logical, grounded, and true to the universe, not forced, and not a derailment of what makes the story work. Thanks for all the support. Love you all. When Christmas arrived, most of the castle emptied. Trunks rolled, owls flapped, and the corridors went back to their usual winter haunt of drafts and creaking portraits. Cassian stayed. Bathsheba stayed. She always did, practically welded herself to the place. He was, of course, invited to Yule, as always, ignored. He had better plans. Mainly, chaos. December 25th kicked off with Cassian launching the first snowball straight into George Weasley's unsuspecting face. The courtyard was ankle-deep in fresh snow, untouched and glittering. Not for long. We are under attack. George shouted, flailing back like he was cursed. Fred appeared immediately, holding a half-formed snowball in each hand. What lunatic fires without warning? Cassian stepped out from behind a column, coat unbuttoned, scarf flapping. This lunatic. Ron yelped as a second snowball slammed into the side of his head. Oi! Professor! Fight back or perish, Cassian called, already scooping up another handful. Those are your options. A few of the stragglers had gathered in the courtyard, Harry and a pair of third years who'd stayed behind because their families lived too far or fought too often. Percy stood at the edge, arms folded like he might get infected if a snowflake touched him. I will have you know, Percy said loudly, this is highly undignified. Cassian whipped a snowball at him. Missed by an inch. Education comes in many forms, Weasley. Today's lesson is war tactics. A shriek from behind, Bathsheba, bundled in a scarf bigger than her torso, hurling a snowball the size of a quaffle. It missed Fred by a hair and exploded against a pillar. Bloody hell, Fred said, diving behind a bench. She got siege weapons. Percy was horrified. Not scandalized. Not mildly disappointed. Full-on horrified, in the way only Percy Weasley could manage, back ramrod straight, nose in the air, like dignity itself had been insulted. Bathsheba babbling, esteemed rune master, decorated scholar, terrifying academic presence, was hurling a snowball the size of a cauldron at Fred Weasley. And laughing. Percy looked betrayed. Professor babbling, ET2. She didn't answer. Probably didn't hear him over the roar of impact as her next snowball slammed into a tree and shook the snow from its branches. Fred yelped and hit the ground, shielding from heavy artillery. Cassian strolled past Percy without stopping. Oh, she is Gono. Fully corrupted. Light a candle for her soul. Percy's mouth opened and closed, failing to form words. Cassian bent, packed a snowball, and lobbed it underarm at George. It bounced off the boy's hip. George spun and grinned like someone had handed him a license to commit war crimes. Harry got hit thrice before he could wrap his head around what was happening. First one smacked him square in the ear, second caught his ribs, third, right in the face. By the time he realized he was under an ambush, the boy turned machine. Spun on his heel, scooped snow with a snarl, and started pelting back like it was survival instinct. George yelped as one nailed his kneecap. Fred dived for cover behind a statue. Ron tripped over his own foot, vanished into a snowdrift, and emerged swearing vengeance. Cassian grinned. Now this, he said, lobbing another shot over the top of the bench, this is fun. A snowball whistled past his ear. He didn't flinch. Just scooped another with one hand while sipping from a suspiciously warm flask with the other. You are meant to be the adult, Percy shouted from behind a stone column. Cassian turned, squinted, then chucked a snowball that smacked the column so hard, it rattled Percy's glasses. That was mercy. Bathsheba ducked beside him, cheeks pink from cold and murder. She tossed him a fresh snowball like a soldier handing over ammo. He caught it and shot it straight into Fred's path. The boy skidded, slipped, and landed on his arse. A triumphant shout went up from one of the younger students. We've got a professor on our side. Fred and George regrouped behind a bench, whispering. That was never a good sign. Cassian narrowed his eyes. They are planning something. Bathsheba hit him in the arm. You are planning something. He gave her an innocent look. Am I not allowed to enjoy the subtle art of snowball warfare? You threw one at Percy's head. I missed. She raised an eyebrow. Intentionally, he added. There was a moment of quiet, too quiet. The Weasley twins had vanished. Cassian stood, peering over the snowbank. Don't like that, he muttered. Then the ambush hit. Two twin-shaped blurs burst from behind the pillar, each with a snowball the size of a bludger and less aerodynamic sense than a flying pig. One hit the tree. The other hit Cassian square in the chest. He stumbled, almost dropping on one knee, and wheezed. Assassinated by children. Bathsheba cackled and pushed him over. He hit the snow with a grunt and a flurry of limbs. She dropped beside him and landed a snowball right in his stomach before rolling away, giggling into her scarf. Traitor. Cassian coughed. Survival, she shot back, already rearming, ducking behind a bench and hurling another snowball that clipped George's ear. Cassian rolled over, packed a tight, mean little ball, and stood. All right. You've had your fun. Now you've made it personal. The Weasleys took one look at his face and bolted. Cassian didn't chase. He aimed. 1, 2. George and Fred both yelped as they got smacked in the backs. The courtyard roared in approval. Ron was crawling out of the snowbank, half covered in white, muttering something about unfairness. Harry was laughing so hard he'd dropped his own snowball. Cassian stood victorious atop a bench, arm outstretched like a general mid-campaign. Percy stepped out from the shadows. Professor Rosier, this is chaos. Cassian pointed a snowball directly at him. Correct. Another snowball hit Percy in the knee. Not Cassian's. He turned. Bathsheba looked smug. Oops. Right, Percy said stiffly, brushing snow off his robes. This is entirely inappropriate. Cassian aimed again. I don't make the rules. You are a professor. He threw it. Direct hit. Percy spun in outrage, slipped, and landed flat on his back. There was a moment of shocked silence. Then Ron howled with laughter. Harry dropped into the snow, wheezing. Fred shouted, Best Christmas ever. Bathsheba staggered back against the bench, laughing so hard she couldn't breathe. Cassian offered Percy a hand up. Percy ignored it and marched off in a huff. Cassian dusted his hands. Right. Break is over. Time for a strategic retreat. Bathsheba threw a snowball that caught him in the side of the head. You are terrible at retreats. He blinked snow out of his lashes. You've gone rogue. She blew him a kiss and vanished behind a snowbank. Cassian muttered something that might have been affectionate or a curse, hard to tell, and trudged toward the castle, brushing snow from his collar. He spotted Hagrid on his way back in, shoulders hunched, dragging not one, not two, but 12 fir trees behind him. Snow clung to the bark. Pine needles trailed in his wake. Each tree was the size of a modest tower, and Hagrid was hauling them like laundry. Cassian slowed as he approached, eyebrows raised. Oh, they are bigger than last year's. Planning to replace the walls. Hagrid beamed, red-cheeked and sweating under 3 layers of patched coat. Grew meself, he said, giving one of the trunks a proud thump. Cassian eyed the tallest. That one could house students. Possibly a small village. Good roots, Hagrid said. This one is from just south of the forest. Grew fast, sturdy. Bit temperamental in summer, though, dropped all its needles when Flitwick tried a trimming charm. Understandable, Cassian muttered. I would shed too if Flitwick tried to tidy me. Hagrid let out a wheezy chuckle and hoisted another tree into position against the castle wall. Need a hand? Cassian asked, already not meaning it. Nah, nearly done, Hagrid grinned. Just gotta get in the hall now. He sighed, flicked his wand with a muttered Wingardium Leviosa, and trees lifted an inch off the snowy ground. Gotta take advantage of magic. A tree creaked, probably disagreed. Cassian gave it a look. Don't start. He guided the fir through the door, turning sideways so the trunk didn't scrape the frame. Pine needles rained down, trying to mark territory. Hagrid herded the rest behind him, muttering encouragements to the trees like they were oversized pets. The entrance hall smelled of damp boots and sap now. Festive. Inside, the great hall was half done. Garlands draped evenly across the arches like some obsessive elf had used a ruler. Cassian was willing to bet his wand that every house elf was clinically obsessive. The 4 house tables were gone, replaced with a single long one stretching from end to end. Not many students stayed for Christmas, so there wasn't much point keeping them separated by scarf colors. Even the professors ate at the same table. Cassian found that novelty wore off around the second time you had to pass gravy to Snape without accidentally tipping it. Hagrid grunted, dragging the last of the fir trees into place. Flitwick was already perched on a stool nearby, holding a glittering box of baubles and muttering charms that made them float up like bubbles. Little spheres of blue, silver, green, bronze, yellow, black, red, and gold drifted toward the branches and settled into place, glowing faintly. Perfect timing, Professor Rosier, Flitwick said without looking down. Care to assist? Cassian shrugged. Sure. Nothing like decorating a tree to remind you how fragile glass baubles are. He raised his wand to float a handful of them toward the lower branches. It wasn't long before other professors trickled in. Well, most of them. Snape was conspicuously absent, and so was Quirrell. It wasn't long before other professors trickled in. Well, most of them. Snape was conspicuously absent, and so was Quirrell. 2 years back, when Cassian was fresh-faced and hadn't yet figured out how many broom closets hid illicit fire whiskey, he remembered Quirrell helping with these very decorations. He'd even seen the man elbow-deep in garland, untangling charms alongside the elves or helping Madame Pomfrey with tedious paste creation. This year, though, Quirrell barely left his room. The vampire fiasco in Romania had rattled him good it seemed, and Cassian couldn't shake the sense the man was trying very hard not to be noticed. McGonagall arrived with lips pursed in a way that said she'd been expecting the banners to hang themselves by now. She flicked her wand, and the house colors overhead rolled smoothly into Hogwarts crests. Sprout was humming to herself off to the side, waving her wand in broad arcs. The trees shimmered, branches stretching fuller, needles looking sharper and greener than they had moments ago. A stray pine cone popped off and rolled across the floor. Cassian caught it under his boot and nudged it toward a corner. Marvelous, Cassian called. Now they will shed even more. Better than them looking half dead by Christmas Eve, Sprout replied mildly. Septima and Aurora came in with Bath's Haida, the three of them laughing at something that probably involved a student and an experiment gone wrong. They joined Cassian by the nearest tree. Aurora's hands were full of gold tinsel that trailed dangerously close to her boots. We are late. Blame Septima. She spotted a fifth year trying to charm mistletoe into sprouting over the Slytherin common room door. Educational, Cassian said, stepping aside so a floating box of baubles could whiz past. A bit forward, but educational. Bath's Haida handed him a smaller box, filled with fragile glass baubles that glimmered faintly in the candlelight. Try not to break these. They are from before your time. He peered inside. Everything is before my time here. He hung the fragile ornament and stepped back slightly, eyeing the tree, then nodded proudly. All right, that one is secure. How many of these bloody things are we putting up? As many as fit, Bath's Haida said. Flitwick says symmetry is everything. Aurora stepped up, dropping an armful of tinsel on the bench. You are doing a fine job, Rosier. For someone who clearly never helped decorate anything in his life. Cassian didn't even glance at her. I will have you know I once managed to string lights around a tiny plastic tree with no fatalities. Aurora raised an eyebrow. Plastic. Cassian froze. Right, no plastic here. No cling film, no cheap toys, nothing. He'd been mistaking glossy charms for polymers since he arrived. The only plastic in the castle was probably his biros. He snapped out of it, forcing a shrug. Muggle thing. Don't worry, it wasn't cursed. Bath's Haida grinned faintly, tinsel in her hands. You've a habit of saying strange things when you are distracted. Occupational hazard, Cassian said. Historian's brain. We are trained to question why we can't find a single bloody polymer in a civilization built on magic. He placed another bauble carefully on a low branch. For instance, I am now wondering if why our ministry ever tried replacing parchment with typewriters. Aurora rolled her eyes. You think too much. Probably, Cassian muttered. Keeps me out of trouble. Mostly. Bath's Haida moved to his side, looping a strand of gold garland between her fingers before draping it around his neck like she was crowning a particularly uncooperative Christmas tree. Cassian let out a chuckle, tilting his head as the garland tickled his chin. Oh good, festive strangulation. How thoughtful, he said, tugging it loose. She ignored him and kept fussing with the ends, twisting them until they sat in something resembling a bow. Cassian flicked his wand lazily, and a sprig of mistletoe appeared above them, dangling in midair. Aurora groaned from across the tree, rolling her eyes so hard Cassian was half surprised they didn't summon a gale. Septima sighed and turned her back entirely, muttering something about standards and professional decorum. Bath's Haida slapped his arm lightly, though her lips curled faintly as she glanced up at the mistletoe. You are impossible, she murmured. Incorrect. I am improbable, Cassian corrected, leaning close to brush his nose against her cheek. Completely different academic category. She shook her head but didn't move away, letting him catch her lips in a quick kiss. A handful of enchanted baubles floated awkwardly nearby, almost as if they, too, had opinions about staff fraternization. Cassian pulled back with a lopsided grin and plucked the garland from his neck, setting it on the nearest branch. Satisfied? Not even slightly, she replied, reaching for another roll of tinsel. Excellent. That means we are even. Cassian was at the long table with Bath's Haida to his right, professors gathered at the far end and students filling out the rest. A handful of stragglers and orphans, plus the Weasleys who were impossible to miss. On Cassian's left sat one of them, Fred or George, he didn't bother guessing which. It wasn't worth being wrong twice. He nudged his plate away, eyeing a suspicious pile of roasted parsnips. So, he said lightly, how long before one of you tries to start a pudding war? The twin smirked. Depends. How throwable do you think it is? Bath's Haida pressed her lips together, clearly holding back a laugh as she reached for her glass. Encouraging food wars at dinner now. I am supervising, Cassian said. Besides, I would rather see the pudding go up than watch Percy recite the etiquette for passing the salt. The twin beside Cassian gave him a conspiratorial glance. So you are not seeing family either, Professor? Cassian arched a brow. What gave me away? The fact I am here or the fact I am sane? The boy snorted, nearly choking on a sip of pumpkin juice. Harry glanced up briefly at the exchange, then went back to stabbing his Yorkshire pudding. The food was good. Hogwarts elves never failed to deliver. Snape was eating in silence, as though stabbing a piece of potato was all the communication the table needed. Quirrell sat further down, hands tight on his cutlery. Every so often, his head would twitch like he'd caught a phantom sound, eyes darting to the door. Nothing there. Cassian tracked his nervous little flinches with mild interest. At the head of the table, Dumbledore sat with that same serene smile, eyes bright and too sharp for someone who looked half asleep. He glanced over the hall as though memorizing every plate and face. George leaned in. You ever hex someone at the table, Professor? Not unless they deserved it. Fred's grin widened. What did they do? Asked too many questions during. Both twins laughed. After the feast, the great hall had emptied. Most of the students had trudged off to their common rooms, leaving behind only a handful of stragglers. Cassian sat in an armchair near the fire. Bath's Haida was curled sideways on the sofa, head resting on her hand, watching Harry and Ron fumble through a round of wizard's chess on the floor. The board barked insults every time Ron hesitated. One of the pawns looked ready to leap off and strangle him itself. Name is sexist, Cassian muttered, eyes flicking over the pieces. George tilted his head from where he lounged on the carpet. What is sexist, Professor R? Cassian blinked, looking over at Bath's Haida as if silently asking whether the word hadn't made its way to 1990, the magical world, or just these particular kids yet. She didn't answer, her mouth twitched slightly, but she kept her eyes on the chessboard. George was still watching Cassian expectantly. The chessboard made a loud cracking sound as Ron's knight took a pawn. Cassian sighed. Right. Sexist. That is a term used when someone assumes one gender is superior to another. Or when they exclude, belittle, or downright erase the other half of humanity in something as mundane as a game. Fred blinked at him. What's that got to do with chess? Cassian pointed his fingers at the board on the floor. Everything. The name. Wizard's chess. As if witches can't bloody play it. Which, if you want a history lesson, isn't just a name. For centuries, in both magical and non-magical societies, women were barred from tournaments, excluded from guilds, or told their delicate constitutions couldn't handle strategy. Yet, but witch's chess doesn't sound as cool. Cassian gave him a flat look. Congratulations, you've just explained centuries of problem. Bath's Haida gave him a sidelong glance, faint amusement in her eyes. You are going to ruin their game. Good. It deserves ruining, Cassian said, not missing a beat. This isn't just about a silly name. Back in the day, plenty of magical households wouldn't even let girls learn the game. Boys played chess, girls learned embroidery and hoped their future husbands wouldn't lose the family fortune in 3 moves. Bloody thrilling, that. Fred frowned. So why is it still called wizard's chess? Cassian spread his hands. Because people are lazy. Names stick. Nobody questions them. By the time witches were allowed, half the magical world had already decided it wasn't a ladylike pastime. A girl hovering near the board raised her brows. Exactly, Cassian said, catching her expression. Imagine being told you can't play a game because someone's great-great-granddad thought women's brains might boil if they planned 2 moves ahead. Harry made a face, tugging his knight forward. That is stupid. Brilliant deduction, Cassian muttered. Welcome to history. Bath's Haida laughed, shaking her head. He is only warming you up so when I thrash him repeatedly, he won't look so tragic in comparison. Cassian's triumphant smirk faltered mid-formation. He froze, eyes narrowing slightly as his brain caught up to the betrayal. Et2, Bath's Haida. He said. I expected this from the twins, but from you? Treachery. Fred snorted so loudly it startled one of Ron's pawns. She got you there, Professor R. Cassian huffed, sinking back into his chair, arms folded. I am surrounded by snakes. And not even the dignified Slytherin ones, just the garden variety that bite for sport. Bath's Haida didn't even look up. Stop sulking. If I play, you won't even touch the board before I've swept it clean. Blasphemy, Cassian muttered. Absolute slander. He leaned forward and squinted at her. You know I could beat you with 1 rook tied behind my back. You couldn't beat me if you used all your pieces and mine. Ron winced. Yet, she is Ravenclaw. Cassian snorted, cracked his knuckles, and sat down at the board with the air of a man preparing to stage a grand intellectual comeback. 10 minutes later, Cassian was staring at an empty field of ash and splinters that used to be his army. Bath's Haida leaned her chin on her hand. That is 3 for me. Well, Cassian said, flicking a piece of pawn off the board, as I said, women are as great as men. Possibly greater. At least in strategy and cruelty. Was that your excuse last time too? She asked mildly. George grinned from where he'd sprawled on the rug. You are losing, Professor. I am testing her, Cassian said flatly, reassembling his side of the board. Fred snorted. You are handling it by sulking. I am handling it, Cassian said, slamming his knight, by formulating a counter-offensive so elegant it will be sung in taverns. Bath's Haida moved her queen. His rook exploded into shards. Cassian stared at the wreckage. Or, she said, voice mild, you will be remembered as the man who lost 6 matches in a row and blamed the board. It wasn't 6 times in a row. It was 7. Cassian sprinted down the corridor, Bath's Haida draped across his arms, held limp. Drop me before anyone sees us, she hissed, swatting at his shoulder. He tightened his grip and ran faster. No. Cass. Nope. I'm the pack mule now. And you are lucky I am not adding sound effects. Her head thumped against his chest as he took a sharp corner, boots sliding slightly on the polished stones. A portrait of a knight glared down at them as they passed, muttering something about propriety and lady's honor. Cassian ignored it. You can't keep carrying me around like this, Bath's Haida said, voice muffled. They rounded another corner, this one narrower, lined with dusty suits of armor. One clanged as his elbow clipped it. Drop me. She tried again, wriggling. He adjusted his hold. You really think I am giving you the satisfaction of walking the castle looking like you just thrashed me at chess? Bath's Haida burst into laughter and smacked his chest. This is about the chess. This is absolutely about the chess. I am staging a strategic retreat. Don't ruin my momentum. You are ridiculous. And you are heavy. She gasped in mock outrage and pinched his side. He flinched, nearly stumbled, then righted himself with a grunt. Fine, fine. You are featherlight and glorious. Happy. Very. By now, they were halfway down the main staircase. A pair of second years froze at the sight of them. Cassian with his scarf askew and Bathsheda's hair a mess of curls trailing over his arm. Professor Rosier. One of them started. Quidditch training, Cassian said without slowing. She is the quaffle. They gawked. He barreled past, robes flaring. Bath's Haida buried her face in his coat, shoulders shaking. You are going to get sacked. Worth it. He reached her room, didn't even bother with finesse, and dumped her on the bed. She bounced twice, let out a muffled sound of protest, and immediately found herself wrapped in a blanket. Cassian yanked the edges tight around her like he was tucking in a reluctant burrito. Here. Delivered. No refunds, he said, dropping onto the mattress beside her with an exaggerated sigh and throwing an arm around her middle. She wrestled an arm free and pinched his cheek, but her heart wasn't in it. You are the worst courier. He hugged her tighter, smirking against her hair. And you are the best girl to Princess Carrie. Bath's Haida rolled her eyes. That wasn't a Princess Carrie. Excuse me, did I or did I not haul you through 3 corridors while narrowly missing every wall? If that isn't a Princess Carrie, then Snow White's been lied to. That was closer to a sack of potatoes, she said flatly, trying to shove him off. Cassian grinned, locking his arms tighter. A very well packaged, premium tier sack of potatoes. One with excellent hair. Her glare softened slightly, but her hand still gave his shoulder a shove. You are a fool. True. But I am warm and I've got a solid record of not dropping you down the stairs, which I think counts for something. He shifted so his chin rested lightly on her shoulder, voice dropping to a murmur. Also, you've got this terrible habit of passing out mid-gloating. I am doing the noble thing here. You wouldn't know noble if it hexed you in the face. Harsh. Here I am, risking my vertebrae to ensure her smugness arrives safely in her chambers. Because I keep beating you. He pulled back to look at her, brow arched. 7 games, Bath's Haida. 7. That is not beating, that is war crimes against my dignity. You don't have dignity. Cassian gasped. And now you've stabbed the corpse. Cruel woman. Bath's Haida reached for the nearest pillow and tossed it at his head. He caught it lazily and propped it behind him. Do you plan on sleeping here? She asked. Wasn't planning on moving. My legs are still in mourning after the stairs. I am not heavy. Bath's Haida slapped his chest with the flat of her hand. Ow. Are you suggesting I'm weak? Because that is offensive. Historically inaccurate too. My ancestors lifted entire libraries, probably. She shifted, climbing onto him before he could roll away. Her knees pinned his sides, and her hands braced on his shoulders as she leaned in, hair falling in a soft curtain around his face. Show me how strong you are, then, she murmured, lips brushing his in challenge. He smirked up at her. Careful. You say things like that, and I might take it as an invitation. Do it, she said simply, and kissed him. The blanket tangled around them as he pressed her down into the mattress, his weight braced on his elbows so he didn't crush her entirely. She hooked her legs around his hips anyway and pulled him closer, like she didn't care if he flattened her. Strong enough for you. He grumbled against her throat, lips ghosting the sensitive skin there. Acceptable, she managed between quick, shallow breaths. Her fingers dug into his hair, tugging just hard enough to make him hiss. You started this. Prove you can finish it. And he did. For the rest of the night, neither of them managed a coherent sentence. They woke up a few hours later to open their gifts. Cassian was still half dead on Bathsheda's bed, and his hair stuck out in about 7 directions. Bath's Haida was still tucked against his side, one arm flung across his chest like she'd claimed him in her sleep. He stared down at her hair, a messy halo of dark curls, and sighed. Loudly. The sort of sigh meant to wake someone and earn sympathy. No reaction. Up, he called, prodding her shoulder. A faint grumble. He turned and caught sight of the little pine in the corner of her room, well, little for Hogwarts standards, and the neat row of boxes under it. They've dumped my presents in your room, Cassian muttered, dragging a hand down his face. No privacy in this bloody castle. None. Baths Haida didn't even lift her head from his chest. They are just sending gifts. Not spying on us. That is exactly what they want you to think. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed, rubbing at his neck. First it is gifts. Next thing you know, a portrait is narrating our every move to Dumbledore over tea. She shrugged. That is actually possible. Right. Let's see which relative's passive aggression made it through customs this year. Cassian checked the labels on a few parcels from his family, then tossed them into his enchanted bag without hesitation. The bag was already half full with years' worth of unopened Rosier gifts. Some still sat in their original boxes, as if waiting for him to care. He didn't. He cracked open a box from Professor Flitwick and blinked down at a delicate charm, a tiny bronze bell inscribed with runes. Supposed to ward off ill fortune, Baths Haida murmured. He set the bell aside carefully and ripped into the next one, a thick woolen scarf from Professor Sprout, all earthy greens and browns. A little card fluttered out. For long walks in cold corridors. Don't let your neck catch a chill. Sweet, Cassian said. He looped it around his neck and let it hang. Makes me look like I am about to start a hedge-witch commune. He snorted, tossing the wrapping aside. A neat stack of gifts from students sat at the edge of the bed. One was clearly from Tonks. She started interning in ministry, still had time to send him ridiculous things. He pried open the paper to find a pair of violently clashing socks, one lime green, one hot pink, both enchanted to flash when he walked. Glamorous, he said, holding them up for Baths Haida to inspect. They suit you, she said, entirely serious. Everything suits me. It is a curse. He balled them up and chucked them at the pile. The Weasley twins' offering was next. Cassian raised an eyebrow at the box labeled Professor RS Emergency Kit. Inside sat a small flask, a joke wand that sprouted daisies on command, and a bar of Honeyduke's chocolate. Cassian barked a laugh and held up the flask. They know me too well. Terrifying. Baths Haida took a sip of her drink. Try not to encourage them. I will encourage them right into their first detentions of the year. He tugged open another package, this one neatly tied in blue ribbon. Hermione Granger's handwriting decorated the tag. Inside was a small, leather-bound notebook and a carefully inked note, for recording anything interesting over the holiday. Happy Christmas. Cassian thumbed through the blank pages, lips twitching faintly. All right. Bright kid. Might live long enough to hate her first ministry job. Baths Haida reached over to pluck the notebook from his hands, flipping it open. She writes like she is 40. That is what happens when you peak at 11. From Baths Haida herself came a long, narrow box wrapped in muted gold paper. Cassian opened it carefully and found a rune-edged pen resting inside, sleek black with silver runes curling along the barrel. It felt unnaturally warm in his hand. He glanced at her, one brow arched. Bribing the staff again, are we? Call it professional encouragement, she said, not looking up from her pile. Cassian gave the pen a testing flick. The runes glimmered faintly, then settled. It is stunning. I will use it to grade Slytherin essays exclusively. Baths Haida chuckled at that. They checked Bathshata's gifts next, the pile considerably larger and far more impressive than his sad little collection. Rune's professors, apparently, had an international fan club. First came a soft, dove-grey jumper, hand-knit, with a faint shimmer in the wool that suggested it was charmed against spills. She ran her fingers over the weave with the sort of reverence Cassian reserved for rare manuscripts. Let me guess, he said, sipping from a mug she shoved at him earlier. Your mother, who is determined to outknit every witch from here to Stockholm. Grandmother, Baths Haida corrected, holding it up to the light. She still thinks I live in a frozen tower. You do live in a frozen tower, Cassian pointed out, but go on. The next box revealed an assortment of rune-edged quills so fine they made his own battered set look like they belonged in a primary school pencil case. Baths Haida hummed, testing the balance of one against her palm. Imported from Frankfurt, she murmured, reading the little card. Hilda again. Irsan says hi. Cassian just hummed, as if he'd expected it. Wait, who's Irsan again? Baths Haida sighed. The other German scholar, the one who reached Hilda first. Hilda's best friend. She went back to opening gifts. He leaned back on his elbows, watching as she unwrapped a slim black case and found a pendant stitched with fine golden thread. That from an admirer or a colleague? Baths Haida didn't answer straight away. She traced the embroidery with her thumb. Colleague. The kind of colleague who sends perfectly tailored leather. The kind of colleague who owes me 3 favors and is trying to bribe me out of collecting. Better. Cassian grinned, she kissed him. Her lips curved. Thank you, she murmured. You are welcome. I will bill you for the hours. Baths Haida laughed quietly and tucked the pendant under her shirt. By the time night fell, Cassian was back in the corridors. Patrolling. Always patrolling. And Hogwarts loved to creak at night. He turned into the south wing and spotted a familiar sash rounding the corner. Professor Rosier, came a too-chipper voice. Miss Clearwater. Nothing unusual on the 3rd floor. Peeves tried to rearrange the armors again, but Mr. Weasley convinced him to duel a staircase instead. Cassian blinked. What did the staircase do? 1, sir, she said, very serious. He is now stuck on the 3rd landing arguing with the portraits. He nodded. Acceptable outcome. Percy jogged up a second later, slightly out of breath. We checked all the east towers. One of the Hufflepuff second years was crying behind a tapestry about missing pudding, but other than that, nothing. Give the child a biscuit and tell them life only gets worse, Cassian said flatly. Penelope blinked. Percy smothered a scoff. Keep circling. Send word if Peeves starts rhyming in Latin, he added. Yes, Professor, they chorused, turning to vanish down the next corridor with a flurry of robes and overpolished shoes. Nothing happened for the next hour or so. Cassian almost thought it might be a quiet night, but the night didn't disappoint. The sound of a muffled giggle reached him near the east stairwell. He stopped, sighed, and pivoted toward the nearest broom closet. Knocked, hard. Out. Now. No need to get dressed in a panic. I am counting to 5. A frantic whisper, a thud, then the door creaked open. Eliza Windmill and Lenny Pindlebrook stepped out, suspiciously composed for 2 seventh-year Ravenclaws who clearly thought the word closet meant hotel suite. Cassian didn't blink. Go to your rooms. You are lucky I am not assigning a scroll on magical hygiene. Next time I will dock points, hear me. Lenny gave him a rueful smile. Good evening, Professor R. Don't flirt with me when you still smell like bad decisions, he said dryly, waving them away. Off you go. They fled, dignity somewhat intact, Eliza nearly tripping over her own shoe. He turned back into the corridor, walking past the staircases when a sharp, dry cough echoed behind him. Cassian paused. Slowly turned. Argus Filch stood there, scowling like someone had pissed in his mop bucket. Argus, Cassian greeted, nodding politely. Filch just grunted. Can't believe they gave you a badge. Technically I have 2. One for teaching and one for charm. Cassian gave him a faint smile. Filch glared at him like he might combust from the sheer force of disapproval. Then, with a final sniff of disdain, he turned and shuffled off muttering something about Rosiers and their damn smirks. Cassian watched him go, hands in his pockets. Fair enough, really. When he'd been a student, he paid an older student once to hex Filch's shoelaces to scream every time he stepped near a ward. The man hadn't slept a full night for a week. He had the habit of placing his shoes next to wards to go to sleep. He earned that scowl. Heading toward the charms corridor, he slowed near a darkened classroom. Something felt off. Then. A hiss of laughter. A muttered curse. Cassian moved. 3 Slytherins jumped like they'd been cursed. Teddy Taylor, Dorian Blackwell, and Terence Higgs were crouched near the front desk with a scattering of enchanted items between them, exploding inkpots, dancing quills, and what looked suspiciously like a hovering wig that periodically slapped itself against the chalkboard. Gentlemen, Cassian said flatly. Busy evening. Dorian tried to palm the inkpot. Just studying, Professor. Teddy chimed in. Reinforcing transfiguration theory with visual aids. And sabotage, Cassian said. He stepped forward, picking up one of the quills as it attempted to draw a mustache on his robes. Planning to prank the first years again. Terence offered a lazy smile. Just some harmless fun, sir. Cassian flicked his wand. The wig tried to slap him, it froze mid-air, then crumpled like a dying moth. 15 points from each of you, he said. And another 10 from Taylor for smiling like a cartoon villain while holding contraband. Teddy scowled. Dorian swore under his breath. You can collect your things and report to Professor Snape in the morning, Cassian added. Tell him I said hello and we should catch up one day. Higgs' smirk twitched. Will do. They slunk out like wet cats. Cassian glanced around the room one last time, then stepped into the corridor. The night rolled on. He turned into a long stretch of hallway lined with arched windows. The faint moonlight left the stone floor slick and pale. Halfway down, he slowed, squinting at the faint shimmer of something on the air. 5 steps back down the hall, it hit him. Why had he turned? Cassian stopped, turning it over in his head. He was about to check that corridor. Nothing had pulled him back, no noise, no odd smell, no sudden summons from Dumbledore. And yet he pivoted like a marionette on a snap string. All right, that is bollocks, he muttered under his breath. His heart thudded, matching the sense of something wrong in his mind. He knew what compulsion magic felt like. This was subtle, but not subtle enough. Whatever it was, it had teeth. He rubbed his temple with his free hand. Brilliant. Either the castle is cursed again, or I finally lost it. This time, he planted his feet squarely before the threshold. Right. Your move. Then he lunged forward. Fast. His boots clapped against the stone. 1, 2, 3. By the 4th, it hit. His stomach lurched. The world tipped sideways. It was like someone grabbed his chest and yanked. And he spun. His feet turned him, dragging him back the way he came. Bloody hell. He snapped, stumbling to catch his balance. There. That wasn't right. He backed up a step, eyes narrowing at the stretch of stone and shadow. All right. Let's see what you are. He tried a revealing charm. His magic hummed against the corridor, but nothing bloomed in the air. Not a standard ward. I really don't want to use this, Cassian muttered, raising his wand, trying to push down the memories wanting to invade his mind. Apertus oculus. The words tasted sour in his mouth. This particular variant came with memories he would rather leave rotting in the back of his skull. He could still see the old wizard from that vision, crouched in some damp, echoing chamber, muttering the incantation under his breath. At first, the cave had seemed empty. Safe. Then the illusion cracked. Something moved, not one thing but dozens, creatures with too many eyes and limbs unfolding like broken furniture. Cassian's fingers tightened on the wand. The scary part wasn't that the creatures had mauled him. It was that before the spell, they'd been harmless. Invisible, yes, but entirely passive. The act of seeing had made them aware. And awareness had teeth. All right, he whispered under his breath. If something jumps me, I am blaming Dumbledore in my will. The hall ahead was quiet, shadows stretching long under the pale wash of moonlight. He kept his wand raised, though he had to stop himself from gripping it like a sword. He drew the tip of his wand in a sharp spiral, breath hissing out. Apertus oculus. The air in front of him shuddered like he ripped a curtain sideways. Magic flared, sharp and strange, and the corridor rippled. For a breath, everything was still. Then it peeled back, one layer at a time. Cassian froze. The corridor wasn't empty. Not by a long shot. Thin ropes of magic crisscrossed the floor, faint as cobwebs caught in weak light. A tangled snare of runes glimmered against the flagstones, twisting and curling like snakes trying to swallow their own tails. The ward sat quiet and cold, like it was waiting for someone stupid enough to step in. He squatted, head tilted, tracing the lines with his eyes. "Oh, you are pretty," he murmured. "And very much in my way." It wasn't old. Not in the sense of dusty ancient magic buried under centuries of headmasters' egos. But it was clever. Whoever set this up knew their craft. Cassian moved carefully around the edges. A conf undying ward, he realized. That explained the forced turns, the way his feet had moved without asking. A charm layered over the net to muddle anyone approaching it. Clever and targeted. Most of the staff wouldn't even notice, they would feel the pull and wander off, convinced they were heading the right way. Probably only a handful of people were keyed to walk straight through without feeling a tug, woven in individual signatures, threads so faint they barely sparked when he brushed them with magic. He tried to follow the lines further, to see where the signatures hooked into the net, but they bled into the tangle and vanished. Either the runes were designed to collapse the pattern when probed, or they simply didn't care to be understood. That alone was unusual. Most ward makers liked to show off, leave a bit of flair in the structure so anyone who recognized it knew exactly whose work it was. Not this one. Clearly Dumbledore's handiwork. The ward practically hummed with that brand of subtle overcomplication the man loved so much. The why could wait, the only thing that mattered now was seeing what was worth this much subtlety. He traced the knotted runes and threads of magic holding the net in place. Once you spotted them, the ward wasn't too tricky. A few strands thicker than the rest, anchor points. He tapped the first with his wand, felt it give slightly, then schemed for the second and third. The network softened like a spider web touched by rain. He stepped forward, weaving carefully between the glowing lines. The conf undying charm tugged faintly at his senses again, but now that he found the tether points, it was like pushing through a thin veil. The ward curled back on itself with a soft ripple, letting him slip through without so much as a flicker. "All right, old man," he muttered, stepping clear of the ward's edge. "What be you buried in here this time?" The corridor beyond was unremarkable. Stone walls, dust curling along the skirting boards. He approached, tiptoeing. The handle turned easily, no further charms. Either Dumbledore had stopped at one ward, unlikely, or he wanted whoever got this far to walk in. Cassian eased the door open. Empty classroom. No desks, no chairs, no chalk dust hanging in the air. Just a single object in the center of the room. It was tall, faintly rectangular, and leaned against the far wall as if someone had dragged it in, dumped it there, and promptly lost interest. Cassian shut the door behind him and crossed the floor. Up close, the thing was obvious. A mirror. A cursed wardrobe for the soul. He muttered, set to reflect an empty classroom. Definitely not ominous. He crouched, peering at the edge where the mirror met the floor. He didn't detect any telltale glow, or hum of active enchantments like the conf undying ward outside. Whatever it wasn't shouting danger. Which somehow felt worse. Cassian straightened, fingers brushing the edge of the thing. His reflection wasn't something he usually cared about, looked at it every morning, cursed his hair, carried on, but this wasn't just glass. Nothing Dumbledore locked behind a ward ever was. He stepped in front of it, closer. At the mirror's arch, something shimmered faintly in the low light, a string of jagged letters edged along the frame. Cassian squinted. Ariststra eroid u bakafruoid on wosi. He stared. Then said flatly, "What in the name of all enchanted bollocks is that supposed to mean?" He leaned in like that might help. It didn't. The letters were still gibberish. Is that a spell? A curse? A particularly bad attempt at Welsh. The more he stared, the less sense it made. He tilted his head, frowning at the scrawl. His own reflection frowned back. Then it clicked, of course it looked like nonsense. He was reading it straight on, not through the mirror. Bloody obvious, really. It wasn't encrypted, it was just, backwards. He had to read it as a reflection. Naturally. Text for a mirror, hidden in plain sight. He huffed and read it the other way. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." Cassian stepped back. "Sure, infiltrate my mind and show me what my ID thinks." He snapped his gaze forward as he caught something. Cassian froze. 2 steps back. In the glass, he wasn't alone. In the glass, he wasn't alone. Himself, yes, but not the same man. This Cassian stood straighter, robes sharper. The details behind him were what stopped Cassian's breath. Rows of books stretched to the ceiling in the reflection, ancient tomes, scrolls, and artifacts that shouldn't even exist in this century. There was no Hogwarts classroom in sight, just a vast hall, glowing softly under enchanted lanterns. And Baths Haida stood at his shoulder, smiling faintly, her fingers brushing his. The Cassian in the glass looked content. Settled. The real Cassian blinked. Well, he said softly. That is not creepy at all. He took a step closer, studying the frame. Gold leaf curled around the edges in elaborate swirls, runes stamped into the metal in a language he didn't recognize. Futhark? No. Older. The kind of script that made historians gnash their teeth because 3 glyphs could mean either prosperity or death by weasel. Nice design. Subtle existential threat. His fingers itched for parchment, for a quick sketch of the glyphs, but he didn't move to touch the glass. He wasn't stupid. He crouched slightly, tilting his head. All right. Is it really desire? Ambition? Inner sociopathy? The Cassian in the mirror raised his head slightly. With a teasing smile and a wink. Standing there mockingly, as if he knew he'd been spotted and didn't care. This has got to be one of Dumbledore's pet projects, he muttered. No one else dumps a soul trap in a classroom and go about their business. The Cassian in the mirror stepped back slightly, hands sliding into his robes. Baths Haida leaned against him in the reflection. Subtle, Cassian said. Show me what I could have if I weren't busy being suspicious every 5 minutes. The Cassian in the mirror didn't react. Fine. Just, don't gloat. He rubbed the back of his neck, right. Let's not go touching it. And I'm not telling Baths Haida. She will probably admonish about walking into warded places. As he was about to leave, footsteps echoed faintly outside the classroom door. Cassian froze mid-step. Shit, he muttered, scanning the room. There was nothing to hide behind. No cupboards, no friendly tapestries. Just a few patches of shadow and the cursed mirror giving him its best I know what you want look. No time to get clever. He crouched in the corner like a common thief and muttered, disillusionment charm. The spell rippled over his skin, his body fading into the stones. Half working at best. No one passing that ward is going to be fooled by this shoddy bit of invisibility, he thought grimly. The charm was temperamental at the best of times, and Cassian wasn't exactly an aura-level sneak. But still, he forced himself to settle. His brain didn't seem keen on risking a run. Calm down, he told himself. I am not a student hiding fire whiskey. I am a bloody professor. If it is a staff patrol, I will bluff. If it is Filch, he will scuttle off muttering. If it is Dumbledore. He stopped that thought before it spiraled. The footsteps were light. A student? An elf? No. Elves moved like whispers. You never heard them coming unless they wanted you to. He squinted, mind running through possibilities, when the door handle clicked. Cassian's breath caught. The door was open slightly. Then. And then, nothing. The door shut again with a faint click. Cassian tilted his head, trying to listen past the pounding in his ears. Faint breathing, barely there. The barest scuff of a shoe on stone. Someone was in here. All right, he murmured under his breath, wand inching higher. Either a ghost that cannot be seen, or Hogwarts has invented stealthier children. No, not a ghost. Ghosts don't breathe. Raising his wand, Cassian mouthed a silent apertus oculus. But nothing happened. That alone gave him pause. This charm could tear down glamours, dissolve invisibility, strip disillusionment charms bare. If anything was lurking in this room, he should see it. Then, the air ahead rippled, faint as a mirage, and a boy stepped out of thin air. Cassian stiffened. Potter. The skinny first year stood awkwardly in the center of the room, hair sticking up even worse than usual. He looked over his shoulder nervously, clutching something in his hand. A silvery cloak fluttered at his side. Cassian's mouth went dry. Invisibility cloak, he thought to himself. Bloody hell. Potter didn't see him. Didn't even pause. The boy stepped towards the mirror. Cassian gritted his teeth. If Potter caught even a hint of him crouched, he might just die of sheer embarrassment on the spot. Harry, oblivious to the man flattened into the corner, crept toward the mirror. Cassian couldn't see what Potter was seeing, only the slight tremor in the boy's shoulders, the way his knuckles widened around the cloak. Whatever it was, it hit him square, and then. The boy's shoulders shook. Ah. Crying. Cassian let his head fall lightly against the stone behind him. Brilliant. Now he was spying on a crying child. He would have to add that to his running list of moral failings. Right under threatened to hex Percy Weasley over Christmas pudding. Harry stood frozen for a few moments more before bolting. The boy spun on his heel and ran. Cassian stayed still, breathing through his nose. Waited. Counted to 10. 20. Nothing. Finally, he let out a long, quiet breath and slumped onto the cold stone floor properly. His knees cracked in protest. Sweet donkey that beds a dragon, he muttered under his breath. What in the name of cursed chamber pots was that? Cassian got up, brushing dust off his trousers, and edged closer again. The Cassian in the glass hadn't budged. Still standing in that impossibly grand library, still flanked by stacks of priceless magical texts and Baths Haida at his side. The bastard even looked like he slept well and owned pressed shirts. Enough. I'm done with you. Cassian whispered. As he stared, a thought itched at the back of his skull. Was this what Harry saw? Family? Something lost? Cassian wasn't exactly a master of child psychology, but he wasn't thick either. The kid's parents had been taken out by Voldemort. If this thing was showing desire, well, the poor sod probably saw them alive and well, smiling back. Cassian rubbed at his face with both hands, groaning. He didn't have the energy for an ethical crisis he glanced at the window, whatever ungodly hour this was. Right, he whispered, backing toward the door. I am not touching you. I am not talking about you. Bye-bye. Just as his fingers brushed the door handle, he heard footsteps again. Not again, damn it. He darted back into the corner, disillusionment charm, crouched again. The door creaked open. 2 figures this time. Ron Weasley tumbled in first, muttering under his breath about cold floors and bossy friends. Harry followed, invisibility cloak draped haphazardly over one arm. You sure they are here? Ron whispered, peering around like the room might bite. Yes, Harry hissed. Saw it earlier. Just, be quiet, all right. Cassian pressed himself harder against the wall. This is becoming a bloody trend. The 2 boys stepped closer to the mirror. Ron stopped dead in his tracks. Blimey, he breathed. That thing is massive. Harry didn't answer. He was staring again, eyes wide. Whatever he saw this time, it seemed to hit just as hard as before. Ron tilted his head, squinting. What are you looking at? All I see is us. Don't you see them? Harry whispered, eyes darting back and forth between Ron and the mirror. I can't see anything. Ron looked at mirror, then his friend, wondering if he had gone mad. Look in it properly, go on, stand where I am. Harry stepped aside reluctantly, scuffing his heel on the cold stone floor. The moment Ron moved in front of the mirror, Harry's view of his family vanished entirely, replaced with Ron in his 2 short paisley pajamas. Ron, on the other hand, was stock still, staring at his reflection like he'd been petrified. Look at me. Ron breathed. Can you see my family standing around you? Harry asked, almost a whisper, but packed with hope. No. Ron said slowly, almost dazed. I am alone. But I am different. I look older. I am head boy. Harry blinked. What? I am, look. I am wearing the badge like Bill used to, and I am holding the house cup and the Quidditch cup. I am Quidditch captain too. Cassian clenched his jaw. He could almost hear Dumbledore's voice in his head, all airy wisdom and lemon drops. Oh, they will be fine, Professor Rosier. Nothing dangerous in Hogwarts at all. Do you think this mirror shows the future? Ron asked breathlessly, tearing his eyes away from his reflection for the first time to look at Harry. How can it? All my family are dead, let me have another look. Harry stepped forward eagerly. You had it to yourself all night, Ron protested, blocking him. Give me a bit more time. You are only holding the Quidditch cup, what is interesting about that? I want to see my parents. Don't push me. Cassian pinched the bridge of his nose, very tempted to drop the charm and march them straight to McGonagall. He didn't, though. Partly because he didn't fancy explaining to the deputy head how he ended up lurking in the corner of a locked classroom. And partly because watching them squabble was, morbidly fascinating. Don't push me, Ron snapped, stepping closer to the glass. You are being selfish, Harry hissed, shoving at his friend's shoulder. You had all night. Ron shot back. Yet? And you've had ages now. Move over. The pair of them were shoving now, Harry trying to wriggle in front while Ron held his ground. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Cassian muttered under his breath. Well. Finally. They heard something outside. A faint shuffle, the sort of sound that made students freeze mid-argument and remember they weren't supposed to lurk in the dead of the night. Both boys stopped shoving each other, heads snapped to the door. Harry grabbed Ron's sleeve, yanking him back. Quick. He hissed. The 2 of them ducked under the cloak in a tangle of elbows and feet, nearly tripping over each other as they bolted for the door. It swung shut behind them, their muffled footsteps vanishing down the hall. Cassian stayed crouched for another breath, just to be sure they were gone. His knees were killing him. He sighed through his nose, rubbing a hand down his face. Then he pushed off the wall. That cloak is insane, he muttered under his breath. I want one. He slipped out into the corridor, shutting the door quietly behind him. As he passed through the confounding ward, something itched at the back of his skull. How the hell did Potter get through this, he murmured. The corridor, unsurprisingly, didn't offer a reply. Was he keyed into the ward? No tug, no turn, just straight through. There was also Weasley. The boy had followed Harry in without issue. Probably hadn't even noticed the magic brushing against him. Cassian pictured Potter dragging Weasley along by the sleeve, all righteous Gryffindor stubbornness. Or maybe the ward didn't bother with students at all. Kept staff out, let the kids run riot. A more daring idea slipped through his thoughts. Cloak. Could it even stop wards from seeing whoever was under it? Cassian glanced back down the hallway he came from, brow furrowing. The idea made his teeth itch. If that thing really did let Potter stroll straight through a ward designed to bat away staff, he was going to start questioning the entire foundation of Hogwarts security. Not that he hadn't already. Can it really be, he muttered to no one in particular. So either the kid is keyed into Dumbledore's little web of protection spells, or that bit of silk's worth more than every Gringotts vault combined. He didn't like the second possibility. If that cloak was as rare as it looked, Potter probably didn't even know what he was dragging around like a discarded scarf. Cassian had read about them, of course. Invisibility cloaks proper, not the half-arsed disillusionment charms they taught Aurors. True ones were rarer than phoenix feathers, the old ones even more so. And rumor had it the ancient ones weren't just good at hiding you from eyes, they could make you slip right past death. Cassian didn't bother going back to the mirror. For one, he wasn't on patrol for the next few nights. For another, he would far rather spend that time tangled in Bathsheba sheets than staring at some enchanted glass whispering about his supposed desires. Why waste a second watching a reflection of her when the real thing was warm in his arms, hair a mess against his chest, skin carrying the faint scent of ink and sleep? He didn't need to watch a reflection of her smiling at him in some idealized library. They were already finding ancient texts together. They were already piecing through runes and arguing over syntax in her cramped office. Going back to that mirror would have been like watching smut while his wife sat in the next room with her jumper sliding off her shoulder, waiting for him with tea and warm hands. Cheap. A bit pathetic, really. Besides, he had better ways to fill his time. Bathsheba had brought him a bundle of scrolls from her last library trip, runic fragments copied out in a spidery hand, each one promising either thrilling discovery or an inevitable headache. They spent hours cross-legged on her bed, parchment spread like a battlefield, arguing over glyph placements and translation quirks until their voices turned hoarse. It was bliss. No wards. No trolls. No flaming brooms or dodgy mirrors. Just them, ancient text, and the occasional heated debate about whether a particular rune meant bind or consume. The Christmas break didn't last. Soon enough, trunks clattered up staircases again, owls swooped through the rafters with last-minute sweets orders, and Hogwarts filled back up with chattering children in scarves too long for their own good. Cassian watched them shuffle past on the first morning of the term, perched on the edge of the staff table, mug of coffee in hand. Remind me, he muttered to Bathsheba, why we let them back in. Because the alternative is an empty school with you wandering the halls like a haunted librarian, she murmured, not looking up from the parchment she was annotating. One can only dream. Minerva swept in, her tartan shawl flaring behind her, and barked something at a group of third-years who were apparently debating whether a dung bomb would work underwater. Cassian watched them scatter. He sipped his coffee and hummed. January resolutions, Rosier? Aurora asked. Same as last year. Keep all students alive, preferably unsinged. And confiscate any experimental charms involving pineapple. You are still bitter about the fruit incident. Bathsheba smiled innocently. I am bitter about the pineapple singing an aria outside my quarters for 3 hours straight. She laughed faintly and returned to her parchment. He slowly turned his head to her, his nose pressed against her temple. I know it was you. She turned without flinching, now nose to nose with him. You cannot prove anything. Cassian's eyes narrowed. In the way a man does when he knows he's been played and isn't sure whether to admire it or plot immediate revenge. Well, he said finally, straightening up and brushing imaginary dust from his sleeve, classes start soon. I suppose you can hide behind your syllabus. She smirked, turning back to her scroll. I don't need to hide. You are just bitter. He gestured vaguely toward her. Bitter? Me? No, I am already drafting your medal for most smug woman in Scotland. Students shuffled between lessons, scarves trailing, boots squeaking against wet stone from the winter melt. The chatter echoed through the corridors as if the Christmas break had never happened. In one of the fifth-year lessons, Cassian was at the front of the classroom, wand in one hand and a piece of chalk dangling lazily from the other. The board behind him already had memory modification, first principles scrawled across it in a looping script. Well, Cassian began, writing Nemone Redford under the title, History credits Nemone Redford as the witch who first developed memory-modifying charms. Clever, gifted, and probably entirely insufferable at dinner parties. She also became the first Ministry Obliviator because, surprise, surprise, the Ministry noticed her knack for making people forget things and thought, yes, let's weaponize that. A few Gryffindors snickered. Penelope Clearwater had her quill at hand, already scribbling notes. Percy Weasley sat upright, watching Cassian with full attention, as if waiting for him to make a mistake he could correct. Cassian tilted his head, eyes sweeping across the room. Now, in any neat and sanitized, Ministry-approved text, you'll find this charming little story, but the facts will be a little different. The Ministry loves to present their history like a polished teapot, everything gleaming, not a smudge of scandal. He pushed off the desk and started pacing slowly, wand tapping against his palm. But as ever, question what you read in Ministry printed books. Do we really think Radford woke up one day and decided, like Lothair Dark Lord, to scrub memories from people's heads? Or is it more likely someone somewhere thought, this will be handy for hiding my catastrophic mistakes? Felicia Spinnet raised her hand hesitantly. Professor, are you saying the Ministry lies in the textbooks? Cassian spun on his heel, grinning faintly. Miss Spinnet, I am saying the Ministry edits history with all the subtlety of a bludger in a teacup shop. They are curating. Like a picky librarian who tosses out every book that makes their favorite author look bad. The records of memory modification charms appear in plenty of ancient writings. Sumerian tablets, for example, long before Radford strutted onto the scene in her Ministry robes. The incantations weren't in Latin, of course. Not every magical community used Latin. I've already lectured you lot on why wizards here cling to it like a safety blanket, so we'll skip that bit before you all groan. He flicked his wand lazily, and chalk scrawled Sumerian, kudu, bind the mind, on the board. In those tablets, there's mention of rituals to soften memories as clay before the kill. Charming imagery, isn't it? Makes Radford look less like a pioneer and more like someone reinventing the wheel because no one told her wheels existed. Cassian let the chalk hover, giving the point a moment to land. Percy looked personally offended. How would that even work? Cassian chuckled under his breath. I'm glad you asked. He strolled to his desk and started rummaging through his enchanted bag. Quills went flying. A cracked stone tablet nearly clipped his shin. He muttered something about organization being a myth as he leaned in further. Soon, half his body was swallowed by the small leather bag, legs sticking out comically. There was a muffled, triumphant, aha. Cassian emerged, hair sticking up slightly, holding a strange, slender object between his fingers. He held it aloft like a victorious archaeologist. Does anyone know what this is? The class shook their heads in unison. Cassian nodded as if they'd just validated his entire teaching career. Excellent. That means this lesson isn't a complete waste. He turned the tool in his hands, letting the light catch on its long, slightly curved end. This, my fine young inmates, is an Egyptian coal applicator. About 3,000 years old, give or take. Used by men and women alike to line their eyes with coal. Not just for beauty either, coal had protective properties. Kept sand out, reduced glare in the sun, and some even believed it warded off evil spirits. A few students leaned forward, curious now. Cassian twirled the applicator like a conductor's baton. Now, what if I shaved a few millennia off its age, gave it a shinier handle, changed the name to Rosier's all-purpose eye wand and marketed it as mine? You lot would think I'd invented the thing last week. Perhaps I could even slap an unnecessary charm, say like it is ghost-free, on it and sell it for 10 galleons apiece to some gullible ministry wives. He grinned faintly. Point is, Radford didn't invent memory charms. She refined them, codified them, gave them ministry approval. There's a difference. History is full of these little thefts dressed up as discovery. Someone finds an ancient trick, polishes it, and suddenly they're hailed as a genius while the original gets buried under centuries of bureaucracy. Penelope Clearwater raised her hand. So what you are saying is, nothing is new. Not nothing, Cassian said, placing the coal applicator gently on his desk as if it might bite him. It might not, but Bats Haida could if it damaged it. Most ideas have ancestors. Magic, especially. Every clever bit of wand work you know was probably done first by someone barefoot in a mud hut, with a stick, hoping the gods didn't smite them mid-chant. A ripple of laughter spread through the room. Cassian leaned back on the edge of his desk, arms folded. This is why history matters. It is not just dusty names and boring dates. It teaches you to question. When someone says, I invented this, you ask, did you? Or did you nick it off some long-dead wizard, wrap it in gold, and convince the rest of us it was shiny and new? Before anyone else could raise a hand and ruin the flow, Cassian lifted his own. And, just to be clear, Radford didn't try to pass memory charms off as her invention. In the first edition of her book, Magical Mind Work, a Theoretical Approach, the charm appeared under the translated section. But the ministry. He flicked his fingers like he was swatting away an irritating fly. They are good at turning footnotes into fireworks. They painted her up as a pioneer, a beacon of British magical innovation. Good PR. Shame about the accuracy. Percy Weasley sat bolt upright, as others snickered, his face stuck halfway between suspicion and moral outrage, quill hovering midair like it couldn't decide whether to keep taking notes or stab Cassian for treason. Percy's frown deepened. That is hardly surprising, yes, thank you for making my point. Cassian shoved off the desk and started pacing between the rows of desks. Here is the thing, people love neat little narratives. Brilliant witch invents memory charm, saves the day, everyone claps. No one likes the messy truth, that most spells are just borrowed tricks dressed in new robes. Penelope Clearwater raised her hand. Sir, if she didn't invent it, how did she even get credit in the first place? Timing, Cassian replied, not missing a beat. Radford lived in an age where Britain was trying to re-establish itself as a magical authority after centuries of quietly mooching off everyone else's hard work. She took an old practice, found in Sumer, Egypt, even early Scandinavian settlements, and gave it rules. Clean, tidy, ministry approved. Suddenly, instead of some dangerous old ritual your granny muttered over the soup pot, it was a spell an obliviator could use in broad daylight without accidentally frying a bystander's mind. Percy Weasley's hand shot up. Professor, are you suggesting Radford wasn't brilliant in her own right? Oh, she was brilliant. So brilliant, in fact, she turned an obscure, messy ritual into a clean little charm you lot still use every day. Not many spells stick around this long without getting butchered or improved by someone with more ego than sense. He tilted his head, pacing a few slow steps in front of the board. And as I said, no, Radford wasn't some glory-hungry maniac. She didn't care if people sang her name. She wanted people to learn, use, refine. That's it. Alas, Cassian said with a faint smirk, like all good innovators, she wasn't half as clever in politics. That, my dear fifth years, is where the ministry came in and decided to paint her as some shining poster witch of British magical prowess. Because why let facts get in the way of a good nationalistic bedtime story? Penelope raised her hand again. So, sir, would you say Radford's version is better? Or the older ones? Depends what you mean by better. Safer? Absolutely. More efficient? Probably. But the Sumerian variant, for example, had interesting side effects. Oliver Wood frowned. What sort of side effects? Cassian shrugged like he was discussing the weather. They would completely destroy the being. You can call it a soul remover if you like. He flicked the wand to underline kudu again. See, unlike your friendly ministry obliviators, whose job is wiping poor Muggles' brains after someone's blown up a chimney, the Sumerians used this charm on the most notorious criminals. This wasn't your casual oops I saw magic memory wipe. This was designed to scrub a person clean and recycle the sinner back into society. Whether there was much of them left afterwards is debatable. Class froze collectively, staring with the jaw slacking. A Ravenclaw boy at the back leaned forward slightly, quill hovering. That sounds more like punishment than rehabilitation. A Gryffindor girl said. He looked at her, lips quirking like he'd just spotted a trap laid out in the open. Is it? What is the purpose of prisons, Ms. Loxley? Phoebe's quill hesitated mid-scratch. 2. Punish wrongdoers. Punish, Cassian repeated, rolling the word like it was sour in his mouth. Interesting answer. One I would wager 90% of the world would parrot without thinking. And yet, prisons claim to be about rehabilitation. Reforming the criminal. Rebuilding them into something society can tolerate again. He spread his hands. Do we really buy that? Or is it just easier to tell ourselves we are noble, rather than admit we enjoy locking people up and forgetting they exist? Alden Cresswell let out a whistle from the back, slouching deeper in his seat. Heavy for a fur-day morning, sir. Cassian shot him a sidelong glance, the corner of his mouth curling. Oh, we haven't hit heavy yet, Cresswell. That comes when we cover how the Egyptians used memory stripping to create slaves who couldn't even remember their own names. He turned back to class, one brow raised. Prisons weren't built for punishment or to heal society's collective conscience. Originally, they were nothing but holding pens. You stuck criminals in there, waited for a war to kick off, then shoved them to the front lines in exchange for their freedom. He paused, letting that hang for a moment while the room shuffled uncomfortably. Why? Because the most valuable commodity on Earth has always been people. Not gold. Not jewels. People. Especially the sort already willing to kill to claw back their freedom. Cassian's voice cut before anyone could make a joke of it. So no, he went on, prisons weren't created to punish or rehabilitate. That is a modern gloss we slap on so we can all sleep better at night. If anything, the Sumerians were closer to humane. They knew a person's cruelty wasn't born in the bones, it was taught. And what's taught can be erased. Their logic was brutal pragmatic, erase the learnt violence, start again. Wouldn't that? A Gryffindor girl in the second row faltered, her quill halfway to the parchment. Wouldn't that just erase who they were? Exactly, Cassian said. And isn't that the whole point? The girl shrank a little. You are all thinking it is barbaric. But consider this, if someone's life has been steeped in violence, cruelty, all the worst lessons the world could teach them, is it more barbaric to lock them in a stone box until they rot, or to give them a chance to start again? Percy Weasley made a noise in the back of his throat, somewhere between a cough and a huff. It isn't justice. Cassian's head tilted, swallowing the derisive laughter. Define justice, Weasley. Is it vengeance? Is it rebalancing the scales? Or is it making sure no one else gets hurt? Percy's lips thinned, but he didn't answer. Thought so, Cassian said, eyes flicking lazily from one student to the other. Now, if you think this sort of thing is ancient history, archaic and irrelevant, think again. Obliviate still uses the same core principle. We just prefer to use it on unsuspecting Muggles instead of murderers. Penelope raised her hand, cautious but curious. Would that even work today? Sumerian method. Cassian snorted softly, work? Sure. The principles are sound. Memory, identity, behavior, it's all threads in the same weave. Tug too many, the whole thing unravels. But do I trust any modern witch or wizard not to bodge it and turn someone's brain into porridge? He shook his head slowly. See, the Sumerians weren't messing about with dainty little wands and ministry-approved protocols. They carved their runes into stone, chanted until their throats gave out, and poured raw will into the spell. If they failed, the subject died screaming or wandered off as a husk. Simple. Brutal. Effective. That sounds risky, Oliver Wood muttered. He chuckled, tossing the chalk lightly from one hand to the other. There was a blunder recently. Some bright-eyed intern managed to fry a Muggle's brain. Young bloke. So they did what the ministry always does. Obliviate the parents, the neighbors, the schoolmates, the milkman, probably the dog too. Everyone who'd known him, wiped clean. Except they missed one. His mate. Old friend who moved out of town years before. When he visited, he found no one remembered the bloke. Not his mum, not his dad, not the kids they'd grown up with. Nothing. Like he dreamt him up. A gasp went through the classroom. The mate went home, convinced he was losing it. Properly insane. He dug out an old shoebox full of photos just to prove to himself the guy existed. Found one, grainy, sun-bleached thing of them both grinning like idiots at a school fair. Relief, right? Except he was still confused. So he posted the picture in the paper. Headline, anyone else remember this person, or just me? Cassian gave a wry smile. Ministry nearly wet themselves over that one. Had to work overtime to clean it up. Special Task Force, memory audits, even on Muggle side. A Gryffindor let out a low whistle. That is mental. Exactly, Cassian said, tapping the table. This is the cost of meddling with memory. You start off thinking you are doing a harmless cleanup and end up deleting someone from the collective consciousness. One slip, and it all unravels. People aren't just their own memories, they are stitched into everyone else's too. It is not something that should be used casually. A Ravenclaw boy frowned, glancing up from his notes. Couldn't they just restore the bloke's memories later? If they fixed the mistake. You would think, Cassian said, turning slightly so the whole class could see him. But memory charms aren't just reversible like a simple levitation spell. They carve grooves into the mind. Even if you undo the magic, what's left might not fit back together. Imagine smashing a vase, then trying to glue it back with half the shards missing and the rest warped from the impact. At best, you get a lopsided vase that leaks. At worst, nothing recognizable at all. Oliver tapped his quill nervously on his parchment. So, what happened to the Muggle? Cassian shrugged. He lives in a care home now. Sweet lad, apparently. Smiles a lot. Doesn't know who he is. He walked to his desk, allowing them to sit with it. Now, Cassian went on. Picture this. Someone mugs you. Takes your wand. Maybe hexes you in the process. Under British law, they get 10 years in Azkaban, if the Wisengamot is feeling generous. They rot there, Dementors sucking them hollow, until they come out worse than they went in. That is justice, right? No one answered. Or, Cassian continued, you strip the memories. Wipe away every trace of the crime. No mugging, no hex, no sense they were ever the sort of person who could do it. You set them up in a little cottage with a nice job in the Fluo Network Authority and let them think they've always been a model citizen. He stopped pacing and stared at them. Which one is the punishment? And which one actually stops them from doing it again? But, sir, wouldn't that be like killing them? If you erase all their memories, aren't they gone? Cassian tilted his head. That is the question, isn't it? Is a person still themselves without their memories? Or are we just the sum of every lesson, mistake, and heartbreak we've ever had? He shrugged. The Sumerians didn't care. They believed the soul was separate from memory. Wipe the mind, and the soul was free to try again. He basked in their uneasy faces, like a cat watching trapped mice. Then he waved his hand lazily. You are dismissed. 3 feet on alternative uses of memory charms in ancient civilizations. Cite properly, don't give me bedtime stories. And as always, you are free to skip. A flick of his wand, and the chalk scrawled Do Friday across the board with a little underline for emphasis. Half the Gryffindors slumped in relief, already gathering their parchment. The Ravenclaws, predictably, looked insulted at the very idea anyone would skip homework. Meriton, he called as the boy sauntered past. Your essay better have fewer ink blots than last time, or I am feeding it to the fire. Understood. Yes, sir, Leo drawled without looking back. Don't yes sir me. Prove you've seen a library. The door clicked shut, leaving the room blissfully quiet. Cassian dropped into the chair behind his desk with a long sigh and let his head fall back. 3 feet. Why do I do this to myself? He muttered, staring at the ceiling. A sharp knock at the door pulled his attention back down. Bath's Haida leaned in, parchment in one hand. You've traumatized another set of 5th years, haven't you? She said mildly, stepping inside. They are fine. A little fear builds character. Cassian shoved a stack of essays to one side, making room for her parchment. What is that? Runes from the Hanliang Mausoleum. I copied the inscriptions before leaving China. Cassian perked up, straightening in his chair. Finally. Something interesting.